165. Along the way it was very lively. It was so lively that even someone as patient as Qin Pingan felt that his ears were not clear. All of this was attributed to the little boy in green who was even more talkative than Cui Dong. It was early winter and they had already traveled together for half a day. The three of them slowly walked along the cold and bleak official road. The little boy in green started to pester Qin Pingan again. "When we reach Master's house in Longquan County, can you not make me a servant who sweeps the floor and makes the bed? It's a little embarrassing. If news of this were to spread to the capital, they would laugh at me for hundreds of years. How can I be the big brother of those demons and water ghosts? Master, you don't know that I can get whatever I want here. When my name is mentioned, everyone will give me a thumbs up." Qin Pingan pretended not to hear because he knew that if he answered, it would be a disaster. The little boy in green continued, "If you don't believe me, you can ask that silly girl. Even the officials and nobles in the capital treat me like a god. Only the prince who lives in the capital is a little more arrogant. He can only be considered polite to me and not warm enough. However, he has a good relationship with my brother and we often have fun together. Master, why don't you come to my house on the way? You don't even want me to greet you. Otherwise, I'm not bragging, but I'll definitely give you a grand ceremony with loud gongs and drums and boiling river water." Through chatting with the girl in pink in private, Qin Pingan roughly understood the temperament of the river snake. He was very impulsive and was often pushed out by the water god to block disasters. Many disasters that caused a sensation in the Huangting country were obviously not related to him, but the water god used words to provoke him. He was the one who foolishly took the blame and even thought of himself as a hero. There was once when he was chased by a grand elder of the Lingyun sect and fled for more than 2,000 miles. At that time, the shy little girl spoke her mind and said that it would be good if he didn't come back. Qin Pingan saw that he was going to brag about his great achievements and couldn't help but interrupt. "Do you really not know that the water god used you as a shield? Or do you know but don't care?" The girl in pink nodded in agreement. The little boy in blue didn't dare to say anything to Qin Pingan, but his sharp eyes noticed the little python's movements. He sneered and said, "You little girl, what do you know about brotherhood?" At this point he opened his mouth wide, revealing his white teeth. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws at the girl. "If you continue to blabber and ruin my image in front of Master, I'll find a chance to eat you. Then I'll shit you out." The girl in pink had a bitter look in her eyes. She thought to herself, "I clearly didn't say anything. You only know how to pick on the weak." Qin Pingan shook the basket on his back. Although Cui Dong had returned to the capital academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, he was still worried. However, Qin Pingan knew that there was nothing he could do except worry. Qin Pingan raised his hands, exhaled and looked up at the sky. It was winter. He didn't know when it would snow this year. He wanted to return to the town before the new year. If he really couldn't make it in time, he would let go of the walking stance and practice the sword furnace stance. This would allow the little boy in blue to transform into the true form of the water snake. He would try his best to choose the wilderness where there were few people. Qin Pingan left the small piece of dragon-slaying platform that Mr. Qi had cut out from somewhere for Li Baoping. The mountain search map, given by the blind old Taoist, was given to Lin Shui. However, Qin Pingan still had a lot of belongings. It was just that they didn't take up much space. Now that he didn't need to take care of the children's studies, his basket seemed a little empty. This made Qin Pingan feel a little uncomfortable. Alliance had robbed the lord of the land and Wei Pai at Chiduan Mountain. In the end, Qin Pingan got a withered golden lotus seed. It was the leftover from everyone. Until now, no one knew what it was used for. There was a small incense person living in the Huaiwood sword. After it appeared in the provincial city, it went into hiding again. After making the green bamboo book boxes for the three of them, there were still some pieces of bamboo left. Qin Pingan practiced engraving when he had nothing to do. He recorded the famous sayings that he felt were knowledgeable. There were a few books that Mr. Wensheng had personally picked out. Qin Pingan used to wear a white jade hairpin that he had carved himself in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. Now he took it off and carefully kept it. After they left the capital together, Cui Dong said that the most valuable thing was actually the wooden box. However, Qin Pingan had left it with the 3 hairpins to Li Baoping. Of course, Qin Pingan didn't feel bad about it. There was a pair of seal of mountains and rivers, as well as the significant calm heart complacency seal. There was also the young Taoist priest surnamed Lu and the few pieces of paper with the prescription. In order to practice his calligraphy, Qin Pingan would still take them out from time to time. As for the small sword embryo that looked like a silver ingot, it was said to be related to the Sui Mountain in the Central Plains. It was unusually bright and could illuminate people at night. However, there were some things in the basket that Qin Pingan didn't expect. In addition to a letter that Cui Dong had written and put in the basket, there were 2 Spring Festival couplets and a Fu character. In the letter, Cui Dong said that this was a little gift from his student and hoped that the teacher would accept it. Don't worry, the words were just words, there was no calculation. It could be seen that Cui Dong had not only thought about returning to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, but also knew that Qin Pingan would make up his mind. Qin Pingan was a little scared about this, but he couldn't say anything. In addition, there were 2 copybooks in the basket, Green Mountain and Clear Water Calligraphy. The content was also written in a very formal way. The other one was very fitting for Cui Dong's absurd character. It was called Teacher, Please Put More Oil and Salt Calligraphy. It was full of complaints about Qin Pingan's stinginess. The handwriting. Qin Pingan couldn't say what it was, but he felt that it was really good and pleasing to the eye. Just looking at the copybooks, he felt like he was standing in the alley of clouds and flowing water. Along the way, the little boy in green continued to nag, completely not tired. The girl in pink followed behind Qin Pingan obediently. She was even carrying Cui Dong's book box. No matter how Qin Pingan persuaded her, the little girl didn't dare to put anything in his basket. Qin Pingan thought about it and remembered that she was a fire python that had lived for hundreds of years. She wasn't Li Baoping, so she wouldn't be tired. When he thought of this, the youth couldn't wait to turn around and walk directly to the school of the New Cliff Academy. He stood in the corner and watched as Li Baoping and the others happily listened to the teacher's lecture. They weren't bullied and were living well. This let Qin Pingan know that even if he wasn't by their side, they were living well or even better. Qin Pingan took a deep breath and began to walk silently. The New Cliff Academy had become an important topic of conversation in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. Almost all the aristocratic families were talking about it. It was very interesting to watch the fire burning across the river. Of course, the few families that were involved in the storm wouldn't find it interesting. For example, the elders of the Chu family in Nanxi, the Han family in Shangzhou State, and the house of the Marquis of Huayuan weren't in a good mood. Every day when they went to court, their faces were gloomy. The Great Sui Kingdom emphasized literature over martial arts. However, martial artists were not as popular as scholars in the court. The imperial censorate of the Great Sui Kingdom was noble and powerful. Recently the court was very lively. The censorate and the 6 departments all expressed their opinions and took sides on the fight between the students of the academy. Their words were not polite at all. Some stood up for Old Han, Shangzhou State, and the Marquis of Huayuan, saying that the foreign students were ruthless and didn't have the slightest elegance of a scholar. There were also those who criticized the poor discipline of the officials, saying that the children who came from Dali Longquan were not in the wrong. They couldn't let others bully them and not fight back. Then there were the former who retorted. How could it be called bullying? It was normal for scholars to argue with each other. How could it be called bullying? For this reason, he cited the classics and spoke with fervor and assurance, giving examples of famous debates in history. He also praised Nanjian Kingdom's style of speech, but Nanjian Kingdom was unwilling to admit defeat and refuted him with tit for tat. The disturbance in the capital that attracted countless attention began with a quarrel between 4 children in a dormitory of the academy. Later, a foreign girl named Li Baoping hurt them with a sharp weapon. One of the children who was beaten happened to be the son of the Marquis of Huayuan. Since the Marquis of Huayuan and the Chu family of Nanxi were in-laws, the eldest grandson of the Chu family was this year's outstanding talent in the academy. At the age of 16, he was known as a child prodigy and was recognized as a gentleman's weapon in the Great Sui Kingdom. The eldest grandson of the Chu family, who lived up to expectations after growing up, didn't show up at once after hearing the news. However, 2 of his schoolmates in the academy, the youngest grandson of the pillar of the state and a young man of the Great Sui Kingdom, went to find trouble with the girl. Of course they didn't beat her, but they did talk rudely. Coincidentally, Lin Shui, who was from the same hometown of the girl, happened to see them. After a while they rolled up their sleeves and had a big fight. How could the 2 be a match for the disciple of the great Confucian scholar Dong Jing? They were badly beaten. Now the eldest grandson of the Chu family, who was also regarded as a jade of cultivation, couldn't just sit by and watch. He went to find Lin Shui and had a wonderful fight. One of them took the Cloud Thunder Zither, an ancestral celestial device, and used the lightning collected by a great chi cultivator to make the strings of the zither with a secret method. Every time he played the zither, the sound of thunder would roll and the momentum was extraordinary. Lin Shui, a foreign teenager who had become famous in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, also performed well. He used the five thunders righteous method and also had a cultivation of the third state. Although he was at a disadvantage in the face of the Chu family's talent who had a top-grade celestial device, he still fought in a well-organized way and shocked the world. It was said that this fight even alarmed the great Confucian scholar Dong Jing and a group of old masters who heard the news. They watched the fight from a distance, not only to join in the fun, but also to prevent accidents. In the end, the eldest grandson of the Chu family broke a string of the thunder zither without hesitation. Lin Shui was slightly injured, but his skin was torn and his flesh was exposed. He suffered a lot. In fact, there were also factions within the academy. When His Majesty personally came to the academy, although he did not personally see such a big scene, he bestowed heavy gifts to those foreigners. After that, the teachers and teachers of the academy clearly paid close attention to those people's homework. This naturally made the native students of the Great Sui dynasty feel aggrieved. The students who had followed Deputy Mountain Master Mao Xiaodong from the old academy of the Great Li dynasty had probably suffered a lot during their academic life in a foreign country. Therefore, other than a few people, the majority stood on the side of Lin Shui and Li Baoping without hesitation. In this way, the Cliff Academy was divided into two camps, each with a common enemy. The academy was filled with a tense and hostile atmosphere. But it was strange that the teachers turned a blind eye to it, and to a large extent, encouraged the atmosphere to spread. At this critical moment, someone stood out and added fuel to the fire. The son of the late General Pan Maozhen, who was originally a loner who didn't interact with anyone, found Lin Shui after he recovered. He was hit by the latter's thunder technique and sent Lin Shui flying with a punch. This time Lin Shui was seriously injured. He vomited blood and struggled to get up, but was punched in the head by the boy surnamed Pan. He fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. The son of a general of the Great Sui Kingdom, who acted decisively like a fierce soldier on the battlefield, didn't forget to spit on Lin Shui. The teachers of the Cliff Academy began to intervene, and didn't allow anyone to fight in private. But the girl with the strange name, the dark-skinned girl, didn't even visit Lin Shui. She directly found the boy surnamed Pan on the same day and beat him until he was bleeding from all 7 orifices. He could only run for his life. If it wasn't for a teacher hurriedly intervening and stopping the girl's pursuit, the boy who was originally proficient in martial arts would have become a sickly invalid. Finally, this increasingly fierce farce showed signs of ending with the appearance of a student of the academy. This student of the academy was a legendary figure. He was born in a poor family and was recognized as having the knowledge to be an assistant teacher of the academy before he turned 20. He had previously left the Great Sui Kingdom to go to Lakeview Academy. He passed the joint examination of 9 famous gentlemen and received the official title of a Confucian sage. This time he returned to the Great Sui Kingdom with a full load. The imperial court of the Great Sui Kingdom specially sent the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights out of the city to personally welcome this young Confucian sage. What was even more enviable was that His Majesty asked a great Martin temple in the palace to give this future pillar of the Great Sui Kingdom a set of priceless stationery as a sign of appreciation. Therefore, this student of the academy named Li Zhongying entered Donghua Mountain with the identity of a sage and the imperial gift from the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom. The first thing he did after climbing the mountain and entering the academy was to find Li Huai and apologize. Then he visited Lin Shui, who was bedridden. Finally, he stood in front of the young girl, Xie, and said that both of them should not be impulsive. After all, Cliff Academy was a place for learning. After Li Zhongying left, Xie did not say a word from beginning to end. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom was not famous for being a diligent monarch. Generally speaking, he was not famous. He was not as great as the Emperor Dali, nor was he as eloquent as the emperor of the Southern Stream Kingdom. He was not even as famous as the emperor of the Lu family who had fallen. However, the eastern vast continent had always been rich in the south and desolate in the north. The Great Sui Kingdom was unique in the north. Even the dignitaries of the Southern Stream Kingdom were willing to visit them. The children of the Great Sui Kingdom were also frequent visitors of the Lakeview Academy. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom rarely called upon the pillars of the Great Sui Kingdom, including the senior officials of the 6 ministries, to hold a small court meeting in the Yangxin House after the morning court. However, today was an exception. However, many officials, including the minister of the Ministry of Rights, knew that the crisis at the academy had reached the point where the emperor had to personally deal with it. Therefore, the short old man who was also the mountain master of the academy became the focus of attention. The heavenly official, the number 1 person in the 6 ministries, walked together with his good friends in the court. There was no panic on his face. The short but powerful minister of the Ministry of Rights looked confident. However, the few involved parties, including old Zhu Guohan, did not look so good. The small court meeting was neither hot nor hot. It was not even as hot as the charcoal fire in the small braziers in the room. It was just that the emperor took out some undecided matters of the big court meeting and stirred up the cold rice. Everyone present had cultivated in the officialdom for most of their lives. They were already familiar with such ordinary court affairs. Soon they passed the resolutions one by one. It was believed that the resolutions would be quickly passed from the center of the capital to the other places. When the matter was settled, the emperor took a sip of the still warm lotus seed soup. Everyone was refreshed and knew that the main event was finally coming. The emperor put down the cup and looked around. He smiled and said, "What, my dear ministers, are you all waiting to see me make a fool of myself?" Although old Zhu Guohan was old, he was still hale and hearty. He sat upright on the chair and looked dignified without being angry. However, he was also a bit embarrassed at this moment. Marquis Huayuan, who was in his 30s, was even more restless. Normally, after a hereditary marquis of the Great Sui Kingdom had made meritorious contributions, he would not take the initiative to attend the morning court meeting unless there was an important matter. This was an established rule in the officialdom. However, today several big shots, including old Zhu Guohan, had kindly sent him a message and asked him to attend the morning court meeting today. Otherwise, he would not have a chance to explain himself if something happened. When the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom saw that several ministers wanted to stand up and apologize at the same time, he smiled and gestured several times. "Don't stand up. Just sit down and talk. I'm not here to denounce you today. I just want to know something that is not a rumor. You don't know, but recently everyone, including Xianer, has been talking about this every day. Their schoolwork is a mess and their chief teacher has been complaining. He is so angry that he wants them to go to Cliff Academy to study." The Minister of Rights, who was the smallest but the highest-ranking official, slowly stood up and told the emperor of the general story. He was impartial. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom smiled and asked, "Was it old Mao himself who said that he would not interfere with the children's quarrels?" The Minister of Rights nodded and said, "Yes." The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom hummed and said, "I see." Then he fell into deep thought. In fact, none of the ministers of the Great Sui Kingdom were naive enough to think that the emperor really did not know anything. Did he really think that the spies of the Great Sui Kingdom were vegetarians? Just to deal with the infiltration of Dali's men of sacrifice and spies, the annual secret expenses of the Great Sui Kingdom's Ministry of Revenue were like flowing water. It was just that they did not make a sound. In fact, if the emperor of the Lu family had listened to the advice of the Great Sui Kingdom, not been so conceited and believed in the information provided by the Great Sui Kingdom spies, and made early preparations, even if the Lu family's empire was destroyed and the ending could not be changed, it would not have happened so quickly. It was so fast that the entire Great Sui Kingdom's scholarly officials could not help but curse the Lu family's imperial court for being useless. If the scholarly officials were like this, then the generals of the Great Sui Kingdom were even worse. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom slowly came back to his senses. He smiled and said to old Zhu Guohan and the others, "That's it. Let's stop here. Even if the children have no bad intentions, there should be a limit to the quarrel between them." The first half of the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom's words were actually the same as what Mao Xiaodong had said in the headmaster's courtyard. Then the small imperial court meeting ended just like that. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom left the Minister of Rights alone. When the short old man saw the emperor stand up, he went to the brazier and squatted down. He personally picked up the iron tongs and stirred the charcoal fire. The eunuchs guarding outside the door did not do it for him. The old man did not find it strange. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom put down the small iron tongs and reached out his hand above the charcoal fire. He said softly, "Looking at the history books, the pressure comes not only from the strong enemies of the neighboring countries, but also from our own people who are loyal to the emperor and love the people." The heavenly official's Adam's apple moved slightly, and sweat seeped out of his forehead. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom laughed self-deprecatingly, turned around and waved at the old man. The Minister of Rights hurried over and squatted with the emperor awkwardly. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom smiled and asked, "Why did Dali go south in such a hurry?" Originally, Lakeview Academy's attitude was vague and did not want to give a clear answer. Now they are even more anxious than us. That young man called Li Zhangying has been deliberately delaying giving him the title of a sage. I heard that later in Lakeview Academy, there are even voices of directly giving Li Zhangying the title of a gentleman. Don't you think it's funny? This question could not be answered casually even if he was beaten to death. The short old man became more and more nervous. The emperor asked, "If it were Minister Ma and the others, any one of them would not be trembling with fear like you. Their backs are very strong. Then do you know why it was you in the end and not the hill master of the Cliff Academy?" The short old man said softly, "Because I am the least literate. As the hill master of the new academy, your majesty does not have to worry about having a conflict with Mao Xiaodong." The emperor reminded, "Call him Elder Mao." The short old man said fearfully, "Yes, yes, yes, Elder Mao." The emperor nodded and said to himself, "How much respect can Dali give to Mr. Qi? I can even give the same respect to Elder Mao. This is the biggest difference between me and Dali, the barbarian of the Song family." The short old man was about to say something. The emperor shook his head with a smile. "But it is not very useful." The minister of the Ministry of Rights was completely flustered. In fact, His Majesty rarely spoke to his officials like this. Except for the time when the old man unexpectedly became the Minister of Heaven of the Great Sui Kingdom 10 years ago, this was the second time. His Majesty said with emotion, "Literate and bookish. Of course all of you scholars have to be literate. But just having literate character and only governing the court with morals may not be beneficial to the country." The old man did not dare to continue to be silent. He had to bite the bullet and reply dryly, "Your Majesty is wise." The Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom turned his head and said with a smile, "You are good in everything but too cautious. In the future, don't do anything that will tarnish your reputation. Do you think I don't know the character of your children? How would they dare to embezzle the land of the common people? Especially your youngest son. He is such a good scholar. Not to mention that he will be in the top 3, he will definitely have the skills to pass the imperial examinations. Why do you have to suppress him?" The old man's lips trembled. In the end he gritted his teeth, stood up and knelt down again. He choked with sobs and said, "I can only use this clumsy method to share your Majesty's burden." The Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom helped the old man up and said gently, "In the court, many people say that you are just a good man who makes mistakes. But I think that a minister like you is the real indispensable pillar of the Great Sui Kingdom." The old man suddenly burst into tears. He only felt that the grievances of more than 10 years were swept away. He knelt down again and said, "I am not worthy of your Majesty's trust." The Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom gently kicked the old man and said with a smile, "You are the minister of the Ministry of Rights. How dare you act shamelessly? Get up quickly. This is outrageous." The short old man got up and hurriedly wiped his face. "Your Majesty, please excuse me." The Emperor sat back in his seat and waved his hand. "Go back." The short old man bowed and left. The Emperor took out a Confucian classic from a small pile of books and flipped through it page by page. Without looking up, he asked casually, "I heard that there are many strange winds in the world. Is one of them called the wind of flipping books?" The Emperor's voice was very low, but the tall eunuch outside the door still answered, "Your Majesty, it is indeed so. There is no evidence to investigate where this wind comes from. We only know that it likes to flip through books. The books are old and new. This wind is so faint that ordinary cultivators can't detect it. If it is guided and absorbed into the body, this wind will slowly flow in the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. If you often flip through books to read, it can prolong your life." The Emperor looked up and said in surprise, "So good? Then does our Great Sui Kingdom have it?" The old eunuch with white eyebrows and hair shook his head and said, "The wind of flipping books has always been unique to the Confucian Academy. It can't be found anywhere else. Even in the Taoist sects, the Wind Snow Temple or the Jinwu Mountain, you can't find a trace of it." The Emperor sighed and said, "The creation of heaven and earth is so mysterious. It's a pity that I'm an emperor." The old eunuch smiled and said, "This is your Majesty's misfortune, but it is the Great Sui Kingdom's great fortune." The man in the dragon robe laughed heartily and his face was full of joy. The Emperor put down the book and suddenly asked the eunuch outside the door, "Do we need to let Gao Xian go to the Cliff Academy to study?" The old eunuch didn't hesitate in the slightest as he shook his head and said, "Even though the trip to Pearl Abode last time was dangerous, it was extremely rewarding. Your Highness can be considered to have occupied 2 enormous fortuitous encounters by yourself, so there's no need for you to seek knowledge. Moreover, since your Majesty dared to agree to this matter and follow me to the enemy country Dali, this is a great opportunity of the great path." The Emperor nodded and sighed, "So Xian'er is luckier than me." However, the Emperor rubbed his temples and said with a headache, "But Xian'er suffered an undeserved disaster." His mother finally persuaded him to go to the king's fiefdom, which was quite a joyous thing. But Gao Xian, this guy, called himself Gao Zhen in Liju Cave Heaven, and the enemy girl who happened to pass by came directly from the sky with several sword immortals from other continents and found Xian'er. Although she found out later that she mistook him for someone else, she quickly apologized and left. But Xian'er has been cowardly since he was a child and was quite frightened. It's my fault. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so impulsive in the alley of Liju Cave Heaven. The tall eunuch bowed slightly, his face full of guilt. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom waved his hand and said, "It has nothing to do with you. Don't think too much. By the way, did you find out the girl's true identity?" The eunuch shook his head and said, "It's difficult. I only know that she's someone from the inverted hanging mountain. She might have something to do with the Great Wall of Sword energy. It's really tricky." The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom sighed and said, "It's normal that you can't find out. After all, it's not the same continent as that group of sword cultivators from the north. Once it involves the inverted hanging mountain and the Great Wall of Sword energy, it's even more secretive. Those two places have always been the biggest taboo in our world." The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom finally said helplessly, "The world is so big and there's more than one key place." Lin Shuyi was now living alone in a dormitory. The rest of his roommates from the Great Sui Kingdom had already moved elsewhere. Today the originally quiet dormitory was a little lively. Lin Shuyi leaned on the pillow and closed his eyes to rest. Li Baoping hugged the narrow saber auspicious symbol and sat at the head of the bed with a gloomy face. Li Huai stood a little further away with a pitiful look on his face, as if he wanted to cry but didn't dare to. The child plucked up his courage and took a few steps forward, saying, "How about I go and apologize to those three people?" The academy said that Li Zhongying is a sage of the Confucian school. Even the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom thinks highly of him. He also said that he's an immortal in the middle 5 states. We can't beat him. Li Baoping was like a little wild cat whose tail had been stepped on. He turned his head and stared at Li Huai and said angrily, "What's there to apologize for? Li Huai, what kind of books are you reading? If Mr. Li and youngest uncle were here, they would be pissed off by you." Li Huai was shocked, but this time he didn't hide and cry. Instead, he stiffened his neck and sobbed, "It's all because of me that Lin Shuyi was injured. I know it's not over yet. I'm not afraid of being beaten to death. But Li Baoping, what about you? If Chen Pingan knew that you were injured because of me, he would hate me to death. He would definitely ignore me for the rest of his life." Li Huai finally burst into tears. No matter how hard he tried to wipe them away, he couldn't stop his tears. When Li Baoping saw Li Huai's sad look, she swallowed some angry words that were about to come out of her mouth. She said sullenly, "Li Huai, you're not wrong. You don't have to apologize. Don't worry. Even if I suffer losses, youngest uncle won't blame you." Speaking of this, Li Baoping looked at Li Huai with firm eyes. "Because if youngest uncle were here, he would also tell you that you were right, Li Huai." Speaking of Chen Pingan, Li Huai was even sadder. He squatted on the ground and cried, sobbing, "The academy is full of bad people. If Chen Pingan were here, he would definitely not let Lin Shuyi be injured. And he wouldn't let Li Baoping be scolded." Lin Shuyi, who smelled of herbs, sighed softly. He didn't open his eyes but just smiled bitterly. Lin Shuyi knew that someone must be adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes. He couldn't understand the conspiracy in the imperial court and the conspiracy behind the scenes of the family. But if Chen Pingan really stayed in the academy, things might get worse. But even so, there were at least 3 people in the room. They wouldn't be so confused as if they had lost their backbone. Everything they did seemed wrong because everything they did made them feel insecure. They were used to the days when Chen Pingan was by their side. These days, Lin Shuyi was lying in bed thinking of many things. It was only now that Lin Shou understood the many soul-stirring decisions, such as Chiduan Mountain, the wedding dress ghost, and the weight of the burden on Chen Pingan's shoulders in the face of Zhu Lu's assassination. He also understood the seemingly innocuous decisions, such as who would start the fire to cook, who would keep watch, how they would choose the route, which scenic spots they had to visit, and so on and so forth. Just how tedious and torturous they were. A teasing voice sounded at the door. "Oh, our General Li Huai is crying so sadly." Lin Shuyi opened his eyes and looked, smiling, "You're here." Li Baoping saw the familiar figure, and her face was full of confusion. Li Huai turned his head and stared blankly at the slim tan girl. He sniffled and continued to sob with his head down. Xie Xie leaned against the door. "If you can't beat him, just bear with it. It's not a big deal." Li Baoping wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Xie Xie sighed, "I can't help it. Even if you lend me the auspicious symbol knife, I can't beat that hypocrite named Li Zhongying." Speaking of this, she felt a little helpless. If it weren't for those insidious dragon-trapping nails that imprisoned most of her cultivation, she wouldn't have to be so restrained. Xie suddenly turned her head, a little surprised. The uninvited guest walked slowly with his hands folded in his sleeves. The tall young man stood at the door with a smile and looked at the girl standing beside him, Li Huai who was squatting, Li Baoping who was sitting and Lin Shui who was lying down. Then he said softly with a smile, "Don't blame me for being late. I thought you could handle it." Lin Shui closed his eyes again. Obviously he didn't like this thoughtful remnant of the Lu family. Yu Lu didn't get angry but he stopped smiling. "I'm here to ask you a question. If Qin Pingan was here, what would he do?" Li Huai thought of the disturbance on the ferry of Xihua River for no reason and whispered, "Qin Pingan would reason with him first." Li Baoping was in high spirits. After that, if the other party still seemed reasonable but was actually unreasonable, youngest martial uncle would reason with his fists again. Lin Shui raised the corner of his mouth and didn't show his emotions. Yu Lu replied, "Oh, then I understand." The tall young man turned around and left as if nothing had happened. Xie frowned and asked, "What are you going to do?" With his back to the girl, Yu Lu waved his hand and left. On the way here, Qin Pingan guarded the first half of the night, and I was responsible for the second half of the night. It used to be like this and it should be like this in the future. Li Huai was a little confused. Li Baoping opened her eyes wide and looked at Lin Shui. Yu Lu wouldn't be looking for trouble with that hypocrite, right? Lin Shui was skeptical. "I don't think so." Xie wondered, "But I feel like he's looking for trouble." Li Zhongying liked to read and was good at it. Not only did he have a photographic memory, but he could also draw inferences about other things. He was a true scholar. Therefore, the new library of Cliff Academy was his favorite place to stay. There was no curfew in the library. Late that night, Li Zhongying was reading alone by candlelight. He suddenly looked up and smiled. "You're Yu Lu, right? Do you need something from me?" Yu Lu put his hands in his sleeves. The tall young man habitually bowed and nodded with a smile. "Yes." Dressed in a scholarly robe, Li Zhongying stood up with a smile on his face. "Please speak." Yu Lu stretched out a hand from his sleeve and threw a bag full of silver to Li Zhongying. Li Zhongying was puzzled. "This is?" Li Zhongying's body suddenly tensed up as if he was facing a great enemy. He saw the tall young man who always gave people the impression of being polite and harmless slowly walk forward with a bright smile. "If the money for your medicine is not enough, please allow me to owe you first. First set a small goal, such as 1 second to remember." Book Guest House Mobile Version Reading Website. 166. Li Zhongying saw the tall young man walking towards her. Although she was vigilant, a surge of great spirit appeared in her body. Her sleeves fluttered slightly. This great Sui kingdom's youngest Confucian sage still said with a pleasant expression, "I know that you and Li Huai are students from the same hometown. If you want to fight for them, that's fine. But can you tell me the truth before you fight? If you say you've won against me, I won't fight back. I'm willing to let you punch me." But Yu Lu still didn't stop walking. His smile didn't change. But he said something that Li Zhongying didn't understand. "I've always been the one guarding the second half of the night. So let's put the truth aside for now. If you have the chance to meet Li Baoping's youngest martial uncle, ask him yourself. I'm not going to talk to you about this tonight." There were only 5 steps between them. Yu Lu took a big step forward. At the same time he smiled and said, "Let's fight. Be careful. Don't let me punch you half to death so easily. You'll cause me to owe too much and borrow money from someone. If you don't want to pay it back, you have to be his close friend. I'm not qualified." As soon as the domineering words fell, Yu Lu took a second step. Li Zhongying felt a dull sound from the ground. Because the force only penetrated the ground and didn't spread out on the ground, the momentum on the stage wasn't shocking. But the more it was like this, the more Li Zhongying was shocked. With this step, she could see the strength of the tall young man in front of her. He was definitely a pure martial artist who was at least level 4. She couldn't underestimate him. Although Li Zhongying's mind was running fast, it did not delay the qi activity in her body. Like a flood breaking through a dam, the qi cultivator's qi activity poured out violently. Qi cultivators were born with the advantage of internal martial arts. They cultivated their body and qi at the same time. In particular, Li Zhongying had been blessed with great fortune since she was a child. After she showed her prowess, she was soon favored by a qi refinement grandmaster of the Great Sui Kingdom. He taught her the secret art of longevity, and her cultivation rose rapidly. Now she was already in the 6th level of the cave state. If Lin Shui in the Cliff Academy was a piece of jade that had yet to be tested and polished, Then Li Zhongying was a piece of jade that had already taken shape, sparkling and translucent both inside and outside. For Qi refinement warriors, the difference between 5, 6 and 90 was huge. For martial artists, the difference between 3, 4, 6 or 7 was huge. Seeing that Yu Lu was right in front of his eyes, Li Zhongying first made a concealment gesture, then took a few steps back, 2 fingers together, and placed them in front of his chest, like a sword cultivator making a sword stance. It was a simple gesture, but after Li Zhongying used it, it vaguely had the demeanor of a master, giving people the feeling that it was open and aboveboard. Not only that, in the library, wisps of light green qi suddenly came to life, like a fish in water, and crazily rushed towards Li Zhongying. The 6th level of the cave state was the opening of the door of the cave state. It was the opening of the acupoints to take in qi, and it began to absorb reiki from the heaven and earth. The 365 acupoints in the human body were like 365 natural caves and blessed lands. This was also why people said that man was the leader of all creatures. Why did all the demons in the world sharpen their minds and first change into human form before continuing to cultivate? The reason was this. Excluding the 7 acupoints that were naturally opened at birth, men only needed to open 9 acupoints to enter the next level. Women, however, needed to open 12 acupoints to advance. Many female cultivators didn't have a high level of cultivation, and there were relatively few people at the end of the middle 5 levels because many people were blocked at this level. However, fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. Once a woman opened more acupoints in this level, she would gain more benefits in the middle 5 levels. Li Zhongying said softly, "Raise the array." Following the voice of this academy sage, crystal-clear unsheathed swords appeared around the young man, circling in a circle of different heights. Dozens of sword qi slowly rotated. These 3 feet green peaks were formed by Li Zhongying's reiki. Even though they had yet to materialize, they were already awe-inspiring and intimidating. Yu Lu's response was simple and domineering, his fist moving in a straight line, like a cavalry cutting through the array. Li Zhongying dismissed it with a smile, 2 fingers pointing at Yu Lu. The 3 sword qi in front of her slanted, wanting to use the tip of the sword to contend against the tall youth. Yu Lu, who had previously revealed his 4th level of cultivation, suddenly sped up, 1 step shattering the bricks on the ground, his fist breaking through the air. The sword qi instantly shattered. The 3 sword qi didn't even have time to display their power before they were smashed by Yu Lu's 3 punches while changing the array. Li Zhongying's heart moved slightly, moving sideways a few steps, still neither fast nor slow. As she moved, she was filled with the casual elegance of a Confucian scholar. At the same time, the remaining sword qi also formed a formation beside her. Yu Lu's leg whipped towards her. All the sword qi exploded on Li Zhongying's left side at the same time. The air rippled, causing Li Zhongying's vision to blur, as if she was facing a poor copper mirror used by commoners. Li Zhongying was a little annoyed. Why did this Yu Lu have to be so ruthless and overbearing? Li Zhongying snorted coldly, using the gang steps in a small space. Before that swift and fierce whipping leg swept towards her shoulder, she had already changed her position, arriving at the place where Yu Lu had started. The 2 of them had reversed their positions. Yu Lu, who had spun around in the air, his sea of qi sank and he landed on the ground instantly. With a tap of his toes, he flew forward like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, silent. His speed was so fast that it was beyond imagination, to the extent that Li Zhongying wanted to borrow qi from heaven and earth had become an extravagant hope. She could only temporarily use the spirit qi in her body, no longer avoiding the sharp edge. Instead of retreating, she advanced, punching towards that unrelenting tall youth with both fists. Although she was a qi refinement warrior, the current Li Zhongying's aura was like a rainbow. Whether it was her killing aura or her sturdy physique, it was completely not inferior to the full-force attack of a pure martial artist of level 4 or 5. Li Zhongying first used the sword cultivator's means to defend, then used the Taoist ground shrinking technique to shift, and then directly used the military school's techniques to face the enemy head-on. It was an eye-opener. The way she walked, it was as if she had gathered the strengths of 100 schools of thought, smelted in a furnace. She was very ambitious and had very high aspirations. The 2 simple and unadorned fists collided, fists colliding with fists. There was only a loud sound in the air. Yu Lu did not move. Li Zhongying retreated a few steps, her arms drooping, her face slightly pale, her face full of disbelief. Yu Lu continued to close in, showing no signs of stopping while he was ahead. An old sigh sounded in the library. It was not close to the place where the 2 were fighting, a full 200 feet away, separated by many bookshelves starting from a wall. Then a snow-white sword light lit up, the 3 feet white light rushed forward, bypassing a row of bookshelves. After flying along the corridor, it bypassed the bookshelves again, passing by Li Zhangying's side as fast as lightning, heading straight for Yu Lu. The tall youth did not stop. At the critical moment, he leaned to the side, dodging the white rainbow flying sword, and continued to run forward in a strange posture. There was a hint of anger in the old voice. Still not stopping? The 3 feet white rainbow light that brushed past the tall youth paused slightly. It did not turn the sword tip, and just used the sword hilt as the sword tip, flying backwards. It was clear that the elderly sword cultivator hiding in the dark knew that even if he was skilled in controlling the sword to his heart's content, once he turned the flying sword around, the delay of this short period of time was still extremely likely to hinder the opportunity, causing that scholar from the Great Sway to truly be injured. Therefore he did not care about paying attention to any sword technique style. The flying sword swept towards the tall youth's back with an even faster speed. Yu Lu leapt up, 1 foot stepping on the bookshelf on the right, borrowing the momentum to move forward, not only dodging the sharp flying sword coming straight at him from behind, he also smashed a fist towards Li Zhangying's head. After the sword cultivator decisively attacked, Li Zhangying was already prepared for the worst, silently reciting a line from the Confucian classics from the Sage of Rites. The moment Yu Lu stepped on the bookshelf in this floor of the library, many bookshelves trembled slightly at the same time, scattered in all directions. From all the ancient books that recorded the teachings of the sage, a string of white words flew out, instantly arriving. The words were big or small, written in regular script, seal script or running script. In an instant they all came in front of Li Zhangying. Finally, in front of Li Zhangying, it turned into a stream of words, flowing slowly, shining brightly. Although the stream was small, it emitted a sacred and vast aura. The tall youth who was rapidly falling from the sky, his expression was normal and still punched her head. He directly broke the stream. One punch broke the stream in half, smashing all the words into pieces. Yu Lu's kick landed on Li Zhangying's abdomen. Li Zhangying, who was recognized as the #1 student in the academy in terms of knowledge and cultivation, was sent flying several feet away, falling into the aisle between 2 rows of bookshelves. After landing on the ground, she still slid more than 10 feet, enough to show the strength of this kick. A gray-robed old man appeared beside Li Zhangying. The flying sword that returned without any results, hovered near the old man's shoulder. The tip of the sword pointed at the murderer across the aisle. The old man squatted down, his face panicked, and hurriedly took Li Zhangying's pulse. The injury was not light, but fortunately there was no danger to her life. But the young sage who fell to the ground was a rising star, a talent that even the central officials of the Great Sway Kingdom had to treat with respect, the future of the Great Sway Kingdom without any doubt. He could not help but raise his head to glare at the tall youth. How can you be so vicious at such a young age? Do you know? The old man quickly stopped scolding. Because the tall youth was still moving forward slowly, even if he had hurt someone, even if the old man had appeared, he still had no intention of stopping. Yu Lu shook his wrist, his sleeves swaying slightly, then he continued to fold his sleeves with both hands, strolling leisurely in the aisle, smiling. The reason is that Li Huai has not found the clay figurine, that Li Baoping heard the insults, and that the person who should apologize did not even make a fart. Yu Lu paused slightly, seeming to walk slowly, but in fact the distance between them was closing at an extremely fast speed. It is not because of Li Zhangying's understatement, the so-called not to fight based on personal feelings, of course. It is not because of Senior C viewing realm, this flying sword that always comes late, 1 step behind. The old man was so angry at the tall youth's shameless provocation that his beard and hair stood up. He hurriedly fed Li Zhangying an elixir, then stood up, laughing out of anger. Good, 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 this old man wants to see if you can still reason when you are lying on the ground later. Yu Lu smiled and shook his head. I lost, of course I won't say a word of nonsense. When the time comes, there will naturally be a guy who will reason for me. Well, maybe it will be a little late, who asked him to temporarily not be here. As the old man stood up, the flying sword also slowly rose, continuing to hover beside the shoulder of the famous sword practitioner of the Great Sway Kingdom. However, the old man still seemed to be worried about Li Zhangying, looking down, full of melancholy. The youth's fist technique was extremely strange. At first, Li Zhangying did not seem to have hurt her bones and vitality, and even the old man did not think it was a serious injury. However, after feeding her the high-grade elixir, he saw the real mystery. Li Zhangying's sea of qi did not slow down, but showed signs of becoming more and more turbulent and uncontrollable. It was extremely dangerous for the seawater to flow backward. It was difficult to cultivate the cave realm of qi cultivators, and even more difficult to consolidate. Because once the enlightenment was decided, it meant that the body's aperture acupoints had to accept the external Reiki, but it also formed a dangerous situation of seawater flowing backward, because the external Reiki had to be absorbed from the countless chaotic chi activities of heaven and earth. The enlightenment was like the battlefield of the secular world. The defending side gave up the only advantage and took the initiative to open the door to meet the enemy, which was easy to be defeated by the powerful enemy. Once the seawater flowed backward, the body's aperture acupoints and meridians were like towns and roads, sinking into a deep flood, barren land, and unable to recover from the setback. Therefore, the cave realm was the real first threshold on the path of cultivation. It was even more difficult than breaking through the lower 5 realms to the 6th realm. Many cultivators, especially the unorthodox ones and the chi cultivators of small sects who did not have any backing, were afraid that if they failed to reach the cave realm, they would completely lose their foundation to become immortals. Therefore, they had been staying in the last realm of the lower 5 realms. Cultivation went against the natural law and went against the current. Especially the word, against the current, it was really full of bumps and sorrows. The old man was the secret bodyguard of the great Sui kingdom sent by the imperial court to Li Zhangying. If Li Zhangying's realm was damaged and her future was ruined, he would be the first to blame. Yulu smiled and asked, "Senior, are you in a dilemma? Do you want to save Li Zhangying first or beat me down?" The old man was so angry that his teeth itched. The question of the tall young man was like hitting the weak spot of a snake, which made the old man who was used to storms even angrier. He was a chi cultivator of the sea viewing realm, and also a sword cultivator. The two words, sea viewing, came from the meaning of, I climb the tower to view the rivers, and when I enter the sea, it will be in my arms. The Reiki of heaven and earth began to expand the meridians of the human body, like the rivers that eventually entered the sea, and like the official road that expanded the post house in the human world, the Reiki gradually condensed and sublimated, and began to nourish the body, thus allowing the cultivator to prolong his life. Ordinary chi cultivators of this realm could live up to 100 years old. A sword cultivator of the sea-viewing realm, in the Aquarius continent, was already worthy of the reputation of a sword master. In the Great Sui Kingdom, even the high-ranking officials of the 6 ministries, such as the assistant ministers of the 6 ministries, may not be escorted by a sword cultivator of this realm when they leave the capital. He took a deep breath. The old man made up his mind to end the battle quickly, within 3 moves to determine the winner. Since Senior does not know how to choose, I will help Senior to choose. And the tall young man was even more arrogant and unreasonable. Still with the annoying smile and voice, he accumulated power and took 3 steps forward, each step more shocking than the previous. The bricks and stones were stepped on to make cracking sounds. You don't know if you should fight. Yulu will force you to fight, so straightforward. The old man's pupils shrank, his heart moved. He saw that the tall young man's aura was not weak to begin with, but now it was a step further. His spirit was majestic, as if there was an ancient killing god spirit in it. Even the old man's face showed a touch of horror. A martial artist of the 6th realm? The 15th realm of the chi cultivator and the 9th realm of martial arts, a battle between a chi cultivator and a pure martial artist of this same realm, excluding the sword cultivator and the military cultivator. If one were to exclude some of the chi cultivator's heaven-defying treasures, then there was almost no suspense to the outcome. There were even martial artists of a lower realm who were seriously injured or even beaten to death, and chi cultivators of a higher realm. But although the old man was shocked, he was not afraid at all. Because he was an experienced sword cultivator with many years of accumulation, he was at the 7th level of the chi cultivator realm, the sea viewing realm. If he did not leave a way out and insisted on killing, even if he was facing a martial artist of the 6th realm, it was really just one move. So the old man sneered, "If you want to die, I will not really let you die because of the rules of the academy, but let you only have half of your life left, no harm." The tall young man who rushed forward seemed to be fighting to the death, but in fact, his eyes were playful, and he said in his heart, "I beg you to be more powerful." Abandoning the official road, Qin Pingan brought the 2 children to cross the mountains together. To be precise, the little boy in green showed his huge true body of more than 100 feet and carried Qin Pingan across the mountains and rivers. An unexpected surprise was that Qin Pingan discovered that he could also practice the Hanshan manual on the back of the water snake. In the beginning he often slipped and walked incongruously. Over time, Qin Pingan could make the water snake deliberately shake its body and still walk as if it was flat ground. The girl in pink was not qualified to ride the water snake. She could only carry the book box and run at the side, clapping and cheering for her master. On this day Qin Ping and found a mountaintop to rest. The three of them gathered around the bonfire, and the green-clothed little boy began to nag again. "Master, you're not young anymore. Do you want to take in a few concubines, beautiful maids, or servant girls?" Qin Pingan put his hands close to the bonfire, and the light of the fire shone on his dark face. He shook his head and said, "No." The little boy in green reached into the bonfire, and the water snake grabbed a wisp of flame and then extinguished it little by little, making a crisp sound like soybeans collapsing. "What? Master, don't worry, not only do they not accept betrothal gifts, they are also willing to bring their own rich dowry. Master, are you not tempted by this kind of business?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "I am not tempted." The little boy in green was confused. He extinguished a wisp of flame and grabbed another one. "Why?" Qin Pingan smiled and did not speak. The little boy in green clicked his tongue and said, "Master, you have a girl you like." Qin Pingan glared at him. The little boy in green whispered, "Master, it is not shameful for you to like girls, but it is scary to like men." All of a sudden, his face was full of splendor. He pretended to be coy as he said, "Master, you see, I actually have delicate features." Qin Pingan's scalp went numb and he waved his hand and ordered, "Disappear." As the little boy in green ran into the distance, he said fiercely to the girl in pink, "Silly girl, did you secretly bring any rouge or powder? Lend it to me." Qin Pingan reached out and held his forehead. These days were tough. Later on, as usual, Qin Pingan looked for the little boy in green to spar with him and train his body. Even though the little boy in green did not behave in a proper manner, he was more than enough to deal with Qin Pingan, who was at the second realm of martial arts. Even if Qin Pingan's realm was much higher than that of ordinary martial artists, Qin Pingan's punches on the little boy in green did not hurt him at all. On the other hand, his punches would cause a landslide if they landed on Qin Pingan. At first, the little boy in green did not control his strength well and caused Qin Pingan to be sent flying far away, crashing into a tree as thick as a thigh. The little boy in green was so scared that he thought that he was definitely going to die. However, after Qin Pingan recovered, he still wanted the little boy to continue punching him. Today, Qin Pingan had just formed a fist stance and had not really punched, but the little boy in green was already rolling on the ground dozens of times. The little boy in green stood up and patted the dust off his body, praising, "Master, your punches are so ferocious. It's so scary." The girl in pink squatted in the distance, watching with her mouth agape. She had heard that the Imperial River Tyrant was violent, simple-minded, and had a high cultivation level. However, she had not heard that he was such a shameless person. Qin Pingan was used to it and sighed, saying seriously, "Stop fooling around." The green-robed child immediately stood on one leg like a golden rooster. He waved his hands wildly and made a strange sound from his mouth. Qin Pingan's face darkened and he turned back to sit by the fire. The little boy in green rushed back to his side in a fluster and smiled apologetically, "Master, don't be angry. I'll be serious later." Qin Pingan waved his hand, "It has nothing to do with you. I'm just thinking about something and can't calm down." The little boy in green replied, "We'll talk about it after you calm down." Late at night, Cliff Academy at the foot of Mount Donghua, a young man in white started to climb the mountain slowly, sighing constantly. A voice quietly sounded in his mind, "What are you doing here?" Chui Dong said unhappily, "My master has something to do and I'm here to help." 167. Yesterday, 5,500 words. You said it was not a big chapter. Today let's have a big one. A tall old man with a mahogany ruler on his waist stood at Wenjingtang halfway up the mountain. He was taking a nap with his eyes closed. After His Majesty came to Donghua Mountain, all the spies and secret agents had been removed. Even a 10th state chi cultivator was hidden near Donghua Mountain and could not easily set foot in the academy. This was the Great Sui Kingdom's respect for the Cliff Academy, or it could be said that the Great Sui Kingdom's emperor trusted Mao Xiaodong. In Wenjingtang, incense was burning to worship the three saints of the Cliff Academy. The one in the middle was naturally the Holy Master, who was worshipped by all the Confucian students in the world. Then there was the Sage of Literature, who deliberately hid his identity on the statue, and the first master of the academy, Qi Jingchun. The young man in white handed in the customs documents at the gate of the academy at the foot of the mountain. He walked all the way here and stuck his head out to look at the hall. He stood outside the door and said angrily, "Mao Xiaodong, are you trying to disgust me or do you want to set me up? If I'm not satisfied, I'll leave right now and never come back to this mountain to be an eyesore to you again." Mao Xiaodong still closed his eyes and said indifferently, "You can either go in and offer incense or clear things up." Otherwise, as long as I look at you, I'll be your grandson. Chui Dong sat on the door. Even if you're willing to be my grandson, it depends on whether I accept you or not. Tsk, I don't know who was the one who learned to play chess from me and played for 10,000 years. In the end, I gave him 2 pieces, but he was still beaten by me until his face turned pale and his hands trembled. He couldn't wait to play chess and delay for 100 years. Mao Xiaodong said indifferently, Go is just a small path. Chui Dong sneered, Go is a number, even a small number? Well, who doesn't know that you, Mao Xiaodong, are among the group of untalented registered disciples? Your knowledge is sparse, but you respect your teacher the most. You serve the old Xiucai better than your own father. How can you start to advocate the principles of other schools' sages? Especially this saint, who is the old Xiucai's sworn enemy. Why, you learn from me in Go and also in life. Mao Xiaodong, who had been resting with his eyes closed, sneered, I'll talk nonsense with you again. I'm your son. Chui Dong rolled his eyes. I came to Donghua Mountain because I have no home to return to. I'm just staying here temporarily. You, Mao Xiaodong, are now the hill master of the academy. You can just turn a blind eye to it. If you don't want to see me, then don't see me. If you don't see me, then don't worry. Mao Xiaodong sneered. You're such a greedy person. I'm afraid that in a few days, the academy will be destroyed by the Great Sui Kingdom because of you. If you want to compete with the Great Sui Kingdom, I won't stop you. But don't think about messing around in Donghua Mountain. The academy is the academy. It's a place for moral knowledge. It's not a place where you, Chui Dong, can do whatever you want and not wipe your ass. Chui Dong frowned. Didn't you receive my secret letter? Is the one with the chess piece in it? Mao Xiaodong nodded. Yes, I did. But I didn't open it. I threw it into the stove and washed my hands. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to pick up the chopsticks to eat. His words were harsh, but Chui Dong wasn't angry at all. He stood up and came to the tall old man. He said with a smile, Xiaodong, I'm not here for any plan. I just want to study hard, bask in the sun, play chess with you, and take care of the kids from Liju Cave Heaven. Mao Xiaodong laughed. Believe you? Then I'm your ancestor. Chui Dong was a little confused. He pointed to his nose and said, What's wrong with being my ancestor? Is it a bad thing? How much advantage do you have? Mao Xiaodong twitched his mouth. If I were your ancestor, I would be so angry that I couldn't even close my coffin lid. Of course, I don't want to be your ancestor. Chui Dong said angrily, Mao Xiaodong. You're almost there. The tall old man closed his eyes and shook his head. No. Chui Dong pointed at Mao Xiaodong. You want to fight? Mao Xiaodong suddenly opened his eyes. His aura was shocking, like an angry Vajra in a temple. Fighting is good. Back in Dali I couldn't beat you. Now I'll fight you with one hand. Chui Dong blinked. You're my grandson now. It's not appropriate for a grandson to fight his grandfather, right? Mao Xiaodong reached out and pressed the ruler at his waist. After I beat you to death, I'll burn incense for you. Chui Dong quickly stretched out a hand. Stop. The old scholar and Qi Jingchun both want me to pass a message to you. Listen to them first. Mao Xiaodong narrowed his eyes. His murderous aura was very strong. It was even stronger than when he opened his eyes. Be careful. These are your last words. Chui Dong's lips moved slightly. After listening to his thoughts, Mao Xiaodong stared at the young man in white who was only at level 5, especially Chui Dong's eyes. The reason why people's eyes were said to be favored by spiritual qi was that if one's state of mind was like a lake, then one's eyes would be like the mouth of a deep well. If one's body was righteous, then one's spirit would be clear. If one's heart was evil, then one's eyes would be turbid. If Mao Xiaodong had met Chui Dong, the imperial tutor of Dali, in the old Cliff Academy in Dali, then Mao Xiaodong wouldn't have done anything unnecessary. The difference between their realms was like heaven and earth. No matter how long he looked, he wouldn't be able to see through Ming Tang. But now that the situation was reversed, it was Mao Xiaodong who was superior in terms of cultivation. Of course it would be useful. Most importantly, they used to be in the same sage vein so he could see more clearly. Mao Xiaodong retracted his gaze and strode away. Chui Dong smiled and asked, Where are you going? Don't you want to chat? Mao Xiaodong snorted and said, Hurry up and wash your eyes or you'll go blind. Chui Dong stretched out his hand and flicked his lapel, complacently saying, My youthful appearance is indeed devastatingly beautiful. Mao Xiaodong stopped and was about to turn around and hit him. After all, the old man had wanted to kill this bastard who deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors for a long time. A faint golden light swept out of Chui Dong's sleeve, ready to strike. he said in shock. Are you really going to hit him? The scholarly sage persuades people with virtue, and a gentleman persuades people with reason. Although you, Mao Xiaodong, have been implicated by your sect and are only a sage now, there's no such thing as rolling up your sleeves and fighting. Mao Xiaodong strode away. Cui Dong quickly followed with his hands behind his back, looking extraordinarily elegant. He kept pestering, "How's Li Baoping and the others studying here? Did they cause chaos in the academy?" Mao Xiaodong said in a bad mood, "Yes." Cui Dong's face was gloomy. "Don't tell me someone wants to kill the chicken to warn the monkey?" Mao Xiaodong sneered and said, "I thought it was imperial tutors secretly doing mischief, trying to drive a wedge between the academy and the Great Sui Kingdom, to embarrass the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom and completely destroy the heritage of the Cliff Academy." Cui Dong was a little embarrassed. He raised his arm and scratched his head. He laughed dryly and said, "The old guys in the capital can do this kind of thing, but I won't. I always put myself in their shoes and do good to others. I've changed. Oh no, I've changed for a long time." Mao Xiaodong sighed and looked up at the pavilion at the top of Donghua Mountain. He said in a soft but firm voice, "Cui Dong, if you dare to do anything harmful to the academy next time I'll kill you." Cui Dong didn't take it to heart at all. "Whatever, as long as you're happy. First tell me what's going on. Now I'm more miserable than you. I'm not lying to you. Who in the world dares to compare with me? Xiaodong, whenever you're in a bad mood I can tell you. I'm sure you'll be in a good mood. But remember to bring a few jugs of wine. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom is not stingy. He'll definitely reward you with good wine." Mao Xiaodong glanced at the young man in white strangely. He shook his head and continued to walk. Then he roughly explained the situation. Especially the last battle in the library. Yu Lu fought against two people alone. In the end both sides were injured. The three of them went in together. A young sage in the cave-dwelling state, an old sword practitioner in the sea-viewing state, and a tall young man at the peak of the sixth state of martial arts. In the end they all came out together. This time even Deputy Hill Master Mao Xiaodong couldn't suppress this big news. That night, the minister of the Ministry of Rights of the Great Sui Kingdom, who was dressed in official uniform, and the 10th state cultivator who was hiding near Mount Donghua, went up the mountain together. However, Mao Xiaodong only said this to the three of them. He would give an explanation to the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom. As for the others, no matter if they were vassals or ministers, they had no right to criticize the academy. The three of them actually didn't have the slightest intention of denouncing Mao Xiaodong when they went up the mountain. However, Mao Xiaodong was still unreasonable and his attitude was extremely tough. The 10th state chi cultivator was about to take action on the spot. Fortunately, he was stopped by the heavenly official of the Ministry of Rights. They quickly went down the mountain and entered the palace to meet the emperor. The old sword practitioner and Li Zhangying were added to the team. They could already walk, but their complexions were terrible, as if they hadn't recovered from a serious illness. Finally Mao Xiaodong asked, "What identity are you using to stay here?" Cui Dong said without hesitation, "If you read my secret letter, you will know the identities of Yu Lu and Xie Lingyue. I can reveal one of them. For example, Xie Lingyue from the top sect of the Lu dynasty, I can reveal myself as her senior. If it's Yu Lu, then I'm one of the hidden gatekeepers of the Lu Palace. Don't worry, I've already prepared for both identities. It's watertight." Mao Xiaodong was still worried. He said worriedly, "The spies of the Great Sui Kingdom are no worse than those of Dali. Moreover, the Great Sui Kingdom and the Lu dynasty have been friends for generations." Cui Dong's words silenced the tall old man. "Who am I?" When the two of them parted, Mao Xiaodong couldn't help but scold, "Who are you?" "You're my son." Cui Shi let out a sigh and cheerfully called out, "Father." Mao Xiaodong was stunned. He gritted his teeth angrily and disappeared in a flash. Cui Dong shouted, "Where do those kids live? Father, tell me." In the dead of night, no one responded. Cui Dong rolled his eyes. "I'll knock on every door and find them myself. Who's afraid of who?" In the Wenjing Tang, Mao Xiaodong returned and stood in the hall. After offering 3 incense sticks, he said sadly, "Teacher, senior brother, I don't understand why you're doing this. I know that no matter what, I can't compare to the two of you. Since you're doing this, you must have your own considerations, but—" The tall old man said with tears on his weathered face. He said sadly, "But I just don't feel happy." Of course, Cui Shi wasn't stupid enough to knock on each door one by one. With a tap of his toes, he leaped onto the roof of a school building. Looking around, he saw that there were still lights in several places, so he leaped towards the nearest one. He tiptoed and leaned against the window. Before he could see the person's face, he could already hear the sound of water splashing. Cui Shi unhurriedly poked through the window paper. Sure enough, he saw a picture of a beauty bathing. Unfortunately, the woman's figure was really unbearable to look at. After Cui Shi felt that his dog eyes had gone blind, the girl standing in the bucket inside the house screamed. Cui Dong didn't leave. He stood there and complained, "What are you doing? I'm the one who's at a disadvantage, okay?" With a bang, water splashed on the window. It turned out that a water ladle had hit him. Cui Dong had already left rubbing his eyes. He muttered, "My eyes hurt." Behind him there were shrill screams. The lights in the nearby schools were lit up. Cui Dong relied on his memory and searched through each school. Finally he found the people who wanted to leave. Coincidentally, Li Huai, Li Baoping, Lin Shui and Yu Lu were all there. Yu Lu was lying on his side on the bed. Although his face was pale, he was in good spirits. Li Huai sat at the head of the bed. He looked down at the straw sandals on his feet. He had a lot on his mind. Li Baoping and Lin Shui sat opposite each other at the table. They were reading books. Cui Dong pushed the door open and laughed. "Are you happy? Are you surprised?" Li Baoping was stunned for a moment. She was overjoyed. "Where's youngest martial uncle?" Cui Dong stepped over the threshold and kicked the door shut. He sat on the stool between Li Baoping and Lin Shui. He rolled his eyes and said, "Teacher didn't come. I'm all alone." Li Baoping got up and ran to the door. She opened the door and looked around for a long time. She didn't see youngest martial uncle. Only then did she weakly return to her seat and lay on the table. Lin Shui put down the cloud gem book. He carefully tied it up with the golden thread. He put it away. He wanted to say something but stopped. Cui Dong poured himself a cup of tea. He drank it in one gulp. He waved his hand and said, "I know what happened." He smiled at Lin Shui and said, "Call thank you over. Tell him that his young master needs someone to serve him tea." Lin Shui hesitated. Cui Dong said anxiously, "What? You secretly like thank you? Are you afraid that I'll ask her to warm the bed tonight? Are you blind or am I blind?" Lin Shui got up helplessly and left to call thank you. Cui Dong looked at the sickly Li Huai and said with a smile, "Li Huai, don't be sad. Qin Pingan heard about this and praised you. He said that you are brave and responsible. He said that you are a good man." The child suddenly raised his head. "Really?" Li Huai's face immediately lit up with joy and he grinned. Li Baoping sneered. "Are you stupid? Youngest martial uncle left the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom for so long. How could he know about the recent events of the academy? And would youngest martial uncle praise someone like that?" Li Baoping raised her head. "At most he would smile. That's good enough. At most he would give you a thumbs up." The little girl suddenly straightened her back and crossed her arms. "Youngest martial uncle saved all his praises for me." Li Huai was a little sad. He hesitated for a long time and lowered his head as if he was talking to the pair of straw sandals. "Should I move in with Lin Shui?" Li Baoping turned her head. "Li Huai, why are you still so cowardly? What right do you have to move it? If anything, it should be those three fellows." The little girl suddenly lowered her head and leaned on the table again. "Forget it. I'm not qualified to say this." Yu Lu got up with difficulty. Li Huai quickly helped him. Yu Lu leaned against the wall and sat cross-legged. He said apologetically, "I can't welcome young master." Cui Dong ignored the tall boy and looked at the simple decorations in the school. After a moment of silence he said to Li Baoping, "Li Huai is right to move here. It has nothing to do with cowardice. Li Huai continuing to stay there is the worst plan. Moving here is the second best plan. Moving to Li Zhongying School is the best plan." At this time Lin Shui came back with Xie. After Lin Shui sat down, the tan girl saw Cui Dong and was clearly filled with fear. She only dared to stand at the door. Li Baoping was puzzled. "Why is it the best plan?" "I know. What do you mean by the worst plan?" Cui Dong spun the white porcelain teacup with his fingers and slowly said, "Stealing and humiliating Li Huai are normal behaviors of children who don't know any better. Moreover, young people are hot-blooded and the most unreasonable. You haven't come into contact with the real Jianghu. Those hot-blooded youths can kill an entire family without saying a word. After that, they are caught and beheaded by the authorities. Guess what will happen to them? On the execution ground, even if the executioner is already staring at their necks and thinking about how to cut them, those people are still proud and unrepentant. Do you think they are afraid of death? They don't show mercy when they kill and they don't bow when they are killed. They are just that powerful." Li Huai listened attentively. He only wondered if these people's brains were damaged. Are there really such unreasonable people in the world? Chui Shi smiled and said, therefore even if those children admit their mistakes and get their buttocks beaten up by their parents, they might one day feel so angry that they can't be appeased. They might hold back their anger and say a few malicious words to other people, saying that you are the son of a duke or a marquis. How can you face the spirits of your ancestors in heaven with such grievances? You are the descendant of the founding fathers of the Great Sui Kingdom. Your family's portrait of your ancestors is still hanging in the Great Sui Kingdom's Purple Heaven Pavilion. Yu Lu nodded slightly. As the crown prince of the Lu dynasty, he was no stranger to this. Perhaps he was the one who understood Chui Dong's words the most among everyone in the room. Chui Dong chuckled and continued. Then they think that's right. If we are so cowardly in our own territory, how will we survive in the future? Won't we drag our family down and become the laughingstock of the capital? So one night they took a knife and slit Li Huai's neck open. Perhaps those 3 aristocratic young masters who eat and drink won't be able to act like wanderers who are about to die and still feel that they are heroes. However, when it really comes to that point, Li Huai is already dead. Whether they regret it or not, whether they are scared to the point of peeing their pants, is there any meaning? Li Huai listened with a pale face. Yu Lu reached out and patted the child's shoulder to comfort him. The child turned his head, but the smile on his face was uglier than crying. Chui Dong put down his teacup and lightly tapped the table. As for those who are really affected by their emotions, there are bound to be many intertwined conflicts of interest. Some people throw stones to find the way, some fan the flames, some fish in troubled waters. There are all kinds of things. But it doesn't matter. I'm here. Next, you all can focus on your studies. You don't have to worry about anything else. Everyone in the school had mixed feelings. Chui Dong laughed. What, you don't believe me? You don't believe that I have the ability, or you don't believe that I have such good intentions? If it's the former, you all can wait and see. If it's the latter, well, my husband, Qin Pingan, was worried that you all would be bullied, so he didn't really calm down. So he made a good deal with me and asked me to watch you all study at the academy. Now you should believe me, right? Chui Dong looked at Li Baoping. The true chivalrous spirit of the Jiang who never lies in temporary gratification. Then he looked at Lin Shuyi. The mountains are high and the rivers are flowing. There is still a long way to go. If you really feel uncomfortable making enemies in this life, then deal with the enemy first and then bully their children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Finally he looked at Li Huai. Remember, 100 years is never too long for a cultivator to take revenge or repay kindness. Chui Dong clapped his hands. Well, I finished my business. Chui Dong patted his head. By the way, little treasure, when my husband and I passed by a mountain, we were lucky and met a large group of mountain coaster carps that were moving. Then my husband heard that there might be a golden mountain coaster carp among 10,000 mountain coaster carps. My husband pulled me to squat on a tree stupidly and waited for more than 2 hours before he found a golden mountain coaster carp that was deliberately covered in mud. Li Baoping's eyes widened. She stood on the stool and then squatted down, as if she could be closer to her youngest uncle and the mountain coaster carp by doing so. Chui Shi shook his head and said, after he got down from the tree he struggled all the way and finally caught this rare crucian carp. He wanted to give it to you as soon as possible, but a mountain coaster carp can only leave the water for half a month at most. Even the one in his hand can only last for a month at most. If he told the people at the relay station the truth and begged them to keep it in the water for a period of time, Qin Pingan was really worried about the relay station. He was afraid that they would be tempted by the wealth and run away after giving it to you. He was worried that you would be happy for nothing, so he said that when he returned to your hometown, he would leave it with Li Shixing when he visited your brother to tell him that you were safe. Li Baoping's eyes lit up. There was no longer any trace of depression on her face. She suddenly became a young and inexperienced girl. Chui Dong sighed and said, Little Baoping, my master is so nice to you. He always remembers you when he has something good. I don't understand. My master is so stingy that he doesn't even put more oil or salt in the stew. Why doesn't he treat real treasures as treasures when he comes to you? He's not stupid. Okay. The little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket frowned and the corners of her mouth turned down. She was about to cry. Chui Dong hurriedly explained, Don't cry, don't cry. The mountain coaster carp can't be sent to the academy through the post house, but it can be sent by letter. Qin Pingan has written letters to all of you at the post house on the border of the Great Sui Kingdom. It will probably arrive here in 10 days or half a month. At that time, whether you cry or laugh depends on your mood. Chui Dong finally said helplessly, Qin Pingan also said that my student Chui Dong is a big bad guy. You can't trust him, but you can ask him for help if you encounter any problems. After Cui Dong said this, Li Baoping and the other two believed most of it. Even Yu Lu and Xie believed half of it. Li Huai followed Lin Shui to the dormitory to rest. Li Baoping went back to her room and parted ways with the two halfway. After the three left, Cui Dong waited for a while and drank a cup of tea. Then he left Yu Lu's room with Xie. The girl was nervous and carefully followed the boy in white. She was even more nervous than when she faced the general of the Great Sui Kingdom whose father died. Without the presence of Li Baoping and the other two, Cui Dong was expressionless. He didn't even turn his head and asked coldly, "Why didn't you attack Li Zhangying? Was it because you didn't dare or because you couldn't bear to?" Xie answered honestly, reporting to young master, "It was both." Cui Dong stopped and gave the girl a hard slap. "Eating and drinking for free all the way, and in the end you attacked the general of the Great Sui Kingdom whose father died? You're really something. If you're so good, why don't you go to heaven?" The girl with red and swollen cheeks gathered her courage and looked at Cui Dong. "I knew it was impossible, but I still did it. Why did I do it? Young master, tell me." Cui Dong slapped her again. "Because your life is worthless. It can't even compare to Li Huai's finger. In my eyes you're even more worthless." The girl's heart was filled with desolation. She bit her lips so hard that it bled. Cui Dong raised his arm and pretended to hit her. The girl was extremely afraid of him. She didn't dare to move, but she turned her head. Cui Shi laughed and retracted his hand. Finally, he slowly extended it and gently patted the young girl's cheek. "You're so scared of me? That's good. I thought we hadn't seen each other for a while, you shameless little bitch. Your wings have grown a bit." I'm both disappointed and gratified. The girl's expression was numb. Cui Dong continued to walk forward. Suddenly he said, "I can help you remove half of the dragon-trapping nails that are firmly nailed into your soul. Then you can quickly recover to the Immortal's Cave stage." Xie asked in a low voice, "Why?" Cui Dong didn't turn around. Without any warning he kicked her in the stomach. Caught unprepared, the girl almost fell backward. For a moment the pain was unbearable. Cui Dong said with a calm expression, "I just thought of a principle. I learned it from Qin Pingon. He, on the other hand, holds a copper coin in his hand. He can't wait to spend it like a tael of silver. Since you're a tael of silver, why should I spend it like a copper coin?" Some sparkling tears appeared in the girl's eyes. Copper coins, silver. This was a straightforward and vulgar way of saying it. Moreover, it was her entire life, tied to a copper coin and a tael of silver. Which cultivation genius that could enjoy a good reputation in the dynasty would not spend gold and silver in order to increase their cultivation level? It was calculated by the word, mountain. Cui Dong rubbed his chin as he walked, deep in thought. After coming to his senses, he turned his head and smiled brilliantly. "Do you want to tear off that face and show your true face? Young master is in a good mood today. It's rare for him to be so merciful. From now on your name will be changed back to Xie. How about it? Do you want to be grateful to your young master?" The girl, who had been beaten and scolded without fighting back, suddenly had courage from somewhere. She screamed, "No!" Cui Dong stopped and turned around. Looking at the dazed girl, he made a series of tsk. "You still know how to be embarrassed." The girl knelt on the ground with tears on her face. She sobbed intermittently, "Please don't do this, young master. I'm willing to continue to be an ordinary Xie. Don't tear off this face. Please, young master." Cui Dong stretched out two fingers. "Choose one. Tear off the face or make Xie Lingyue's identity public. You choose. Hurry up or I won't even leave you a choice." The girl slowly raised her head. At this moment, her mournful eyes were like a dying young deer. She said in a trembling voice, "I choose to change my name." Cui Dong shook his head. "See, I said you're a little bitch. You still don't want to admit it? What family of imperial tutor? It turns out that it's not as important as your face. Okay, soon you'll be Xie Lingyue of the Lu dynasty's #1 immortal mansion. Thank you. Hurry up and thank your young master." The girl said miserably, "Thank you, young master." Cui Dong quickly stepped forward and kicked the girl to the ground. He said angrily, "You should say thank you, young master." The girl lay on the ground, her shoulders trembling. Thank you, young master." Cui Dong rolled his eyes. "Boring. Go back by yourself." He went back the way he came and walked alone to Yu Lu's schoolhouse, leaving the sobbing girl alone there. But before leaving, Cui Dong left behind some strange words. Unfortunately, the girl didn't listen. Changing your name is equivalent to changing your fate. Xiaolingye will be lucky all the way. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Haha, to have a young master like me who spreads wealth, it's really your good fortune of 10 lifetimes. The girl sat there in a daze. She even forgot to wipe her tears. The night wind in winter was very cold. The wind rose from the end of the green duckweed. But no matter what, the wind blew here and there on the girl's side. When Cui Dong returned to the schoolhouse, Yu Lu was already sitting at the table. His face was rosy and full of energy. When he saw Cui Dong, he stood up with a smile. Forgive me, young master. Cui Dong said, sit. Seeing that you're much smarter than Xiaolingye, and that you're also more talented, I won't argue with you. Yu Lu sat down obediently. He even poured a cup of tea for Cui Dong. His movements were smooth and he didn't look like he was seriously injured and bedridden. Cui Dong took the cup and asked with a smile, tell me, why did you clean up the mess? Yu Lu sat there with his hands folded in his sleeves as if he was warming up. Because he was tall and the young man in white was much shorter than him, his shoulders drooped and he looked like he was curled up into a ball. He slowly said, the first reason is, of course, that I originally felt that there was no hope for me in life. But on the way to school I suddenly felt that something was very interesting. So on impulse I did it. The second reason is that stones from other mountains can be used to polish jade. Along the way I was a little dissatisfied. I always wanted to apply what I learned. But Qin Pingan's realm was too low, and young master was too arrogant. Those demons and monsters were all taken care of by Lin Shui. In fact, my cultivation wasn't enough. What should I do? I took this opportunity to use the Great Sui Kingdom Sword Cultivator as a whetstone for me to take a step forward on the path of martial arts. Anyway, living is boring. Looking at the scenery at a higher place won't hurt me. Cui Dong smiled. Stepping stone is more accurate. Yu Lu smiled and nodded. Young master is right. Cui Dong said, continue? Yu Lu thought for a moment. Cui Dong smiled and asked, why don't I help you? Yu Lu smiled bitterly. As long as I don't die, Qin Pingan will feel that he owes me a favor in the future. Yu Lu was a little nervous, but he didn't dare to think that he could get away with it. He could only bite the bullet and say, young master, you said that Xie and I are worlds apart from Qin Pingan in temperament, so we can't be his friends in this lifetime. I know that's most likely right, but I still don't believe it. Even if young master is standing in front of me right now, I'll still say the same disrespectful words. I'll try. If I can prove that young master is wrong, that would be the best. Yu Lu stood up and accepted his fate. I really didn't expect young master to come back. Please punish me. Cui Dong reached out and pressed him down. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. You did very well. I'm more than happy to have a servant like you. What's there to punish? Yu Lu sat down graciously. This was probably the biggest difference between him and Xie. That girl was just as smart, but she wanted a lot of things that she might not be able to obtain in her lifetime. On the other hand, this tall young man was able to let go of anything. The things he wanted to pick up were never too heavy, and it never had anything to do with Cui Dong's overall situation, so he was more relaxed. Dali Imperial tutor Cui Dong was known to be very good at chess. Yu Lu and Xie interacted with the white-clothed youth day and night, but in reality they were constantly chatting with each other. Xie played chess too hard, making Cui sure feel that he was impossibly stupid. He couldn't even be bothered to bat an eyelid. Yu Lu was like showing off his cleverness in small, insignificant places, playing a few moves that Cui Dong was already tired of. This made Cui Dong nod and feel that it was okay. Xie's burden was too heavy and she was too far-sighted. In fact, she was very tenacious and respectable. However, she had just escaped from Dali's control and became Cui Dong's puppet. This was her great misfortune. Yu Lu, on the other hand, could see clearly the subtle hearts of the people around him. He didn't ask for much but lived a relaxed life. The golden autumn, that was shaped like an ear of wheat, flew out of Cui Dong's sleeve and spun rapidly around the lamp. Yu Lu's expression didn't change. He smiled and asked, young master, aren't you afraid of your identity being exposed by walking into the academy like this? Cui Dong carefully stared at the flying sword and said softly, kill to stop killing and evil to control evil. Do you understand? Yu Lu nodded. Cui sure continued to stare at the golden trajectory of the flying sword. Because it was flying too fast, the speed at which the sword chi dissipated was much slower than the speed at which it was formed. They intertwined together and finally formed a golden ball with that speck of flame in the center. Cui Dong said, it's the same principle. Give the Great Sui Kingdom a seemingly absurd reason. If 1 isn't enough, then 2. As long as it doesn't happen more than 3 times, 2 should be just right. Yu Lu hesitated and smiled bitterly. The first one. How about me? Chui Dong glanced at him. Have tender feelings for the fairer sex? Yu Lu sighed and said no more. Chui Dong smiled. You can see it clearly because it's too close. But you have to remember, a leaf can't see. You can only see all the veins of a leaf. Chui sure did not speak anymore. He closed his eyes and said something that surprised Yu Lu. If I can really see through the deepest and most subtle part of it, that would also be very good. It couldn't be any better. You have to know that this is actually one of my daos. Yu Lu seemed to be completely unable to understand, so he didn't think much about it. Chui Dong stood up and silently left the school. After Chui Dong left for a long time, Yu Lu reached out a hand from his sleeve. He looked down and saw that his palm was sweaty. The Dali imperial tutor once joked that the three major forces in the world that had already established their own sects all had their own principles. It was nothing more than the highest level of Taoism, the most extensive of rules, and the most profound of Buddhism. Then this was extremely small. It was called a leaf can't see. If someone really and thoroughly saw this leaf, would it really be a leaf that was blinded? Yu Lu suddenly raised an arm and pressed the back of his hand against his forehead. His face was full of pain as he murmured, "Don't think about it. Don't think about it first." Chui Dong came to the Wenjing Tang that he wouldn't enter even if he was beaten to death. He directly stepped over the threshold and picked up an incense stick. It was just an incense stick and not the usual three. He held the incense stick in one hand and twisted the head of the stick with the other hand, instantly lighting it up. Chui Dong didn't look at the holy master. He looked at Qi Jingquan's portrait and finally shifted his gaze to the portrait of the old scholar. He held the incense stick to his forehead with both hands and prayed in his heart. Then he opened his eyes. Chui Dong didn't have the slightest sincerity of someone who burned incense. He inserted the incense stick in his hand into the incense burner on the altar and raised his head. He smiled at the portrait and said, "Old man, I'm just borrowing it from you. Don't be too stingy. It's not much, just the third level. Only the third level, and it's only useful in Donghua Mountain. That's fine. I'm already at the 5th level of cultivation. From this, it can be seen that I, Chui Dong, have learned a lot from the teacher you arranged for me, right? Now that the disciple of your favorite disciple is in trouble, and I've been entrusted with an important task by my own teacher, it wouldn't be right if you don't do something, right?" Chui Dong waited patiently. There was no movement. After the incense in the incense burner was lit, it didn't burn down at all. Chui Dong scolded loudly, "Old man, you really don't care about me at all? Even saying Qi Jingquan's name doesn't work? What kind of teacher are you? Old bastard, hey, did you hear me? I'm scolding you. You're really heartless." It was useless. Chui Dong was anxious. Finally, he closed his eyes again and tried to repeat it. Only this time he added the names Qin Pingon and Li Baoping. After a while, the incense stick in the incense burner burned out at an extremely fast speed. Chui Dong was silent. He turned and left with a sullen face. The moment Chui Dong stepped over the door, he was already at the 9th realm of Qi Refinement Warrior. It was 4 realms higher than Chui Dong's 8th realm, the Dragon Gate realm, which was what he had asked for. Instead, it was the Golden Elixir realm, which was only after becoming a Golden Elixir can one be considered as one of us. Chui Dong stood outside the door and stopped in his tracks. He looked up at the sky, lost in thought. Soon, Chui Dong regained his cynical expression. He made a gesture of poking his own eyes and continued walking. "I, Chui Dong, was blind to have acknowledged you as my teacher. From today onwards, my name is Chui Dong Shan, and I'm Qin Pingin's student." Suddenly, a heart-wrenching, soul-piercing pain came from his palm. Chui Dong was in so much pain that he jumped up on the spot. Then he hopped all the way and ran far away. He finally stopped when he reached the top of the mountain. Chui Dong gasped and shivered all over. He shook his arms hard on the spot. This made the academy student who could not sleep last night and came to the top of the mountain to enjoy the scenery dumbfounded. He wondered if this guy had epilepsy. Chui Dong grimaced and said angrily to the blind guy, "Go away or I'll *ck your mother." He did not expect that this ordinary-looking guy was also a ruthless person who was willing to sacrifice himself to kill 1,000 enemies. He died long ago. Chui Dong was just about to slap this little bastard to death when a tall old man appeared at the top of the mountain. The academy student quickly bowed to the old man and ran down the mountain. Chui Dong said angrily, "Mao, what's this bastard's name? Where does he live?" Mao Xiaodong looked at Chui Dong and observed his temperament. After figuring out his strength, he walked down the mountain with a straight face. When he passed by Chui Dong he said coldly, "In that case you'd better stay in the academy. I Mao Xiaodong will pinch my nose and endure the smell of feces. Don't forget that this is the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. Think twice before you act." Chui Dong flew to the branch of the 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree. After looking around he fixed his eyes on a quiet house near Donghua Mountain and began to curse. "That old bastard called Kai Jingshin. Yes, I'm calling you. Come and acknowledge your ancestors. Today I'm going to talk to you about the family rules and ancestral teachings. Take a bath and change your clothes. Kowtow and listen to the teachings." Mao Xiaodong took a deep breath and quickened his pace down the mountain. The white-clothed youth was still cursing. "Grandson Kai Jingshin, don't be a coward. Hurry up and go home, call your son and grandson and come kowtow to the ancestor. Hurry up, the ancestor is waiting here." In the house near Donghua Mountain, a rainbow light burst out from the ground and rose to the same height as the peak of Donghua Mountain. A burly figure roared angrily, "You're courting death." The young man in white replied in an even louder voice, "The ancestor is looking for a son of a bitch here. He's not courting death." The burly old man roared, "Get out here." After the old man rose to the sky, with Donghua Mountain as the center, more and more lights lit up around them. The young man in white laughed in front of everyone and said, "Good grandson, get in here quickly." The old man seemed to be shocked by the words of the little lunatic and was stunned for a while. The young man in white took advantage of the situation and said, "Damn it, who gave you the guts to bully my disciple? Kai Jingshin, hurry up and chop yourself to death with a knife. Remember to chop with sincerity and show the elegance of a cultivator of the 10th realm. Then I'll take it that you've admitted your mistake. Maybe I can even let bygones be bygones." The burly old man who was famous in the Great Sui Kingdom roared angrily, his voice echoing through a radius of 10 miles. "Mao Xiaodong. If your academy doesn't care about this lunatic, I, Kai Jingshin, will help you. You just need to collect the corpse. I'll take responsibility for His Majesty." The old man stood in the wind and faced the Cliff Academy. He took a heavy step forward, raised his arm and finally made a throwing gesture. A snow-white spear intertwined with lightning whizzed out and pierced the ginkgo tree at the peak of Donghua Mountain. The young man in white laughed. "Good, my good grandson finally knows how to show filial piety to your ancestor. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Grandson Kai Jingshin will accept the ancestor's gift." The lightning spear shot towards the big tree at the peak of the mountain and quickly entered the sky above the academy. Although the new Cliff Academy was no longer one of the 72 academies of the Confucian school, it still had Mao Xiaodong as its overseer. To a large extent, it had the geographical advantage of a small world of saints. However, it was unknown whether the academy felt that they were in the wrong or Mao Xiaodong didn't want to be Kai Jingshin's enemy, but he didn't hesitate to withdraw the defense of the academy, allowing the two people on the mountain to engage in a fair and just fight. On the side of the ginkgo tree, there was also a tiny golden light that exploded in the sky. Compared to the huge lightning spear that was 20 feet long and imposing, that golden light was really small and negligible. However, the layman watched for the excitement, while the expert watched for the skill. As the golden light flew out of the mountain peak and met the lightning spear, many experts who had originally looked down on it began to be really careful and attentive. As the pocket-sized flying sword pierced through the air, it left a trail behind it. Around it, extremely dim cracks appeared. This was a collision between a legendary object and the long river of time. The flying sword's speed, the toughness of its material, and the richness of the sword intent contained within, all three were indispensable. At this level, the natal flying sword was said to be able to cut through all things with a flash of sword light. As expected, the lightning spear that was more probing than a fatal strike was instantly shattered by the golden light. Lightning splashed in all directions in the air, like a gorgeous rain of fire. Kai Jingshin laughed nastily. "You still have some skill, come again." This time the old man finally let loose, and the lightning spears rapidly swept towards Mount Donghua. The golden sword light then emitted a brilliant brilliance, drawing out brilliant streaks of fireflies outside the mountain peak. Chui Dong sat cross-legged on a high branch of the ginkgo tree, leisurely, holding a square imperial jade seal in his hand. Chui Dong did not have the slightest excitement of a great battle. Instead, he seemed a little lazy and bored and sneered in his heart. "I don't have many teachers, only one at the moment. Not many senior or junior brothers are interested in me, not many close friends in my life, not many beauties, but I have a lot of magic treasures." That night was really exciting and full of ups and downs. In the end, almost half of the people in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom were awakened. They put on their clothes and went out. They either looked at Mount Donghua in the distance in the courtyard or climbed up trees, walls, or even roofs. The long fight between the immortals was very enjoyable to watch, especially the children who were all overjoyed, and only regretted that they did not have enough melon seeds and pastries at home. The two immortals fought from the middle of the night until dawn. Almost all the officials who had not slept the night before went to attend the court meeting with dispirited expressions. After the event, an expert did a rough calculation. The white-robed immortal of unknown origin, other than the golden flying sword at the beginning, had as many as 26 magic treasures that appeared after that. All of them were brilliant and of amazing quality. He really did not use the same magic treasures every time he attacked. Some busybodies in the capital had already secretly respectfully called him the ancestor of the Kai family. The wealthy family in the capital where Kai Jingshan was from top to bottom, seemed to have really just acknowledged an ancestor of their family. No one had the nerve to go out the next day. On the same day, Li Huai received the small clay figurine that had been missing for a long time, as well as the late apology of his original 3 roommates. At that moment, the timid child, who was actually the 7-year-old Li Huai, did not cry tears of joy, nor did he mutter. The child just missed his parents and sister. Li Baoping, Lin Shui, Yu Lu, Xie, and the white-robed young man who called himself Cui Dongshan. The child thanked them one by one. Lin Shui went to the library again. The child was the only one left in the school. This was the first time he skipped class. Although he was not good at studying, no matter what grievances he had suffered before, even if he was beaten black and blue, the child never missed classes. But today, Li Huai squatted outside the school and did not go to class. Instead, he gently wrote the name of his family with a branch under the warm winter sun. The child did not cry this time. In the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, a group of 3 people dressed shabbily asked for directions and slowly walked to the Cliff Academy. A woman with a plump figure but shrewish eyes slapped her husband's head angrily after her daughter asked for directions again in the Great Sui Kingdom's official language. Useless thing. When we reach the academy, just stay at the foot of the mountain. Don't embarrass our son. The short-statured good-for-nothing man was carrying a large backpack. It was rare for him to be a little stubborn as he retorted to his wife, "It's better to meet them. We brought a lot of food for our son. It's very tiring for you to carry them up the mountain." The woman was furious. She put her hands on her hips and scolded, "Li, that's all you can do. Well, both of us are ruthless enough to leave just like that. You're a big man, yet you want to see your son before you leave?" The woman stretched out her hand and pinched the man's waist. After a long time there was no movement. She could only give up. "You're full of muscles and strength. You only know how to bully me at night." The man laughed. The woman kicked him and said flirtatiously, "Stupid." Beside the man and woman, there was a slim and graceful girl. She ignored her parents' flirting and smiled gently. She was happy to be able to see her naughty brother soon. The woman's eyes suddenly turned red. "I don't know if Huai has gained weight or lost weight. Please don't bully him. As his mother, I don't dare to scold people here." The man was silent out of habit. The man, who was an enigmatic man whose parents did not pay much attention to the name, finally looked in the direction of the academy and grinned. "Bully my son? Oh, if there really is, then I, Li, will go and meet that hero. It's not a big deal." 168. Alliance had once teased Li Huai that the little brat was a coward. Li Huai had most likely learned this from his mother. They had not even reached Donghua Mountain, and they had only seen the archway of the Cliff Academy, but the woman had already begun to feel afraid. She no longer had the arrogance that she had when she was invincible in the streets of her hometown. Her husband, on the other hand, was still walking with firm steps, as if he was going up the mountain or down the river. Her daughter, Li Lu, was not bad either. She asked for directions and thanked her when needed. Even the people of the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom, who were known for their arrogance in the northern part of the Aquarius continent, showed the greatest kindness to such a beautiful and gentle girl. Although Cliff Academy had moved out of Great Li and was stripped of its title as one of the 72 academies of Confucianism, its vitality was greatly damaged. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. In Great Sui, it was still a holy land in the hearts of countless scholars and students. Moreover, there was nothing wrong with the way the academy treated people. Although the 3 of them were dressed shabbily and smelled of mud, they were very polite and considerate when they heard that they were the relatives of the students of the academy. Someone personally led them to the residence of the academy, which was specially used for guests from afar. They settled down first and then brought them to the private hall to find Li Huai. After learning that Li Huai was absent from class today, they went to Lin Shuyi's dormitory. As expected, they saw the child fiddling with the branches on the ground. The reason why they were able to come here directly was because of Li Huai and the other two children. After all, they were the direct disciples of Saint Qi, the original hill master. Recently there had been such a big disturbance. Almost everyone knew about the activities of Li Huai and the others in the academy, such as their personalities, morals, knowledge, and where they lived. For most of the teachers of the academy who were not in power, they were still indifferent to this matter. They did not have any obvious good or bad feelings. More of them paid no attention to outside matters and only focused on teaching the sage. When Li Huai heard the shout and raised his head, he saw the three familiar figures. He was a little confused and thought that he was dreaming. He rubbed his eyes fiercely, threw away the branch, stood up and ran all the way. He first bowed to the smiling academy teacher to express his gratitude. Then he raised his head to look at his parents and sister. His eyes were red and he could not speak. When his parents were not by his side, he felt wronged and felt that it was nothing. But when his parents really appeared, he felt wronged. However, Li Huai was a person who had traveled thousands of miles. Even though he was young, he had seen countless mountains and rivers with Chen Pingan. From late spring to early winter, he knew how to control over his emotions, and was not as noisy as he was in the small town. He was not as noisy as he was in the small town, and he was not as he was of a small town. He was not as he was in the small town. Father on. The teacher left with a smile and did not delay the family reunion. After the polite teacher left, the woman suddenly felt relieved. She hugged Li Huai and choked with sobs. Why is my Huai so dark and thin? Oh my heart and liver are about to break. It's all your father's fault. He is a grown man, but he suddenly said that he was worried about you. He was afraid that you had no money to eat and that no one would take care of you when you were sick. The three of us thought about it and decided to come to the academy to see you. The short and sturdy man was like a piece of black hard iron. At this time he was carrying a small mountain of luggage. He scratched his head and said awkwardly, I just said that I didn't know if Huai could eat a drumstick in the academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. Your mother and sister both cried. No matter how I persuaded them, it was useless. Then the woman who was exposed squatted on the ground and turned to glare at her man. Go away, go away. You talk too much. If you don't want to see Huai, go to the foot of the mountain and stay there by yourself. The man smiled foolishly. Of course he did not move. The woman squatted on the ground and touched her precious son's head and thin arms. She said with pity, Why are you so thin? Did you not eat enough and sleep well? Li Huai was immediately full of heroic spirit. He grinned and said, I eat well and sleep well. I'm very good. Mother, let me tell you, this time I came to the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom to study. I followed Qin Pingan and walked all the way here. We walked a long way, thousands of miles. From our hometown we first walked to Chiduan Mountain, Red Candle Town, Shihua River, Yefu Pass at the border, and then through Huangting country. Do you see? The child took a step back and raised his foot. Straw sandals. Qin Pingan made them for me. They are strong and comfortable. I wanted to learn them myself, but Qin Pingan didn't let me. Mother, guess how many pairs of straw sandals I changed into? As soon as this question was thrown out, the woman was completely overwhelmed. She burst into tears. Her daughter, Li Lu, quickly squatted down and gently held her mother's hand. Li Huai was also a little panicked. He did not know how this made his mother sad. The mischievous child quickly put away the straw sandals. His eyes rolled and an idea came to him. He said loudly, Mother, let's go to the house. I'll show you something good. When they arrived at Lin Shuyi's house, Li Huai put the small green bamboo book box on the table with a bang. He copied Li Baoping and crossed his arms over his chest. He glanced at his sister, Li Lu, and then copied the young man in white with a mole between his eyebrows. He said proudly, What do you think of my little book box? Does it look good? Are you envious? Li Huai was still unwilling to give up. He skillfully carried the small bookcase on his back. The child, who was wearing straw sandals and carrying a bamboo box, walked one round around the table. Li Lu felt distressed and amused at the same time. She hurriedly helped him take down the bookcase and put it back on the table. Tears gently swirled in her eyes, but there was a gentle smile on her pink oval-shaped face. It was the unique smile of a delicate girl, like the warmth of the spring river. The man suddenly asked, You weren't bullied on the way here, right? Li Huai shook his head and said with a smile, No. When the woman heard this, she became angry. So what if our son was bullied? Look at you. When our son was wronged in our hometown, it was me, his mother, who scolded him back. What could you do? The man shrunk his neck and said in a low voice, Isn't that in our hometown? Most of our neighbors are not bad. We can't hurt each other. In the end it's you who is in trouble. The woman slammed the table. You still dare to talk back? Lier, do you want a rebel? Or do you think that after going out, you've learned a lot and want to abandon your family and change your wife to a young and beautiful wife? The man said helplessly, How can that be? The woman was furious. That's because you have evil intentions but no guts. You know that other women look down on you. Last time we met that long-legged demoness. She was dressed in gaudy clothes. One look and you could tell that she wasn't from a decent family. Didn't you peek? What a disgrace. That bitch doesn't even have 2 tails of meat on her chest. How dare she compete with me in terms of looks? The man wanted to say something but stopped. He squatted on the ground and sighed. That old witch on the mountain looked quite young. In fact, she was 700 to 800 years old. In any case, she was considered a demon cultivator who had achieved the Tao in the 9th realm. If I didn't look at her and let her know the severity of the situation, she would have killed and eaten meat. If you two weren't by my side, I would have killed her with a punch. But how could he dare to tell his wife about these foul things? The man squatted on the ground. He had forgotten to take off his luggage, so it was like he was leaning against a small mountain. The woman roared, Hurry up and take out the things. What? Can't bear to give it to your son? Leave it for the vixen outside. Lier hurriedly got up and opened his luggage. He piled a pile of food, clothes, and books on the table. Li Huai asked curiously, Our family is so rich? The woman smiled and explained, Your father is a fool with a fool's fortune. On this long trip, your father found some herbs and sold them. They were worth a lot of money. This is the first time mother has seen gold. It's golden and shiny. Just looking at it makes one's heart happy. Now mother has saved up some money, but don't think about it. It's to help you find a wife in the future. Li Huai looked at his sister who had been sitting silently at the side. Let's use it as my sister's dowry first. I'm not in a hurry. The woman said angrily, A married daughter is like spilled water. She was born to lose money. Why should we give it to her? The girl was used to it and wasn't angry at all. She had a good temper since she was young. She took after her father in this aspect. She wasn't like Li Huai at all. The family of 4 depended on each other. The son was like the mother and the daughter was like the father. It was quite interesting. Li Huai shook his head and said, Mother, if you're like this, even if my sister marries into a good family in the future, she will still be bullied. You're lucky to find an honest person like my father who will listen to you. Otherwise, if you're really bullied by my father, do you think you can rely on your family? That's adding more anger on top of anger. It's enough to make you sick. Mother, am I right? The woman choked and couldn't say half a word. The girl pursed her lips and secretly smiled. The woman stretched out her finger and gently poked her son's forehead. She said resentfully, Oh, you've grown up. You're not speaking up for your mother anymore? Li Huai chuckled and turned his head to look at his sister beside him. He said with a naughty smile, Li Lu, this time when I went out, I helped you find a few brothers-in-law. The girl blinked her limpid eyes and seemed to be a little dazed. The woman slapped her son's head and said angrily, How can you say that? Your sister can only marry one. Of course, if she doesn't marry well and can't bear to be bullied, then she can get a divorce and change. However, there's no such thing as a woman marrying many husbands. Li Huai said with a naughty smile, Li Lu, I'm living with Lin Shuyi now. The woman asked doubtfully, That Lin Shuyi whose father is an official in the construction supervision office? Li Huai nodded and said, That's him. He's the one who stole my sister from Dong Shuijing. He's very powerful now and he's very good to me. I used to hate him when we were at school in my hometown. Now I realize that he's actually a very good person. It's just that his temper is a little cold and he's not very patient. He can't be compared to my future martial uncle, Qin Pingan. The girl was silent. The woman made an oh sound and asked with a smile, You keep talking about Qin Pingan. Who is he? Was it because his family was richer? Don't tell me you helped your sister choose a brothers-in-law? Li Huai shook his head and said, Qin Pingan? He's one of my best friends just like Alliot's. However, he's not my brothers-in-law. His age is just right, but Li Lu isn't worthy of him. The woman slapped him again and said, What do you mean Li Lu isn't worthy of him? How can you say that about your sister? What's wrong with your sister? She's good-looking and has a good temper. At first glance, you can tell that she's a good daughter-in-law who's good at taking care of her husband and children. It's obvious that she won't lose out no matter who she marries. The man sat across from him with a strange expression. Li Huai said, nonsense. In all seriousness, I'm telling you the truth. Look at my sister. Her looks are not bad. As for her family background, sigh, it hurts our relationship. Speaking of this, the child smiled and said, but it's not up to us to decide who our parents are. Besides, our family is poor, but our parents are very good. Qin Pingan once took a dump on the mountain with me. The two of us chatted casually. Qin Pingan said that his parents died early, so he asked me to remember your kindness. At first, I didn't think much about it. I just thought that he couldn't take a dump and was trying to find something to talk about. Later, when I walked with Qin Pingan, I realized that he was telling the truth. Let me tell you, my relationship with Qin Pingan is very good. You know that I'm afraid of ghosts the most. At night, when I can't hold it in, I must drag Qin Pingan with me. He never said that I'm annoying. Really, he doesn't even think that I'm annoying in his heart. My sister isn't worthy of such a person. The woman snorted and said, accompanying you to take a dump and pee is a great person. Li Huai began to count with his fingers. In addition to this, Qin Pingan also made a small bookcase for me, woven straw sandals, cooked and washed clothes for me, and helped me take care of my donkey. When I caught a cold, he ran dozens of miles on the mountain road in the middle of the night to pick herbs and boil them for me. He spent money to buy books for me, gave me jade hairpins, taught me how to fight, and told me that I must be filial to my parents in the future. When something happened, he didn't scold me. Instead, he helped me by standing in front of me and beating those bad guys. I can't even count them. The woman was stunned. The man looked at his son, who was so energetic that he felt like a stranger. He sighed, but more than that, he was happy. The woman smiled and took out a pair of 1,000-layer cloth shoes. Your sister sewed this for you. It's definitely more comfortable than wearing straw sandals. Li Huai sighed. The woman was puzzled and asked, what's wrong? Li Huai looked at his mother with a sorrowful gaze. Why didn't you give birth to another elder sister? If she was born prettier, I could give her to Qin Pingan. Then, in the future, if I want to call him brother-in-law, I can call him junior martial uncle. The woman twisted her son's ear. How can there be a person who insults his own sister like you? I'm so angry. The girl smiled until her crescent moon was squinted. She really liked this little brother who had been undisciplined and out of control since childhood. Moreover, she knew that no matter how this naughty little brother said bad things about her, Li Huai treated her very, very well. It was just that outsiders didn't know about it. Your family has 2 children. The daughter has talent and the son has good fortune. This was what her father's old master, Old Yang, said personally when he worked in the Yang family shop. Of course, there was actually half a sentence that the girl forgot after hearing it. There's also a shrew who curses the heavens, the earth, and the king of hell. It's your Li family's misfortune. Footsteps came from the door of the room. A handsome and cold youth appeared at the door. He stared blankly for a moment, then for the first time he blushed. Li Huai was eager to see the world plunged into chaos. He looked at Lin Shui and pointed at his elder sister as he laughed heartily. My elder sister, Li Lu, she came to be your wife. The woman found Lin Shui very pleasing to the eye. He was educated and reasonable. Not only was he the child of a rich family, he occasionally came to visit. Although he didn't speak much, he was very respectful to her and didn't despise her family for being poor. Moreover, the woman always had a good impression of scholars. She always felt that in the future, when she married her daughter, she must marry into a scholarly family. Even if her son-in-law's family didn't have money, it didn't matter. Li Huai stood on the bench and joked, Lin Shui, sit next to my sister. In the future we'll be family. The woman pinched the child, don't talk nonsense. Lin Shui took a deep breath. Of course he didn't dare to sit next to the girl. After politely greeting Li Huai's parents, he sat opposite the girl with a book in his arms. Compared to Lin Shui, who also liked his daughter, the man actually liked Dong Xuejing more. However, the man also felt that Lin Shui was not bad. It was just that he did not like Dong Xuejing. In this family, when Li Lu got married in the future, his words were the least important. He would be at the bottom. If his wife nodded, Li Huai approved, and Li Lu liked, he would be at the bottom. After that, they talked about the academy in Donghua Mountain. Knowing that Li Huai's parents were going to stay here for a few days, Lin Shui suggested to take them out for a walk. Li Huai was secretly happy. Oh, I'm going to be a son-in-law. His elder sister gently pinched his arm and his mother gave him a firm smack. The scenery of Donghua Mountain was very beautiful. They walked for almost 2 hours and they were only halfway up the mountain. After lunch, the 2 teachers from the academy took the initiative to visit Lin Shui's school. They were still polite and the woman finally felt relieved. After all, in her opinion, Qi Jingchun was just a poor teacher in a small town. He was a good person, but now that he was in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, how could a real scholar not have a temper? As his mother, she knew her son's temperament very well. She was really afraid that Li Huai would be regarded as a good-for-nothing eyesore by the teachers. Every day they would scold him or hit him with a plank. How could Li Huai stand it? While the family of four was chatting with the two teachers, the outsider, Lin Shui, sat quietly on the side. After going through this bigger storm, Li Huai's temperament changed a lot. He was much more mature and sensible. The girl seemed to have a demure temperament that would not change even after 1,000 or 10,000 years. She had a pair of very beautiful eyes. Lin Shui would never get tired of looking at her. Of course he would secretly look at her. Li Huai's mother was not so careless. She spoke softly, which was different from the small town. She even seemed uneasy. In this aspect, she was not as generous as her daughter. This was also the reason why Lin Shui liked the girl. The girl, Li Huai, did not go to school, but she would often go to school to pick up Li Huai from school. Even if she met the teacher, Qi Jingchun, the girl would still be neither servile nor overbearing. She treated people with a natural wisdom and elegance. The girl was polite and courteous to everyone, which gave Lin Shui a strange feeling that she was very close to him, but also very far away. At the same time, even if she was far away from him, he would feel that she was standing in his heart. That was why Lin Shui liked her very much. Even if he was just secretly looking at her like this, Lin Shui's mood would be especially calm and peaceful. He had seen many beautiful mountains and rivers, but as long as she was not there, they were not the best mountains and rivers. As for Li Huai's father, that wooden man, he was extremely polite to the two teachers. He could not wait to serve them tea and water. When he spoke, he always bent over. He was not tall to begin with, so he looked even shorter and more honest. Compared to his fidgety wife, he was even worse. He only knew how to persuade Li Huai's teachers to eat. But the problem was that although the two teachers were of average status in the academy, which teacher in the academy would be bad? The saint taught that one should never get tired of eating good food and not get tired of eating small things. The food on the table might not be too much. It was etiquette to eat a little, but how could one really eat until one's stomach was full? If it was in the past, Li Huai would feel embarrassed to see his father like this. But this time Li Huai did not. His father was not capable, but in this lifetime, his father had already given Li Huai everything he could. Now Li Huai felt that no matter what his father did, he would not be embarrassed. Chen Pingan, who was not willing to gossip with him, and Lin Shui, had taught Li Huai similar principles. Then, after so many things had happened along the way, Li Huai listened indifferently and more or less understood some things in his heart. Alliance had also unintentionally told Li Huai in private that if a rich person casually gave you 1,000 taels of silver, or if Chen Pingan gave you 10 taels of silver, who was kinder, you should weigh it carefully. If you were easily grateful to the former, it was fine because you had not grown up and did not know much, so it was not a big problem. But if you turned a blind eye to the latter, then you had no conscience at all and were stupid. Looking at the man who was busy and smiling foolishly, Li Huai suddenly felt a little sad, so he asked him to rest for a while. At first, the man felt that he was not particular, but after seeing his son's eyes, he realized that it was not the case. He smiled and stood aside. He wanted to squat down, but he seemed to feel that it was very vulgar. He quickly stood up halfway and saw his son making a face at him with his back facing the two teachers. The man laughed foolishly and rubbed his hands. He was indeed nervous when interacting with his son's teachers, but now it was much better. After chatting, the two teachers left. After all, there was still a class in the afternoon. The family of four, including Lin Shui, walked them out together. Li Huai had classes in the afternoon, but the child said that he would accompany his parents today. He promised that he would study harder and more attentively from tomorrow onwards. After all, books did not grow legs, and the knowledge in the teachers' stomachs could not escape. As long as he studied hard, he would definitely be able to get it back. But his parents would not stay in the academy for long, so he had to spend more time with them. These obedient and sensible words left the woman in a daze. She looked at the child's serious face and cried on the spot. Then she punched and kicked the man, complaining that he had to go so far away and leave her son here to suffer alone. In the face of these unexpected disasters, the man naturally accepted them without uttering a word. Lin Shui mustered up his courage and asked Li Lu in a low voice if she wanted to go to the library. He said that the library here was the richest in the Great Sui Kingdom. The girl smiled and shook her head, saying that she wanted to accompany her brother. For the rest of the afternoon, Li Huai played around at his parents' place. He did not forget to carry the small book box and mysteriously took out the painted puppet. He said that it was a treasure that he had kept for a long time, and then deliberately gave it to his sister with a distressed expression. Of course Li Lu did not want it. She just played with it in her hand for a while and then returned it to Li Huai. Li Huai asked her if she really did not want it. Li Lu nodded. Li Huai was a little depressed. He said that she had long hair and short eyes and did not know what was good for her. The girl touched her brother's head. Lin Shuyi was too embarrassed to stay here. He went to the library to read, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get into it. So he simply put down the book and stood by the window waiting for the sun to set. As dusk approached, Li Huai suddenly said that he wanted to talk to his father about something. The woman said that he couldn't talk about it in front of her. She couldn't have found a brother-in-law for Li Lu and a stepmother for his father, right? Li Huai laughed and said that his father had fallen into a pit and would not be able to climb out in this lifetime. The woman laughed and pretended to hit him. Seeing the adult and child walking to the door, the woman sighed and cried silently. Although the girl looked weak, she was not a sentimental person. But seeing her mother like this, Li Lu was also a little sad. They were not stupid and had not really suffered. Li Huai did not seem to have grown up overnight. It was just that he was a sensible child and did not want to talk about those unhappy things. Li Huai led the man out of the door. Not far from the door was a small lake. The two walked slowly along the lakeside path. Li Huai asked, "Father, is this Donghua mountain as big as the mountains you went to in your hometown?" The man laughed and said, "It's a little bigger and a little smaller." The answer was as boring as the man himself. Li Huai rolled his eyes and squatted by the lake. He picked up a stone and threw it into the lake. "Father, you are very good to my mother." The man was not good with words and did not know how to answer. Li Huai suddenly said in a low voice, "Father is also very good to me. I'm sorry for the past." The man squatted down and said softly, "How can a son apologize to his father? There is no need." The man quickly said with a bitter face, "You are making me nervous and uneasy." Li Huai grinned and turned to look at the man who had caused him to be looked down upon by his classmates in school. He said softly, "Father, I am timid. Do I take after you or my mother? Logically speaking, you dare to go to the mountains by yourself, but I don't. When I was with Qin Pingan, I didn't think much of it. After getting used to being at home, I felt that it was natural for anyone to be good to me. Now I know that this is not the case at all. There are many bad people out there. Although Qin Pingan does not like to talk, his personality is similar to yours. When it comes to who he is good to, he really wants to take out all the good things he has. He never says anything and only buries his head in work." When Li Huai said this, he felt a little sad. The only time Qin Pingan treated me better was when he promised to wear new clothes and change out of his straw sandals when we entered the academy together. Unfortunately, he didn't show up in the end and left secretly. I miss him very much. The man stretched out his rough and broad hand and gently placed it on the child's head. "You have grown up." Li Huai reached out and slapped the man's hand away. He said unhappily, "No, I was 7 when I left home. It is not the new year yet, so I am still 7 years old." The man folded his hands and placed them on his abdomen. He squatted and looked at the lake in a daze. Finally, he said guiltily, "Father is not very capable in this life. I did not let the 3 of you live a good life for half a day, especially because you were looked down upon by others. You were not happy studying." Father's heart. Li Huai waved his hand and interrupted the man's words. He said like an old man, "Father, I am not scolding you. How old are you? Why are you still talking about this nonsense?" The child was silent for a moment and lowered his head. "Father, actually I feel very sad when I see you like that in front of teacher." When the man heard his son's heartfelt words, he fiercely rubbed his cheeks. He always felt that he had let down such a sensible child. Li Huai finally stood up and said with a smile, "Father, these 2 days take mother and sister to walk around the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. Even if we can't afford good things, it is good to see. In the future, when I have some achievements in my studies, I will buy it for you. Let's go. Mother is timid. Without us by her side, she will definitely be worried." Li Huai said very seriously, "Father, in the future, you must be good to mother. Her temper is like that. Her words are not pleasant to hear, but you are a man. Alas, you must be more tolerant." The man nodded vigorously and stood up. However, he said that he wanted to stay alone for a while and look at the scenery. Li Huai jogged all the way back. He was jumping and skipping without any worries. It was obvious that he was still walking in a muddle-headed boxing stance. The man suddenly called out to his son. Li Huai turned around in the distance and wondered, "Father, what is it? Looking for the latrine?" The man gave him a thumbs up. "Good job. Do I need you to tell me?" The child rolled his eyes and ran away. After Li Huai left, the man shook his wrist, looked around and said in a deep voice, "Surname Chui, come out." A handsome white-clothed young man slowly walked out from behind a large tree and smiled apologetically. "Second Master Li, you've come. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. I'll declare in advance that I'm no longer the Dali dynasty's imperial preceptor, and I'm already Chui Dongshan. I can be considered to be half a senior brother of the same sect as your precious son, Li Huai." The man named Li Er was expressionless. "Just tell me what is going on. First, don't cut corners. Second, I can't guarantee that I won't kill you." The young man, Chui Dong or Chui Dongshan, carefully looked at the man. Looking at the pure martial artist who almost killed Song Jianqiang, the young man's mood was extremely complicated. He sighed and said, "Then let me tell you. At that time in Lizhu Cave, there was an earth-shattering battle between the peak of the 9 realms. After that, Song Jianqiang successfully broke through and entered the legendary 10 realms of martial arts. He became the second real ultimate grandmaster in the Eastern Bottle continent. The key was that Song Jianqiang was so young. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was like the sun in the sky. However, why could Song Jianqiang successfully break through the bottleneck at the age of 40? The outside world had no way to know. However, the breakthroughs after the 7 realms of martial arts were huge life-and-death situations. Almost all breakthroughs were made in life-and-death situations. This was already common knowledge in the world of martial arts. This meant that the whetstone, the opponent, was at least a peak expert who was on par with him. Why did Song Jianqiang ascend to the 10 realms, but Li Er, who clearly possessed it, did not? Why did old Yang make up his mind to do business with Song Jianqiang from the beginning? It must be known that once 2 pure martial artists at the peak of the 9 realms fought, it was bound to be an earth-shattering scene. In the end, no one could stop just because they wanted to. With old Yang's character of not acting until he saw a rabbit, why would he take the risk of Li Er killing Song Jianqiang and becoming the mortal enemy of the entire Dali dynasty? Why would he let Song Jianqiang be forced to accept this opportunity to break through? Chui Dongshan had always been curious about this. It was only when he saw Li Er's aura up close that Chui Dongshan understood. This was because Li Er's 9 realms foundation was more solid and robust than Song Jianqiang's. Therefore, for Li Er to ascend to the 10 realms, he needed more training. Once he succeeded, regardless of how talented Song Jianqiang was in the next life and death battle, he would most likely still lose to Li Er, who almost no one in the entire Eastern Bottle continent had heard of. Chui Dongshan recounted the recent twists and turns. From beginning to end, the man's expression did not change at all. Chui Dongshan smiled and said, "The Great Sui Kingdom has a deep foundation and cannot be underestimated. Don't mess around. Besides, I have already helped all the children and taught that 10 realms Qi refinement warrior, Kai Jingshan, a lesson. Their path to learning will be smooth sailing. With me taking care of them, there won't be any trouble." However, Chui Dongshan added fuel to the fire with ulterior motives. However, Li Huai's 3 roommates, those 3 rascals, have apologized and returned the items to Li Huai, but their elders are still not saying anything. This is not good. If you are really angry, you can talk to their family. The man glanced at him. The teenager in white hurriedly raised his hands and said bitterly, "All of this has nothing to do with me, Chui Dongshan. Even if it does, it has something to do with that imperial tutor in the capital. For example, I don't deny that you came to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom this time. It is very likely that it was him and old Yang's idea. Therefore, I am more aggrieved than anyone else. Now that my soul is separated, I may have to play chess with myself in the future. Don't you think I am miserable? Li Er, do you have the heart to attack me?" Li Er said impatiently, "Don't play this game with me. How you plan is your business. As long as you don't mess with me and my family, I don't care what you think. But now my son has been bullied to this extent. He has been bullied to the point that he doesn't even dare to say a word to his parents." The man spat out a mouthful of saliva. What a boring coward. He sneered and said, "F***ck the Great Sui Kingdom." Chui Dongshan felt uneasy. A pure martial artist at the peak of the 9th realm, especially a monster like Li Er who was alive and kicking in the Dragon Pro Grotto heaven, even if he stood still and let ordinary cultivators of the 10th realm attack him with their magical weapons, it would still take a long time. Li Er might be fine, but the Qi cultivator himself might be exhausted. The man strode to the top of the mountain. The teenager in white hurriedly followed behind him and asked curiously, What are you going to do? The man said, Go to the top of the mountain and look around. I found the palace of the Great Sui Kingdom. I will go there first. When I come back I will deal with that Kai Jingshan. These words sounded like he was going to the toilet first and washing his hands when he came back. 169. The group number is 20161655. If you are interested you can join the group to chat and discuss. You can also join the group for discussion. They arrived at the top of the mountain one after another. Mao Xiaodong stood outside the pavilion with a solemn expression. In the entire Eastern Treasure Bottle State, there were much fewer level 9 Qi Refinement Warriors than level 10 Qi Refinement Warriors. This was also the reason why Song Changjing and Dali was able to shake the mountains. Ninth State Warriors had almost refined their bodies to the extreme and were known to be invulnerable. Mao Xiaodong knew that it was not as exaggerated as the rumors said. After all, there were cultivators in the upper 5 states who were powerful enough to move mountains and overturn seas. However, just by looking at the vassal King Song Changjing who had ascended to the 8th realm, his several life and death battles with top cultivators were indeed worthy of this evaluation. After all, cultivators of the upper 5 realms who were like divine dragons hidden in the clouds were extremely rare. Cui Dongshan introduced with a smile, This is Mao Xiaodong. He used to be Qi Jingquan's junior brother. Now he is the deputy hill master who is in charge of Cliff Academy. Li Er did not even look at the tall old man with a ruler at his waist. After hearing this he immediately took the initiative to smile and said, Master Mao, I am Li Huai's father. The old man was surprised and so was Cui Dongshan. With Li Er's bad temper, even if he did not complain about Cliff Academy, he should have some resentment. After all, the academy did nothing in this crisis. It seemed to be neutral and fair, but it was actually a bit unreasonable. Not to mention Li Baoping and the others, even the students who followed Mao Xiaodong out of Dali did not understand why the old man did not speak up for justice and ask for an explanation from the imperial court of the Great Sui Kingdom. It was just like how Qi Jingquan, who was overseeing the Lizhu cave, was trapped in a hopeless situation with no possibility of leaving alive. Although the emperor of the Great Li Song clan didn't kick Qi Jingquan when she was down, he didn't dare to raise any objections to those forces either. After the incident, many scholars who graduated from the old Cliff Academy were extremely disappointed. Li Er smiled and said, In the small town Mr. Qi once asked me for a drink and mentioned Mr. Mao. If Mr. Qi approves of a scholar, then I think he must be a real scholar. So this time, I believe that Mr. Mao must have his own difficulties to manage such a big academy. I, Li Er, have never studied but I still understand this. It seemed that this rough man was not really a taciturn person when he was not at home. It was probably because there weren't many outsiders who could make him speak. As for Mao Xiaodong, it was obvious that he had benefited from his senior brother, Qi Jingquan. The tall old man sighed and said helplessly, You flatter me. After Li Erk finished speaking he began to look around. His sharp gaze surged like a tide, flowing with the current. Occasionally, a few waves surged up like rocks in the river, but soon they quickly quieted down with horror in their hearts, avoiding the sharpness of his gaze. A level 10 Qi cultivator named Kai Jingshan, who was closest to Donghua Mountain, was among them. Li Er found the magnificent building that occupied a vast area. It had red walls and green tiles and was filled with dragon qi. It was a typical royal style. Mao Xiaodong asked, Are you looking for someone to reason with? Li Er was ready to leave the mountain. After the old man spoke, he stopped circulating the qi in his body and nodded. Go directly to the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom. If he is easy to talk to, ask him to invite the Chu family of Nanxi, the Han family of Shangzhou State, and the Marquis of Huayuan. I'm not a bully. I can promise to let the best fighters from their respective families come forward. They can do whatever they want. The short and strong man's expression was calm and his tone was ordinary. Cui Dongshan was amazed. He was just here to watch the show. He was not afraid of being poked a hole in the sky. Mao Xiaodong felt a headache coming on. Just as he was about to say something, the man grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. If the Great Sui dynasty's emperor isn't easy to talk to, then it's even simpler. If he's reasonable, there's a reasonable way to fight. If he's unreasonable, there's an unreasonable way to fight. If I, Li Er, don't tear down half of the palace of the Great Sui Kingdom today, I will take the surname of the emperor of the Gao family. Cui Dongshan was full of evil ideas. He kindly reminded him, although the city protection formation in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom is good at defending against external attacks, it is mediocre against internal attacks. Its power is far less than that of Dali's Baek-Okkyung building, which is both offensive and defensive. But after all, this is the center of the territory of the Great Sui Kingdom. The palace is even more important. Even if you are a pure martial artist at the peak of the 9 states, once you are besieged, you may not be able to escape unscathed. Li Er twitched the corner of his mouth and stared at the young man in white with gloomy eyes. That's what I should be worried about. You don't have to talk to me. You are not my wife. She can talk to me in my pillow, but you are nothing. To be frank, I don't care about your *T plans, but that doesn't mean you can treat me as a fool. Chui Dongshan smiled and said, well, you take my kindness for granted. I don't care what you do when you are in a good mood. Li Er smiled and said, but I still have to trouble you to tell Li Huai that his father went out to buy something for the 3 of them and will return to the academy later. Mao Xiaodong said worriedly, slow down. To be honest, I do have an ulterior motive for this incident. I hope to take this opportunity to give the children an environment to study in peace. I don't want the conflict between Dali and the Great Sui Kingdom to affect the Cliff Academy and affect people's minds. I originally planned to go to the palace in person soon and make a final decision with the Emperor of the Gao family. Li Er waved his hand and said, sir, that's your academy's business. I don't care. My trip to the palace this time is my family's business. Anyway, I promised not to bring any trouble to the academy. You can rest assured about this. Mao Xiaodong smiled bitterly and said, to put it bluntly, the bigger the trouble you cause in the palace, the better for the academy. But it is too dangerous to break into the palace of a dynasty alone. If it is not necessary, you can't do it with brute force. If it is possible, let me, as the deputy hill master of the academy, go to the Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom and let him put pressure on those families. If you are still not satisfied by then, it is not too late to make a move. What do you think? Li Er shook his head and said, I appreciate your kindness. But I just said that this is my family's business. As the head of the family. Li Er hurriedly stopped and changed his words. As the man of the family and Li Huai's father, if I can solve the problem with my fists, I will solve it myself. I don't think so much. Mao Xiaodong had to give the young man in white a wink, hoping that this guy with a glib tongue would be able to deal with him and not make the situation awkward. Unfortunately, that guy was determined to sit on the mountain top and watch the situation unfold. The tall old man sighed and had to change the topic. He asked a question that he had been curious about. Qi Jingchun is teaching in a small town and facing a group of children all day long. How is it? Li Er was stunned for a moment. He probably did not expect the old man to ask this. He thought for a while and said, it's okay. Mr. Qi went to my house once. We didn't talk much, but I admire Mr. Qi very much. Even my wife, who is so shrewish. She is not easy to talk to, praised Mr. Qi. She joked that if she was 20 years younger, she would definitely remarry. Later on, she said that it was a pity that my daughter was too young. Speaking of such embarrassing things, the man laughed happily and added, I think that Li Huai is lucky to have a teacher like Mr. Qi. From this, it could be seen that Li Er admired the scholar Qi Jingchun from the bottom of his heart. That time, his wife was scratched until her face was covered in blood. That family was outside and happened to have an immortal on the mountain as their ancestor. Li Er was angry and secretly left Pearl Grotto Heaven behind his family's back. He went outside and fought from the foot of the mountain to the other party's ancestral hall. He destroyed it all the way, and even the ancestral hall was torn to pieces. In the end, the madman who did not say a word and did not even report his name left. That fight made half of the Aquarius continent speechless. After Li Er returned to the small town of Pearl Grotto Heaven, Qi Jingchun came to visit. Because if one wanted to leave Pearl Grotto Heaven, they had to get the permission of sage Qi Jingchun. As Li Huai's teacher, Li Er respected Qi Jingchun, so he greeted him in advance. After that, when Qi Jingchun came to visit, Li Er was actually a little at a loss. He was afraid that this teacher would have a bad impression of Li Huai. At that time there was some loose wine at home and it was very bad. Li Er did not have the nerve to take it out and embarrass himself. In the end, Qi Jingchun took the initiative to drink wine. The two of them had a bowl in the courtyard and sat on a small bench. The so-called table was actually a chair. On top of it was a plate of pickled vegetables and salted peanuts. Qi Jingchun talked about Li Huai's schoolwork and laughed. The strong draw their swords against the strong. You are very similar to a friend of mine. The man was not good at chatting. He said sullenly, I don't have a sword. Qi Jingchun drank a mouthful of wine and said, so the strong draw their swords against the strong? The man was really nervous at that time. It was not just because of the identity of the scholarly sage who was in charge of this place, nor was it because of his son's identity. It was because of his master's evaluation of him. He has the potential to establish a sect. Li Er's nervousness was not fear, but sincere admiration. The world was vast, and the higher one's cultivation in martial arts, the higher one's cultivation, the more one would realize how amazing some people at a higher level were. For these solitary and stalwart figures, even if Li Er was not afraid of anything, he was still willing to show enough respect. Therefore, Li Er could only say whatever was on his mind at that time. This is somewhat. I can't do anything when the children are fighting, but it's not difficult to find the ancestors behind them to talk. Qi Jingchun clinked his bowl with the man and asked with a smile, "How do you feel about this trip?" Li Er shook his head and said, "It's quite famous. It sounds like a lot of noise, but none of them can fight." Speaking of this, Li Er smiled embarrassedly and said, "The wine is not good. Mr. Qi, I'm sorry." Qi Jingchun, on the other hand, finished the inferior wine in her bowl in one gulp. She looked into the distant night sky with a dazed expression. She narrowed her eyes and smiled. "It's delicious. When I was young, I often drank this kind of wine, and my temper was much worse than yours." In the end, Li Er knew that even if Mr. Qi really wanted to drink, he deliberately left half a pot for him. He insisted on getting up and said to him, "I don't dare to say that I will teach Li Huai well, but I will definitely make him a good person. His temperament will not be worse than his father's. You can rest assured about this, Li Er." Li Er also got up and said, "Mr. Qi, that's enough." Li Er walked Qi Jingchun to the door of the house. The man in the scholar's robe walked alone in the alley. His back was lonely. The last time Li Er saw Mr. Qi, he was secretly hiding in the side room of the Yang family's shop. It was raining on the side street that day. At that time, Mr. Qi was holding an umbrella and walking side by side with someone. The umbrella was not big, and it was tilted to the young man from Clay Bottle Alley named Qin Pingon. The two of them chatted. The young man tilted his head sideways and said yes with a smile, while the old man tilted his head sideways and lowered his head, smiling. Li Er had never seen Mr. Qi so lonely. At this moment, on the top of Donghua Mountain in a foreign country, Li Er looked at the young man and the old man beside him, smiled and said, "There is no scholar in the world who can compare with Mr. Qi." Li Er thought of Qi Jingchun, Qin Pingon, and finally his son Li Huai. This man's chest was surging. He felt that some things needed to be said, but he could not say why. Since that was the case, he would fight. He did not know why, but he felt that he owed Mr. Qi half a pot of wine. He had to fight to his heart's content and then drink. Li Er's figure, which was not very tall, suddenly rose on the side of Donghua Mountain. He flew across half of the capital city in a huge arc and landed in the imperial palace of the Great Sui Kingdom. In the imperial palace of the Great Sui Kingdom, in the simple and elegant Yangxin house, the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom summoned the Minister of Rites again. He frowned and asked, "Is there still no news from the academy?" The short old man shook his head and said, "Elder Mao only said that he would give your majesty an explanation. He did not say when he would enter the palace." The elegant man in the dragon robe said helplessly, "The Great Sui Kingdom should give the academy an explanation. But if Elder Mao does not come, I can't ask the academy to come and seek justice." The short old man chose his words carefully. After he had prepared his draft, he weighed his words and said, "If the source of the conflict between Li Huai and the children in the schoolhouse was the conflict between the children, then it can be understood that the Great Sui dynasty was in the wrong first. After that, the big and small disturbances along the way were 50-50. In the end, the young man named Yu Lu did not have a sense of propriety in his actions. The key is that this young man is not only ruthless, but also scheming. According to the swordsman, Yu Lu attacked several times with the strength of a 4th state warrior, a 5th state warrior, and a 6th state warrior. After that, he always suppressed his 6th state warrior cultivation. In the last time, he attacked with a 7th state warrior cultivation and severely injured the swordsman. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom nodded. In fact, the official outside the door had already explained that the young man, Yu Lu, should be at the peak of the 6th state warrior cultivation. However, in the battle in the library, he used the sea-viewing swordsman as a whetstone and successfully broke through the realm. His foundation, talent, and will were undoubtedly the best. In the eyes of the man sitting on the dragon throne, the development of the people and things, no matter whether they were good or bad, was different from the trembling heavenly official of the Ministry of Rites. The old eunuch outside the door suddenly came to the side of the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom. The minister of the Ministry of Rights only saw a blur in front of him. He saw a red official standing in front of the Emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom without any regard for etiquette. The Emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom was just a little curious. He was not angry nor was he scared. Then the whole palace shook violently like a bull turning over. Someone asked loudly, "Where is the Emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom?" The Emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom stood up and asked with a smile, "This guy is really brave. How strong is he?" The old mink temple answered in a deep voice, "He is a ninth state warrior. He might not even be an ordinary ninth state warrior. He is extremely powerful." The Emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom nodded. Just like in our chess game, there are strong and weak ninth state warriors. The strong ninth and the weak ninth state warriors seem to be at the same level, but there is a big gap between them. Under the escort of the eunuch, one of the gatekeepers of the Great Sway Kingdom's capital, the man walked out of the Calming Heart house and said slowly, "There should be a 10th state warrior. But legend has it that in the White Emperor city of the Central Divine Continent, there is a big devil who claims to be a 10th state warrior. He even set up a flag on the top of the city, saying that Rao Tian is the first to play chess. Therefore, no dynasty dares to give the title of 10th state warrior. To be honest, there are many talented chess players in the Great Sway Kingdom, and they are the best in the Aquarius continent. But the Great Sway Kingdom does not dare to break this rule. I really want to go to the White Emperor city and see for myself." The eunuch said, "Let the experts in the palace test first. It will not be too late for your majesty to show up." The Emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom and Mink Temple had just walked out of the corridor when a white-haired Chi cultivator came to report the situation. In the square outside the Wuing Palace, a 7th-state warrior deputy commander of the Imperial Guards had been knocked out by that person with a punch. For the time being, no one dared to carry the deputy commander away. The three of them had walked more than 100 steps when a burly general in golden armor came to report. A Realm 10 Chi Refinement Grandmaster who guarded outside the palace all year round rushed into the palace. Just as he took out his Dharma treasure was smashed away by that person with one punch. He was sent flying out of the palace. Another punch sent that Grandmaster crashing into the city walls. This time he did not faint, but he was too weak to continue fighting. The Emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom grunted and asked, "Has the formation in the palace been activated?" The general in golden armor nodded and said, "It has been activated. It can be used at any time." The martial Dao Grandmasters and Great Chi cultivators in and out of the capital are now rushing to the palace. The Emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom asked, "Did that person take the initiative to attack?" The general shook his head and said, "No, he only said that he came to see your majesty. If we did not take the initiative to attack, he would just stand there and not move." The Emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom said to himself, "Don't do things more than 3 times. The eunuch in an official's robe smiled and said, "Your Majesty, don't bother about these things at this time. Let me go and meet him. If I still lose, your Majesty can just show yourself." The Emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom joked, "You are also people who walk the path of martial Dao. Don't lose too badly." The old eunuch had a high status. He had served the 3 emperors of the Great Sway Kingdom. He smiled and said, "Unless it is absolutely necessary, I will not borrow the dragon chi of the capital." The old eunuch tipped his toes and swept past the roof of a palace in an instant. In the air he touched the surface of the water like a dragonfly. He traveled with the wind, like an immortal wandering freely. In the martial arts world, the ascendant state, the 8th state, could hover in the void and travel with the wind. Hence there was a saying of the far travel state. In the eyes of the secular world, the peak state of the 9th state was the peak state. It meant that one had reached the end of the path of martial Dao. The strength of the physical body was even stronger than the golden body of Arhat of Buddhism. For Chi cultivators of the middle 5 states, except for the 10th state, once they were within 100 feet of them, they would almost certainly die if they did not have a high-grade magic treasure to protect themselves. The old eunuch in a red official's robe landed on the square outside the Wuing Palace. He was about 200 feet away from the ordinary-looking man. Before the appearance of the Great Martin Temple, a layer of golden light appeared on the ground, roof and walls of the entire palace. It was like golden flowing water. In the thin layer of golden water that covered the ground, an illusory image of a dragon appeared vaguely. It was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The formation of the Great Sway Kingdom's palace was called the Dragon Wall. The Great Sway Kingdom had been peaceful for a long time. The Dragon Wall had not been used for more than 100 years. When the formation was activated, the entire palace shone with golden light. The old eunuch who had personally experienced the tragic battle had mixed feelings. I didn't expect to meet again. The eunuch clasped one hand behind his back and put the other hand on his abdomen. Let's exchange 3 punches. If you win, you can see our emperor. Back in the Dragon Pro Grotto heaven, it was this man who carried the Dragon King basket and wanted to sell the golden carp inside to a young man. Then the old man and Prince Gao Xian intercepted 2 great opportunities on the way. At that time the man hid very well. With the suppression of the Dragon Pro Grotto heaven, the old man could not tell that he was a martial Dao grandmaster. The man was expressionless and did not try to get close to the eunuch. He said in a slightly awkward Aquarius language, "I'll let you hit me twice first." The old eunuch raised his eyebrows. Okay. The man didn't say anything else. He sank his chi into his dantian and didn't do anything. The square outside the Wu Ying Palace began to crack. The man was like a mountain standing in the Great Sui Dynasty's imperial palace. With him as the center, the golden light on the ground dimmed instantly. The old eunuch took a deep breath and began to take small steps forward. Every step he took became bigger and bigger. In the end, he covered 20 feet with his last step. His momentum was like a rainbow. When he arrived in front of the man, he punched his chest. There was a loud bang. It rang through the palace like a great bell. A golden Jiao dragon that was originally swimming on the ground of Wu Ying Palace was hit by this majestic and turbulent aura. It instantly rolled back in the layer of golden flowing water and curled up in the corner of the high wall in the distance, motionless and dead. The man took 3 or 4 steps back and said indifferently, "One more punch." The old eunuch did not say a word. His bright red robe fluttered. He took a step forward and shouted angrily. He punched again, this time on the man's forehead. This punch, whether it was a punch or a hit on the man's forehead, was silent. But in the palace of the Great Sui Kingdom, countless palace guards and court ladies suffered a huge impact. The former had a foundation of cultivation, so they only felt their eardrums vibrate and their chi and blood could not calm down. But among the latter, many people flew backward on the spot. After falling to the ground, scarlet blood oozed out of their ears. The man was sent flying by the old eunuch's punch and smashed into the high wall. But soon he supported himself with both hands on the edge of the wall and pulled himself out. He landed gently and walked to the old eunuch who had punched twice. He said calmly, "You still have 1 more punch. Just do it. But I'm going to do it too." From a 7th-state martial artist to a 10th-state chi cultivator, and now to one of the gatekeepers of the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, the man only had 1 punch. Just 1 punch. The man was really honest and did not like to bully others. The old eunuch took a deep breath. "Please enlighten me." The man began to sprint. He punched the old eunuch in the chest with a simple and straight punch. The figure of the Great Sui Kingdom's mink temple disappeared in the square of the Wu Ying Palace. But there was a big hole on the high wall. The man waited for a moment. When no one came out, he said, "Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom, you can either continue to hide or find someone who can fight. If you can't, let everyone fight together." (170) At the edge of the palace, 7 or 8 figures were either hovering in the air or standing on the wall. They were ready to join hands and kill the enemy as soon as the emperor gave the order. These old immortals and Wu Dao grandmasters knew each other very well and cooperated well with each other. In a one-on-one fight, they believed that none of them would be a match for the foreigner. However, when immortals fought in the world, they did not advocate fighting in pairs. Outside the high wall of the square of Wu Ying Palace, the old eunuch stood up in a tattered red robe. His lips moved slightly as he stood up. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom nodded and said, "Be careful." At the same time, in the vast area between the imperial city and the outer city of the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, there were many mysteries. In Qintianjian, 12 golden armored warriors broke out of the ground from all directions. They were 30 to 40 feet tall and had inscriptions on their bodies. Each of them held a divine weapon that protected the country. A bell rang in a temple and the sound of Sanskrit lingered. Purple smoke rose from the incense burner in a Taoist temple, and the incense condensed into a huge talisman. Under a stone arch bridge, a white flood dragon climbed the bridge wall and stuck its head out of the railing. Inside the palace, there was a dragon wall array to protect the descendants of the Gao family of the Great Sui Kingdom. Outside the palace, there was a large array with a myriad of phenomena. After hundreds of years of operation and accumulation of the Great Sui Kingdom, it was used to protect the entire capital from the destruction and threats of the forces on the mountain. Once this array was activated, It could force all the Qi trainers and pure martial artists in the capital to be suppressed by the Gao family's dragon Qi and drop 1 or 2 realms. If a Qi trainer of the upper 5 realms tried to wreak havoc in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, even if he was killed in the end, the impact on the capital was still too heavy for the Gao family of the Great Sui Kingdom to bear. However, if they were to face a cultivator of the upper 5 realms whose strength was suppressed to the 10th realm, it was obvious that the capital of the Great Sui dynasty would be able to handle everything with ease. Even if everyone's realms fell, it was still like ants biting an elephant to death. With the destructive power of a 10th realm cultivator, no matter how hard they fought and left no path of retreat, the capital of the Great Sui dynasty with its deep foundation would still not be afraid. The formation was like setting up a barrier on the Longevity Bridge, blocking the flow of Qi refinement warriors and martial arts practitioners. They had no choice but to slow down. Back then, the Pearl Grotto heaven that floated above Dali's territory was created by the sages of the 4 directions. It was said that all spells and abhijna within the grotto heaven were forbidden. Once the spell was forcefully cast, the backlash would be great. Back then, Lu Jimao had only deduced a little of it and his lifespan was shortened by dozens of years. The power of the formation was evident. Needless to say, Pearl Grotto heaven was the ancestor of this type of formation. After the old eunuch stood up, he punched his fists hard and shouted angrily, "Come!" The 9 golden illusory dragons hidden in the dragon wall array of the royal palace rushed to the position where the eunuch was standing from various places. Streaks of golden light climbed up and then turned into small golden snakes about the length of a finger. They entered the old eunuch's soul through his eyes, nose, mouth and fused into one. Soon the old eunuch seemed to have turned into a golden god from the ancient heavenly court. He strode to the hole on the high wall. Every step he took caused golden ripples on the ground. He did not lower his head and bent his back. Instead, he smashed the wall with his hands and walked straight back to the square of Wuing Palace. The officials and generals who assisted the monarch were the dragon followers. The eunuchs and the like were the dragon followers. Both parties had a certain sense of the dragon Qi of the monarch. However, it was still unbelievable that the old eunuch, who was one of the gatekeepers of the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, could control the dragon Qi of the Gao family for his own use. The Qi refinement warriors and martial arts grandmasters at the edge of the royal palace looked at each other with fear in their eyes. Obviously, there must be a big secret behind this. The old eunuch said sternly to the foreigner, "How about we fight again?" If he was said to be a weak 9 nations player in the Great Sui Kingdom before, then his chess skills had skyrocketed and he had become a top 9 nations player. Li Er looked at the old eunuch and was a little surprised. The old eunuch's body seemed to have been watered with a large amount of golden liquid. It was like the method of summoning the gods of the 2 ancestral courts of the military school. But logically speaking, it should not be. Li Er was too lazy to think deeply. He nodded and said, "That's more like it." In the battle with the vassal of Dali, Song Jianqiang, in the Dragon Pearl Cave, there were 2 whetstones. One was Song Jianqiang, who was at the peak of the 9th realm, and the other was the Dragon Pearl Cave itself. But even so, Li Er still could not successfully break through the realm. Instead, he succeeded in sending Song Jianqiang to the legendary 10th realm, the real limit of martial arts. It was impossible to say that Li Er was not disappointed at all. That was why Li Er agreed with his master, Old Yang, to leave the eastern Aquarius continent and find his own opportunity to prove his Tao. At that time, the old eunuch revealed the secret of heaven and said, "You, Li Er, break through the realm, not in the line between life and death." Li Er looked around and suddenly realized something. Why did Old Yang ask him to deliberately suppress Li Huai's talent and foundation? And why did Mr. Qi visit that night, when they were drinking, seemingly casually talk about, "The strong draw their swords against the strong"? Looking back, it was Mr. Qi who recognized his martial arts. At that time, Qi Jingshun clearly pointed out that Li Er had been walking on the path that he, Li Er, had been walking on, but unfortunately he did not know it. There was nothing wrong with punching a stronger opponent. In the life and death battle with Song Jianqiang, Li Er had the upper hand. In fact, he did not have much fighting spirit. He was just following his master's orders. Plus, he really wanted to know the strength of his martial arts. So in the end, he fought to his heart's content. But deep in his heart, Li Er did not feel that he wanted to vent his anger. But now he had become the enemy of the entire Great Sui Kingdom. If the reason was to fight for justice for his son, Li Huai, then now that he had enemies on all sides and was surrounded by tigers and wolves, Li Er laughed. He laughed heartily. When Li Er was at the peak of Donghua Mountain, he clearly wanted to say something, but he did not know what to say. so he could only clarify things. So Li Er, who had been a coward for his whole life in Liju Grotto Heaven, thought it through. His son was so obedient and sensible, but he was still bullied. As his father, if his strength of the ninth realm was not enough and he might not be able to defeat his opponent, then he would break through the ninth realm and achieve the 10th realm first. Li Er took a deep breath and silently felt the invisible pressure from all directions. He said in his heart, "Don't rush. You have to eat one bite at a time. This whetstone is not heavy enough." Li Er, who was unarmed and only had a pair of fists, began to clash with the old eunuch, who had a golden body made from the dragon chi of the Great Sui Kingdom and did not have any divine weapons. At the pinnacle of martial arts, there were no fancy moves to speak of. It was just about speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. With the fastest speed and the greatest strength, one would hit the weakest point of the opponent's body. They would wear each other down by wearing each other down. Whoever could last until the end would live. Whoever fell would die. It was that simple. Every time the two most powerful martial artists at the peak of the ninth realm clashed and punched each other, the chi cultivators and martial artists at the edge of the palace would be shocked and their chi would be disturbed. The fight between Li Er and the Python Suit Martin Temple was no different from a fight between the immortals on the mountain. It was not like a fight in the Jianghu where the killing power was limited. It was an unwritten rule of the immortals on the mountain to not get close to watch the show. Watching the show would really cost one's life. As for clapping and cheering or commenting on the situation, it was even more taboo. The fight between chi cultivators often involved the use of magic weapons, and a large area would be affected. The more desperate one was, the farther one would be moved. It was very easy to move from one battlefield to another. In addition, if one was not careful, it would cover a radius of several miles and dozens of miles, easily killing one's life. If one still dared to watch the show, was it not courting death? The reason why there were still people who were willing to risk their lives to watch these soul-stirring battles between peak experts was because they wanted to sharpen their minds and borrow the strength of others to improve their own skills. They didn't do it for the sake of commenting on the beauty of this move or the craftiness of this punch. Therefore, the old eunuch, as the gatekeeper of the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom, still set a rule with Li Er when he was on the verge of death. Whoever leaves the square of the martial meritocrat's palace loses. It could be said that he had put a lot of thought into it. Fortunately, Li Er nodded and agreed. The two of them fought in a small space, creating a majestic spirit that could turn heaven and earth upside down. The square of the martial meritocrat's palace, which was originally neat and flat, had long been cracked by the bricks and stones. Large areas of the ground were rugged and uneven. Even the vermilion-high walls on both sides had more than 10 big holes. There were only 4 or 5 behind Li Er. The high wall behind the eunuch in the boa suit was even more broken. There were 3 holes in one place, causing a section of the wall to collapse as if a gate had been opened. Every time, the two of them did not really retreat from the high wall, which meant that the outcome had not been decided yet. There was still a fight to be had. Although the old eunuch was at a great disadvantage, the more setbacks he faced, the braver he became. There was no sign of weakness at all. The bright red boa suit that symbolized power was more and more broken, but the indestructible golden body did not dim at all. After all, in this battle, the Martin Temple of the Great Sui Kingdom had all the advantages. Not only did it turn from the weak 9 to the strong 9, but the imperial aura related to the Great Sui Kingdom's royal family also gathered continuously, making the old man in an invincible position. They exchanged a solid punch. The golden old man's punch hit Li Er's head, and Li Er's punch hit the old man's chest. Li Er's figure flew out. He stepped on the high wall and used the momentum to bounce back, moving forward at an even faster speed. Behind him, a large part of the wall collapsed. The old eunuch was pushed back by the punch. The further back he was, the deeper his feet sank into the ground, plowing a deep trench more than 10 feet long. When Li Er pounced on him, he could only block with his arms above his head. Li Er's punch sank the old man more than 20 feet deep, and a large hole appeared on the ground. Li Er did not give up. He jumped down high, clenched his fists, and smashed the head of the old eunuch who was half kneeling at the bottom of the hole. Bang, bang, bang. In the large hole, there was a series of dull sounds, like the rapid trampling of iron horses. Every time the ground shook, the large hole began to spread outwards, and bricks on the surface of the ground shattered and splashed in all directions. That extremely rude and unreasonable man was simply digging a well. The old man could not fight back at all. His body fell, and the golden light on his body exploded continuously. A Realm 10 Chi refinement warrior who was flying on a sword in the air said bitterly, I just found out that a martial artist at the peak of Realm 9 is so unreasonable. As he spoke, the flying sword under his feet swayed slightly, like the water plants swaying in the turbulent river. If not for the fact that the boatman and helmsman were steady enough, they would have drifted far away. First published on Zhoguan Chinese Network, if not for the fact that it was his duty, as a top-notch chi refinement warrior who was well known in the imperial court, he would not have to suffer in the northwest wind here if the battle of martial arts did not benefit his cultivation at all. The palace of the Great Sui Kingdom had a hidden corridor wall that could secretly lead to various places, such as Qintianjian, the Yamen of the Six Departments, and the new Cliff Academy of Donghua Mountain. His Majesty could walk within the corridor wall without alerting the officials in the palace and the people in the outer city. This was to avoid the need for the people to sweep the streets every time he left the palace. A tall old man with a red ruler hanging from his waist walked slowly. Beside him was a eunuch from the ceremony directorate who was sweating profusely. He was wearing a red python robe, just like the eunuch who fought for the country in the square of Wuying Palace. However, although their identities and ranks were similar, they were actually very different. The eunuch could only carefully urge Elder Mao to quickly enter the palace. However, Mao Xiaodong, who was leaving Donghua Mountain, still walked at a steady pace, making the eunuch extremely anxious. He wished he could carry the old man on his back and run to the palace. In the Cliff Academy of Donghua Mountain, the young man in white who had officially changed his name to Cui Dongshan walked languid to his own school after leaving the peak of the mountain. He had a secluded small courtyard all by himself. Now, the old ancestor of the Cui family, Xia Lingyue, or rather, the genius cultivator of the Lu dynasty, Xia Lingyue, had become his rightful disciple. They moved into the courtyard together and served him daily life. Cui Dongshan walked into the courtyard and waved his sleeves elegantly. A chessboard and 2 boxes of chess pieces appeared on the stone table. There were already chess pieces on the chessboard. The chess pieces were in the middle of the chessboard. The black and white chess pieces were intertwined and the situation was very complicated. Cui Dongshan stood and picked up a white chess piece. He was silent and did not place the chess piece. The young girl who had pulled out half of the dragon-trapping nail had already recovered her cultivation level as a chi refinement warrior to the 5th realm. If one looked closely, one could vaguely see that her entire body was overflowing with light. Cui Dongshan sighed and put the white chess piece back into the box. He ignored the chess game and walked into the house. He sat upright and still, placed a Confucian classic in front of him and crossed his fingers on his legs. A breeze blew through the book and flipped a yellowed page. The young girl stood at the door. Her eyes were filled with awe and envy. That breeze was actually the unique book-flipping style of the Confucian Academy. It was unfathomable and temperamental. This was the greatest impression she and Yu Lu had of the young Dali imperial tutor. One would never know what was going on in his head and what he would do next. She suddenly thought of the shabby young man who wore straw sandals all year round. How did he manage to suppress the Dali imperial tutor in all aspects? Was it really just because of a ridiculous title of Sir? A battle of temperament was like a tug of war. There was bound to be a winner. Cui Dongshan did not move at all. He allowed the book flipping to flip the pages. He lowered his head and stared at the words taught by the sages. He smiled and said, Alliance once had a catchphrase, in the pugilistic world, we have to convince people with virtue and defeat enemies with looks. My sir has inherited all of this. Therefore, as his disciple, I'm sincerely convinced of my loss. The young girl lowered her eyes. She did not dare to reveal her expression. Cui Dongshan still did not raise his head. He said angrily, Get out of here, ugly. Don't you feel ashamed to be in the same room with such a handsome young man like me? If I were you, I would have killed myself out of shame. The young girl curtsied and said softly, I'll take my leave. Cui Dongshan added, If you want to die, don't die in the courtyard. There's a tall ginkgo tree at the top of the mountain. Go there and hang yourself. The young girl left silently. She came to the courtyard and sat on the stone bench. Looking at the chessboard, her eyes suddenly lit up. It was as if she had found a way out for herself. Sensing the young girl's strange aura, Cui Dongshan laughed in the room. He laughed so hard that he held his stomach. He wiped his tears and said loudly, You want to be my master's wife? I'm going to die of laughter because of you. You're good. You're really going to die of laughter. The young girl instantly fell into despair again. The young man in white in the room was already rolling on the ground laughing. In the palace of the Great Sui Kingdom, under the big pit in the square of the Hall of Martial Heroes, the old eunuch stood up shakily. The 9 tiny golden dragons retreated from his acupuncture points and returned to the array of the earth dragon wall. The old man was suddenly bathed in blood, but he was in high spirits. He seemed to have benefited a lot from this fight. Although he did not show any signs of breaking through, he was like the weakest 9th Dan national player. He was steadily improving to a strong 9th Dan. But even so, he still could not defeat the man in front of him. He would not continue to squander the precious dragon chi of the Great Sui Kingdom's Gao family. The old man swallowed a mouthful of blood that surged to his throat and laughed. I've lost. Li Erxiao looked up. In the foggy sky, the winter sunlight seemed to be distorted after passing through the clouds. This was very unusual. The old man said again, but you've lost too. Li Erxiao asked, you used the array to suppress my realm? To suppress me to the 8th Dan? The old eunuch did not hide anything and said frankly, using the power of an entire city to gang up on a powerful martial artist at the peak of the 9th Dan, there is no doubt about the outcome. But the price to pay is too high. But against a martial artist at the 8th Dan, it will be much easier. Although there is only a difference of 1 Dan, the price paid by the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom is much smaller, much smaller. The old eunuch revealed his thoughts, which was rare for him. He looked at the terrifyingly powerful martial artist and said, no matter what the reason is, if you want to have an audience with our emperor, you are qualified. But you should not be so arrogant. After all, the court of the Great Sui Kingdom cares about face. Li Erxiao grinned and said, you mean the fist of a 9th Dan martial artist is not as big as the face of the Great Sui Kingdom, right? The old eunuch was stunned and said with a bitter smile, you can say that. Li Erxiao held his breath and concentrated. He lowered his energy reserve and took a step forward. For the first time, this man who had not used any moves in the battle took an ancient fist stance. His fist will was ancient and unsophisticated. It was strong and fierce. The old eunuch who had already fallen to the 8th Dan widened his eyes in shock. The clouds that shrouded the entire capital began to droop. All the chi cultivators of the middle 5 Dan and the pure martial artists above the 6th Dan in the capital clearly felt the stagnation in the flow of chi. There was even a nameless storyteller who was in dire straits. He looked surprised and hesitated for a moment before he put down the gavel in his hand and excused himself. He ignored the cursing audience and walked out of the temporary storytelling shed. The old man looked towards the palace with a heavy heart. The young girl who was in charge of playing the pipa for the storyteller came to his side and asked softly, Master, what's wrong? The old man said softly, a 9th Dan martial artist forced his way into the palace of the Great Sui Kingdom. I'm afraid you have to go and see for yourself. The young girl hugged the pipa and tilted her head. She said innocently, Master, you're a great cultivator of the 11th Dan. Moreover, you're the chief consecrator of the Great Sui Kingdom. It's embarrassing to be able to fight 11 against 8 without being restricted by the array formation. The slightly hunchbacked old man sighed and said, who said it's going to be 11 against 8? It's hard to say. If that person really breaks through the bottleneck, the array formation's restriction will no longer exist. Moreover, although I'm at the 11th Dan, I'm not a sword cultivator or a military strategist who specializes in killing. I've never really been good at killing. This is the most troublesome part. The young girl who knew a lot about cultivation was shocked. Her face was pale and she said with a trembling voice, Master, you must be careful. The storyteller nodded and stomped his feet lightly. Dust rose from the shop and covered the sky. When the dust settled, the hunchbacked old man was nowhere to be seen. Li Erxiao stepped on the void and his strong figure appeared on the square of Wuying Palace again. First, he broke through the invisible barrier of the great Tao between heaven and earth from the peak of the 8th Dan and returned to the 9th Dan. Then he rose to the peak of the 9th Dan again. Finally, when the man closed his eyes, he slowly threw out a fist and said softly, Get up. It was as if countless shackles around him broke at the same time. Extremely dark cracks appeared in the void around the man, crisscrossing. With Li Erxiao as the center, strong winds rose. Countless bricks and dust were swept up. On the square of Wuying Palace, a tornado rose from the ground. When Li Erxiao retracted his fist and stood still, the tornado that was as tall as the sky instantly dissipated. The short man standing in the middle of the square opened his eyes and whispered in an inaudible voice, The feeling of being at the 10th Dan is indeed comfortable. Compared to eating my son's leftover drumsticks, the taste is a little better. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom, who was waiting for news under the eaves, saw the tall old man from the Cliff Academy walk over quickly. He said loudly, Your Majesty, you can stop now. A breeze blew past him. The stooped storyteller stood beside the emperor and sighed softly, If you continue fighting, you'll have to tear down half of the capital city. In the heart of the emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom, the anxious voice of the eunuch in an official's robe stirred up ripples. He transmitted his thoughts. That person actually took the opportunity to break through to the 10th Dan. Your Majesty, you can't continue to fight head-on. The emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom did not panic. He only sighed from the bottom of his heart. Although I saw it with my own eyes, I can imagine that the scene at Wu Ying Palace must be spectacular. The emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom turned around and bowed respectfully to the storyteller. He lowered his head and said, "Ancestor, please invite that person here." Mao Xiaodong strode closer and persuaded, "Your Majesty, it's better for me to go. That person is the father of a child from our academy. He heard that his son was bullied badly, so he was angry and wanted to come to the palace to reason with Your Majesty. Your Majesty didn't want to see him before. Now that he's forced to break through and become the third ultimate grandmaster of martial arts in the Aquarius continent, his momentum is at its peak. He may not be willing to stop." The emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom smiled and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Elder Mao to come. I'll be waiting at the Calming Heart House." After the tall old man swept away, the storyteller said softly, "This matter is reasonable but not reasonable." "You're wrong." The emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom nodded and said, "This matter is my fault. The previous disturbance was the fault of the Great Sway Kingdom." Adding the two faults together, the emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom said bitterly, "Ancestor, this time it's a bit difficult." The old storyteller, whose clothes were white from washing, smiled and said, "Since things have come to this, either you sincerely admit your mistake or fight with him to the end. Of course, it's not saving energy, but it's also not worrying. You don't have to think too much." The emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom smiled and said, "Ancestor, you've thought it through." The old man patted the emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom on the shoulder and comforted him. "Sitting on the throne and wearing the dragon robe, you have the entire country on your shoulders. Some mistakes are inevitable. If I sat in your position, you don't have to blame yourself if I can't do better. Back then, I stood my ground and chose you to inherit the throne. I still feel that it's right." After waiting for an unexpectedly long time, the emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom, who was standing in the corridor under the eaves outside the Calming Heart House, saw Elder Mao striding over with an ordinary-looking man beside him. Mao Xiaodong smiled strangely and said, "Your Majesty, his name is Li Er. He's the father of our Cliff Academy student, Li Huai. He insisted on walking to meet Your Majesty. He said that flying around in other people's houses is not the right attitude to reason with people." The emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The storyteller, who had been nervous all this time, felt relieved. They walked into the Calming Heart House together. There were only 4 people in the house and they all sat down. The emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom, the storyteller, the deputy leader of the Cliff Academy, and Li Huai's father, Li Er. Li Er said, "It's not easy to meet Your Majesty." Instantly the atmosphere became heavy. The emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom didn't know how to answer. Fortunately, Li Er got straight to the point and said, "The people who bullied my son are the Han family of the Pillar State, the Chu family of Nanxi, and the Marquis of Huayuan. I beg Your Majesty to let the ancestors of these families come out. I've fought with them one by one. If they think I'm bullying, it's okay. They can come out together. We can borrow more magic weapons from our friends. We just need to trouble Your Majesty to find a large and secluded place in the capital city so that we can fight freely. If it's not possible, we can go outside the capital city." Mao Xiaodong held back his laughter and almost laughed out loud at the misfortune of others. The storyteller glared at him and Mao Xiaodong rolled his eyes. The emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom was a little stunned. He asked softly, "We have to fight again?" Li Er said sullenly, "I didn't come here to fight with you in the first place. It's just that you, the emperor, don't want to show up and insist on fighting. I can only fight with you. The ones I really want to fight are those who bullied my son from the beginning. Although it's normal for children to fight, even if Li Huai was ganged up on by his peers as a father, I wouldn't say anything no matter how much I love my son. But how can they be so arrogant? Just because their families are better, they think they can bully others. They don't even apologize and don't even return the things they stole." Speaking of this, Li Er said with a sullen face, "If the Great Sway Kingdom thinks you're right, then we can continue to fight. I know the Great Sway Kingdom has a strong foundation and is not afraid of trouble. But I, Li Er, find it strange. If the officials of the Great Sway Kingdom are all like this, what can my son Li Huai learn if he studies in such a place in the future?" Li Er looked at the storyteller on the spot. "Sir, you're a good fighter. The one in red just now is only half a fighter." The stooped old man was drinking tea and almost choked. The Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom smiled and said, "That's fine. I can pass a message to those families and ask their elders to come out. But there's a problem with the Marquis of Huayuan. Although the Marquis of Huayuan is the descendant of a founding general, his family's ancestor has long passed away. He's just an ordinary person, not even a warrior." Lier was obviously prepared for this. "Then let the Marquis of Huayuan spend money to hire someone. I won't care about this." The Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom asked, "Do we need those families to publicly apologize to Li Huai?" Lier shook his head and said, "A bunch of old men. How can they apologize to a child? No need. And I don't want my son to be unable to study in peace at Cliff Academy. It's just that I don't like the way those families do things. After the fight, the old men will go home and teach the young men a lesson. That's enough." The Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Lier, you're indeed sensible. If I had known this, I would have met you earlier." Lier quickly waved his hand and said, "I'm not a teacher. Mr. Mao is. He's one of the 2 teachers in the academy who taught Li Huai knowledge. He even took the initiative to chat with our family of 4 for half a day. He can be considered a real teacher. Those who are polite to everyone are scholars." Mao Xiaodong smiled and said nothing. This face was bigger than the sky. Hearing this, the storyteller finally opened his mouth and said with a smile, "No discord, no concord. Li Huai has such a reasonable father, and Li Huai can study in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. It's a blessing for the Great Sui Kingdom. It's a good thing." Lier said in a low, muffled voice, "I won't say polite words. Anyway, I'll wait here today for those families to come out and have a fight. Your Majesty, I have to say in advance that I have to return to the academy early. Tell those people not to deliberately delay me. Then don't blame me for going to every family." The Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom gave Mao Xiaodong a look, then stood up and said, "I'll send someone to pass on the message." Mao Xiaodong followed and left the heart-nourishing house, leaving Lier and the storyteller behind. The Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom was a little worried. He walked side by side with the tall old man in the corridor. "What can you tell me, Mr. Mao?" Mao Xiaodong smiled and said, "It's very simple. Let the people in charge of those clans whether they can fight or not. Well, actually, in front of Lier there is no one who can fight. Let them all enter the palace and then stand still in front of Lier. They will only bow their heads and admit their mistakes, putting on a pitiful posture of taking a beating and not fighting back. This matter will be considered settled with one stroke. Your Majesty, don't worry. Lier is so simple and honest that he will definitely not fight back." The Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom stopped and said angrily, "Mr. Mao, tell me the truth. Are you waiting to see me make a fool of myself today?" Mao Xiaodong laughed and shook his head, saying, "To be honest, I didn't know Li Huai had such a father. If I had known, I would have entered the palace earlier. I wouldn't have made such a big fuss. Now your Majesty must be hypocritical. Who knows when he will vent his anger on the academy? The gains do not make up for the losses." The Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom laughed angrily and said, "Vent his anger on my ass. Do I dare to do that?" Mao Xiaodong suddenly stopped joking and reminded in a low voice, "Your Majesty, as your elders said, although it is a bad thing to lose face now, in the long run, it must be a good thing." The Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom laughed and said, "I'm not that stupid." The tall old man said mischievously, "If your Majesty was really stupid, I wouldn't dare to bring the students to the Great Sui Kingdom." The Great Sui Emperor summoned the palace chamberlain. After passing down the message, he asked, "This time, Lier is willing to stop when it is appropriate. Elder Mao's brocade pouch ingenious plan and Li Huai's 2 gentlemen have contributed greatly. I will not be courteous with Elder Mao. Those 2 gentlemen, do you need me to let the Ministry of Rights commend them?" Mao Xiaodong looked solemn and refused, saying, "No." The Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom was puzzled and asked, "Why?" Mao Xiaodong said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, you must know that this is the real knowledge of the Cliff Academy. Why do we need the Great Sui Kingdom to commend us? In the next 10 years or 100 years, the Cliff Academy will continue to teach and educate people. We will cultivate and protect the real scholars of the Great Sui Kingdom." The Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom was shocked, as if it was the first time he met the tall old man in front of him. The slight grudge of the Emperor in his heart was finally swept away. The Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom took a step back and bowed for the second time today. "On behalf of the Great Sui Kingdom, I thank the Cliff Academy in advance. The tall old man didn't avoid it, which was very suspicious of him. He accepted the solemn gratitude of the emperor and said solemnly, "On behalf of the Cliff Academy, Mao Xiaodong accepts it calmly." When Li Huai left the palace, he walked with Mao Xiaodong in the royal corridor. He felt that he had been tricked by the old man next to him and was a little unhappy. Mao Xiaodong smiled and said, "It's fine as long as they admit their mistakes. Did you really want to beat them until they left the palace lying down? Your son will be studying in the capital academy for a long time in the future. They will see each other often. Now let them admit that they are in the wrong. Together with the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom, they will feel that they owe you a big favor. Isn't that great?" Li Huai sighed and said, "I always feel that these people don't learn from their mistakes. I can't stay in the academy. Elder Mao, please take care of Li Huai and the others in the future." Mao Xiaodong nodded and said, "Of course. Besides, isn't there the old ancestor of the Gao family in Yang County?" A hunchbacked old man appeared in the corridor and nodded with a smile. "Yes, Li Huai, you took the initiative to give in this time. Naturally, the Great Sui Kingdom will be willing to show twice the sincerity." Li Huai nodded and said, "I hope so." Mao Xiaodong smiled and asked, "Li Huai, you were a 9th realm martial artist in Liju Cave Heaven. Why are you still living so shabbily? Now you are a 10th realm martial artist, one of the top 3 martial artists in the entire Eastern Vase continent. Moreover, your combat power is definitely higher than Song Jianqiang's. Haven't you thought of telling your family and letting them live a good life?" Li Huai shook his head and said, "Oh, is it really good to let my wife wear flowery clothes and wear gold and silver, let Li Lu have a lot of rouge and face powder, and let Li Huai eat fish and meat every day? I don't think so." Mao Xiaodong joked, "What if your wife and children think so?" Li Huai still shook his head and said, "Someone told me not to do that. That's one thing. Secondly, I think so too. Back in the small town, my wife and her relatives did all kinds of bad things. What should I do then? Beat them to death? Reason with them? Will they listen? They will say one thing and do another behind my back. In the end, only my wife will be the saddest. My family and her family will be in a difficult position. Of course, in Liju Grotto Heaven, no matter how good the family situation is, it can't be that good." After Li Huai completely restrained his aura, he was even worse than an ordinary man. He looked timid, but when he spoke he was exuberant. He was no longer as dispirited as he used to be in the small town. "Although I've been staying in a small place, I can still understand this logic. My family is safe and stable. No one is hungry. My children and daughter-in-law can eat meat if they want to eat. If I'm hungry, I can drink wine. It's better than anything else." Li Huai looked at the scenery of the capital outside the corridor. There was something in his heart that he did not say. "Even if I'm really a good-for-nothing in my son's heart, I, Li Huai, am already a good father. I didn't embarrass him. Do you know how happy I was when I found out?" When Li Huai thought of this, he said goodbye and disappeared in a flash. He rushed to Donghua Mountain Academy. Other than missing his wife and children, there was also the matter of his son. Li Huai could now take action. Mao Xiaodong sighed and said, "Li Huai finally understood. Many smart people are far inferior to him." The storyteller laughed and said, "How can a martial artist of the 10th level be stupid before 60 years old?" However, the hunchbacked old man sighed and said, "But for now, the weakest of the 3, Song Jianqiang, the vassal of Dali, is the most promising to reach that level. It's not just because Song Jianqiang is the youngest." Mao Xiaodong nodded and said, "Song Jianqiang's martial temperament is good. It's even scarier than when he was young." The hunchbacked old man laughed and asked, "You mean Song Jianqiang dared to fight to the death after that person appeared in the palace of Dali in an absolutely crushing manner?" Mao Xiaodong laughed and asked, "You want to ask whether the White Jade Tower in Dali is real or fake, right?" The 2 sly old foxes walked side by side without meeting each other's eyes. When Li Huai returned to his residence, his wife and children were eating. Lin Shui had prepared 2 large food boxes and filled the table. The woman and Li Huai sat on a bench, while Li Lu and Lin Shui sat opposite each other. There was also a stool left for the man who had not returned. Li Huai walked to the door empty-handed and then remembered that he had forgotten to buy something. Because Lin Shui was present, the woman just gave him a look that said, "I'll deal with you later." After Li Huai rubbed his hands and sat down, he found that there was still a jar of wine. Li Huai looked at Lin Shui and asked, "Do you want to drink with us?" Lin Shui hesitated and nodded, "I can't hold my liquor well. I'll drink with Uncle Li." Li Huai grinned and said, "How can you not hold your liquor well?" The woman said angrily, "Why not? Isn't it enough to have a drunkard in the family? Lin Shui was a smart person. His hands trembled and he almost dropped the big white bowl that he was holding to take the wine. The usually serious and cold young man was smiling from ear to ear at this moment. Li Huai was also shocked by the woman and almost dropped the jar of wine. Li Huai gnawed on the oily chicken leg and said vaguely, "Father, tomorrow I'll go to the foot of the mountain to buy you a jar of good wine. I'll borrow the money from Lin Shui. In the future I'll ask Qin Pingan to help me pay it back. You can drink as much as you want." Li Huai's face lit up and he sighed heavily. It was as if he had received an imperial edict from his son to drink. In front of his wife he didn't feel guilty. When the woman was with her son, she always spoke with a pleasant expression. "You can buy the wine. Just buy the cheapest one. If your father drinks good wine, it'll be a waste of money." Li Huai poured half a bowl of wine for Lin Shui and another for himself. He nodded and smiled. Yes, cheap wine is fine. There's no need for good wine." Li Huai rolled his eyes and said, "Mother, you're so nosy. Aren't you afraid that father will run away with a little vixen one day?" The woman threw a coquettish glance at the man sitting across from her with hidden murderous intent. "He dares? Besides, there has to be someone who wants it, right?" The man quickly drank a big mouthful of wine and nodded, Yes. No one wants it." The woman slammed the table. "No one wants it. Whether you have any dirty thoughts in your heart is another matter. But, do you?" The man immediately put down the big white bowl, straightened his back and promised, "Absolutely not." Then the woman glanced sideways at Lin Shui, who was sitting upright and still drinking wine. She smiled and said to her daughter, "Lu, you have to find an honest man to marry in the future. That way you won't be bullied." The young girl nodded slightly. She smiled and didn't say anything. She just bent over and picked up a piece of fish with the bones removed from Li Huai's bowl. Lin Shui only dared to secretly look at the young girl from the corner of his eye. He had only taken a small sip of wine and was a little drunk. It was as if he had seen the most beautiful landscape painting in the world. The next day, Li Huai secretly bought a pot of good wine for his father. He pulled his father to the lakeside and squatted to watch his father drink. He whispered, "This pot is expensive. Father, you drink it first. The cheaper pot is in the room. You can drink it at the dinner table later. Mother won't scold you then." Li Huai nodded with a smile and drank vigorously. The man felt that this was much happier than reaching the 10th level. The man asked naively, "It's expensive, right?" The child looked at his father with his hands on his cheeks. He smiled brightly and didn't answer the question. "Father, don't worry. I'm doing well in the academy, really. I'm very happy that you can come and see me." The man nodded. He only dared to lower his head and drink. He almost drank until tears came out of his eyes. Only then did he remember that he had come back in a hurry yesterday. He seemed to have forgotten that he hadn't seen Kai Jingshin. After drinking, he wouldn't reason with him this time. He would just beat him up first. 171. Mao Xiaodong appeared in the quiet courtyard and saw the young man in white sitting cross-legged on the stone bench, humming a tune casually. Facing the chessboard, he opened his hands and placed them on the edge of the black and white chessboard. While he was deep in thought, he tapped the chessboard gently with his fingers, making a crisp sound. After the tall old man appeared, Cui Dongshan asked softly, "How is it? Did Uncle Li tear down the palace?" Mao Xiaodong came to the stone table and glanced at the chess game that was about to end. He didn't see much of a plan, so he didn't bother and sat aside. "You or the two of you, what are you planning?" Cui Dongshan didn't turn his head and said, "You've only been at Donghua Mountain for a few days and you're already worrying about the Great Sui Kingdom? Xiaodong, it's not that I want to criticize you. It's okay to change your mind, but it's not nice to get tired of the old so quickly." Mao Xiaodong slapped the stone table. All the chess pieces jumped up from the chessboard and hovered in the air. The black pieces were high and the white pieces were low. They looked like two superimposed pictures. However, no matter how Mao Xiaodong looked at them, he couldn't see anything more. He snorted coldly and the chess pieces instantly returned to their original positions. Cui Dongshan maintained his weird posture. "Cliff Academy will do what it should do. We'll just deal with whatever comes our way. What's the point of worrying? Will the Cliff Academy be gone after Dali annexes the Great Sui Kingdom? I don't think so. Since the Great Sui Kingdom can't give you the status of one of the 72 academies, you can return to Dali and live under someone else's roof. Anyway, it's not much different." Mao Xiaodong said sternly, Academies focus on students and teachers, not Cliff Academy. Not to mention the students of the Great Sway Kingdom in the academy, even the group of children who left Dolly with me are still young. How can their spirits withstand so many torments? Cui Dongshan slowly retracted his hand, but he clenched a handful of chess pieces so tightly that they creaked in his palm. He turned to look at the furious Mao Xiaodong. Cui Dongshan's expression was the same as usual. He smiled and said, "You sound so righteous. It's a pity that you, Mao Xiaodong, have limited knowledge. You're thinking too shallowly." The tall old man sneered, "You Cui are thinking too far ahead." Cui Dongshan stood up, holding the chess piece in his hand. He paced around the stone bench slowly and joked, "The temple is not here but the monks are here. The monks are not here but the Buddhist scriptures are here. The scriptures are not here but the Dharma is here. The Dharma is not here but the Gautama Buddha is here." Cui Dongshan raised his head. With one hand behind his back and the other gently twisting his wrist, he said leisurely, "Everything that can be done should be done as it is. When you figure out the meaning of the existence of the academy, the Cliff Academy will have found an invincible place. It doesn't matter which country it is in." Mao Xiaodong sneered, "Do you think the Cliff Academy is a school? No matter the wind and rain it will stand firm?" Cui Dongshan stopped and stared at the tall old man across a stone table and a chessboard. He asked, "Why not?" Cui Dongshan took a step forward, "Why don't we take a walk?" Mao Xiaodong looked dignified. He shook his head and said, "It's easy for you to say that." Cui Dongshan also shook his head and said, "You should really meet my master, Qin Pingan." The early winter sun hung high in the sky. The warm sunlight shone on the tall old man. The old man smiled and said, "Qin Pingan is naturally good for Qi Jingchun to entrust him with such an important task. But you must be a dog that can't change its habit." "What are you scheming?" Cui Dongshan laughed and scolded, Hey Xiaodong, your knowledge has gone to the dogs. Okay, no problem, but don't drag me into it." Mao Xiaodong didn't want to fight with this guy. He stood up and said, "Even the dogs on the roadside won't take a bite of your bullshit knowledge." Cui Dongshan laughed, "I'm jealous." Mao Xiaodong strode out of the courtyard with his back to Cui Dongshan. Second Master Li has broken into the Imperial Palace. The timing is just right. Don't push your luck. If he causes any trouble, I'll hold you responsible. Don't blame me for not warning you." Cui Dongshan looked at the back of the old man and said awkwardly, "That's not good. How can a ninth realm ant like me stop what Second Master Li wants to do? If my master was here it wouldn't be difficult. He's better at talking reason and calmly than I am." Mao Xiaodong turned to look at the guy who was pretending to be in a difficult position and said calmly, "If I could, I'd really like to smash your head and see what's inside." Cui Dongshan stretched out a hand and pretended to be shy. Annoying. Mao Xiaodong turned and left with a dark face. The old man looked like he had stepped in a pile of dog poop. After Mao Xiaodong left, Cui Dongshan sat back down on the stone stool. His fist, which was holding a chess piece, hovered above the chessboard. He dropped 7 or 8 chess pieces in one breath, all of which were white. Therefore this game was very irregular. In the end, Cui Dongshan squatted on the stone bench empty-handed and rested his chin on his knees. No one knew what he was thinking. Just as Mao Xiaodong said, there weren't many people in the world who could figure out what Cui Dong was thinking. Perhaps Qi Jingchun was the only exception. The sound of light and steady footsteps came from the courtyard door. "Thank you for coming back from class. After putting down your things, you began to sweep the fallen leaves in the courtyard." As the broom swept across the ground, a gentle wind blew. Cui Dongshan murmured, "Similarly it starts from nothing. When the wind passes, the thunder rolls, the rolling stones cut down trees, and the branches kill the forest. Although it's weak, it still has its charm. The wind just passes through the alleys, moves the sand, and blows away the dust. It's very turbid. Although it's at its peak, it's still not worth mentioning. Thank you. Which do you think is better, Dolly or the Great Sway Kingdom?" This was the first time the girl was seriously asked a question by Cui Dongshan. She was flattered and held the broom in her arms, feeling uneasy. Fortunately, she was naturally quick-witted. Previously, she had made up her mind to spend all her time with this young master and not think too much about it. In any case, there was no benefit in worrying too much. It was better to be straightforward and say whatever came to her mind. At worst, she would just get beaten up and save herself from being a laughing stock. Thus she replied, "The Great Sway dynasty is suitable for settling down and settling down. Dolly is suitable for ambitious and scheming people. Now that it's cultivated both internally and externally, it's more powerful, full of vitality, and full of aggressiveness. The most frightening thing is that Dolly is now gradually controlling the power of the mountains and its territory. It's getting closer and closer to being the true ruler of a country. Cui Dongshan nodded. He didn't say whether it was right or wrong, but it was rare that he didn't mock the girl. The young girl's heart calmed down. This trick was still effective. Yilu was right. To get along with this person, she had to force herself to think more in front of her and force herself to be more short-sighted. Suddenly Cui Dongshan asked, "Why don't you go hang yourself? I've been waiting to collect your body for a long time. When the time comes, I'll carry your body down the mountain. While crying sadly, I'll complain about that old bastard Kai Jingshan. He's too shameless to sneak into the academy and even hurt such a beautiful girl like you, causing you to commit suicide out of shame. Then I'll fight with him again and avenge you." The girl was dumbfounded. Cui Dongshan turned his neck. "Because of that night, I announced to the public that you were my disciple, so I had to lend you so many magic weapons. I feel a little bad." The girl with the green bamboo flute on her waist continued to bury her head in cleaning the yard. Cui Dongshan glanced at the girl's graceful figure and suddenly added, "If my grandson Kai Jingshan climbs the mountain at night and breaks into your house, he won't lose anything." The girl raised her head and looked straight at Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan stared at the beautiful eyes and said regretfully, "You only have this pair of eyes left, which is worthy of the name Xie Lingyue." The girl was about to cry. She bowed her head and continued to sweep the floor. Cui Dongshan sighed and gently waved his hand to put the chessboard and the box into the jade seal in his sleeve. "You're not sweeping the floor. You're clearly ruining your master's mood. Forget it. Go back to the room and read." In the empty main room, there was a straw futon on a big straw mat. Cui Dongshan waved his sleeve and pulled out a Confucian classic book from a small pile in the corner. It lay quietly in front of him. Then, a gust of flipping appeared and revolved around the handsome young man in white. The flipping wind began to flip the book. Cui Dongshan began to read. Every time this happened, the girl would sit quietly at the door in a peaceful state of mind. Because only at this time that guy would not target her. And not only was it the first time for her to see it with her own eyes, she had never heard of anyone who could read such a bizarre world just by reading. Just like today. After flipping through the first page, Cui Dongshan began to recite in an extremely unique and soft voice. His words were like raindrops that fell on that page. Then, between the pages, a lotus flower appeared. It swayed in a lively manner and was abnormally lively. As he flipped through the pages, time slowly passed. Between the lines of the book, the scene of two armies facing off against each other appeared. The generals and soldiers were far smaller than grains of rice, but their auras were like golden spears and armored horses, moving horizontally and vertically. The yellow fog above the book was hazy, like the yellow sand that was raised for thousands of miles on a real battlefield. There was a graceful woman who was less than an inch tall. She came out of the page slowly with a flower basket. There was a bearded man with a bare chest and belly clapping loudly. On the page there was an old woman pounding clothes. She listened carefully and could really hear a mysterious sound. There were two children chasing and playing on bamboo horses. There were skeletons with swords and sabers walking in the tombs. There was a teacher sitting upright and stroking his beard as if he was pondering the words. The girl at the door thanked him. No matter how much she hated and feared this Dali imperial tutor, she had to admit that the young man in white when he was concentrating on reading was really romantic. She couldn't understand one thing at all. Why could such a bad person have the atmosphere of a saint when he was reading? When Xie was in a daze, she didn't notice that Cui Dongshan's expression was a little strange when he flipped to the end of the book. His eyes were burning, but his face was full of pain and struggle. It turned out that he read a picture. 3 people appeared on the same page at the same time. The 3 people's faces couldn't be seen clearly, but there was a big age gap. The old man in a long gown was on the bank of the river, watching the water with rapt attention. Nearby, there was a haggard middle-aged man looking at the other side of the river, deep in thought. There was a young man riding a green ox. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The book hung on the ox's horn. The young man was drowsy. In the end, Cui Dongshan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and the strange picture on the page disappeared. The girl looked at Cui Dongshan in horror. He expressionlessly wiped away the blood and said to himself, "There's nothing I can do. The difference is too big." The girl asked worriedly, "Young master, are you okay?" Cui Dongshan covered his chest with one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist. He said with difficulty, "Go and get the painting I lent you. Quickly." Xie hurriedly got up and went to her room to get an ancient painting. She opened it and put it in front of Cui Dongshan. Then she got up and ran back to the door. Chui Dongshan's throat moved slightly. He gratefully raised his arm and covered his mouth with the back of his hand. After a long time he put down his hand and took a deep breath. There were 12 paintings in the world, and they respectively depicted the 12 great blasphemies of the 4 worlds. The painting in front of him was taken from the marvelous scene of, a sword breaks open a small cave and the water of the yellow river comes from the sky. In the past, Chui Dong, who was the first disciple of the sage of literature, played chess with the city lord of White Emperor City between the clouds. Chui Dong lost honorably, and the great demon lord gave him this precious painting scroll. Chui Dong also held the demon lord in high esteem. Chui Dongshan held his breath and looked at the water, but he was thinking about the mountain. Thinking back to the past, the old Chui Dong once traveled alone with straw shoes and bamboo cane. He walked through the most rugged mountain path in the world. Climbing a mountain was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. When the young Chui Dongshan thought of this, he couldn't help but slap his knee and say loudly, "Ho ho ho, it's dangerous." Suddenly he was stunned. On the water painting, a small stone cliff appeared out of thin air. It was not very eye-catching, but on the cliff, there was a familiar figure of a thin young man. He stood facing the wind and the water, his hands forming seals and looking into the distance. When the girl in the distance saw this scene, she was even more shocked. How did Qin Pingan secretly come to this painting with a stone cliff? Chui Dongshan had already recovered his calm qi. At this moment, he put his palms together and said with a cheeky smile, "Sir, please accept this student's bow." Then Chui Dongshan fell back and rolled a few times, muttering, "Those who abandoned me yesterday's day cannot be kept. Those who disturb my heart, today's day is full of worries. So troublesome, troublesome my ass." The girl sat at the door and couldn't help but look up at the sky. It didn't look like there was going to be thunder. Was a pity. A short and sturdy man walked out of Donghua Mountain Academy. He walked all the way and found a quiet house nearby. He began to knock on the door. There was no response. This house had been rented out long ago. Usually the old man lived in seclusion and almost never showed his face. However, the fight between the immortals that night made people realize that there was a dragon entrenched in this house. Although the young man in white, who claimed to be the ancestor of the Chui family, was better than the old man in white at the peak of Donghua Mountain, and he had been bombarding the old man with magical weapons for the whole night, which could be described as splendid, the burly old man's various responses were also extraordinary. Even the experts with high enough realms admitted that if they were in the old man's position and faced the young man in white who threw magical weapons as if they were rotten cabbages, they definitely wouldn't be able to last until dawn. The man kicked the door open and strode in. He saw a burly old man with a gloomy expression. It was the Realm Tenchi refinement warrior Kai Jingshan. He stood in the courtyard with a pot of wine on the table. There were many exquisite dishes that went well with the wine. To a demigod in the eyes of ordinary people like him, this was better than nothing. It was really insignificant. Kai Jingshan was one of the bystanders of the battle in the palace yesterday. Now that he saw a foreigner who had reached the peak of martial arts, he naturally didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. However, this didn't mean that the old man had to lower his head and bow. He asked with a neither servile nor overbearing expression, "I have no quarrel with you. Why did you break in?" When Li Er saw Kai Jingshan, he didn't say a word. He quickly punched the old man, who was caught off guard, into the inner room. He spat out blood on the spot and broke the door and table. He fell to the ground in the corner under the plaque of the main hall and couldn't get up. Li Er turned and left. Kai Jingshan was a little stunned. He leaned against the wall and sat up. He thought that he should at least say a word or two before he attacked. As the saying goes, if you don't agree, you should at least have a word. How could this man be so unreasonable? If this wasn't bullying, then what was? The dignified level 10 Qi cultivator, the ancestor of the wealthy Kai family of the Great Sui Kingdom, couldn't help but curse, "Let's fight again if you dare." Then, the man walked into the courtyard from the door that was no longer covered by the main door. He stood there and looked at Kai Jingshan, who was in the house. The old man swallowed. "I'm talking to the young man in white from the other day. It has nothing to do with you." After blurting out this sentence, the old man wished he could dig a hole and hide in it. The man had an empty wine pot hanging from his waist. He asked a strange question, "How much is that pot of wine on the table?" The white-haired burly old man was a little confused. Then he felt grief and indignation. He thought that he had no choice but to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. He answered honestly, "I don't know the exact price. It's at least 30 to 40 taels of silver." Lier thought for a while. Then I'll suppress my level to level 8. Let's fight again. Kai Jingshan was completely furious. I'm just drinking a pot of wine. How did I provoke you? After all, the old man wasn't someone who would let others bully him. Instead, he was recognized by the great practitioners of the Great Sui Kingdom to have a violent temperament and outstanding combat strength. He stood up angrily and said, "Let's fight. I'm not afraid of you." After a while, Lier left the courtyard and returned to the academy. The old man was lying in the courtyard. Although he wasn't seriously injured, he was destined to not be able to stand up for a while. The old man looked at the sky. For the first time in his life he felt so aggrieved and bitter. He felt that he couldn't live on anymore. My surname is Kai. I'm not a dish that goes with wine. After I recover, I'll go to the palace to meet the emperor. I'll leave this unlucky Donghua mountain and stay far away from the Cliff Academy. I won't stay in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom either. Li Huai said that he would walk around the academy by himself, so he went back first. As a result, he found Li Baoping and Lin Shui both there. Not long after they arrived, Li Baoping was chatting with Li Huai's mother. "Auntie, how long will you stay in the academy? Do you want me to walk around the capital with you? I've carefully studied the map of the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. It's not easy to find the library. I've searched for a long time. Where do you want to go? I know the route." After Li Baoping arrived at the academy, the first thing she did was to understand the complicated rules of the academy and how she would be punished if she did something wrong. The second thing she did was to check the layout of the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. She thought that if her youngest uncle came to the academy to find her in the future, she could take him shopping with her. The woman smiled and praised, "Little Baoping, you're so smart. Thanks to you my Huaizi was not bullied." Li Huai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Throughout the journey, Li Baoping had bullied him the most. Not to mention the fact that he could summon wind and rain at a Liang's place and even called him brother, he had never suffered a loss at Chen Pingan's place. Besides, Li Baoping's mother didn't know how she threw her underwear on a tree at the school in her hometown. At that time she even took him to Fulu Street and wanted to quarrel with Li Baoping's elders. But when she saw the big lions she didn't dare to knock on the door of the Li family. Li Baoping and his mother chatted for a while. In short, Li Huai had a headache listening to them. The two of them were like chickens talking to ducks. How could they still talk as if they were very congenial? One asked how many houses there were in the mansion on Fulu Street, while the other answered that there were many houses in the academy, more than her own house. The young girl Li Lu was so annoyed by her brother that she could only agree to sew a new pair of cloth shoes. She sat quietly by the bed, carefully sewing the soles of the shoes stitch by stitch. Occasionally she tilted her head and bit off the end of the thread before smiling at her mother and brother. If she met Lin Shui's gaze she would smile and nod, and the youth would blush, feeling an indescribable embarrassment in his heart. After drinking Alliance's gourd wine, this was the second time the young boy was so glad that he chose to leave the small town and travel with Chen Pingan and Li Baoping. Li Baoping had just left when Li Er returned to his residence. When she saw the man, the little girl stopped suddenly and greeted with a smile, "Hello, Uncle Li." Li Er, who was clumsy, responded with a sigh and was very happy. When he was in the small town in his early years, he didn't go to school often. At that time, Li Huai would complain that his father was embarrassing, so Li Er didn't dare to go. But this little girl who always wore red was the only student who would call him Uncle Li. The little girl sighed and was a little discouraged. Her thoughts were always very imaginative. She seemed to apologize for no reason and said, "Uncle Li, I'm sorry." Li Er was simple and honest, but he wasn't stupid. He immediately understood what the little girl meant. She must be thinking that he didn't take good care of Li Huai. The man quickly shook his head and said, "Don't say that." Li Baoping said seriously, "Uncle Li, Li Huai is actually more diligent than me in his studies. Teacher said that hard work can make up for stupidity. A great talent matures slowly, so don't be disappointed with Li Huai. Studying is a lifelong thing. Don't be anxious." At this point, the little girl raised her fist and said in a serious tone, "Don't be anxious." Li Er was very happy. This little girl was really likable. The man nodded and said, "I'm not anxious about Li Huai's studies." The man said in his heart, but there was something that could be done. As for how far his son could go in the end, it all depended on him. Li Baoping grinned and ran away. She was like a cheerful Oriole. Li Er stopped and looked at the little girl's back. When she disappeared from his sight, he smiled and turned to leave. At the door he bumped into Lin Shui, who was leaving the house. The young man called out to Uncle Li and left. Facing other people, even Li Lu's father, Lin Shui didn't know how to respond warmly. When Li Er walked into the house, his wife was giving advice to his son. This little girl is not bad, but her personality is a little too carefree. She doesn't seem like someone who knows how to take care of others. I think that Shi Chuanjia is quite good. Although her family isn't as rich as Li Baoping's family, she still has a big shop in her family. She can be considered a match for our family. If Li Huai marries Shi Chuanjia, he won't be looked down upon in the future. That little girl Shi Chuanjia, she looks happy. Li Er chuckled and said, I still like Miss Li more. Li Huai said helplessly, Father, Mother, have you ever thought about whether she likes me or not? The woman said unhappily, How can she not like you? Those two little girls aren't stupid. Li Huai slapped his forehead and said, My dear mother, please don't say this to anyone else. Otherwise I'll really be beaten to death by Li Baoping. Although Shi Chuanjia doesn't dare to hit me, she'll definitely bear a grudge against me for the rest of her life based on her little abacus. She's the most vengeful. I only pulled her braids once, but she can complain to Mr. Qi 10 times. Every time it's as if it's true. Something like Li Huai didn't do his homework well today and was hit by you. Something like Li Huai was late today and I kindly said a few words to him so he pulled my braids. Something like Li Huai can't beat Li Baoping so he pulled my braids. Oh my God, if that little girl Shi Chuanjia becomes my wife, I'll cry to death. The woman joked, Then what kind of wife are you looking for? Li Huai thought about it and said, Getting a wife is troublesome. I'll forget about it. When I grow up I'll find a girl I like. The woman smiled and asked, When mother is bullied by your little wife, who will you help? Li Huai laughed and said, Of course I'll help my wife. Don't you have my father to help you? Isn't that enough? The woman pretended to be angry and said, You're heartless. The woman got up and reached out to twist her son's ear. Li Huai ran around the house. The woman glanced at the man and asked, Where did you go? Li Er whispered, I need to pee so I went to the toilet. The woman's eyes were sharp. She immediately noticed the wine bottle at the man's waist. She sniffed it and said angrily, You need so long to pee? Did you fall into the toilet? And the toilet isn't filled with feces and urine but with wine? Li Er was flabbergasted. He turned to look at his son and begged for help. Li Huai added insult to injury, Father must have seen a gorgeously dressed little fox spirit. Look at how guilty you look. The woman rolled her eyes at the frightened man. For the first time she didn't get to the bottom of it. She sat beside her daughter and touched Li Lu's hair. She sighed, You've all grown up. Father and mother are old. Li Lu put down her shoes and gently held her mother's hand. Li Huai flattered, Mother, you're old. You're still the same as when you gave birth to me. If you go out with Li Lu you might be mistaken as a sister. The woman laughed, Go, go, go. You can say this to your wife in the future. Li Lu suddenly said, Mother, I want to buy a box of rouge. Although the woman was long-winded and disliked her daughter for being a wastrel, she still got up and went out with her daughter. Only the father and son were left in the room. Li Er smiled and asked, Son, do you want to drink some wine with father? Li Huai widened his eyes, Can I drink wine? After drinking half a bowl of wine, Li Huai soon felt dizzy and dozed off on the table. Li Er reached out and held Li Huai's wrist. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes and said, The divine Lord opened the mountain and created the cave. When the woman led Li Lu down the mountain, she passed by a young man in white under the archway at the foot of the mountain. The girl looked back and happened to meet the young man's eyes. The girl, who had always given others the impression that she was weak and willowy, quickly withdrew her smile at this moment. She secretly made a secret and frightening warning gesture to the national advisor of Li Dynasty, whom she had heard of from her grandmaster when she was in the small town. Her slender palm brushed across her neck. Cui Dongshan, who deliberately came to see her, was amazed and said, There are freaks every year, but there are especially many this year. (172) Without Cui Dongshan's intentional guidance, Qin Pingan was actually walking in the Jianghu instead of the weird mountains. However, Qin Pingan was unaware of it. He only felt a little regretful that he did not encounter any more weird monsters. Now that he did not have to worry about the safety of Li Baoping and the rest during their study trip, Qin Pingan hoped to encounter more weird things. Of course, the premise was that it was best to observe from afar. Not only could he gain knowledge, but he also did not have to put himself in danger. Unfortunately, until they were about to leave the territory of Huangting country, their journey was still very ordinary. That day, after practicing the walking stance on the back of the water snake, Qin Pingan rested in a dilapidated temple beside a quiet mountain road and started to cook. Although Qin Pingan deliberately chose the wilderness to return to Dali, he still encountered many men and women walking in the forest. Most of them were wearing mink fur and brocade clothes, carrying swords and sabers. They had the spirit of the Jianghu. There were also some who looked quite ferocious with a fierce face. At first glance, one could tell that they were not righteous people. Fortunately, after meeting Qin Pingan and the rest, there were at most a few glances and no real disturbances. In the Jianghu, it was best not to provoke the kind of people who looked easy to bully. This was the principle passed down from generation to generation by countless seniors in the Jianghu who had failed miserably. Qin Pingan was basking in the limelight of the little boy in green and the little girl in pink. After all, not many normal people would bring along two brats, one more beautiful than the other, and then the three of them wandered aimlessly in the deep mountains and forests where wild beasts roamed. As long as they had a little brain, they would not easily commit murder. In fact, they had met a group of ruffians who were running around and committing crimes. They did have evil intentions, but they carefully followed the three of them, waiting for the right opportunity to strike. In the end, they found that the little boy in green, who looked like he could be crushed to death with a finger, transformed into a terrifying real body and crossed the mountains with the body of a long snake. The big trees along the way were all destroyed, scaring the group so much that they almost peed in their pants. The girl in pink helped Qin Pingan carry the dried branches and kept busy. The little boy in green was a lazy fellow who liked to eat. He squatted outside the ruined temple and yawned. Languid, he said, "Master, there are two groups of people on opposite sides of the mountain road. They are going to bump into each other soon. On the left side there is fighting and killing. It seems very fun. On the right side, there is a group of people dressed in fresh clothes and riding on horses. There is also a beautiful woman with long legs. If you are interested, I will snatch her for you and make her your mistress. After you are done playing with her, you can let her go home. At most, I will give her some treasures and opportunities. She might even be grateful to you." Qin Pingan was sticking his butt up and blowing the sparks from the big pile of firewood. He said casually, "When we meet them later, don't make trouble." The little boy in green rubbed his cheeks in boredom and said angrily, "Master, if I don't loosen my muscles and bones, my hands and feet will become moldy." Qin Pingan ignored him. At the end of the mountain road outside the ruined temple, shouts could be heard. A group of dusty men were chasing after a beautiful woman who looked flustered. A tall and burly man laughed. "Slut, run. Continue running. If I catch you this time, I will strip you naked. When the time comes, I will have to think carefully about where to start eating from when you are covered in white fat." The 5 or 6 people beside the bald burly man laughed happily. Their smiles were sinister and full of satisfaction and hatred. "Such a vicious bitch. Let's just stew her in the pot and eat her meat. With a few more onions, garlic and pepper, tsk, it will definitely be delicious. Her body weighs at least 50 kilograms. It will be enough for us to eat a few meals to our heart's content. Don't fight with me. I have loved eating pigeons since I was young." The eyes of the little boy in green lit up. Qin Pingan asked the girl in pink to cook for him while he stood up and walked to the entrance of the ruined temple. The little boy in green was eager to try. However, Qin Pingan pressed his head down and he could only stand on the spot obediently. On the other side of the mountain road, the sound of horse hooves and laughter could be heard. Soon they noticed something strange on the road. After hearing the filthy words of the bandit-like men, a young woman with a bow on her back had a frosty expression and was displeased. She glanced at the stumbling plump woman and quickly looked away. Looking at the bandits who were waving their swords and sabers, she snorted and squeezed the horse's belly with her slender thighs. Suddenly, she sped up and led the horse to charge forward. "I'll go save her." A young man with a silver sword tassel immediately followed the woman and rode side by side with her. At the same time, he smiled and reminded her in a low voice, "Lanji, there were outsiders here before, so I couldn't say much. However, according to the secret records of our county government, there have always been demons causing trouble in Centipede Ridge. The demons from several mountains even know how to help each other. They are extremely difficult to deal with. However, every time the government invites immortals to search the mountain, except for some insignificant demons, the big demons have long hidden away. They are very cunning. If the government hadn't led people to sweep Centipede Ridge not long ago, I wouldn't have dared to agree to let you enter the mountain." In addition to a silver longbow engraved with ancient runes on her back, the woman had a narrow saber in a black scabbard hanging from her waist. She pressed her hand on the saber's handle and said coldly, "It would be great if there were really demons. Killing demons is not something that only the immortals on the mountain can do. We can do it too. The young man smiled helplessly and didn't say anything more. He urged the horse to gallop, only hoping that there wouldn't be any trouble in this chivalrous act. Unlike the woman who had just left her master's school, he was the son of an official with a good family background. He had more experience with the dangers of the world. The woman's clothes were torn and did not cover her body, revealing a large area of white and tender skin. She looked miserable. Although she was a martial artist, she had been chased all the way and was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Her footsteps were light. When she saw the man and woman coming on horseback, she forced herself to take a breath and shouted loudly, "I beg you two righteous men to save me." The young woman took off her cloak and threw it to the woman. She skillfully rode the horse and just happened to brush past the woman. She pulled out her narrow saber and pulled the reins to stop the horse. She glared at the woman aggressively and said, "Get lost." The man stopped the horse beside the woman and smiled, "Madam, you are frightened." The woman covered her delicate body with the cloak and gasped for breath. Her face was pale and she said in a trembling voice with lingering fear, "Young master, you must be careful. Those strong people in the mountains claim to be cultivators. They do know some Taoist techniques and supernatural powers. Young master, you should remind your friends not to act rashly. If it really doesn't work, young master and that lady can help me block them. I will continue on my way. But this cloak, I am sorry for that chivalrous lady." The young man had been secretly observing the woman. After hearing these words, he didn't find any obvious flaws. He smiled and said, "Madam, you don't have to be in a hurry to escape. In broad daylight they won't dare to do anything evil. If they are really the outlaws who are used to killing and robbing, then they are cultivators in the mountains. Madam, you don't have to worry too much. We have our own plans. Madam, you can relax." The woman wanted to say something but stopped. She didn't refute and said pitifully, "Young master, you should be careful. Those bad people can do all kinds of evil things. It is common for them to speak evil words. Be careful not to dirty everyone's ears." The young man slightly let down his guard and nodded with a smile, "Madam, you are so kind. You don't deserve this." When the woman heard this, she bit her lips and suddenly felt sad. She lowered her head and sobbed, "I just pity my husband's daughter. Really? My daughter is only 12 years old. I don't want to live any more." The riders behind had already arrived beside the young master and the pitiful woman. When they heard the woman's words, how could they not know what kind of tragedy they had encountered? Walking in the mountains and rivers, bandits robbed and raped. It was not common in Huangting country, but it was not rare. A young man who purposely had a beard like a halberd was instantly enraged. Although he wasn't an easygoing person in the sect in Jianghu, he hated to see the weak bullied the most. He angrily raised his whip and continued to rush forward. "Jilan, I will help you. These bandits deserve to die 1,000 times over." In front, the group of burly men first saw the heroine called Jilan. Seeing that the woman was about to escape, the leader of the burly men anxiously scolded, "Blind little girl, you want me to get lost?" The burly man saw that the little girl's face was full of killing intent and laughed angrily, "Get lost quickly. You are just a child who hasn't even grown out of your mother's milk. You dare to be a hero? If your sect's elders were here, I would have slapped you. Get out of the way. That woman is an old demon who has done evil for 100 years. Wait until I peel her skin and pull out her tendons. Whether she is a human or a demon, it will be clear." The bearded young man who galloped alone pulled out his long sword and pointed it at the group of people. He laughed, "Oh, the bad guys are complaining first?" A green-robed old man behind the burly man frowned, pointing the sword at people? "Who taught you etiquette and rules?" The bearded young man glared, "Your ancestors." The green-robed old man sneered, "Old song, you go and capture the witch first. I will teach these people a lesson. Don't delay too much." The old demon is obviously hiding her trump card. We need your art of rejuvenation just in case. The burly man nodded with a dignified face and rushed out with the group of people, completely ignoring the woman and the young man who were blocking the way. The mountain road was not wide, only enough for 3 people to ride side by side. The beautiful woman with a narrow saber said sternly, "Why don't you stop?" The burly man rushed through between the woman with a narrow saber and the bearded young man. The woman blocked with her saber, but the burly man gently lifted the saber in his hand and pushed her away. The woman who regarded herself as a primary success in martial arts was stunned on the spot, her face full of astonishment. The bearded young man who also used a saber was more hot-tempered. He quickly chopped down with his saber, but the burly man ignored it. He just stared at the woman in front of him. He grabbed the saber in his hand and threw it down the mountain. The two men and women of Jianghu who came down the mountain in high spirits were like two dull door gods, one on the left and the other on the right. They just let the wild mountain bandits gallop away. The green-robed old man who stayed at the back slowly drove the horse forward. He looked at the horrified young man with a saber and sneered, "How dare a martial artist of the third state be so rash? Little kid, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you know how many chi cultivators of the lower 5 states have died in the hands of the old witch? You can't even count them with 2 hands. Do you think you can protect her? She may be thinking about how to eat you, her saviors, alive little by little." The old man twitched the corner of his mouth. "That's hard to say. The old witch is good at a vicious yin and yang dual cultivation. She likes to nibble the blood essence of young men. A 3-legged brat like you can die under the peony flower and be a romantic ghost." The bearded young man's face flushed red. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Old man, you're too much." The green-robed old man raised his arm and slapped the air. He was still quite a distance away from the bearded young man. However, the latter's face rang with a crisp sound. He was hit off the back of the horse and spun twice in the air before landing on the ground. If this was the knowledge of the Jianghu, it would be an ability that at least a master of the 4th or 5th state could have. The 6th and 7th states were all great masters who had the qualifications to establish their own sects within the borders of a country. As for the legendary 8th and 9th states, it was hard to even see them. Which one of them wasn't an important guest of the emperor of a secular dynasty? Hence, they had already transcended the Jianghu. The young woman's mind wasn't bad. She immediately turned her head and reminded her friend, "Be careful of that woman." In the blink of an eye, the woman in the cloak raised her head abruptly and grabbed a young man next to her off his horse. Grabbing his arm tightly, she smiled coquettishly. "I thought that I could at least help to stop them, but I didn't expect that they're all useless ants. If that's the case, I'll help the lady of Mount Qingya." However, just as the woman used her qi to absorb the young man's qi and blood to nourish her qi dwelling, she noticed from the corner of her eye that the straw sandals youth who had been watching coldly from the side was much stronger than she had imagined. He jumped up like a rabbit and smashed his fist towards her head. The woman smiled charmingly, treating him as a young and ignorant fool. She turned a blind eye to that punch. She didn't believe that it would cause a wrinkle in her clothes after it landed on her body. However, just as she was enjoying the intoxicating aura of the young man's qi and blood replenishing her qi dwelling, the punch was like a hammer smashing on one of her temples. The woman's head was greatly shaken. Although her temples weren't broken by the punch, she felt a burning pain on her skin. The woman's fingers that were holding the young man's arm formed a hook and pierced into the man's arm. The man screamed in pain as if his soul was being torn apart. After the young man succeeded in his attack, he used the momentum to jump back and widen the distance between him and the woman. After his feet landed on the ground, his qi flowed rapidly in his body. He skillfully passed through a series of qi dwellings in the 6 stops pathway. At the same time he said in a deep voice, "Let's attack together." The brawny man was 1 step ahead of the young man. He was first shocked by the young man's swift and decisive attack. However, he was also afraid that their combined attack would hurt the innocent. He was caught in a dilemma. He could only make a hand gesture to signal his allies behind him to trap the old demon first. The brawny man continued to close the distance between them so that the young man wouldn't accidentally fail to kill the demon and instead become the old witch's bait to strengthen her qi. Compared to the reckless juniors of the Jianghu, the brawny man was much more pleasing to the eyes of this young man who seemed to be watching coldly from the sidelines. It was inevitable that one would encounter demons and monsters while walking among the mountains and lakes. Whether or not one had enough eyesight was often more important than one's ability. One should do as much as one had the ability. Otherwise, one shouldn't blindly cause trouble. This was the capital to live to 100 years old. The brawny man admired the warm-hearted young men and women, but he was really annoyed by their recklessness and ignorance. The woman with the coquettish appearance was still unwilling to let go of the man's arm. After suffering a loss, she didn't dare to be careless this time. She quickly moved to the side and saw the hateful young man throwing another punch at her. She kicked at him with a powerful force that carried the sound of wind and thunder. Even the rocks on the cliff would be kicked into a hole by her kick. The young man's face was firm and his footsteps were especially light. He no longer moved forward in a straight line. He instantly moved to the side and dodged the ferocious kick. At the same time, he lowered his body and put one arm on his shoulder to prevent the woman from sweeping at him. He continued to move forward and punched at the woman. The woman finally saw the strange details of the young man. It turned out that this punch looked simple and unadorned, but in fact, it quietly flowed with the true meaning of the fist art. No wonder it could hurt her previously. The brawny man roared, "Don't hurt people." The brawny man punched down from the sky. A fist aura split the air and flew toward the woman's head. There was also an insubstantial snow-white iron chain that originated from the sleeve of a person behind the brawny man. It hung horizontally with a clatter. There was also a man with a peachwood sword on his back. He put his fingers together and shouted the word "quick" at the woman. The peachwood sword that was ready to strike was unsheathed. It flew high into the sky and drew an arc in the air as it fell toward the woman's neck. "Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Why did I put up with you on this 200 miles of mountain road?" The woman laughed wantonly. As the straw-sandaled young man expected, her kick failed and she swept toward the young man's shoulder. At the same time, 3 scarlet tails that looked like sable foxes appeared behind her. They blocked the brawny man's fist aura, the iron chain in the sleeve, and the peachwood sword that broke through the air. Although the tails were dripping with blood, they still blocked a round of fierce attacks. She threw away the man's injured arm in her hand and completely freed her hands. She held the young man's fist with one hand and endured the burning pain in her palm. She gently poked the young man's forehead with the other hand. The woman angrily wanted to poke the young man's brain out to vent her anger. She was a little wary of the young man, but the real life and death enemy was still not the young man. She looked at the distance behind the dilapidated ancient temple and laughed frivolously. "Old sweetheart, are you going to watch your woman be bullied by an outsider?" Unexpectedly, the young man was very cunning and difficult to deal with. His body leaned back as his fist was firmly held by the woman. His legs kicked the woman's abdomen. The woman felt a slight pain and subconsciously withdrew her hand. She did not chase after the young man. Instead, she winked at him and said, "I'll teach you a good lesson later. I'm famous for my bodhisattva's heart. I guarantee that you'll be so happy that you'll want to die." The burly man was relieved and could not help but give the young man a thumbs up. He laughed and praised, "Beautiful." After Chin Pingan retreated, he took a deep breath. In fact, the girl in pink who had rushed out of the dilapidated temple was almost crying. Master, that guy told me to protect you while he went to deal with the stronger one. But I really don't know how to fight. I was so anxious. Master, I'm sorry. I'm useless." Chin Pingan kept staring at the woman, but he reached out and patted the girl in pink's head. He comforted her, "It's okay. Just be careful next time." The girl in pink who had been cultivating in the library since she was young felt increasingly guilty and burst into tears. The burly man reminded them in a low voice, "There are still demon cultivators with high cultivation in Centipede Ridge. We'll act according to the situation. If it really doesn't work, we'll at least protect these children before retreating." Everyone nodded. Although they knew that it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens if they encountered the worst possible outcome, they still had no objections. If it were not for the fact that the pursuit of the demon was too dangerous, and if it were not for the green-robed old man's art of rejuvenation, there would have been casualties in the team long ago. Plus, the demon had committed a heinous crime. How could they have spoken rudely to the woman when the situation was already decided? They really hated her so much that they wanted to boil her in a pot to vent their anger. After the woman laughed complacently, she found that there was nothing unusual in the distance. Logically speaking, with that stupid bear style of doing things, it should have made an earth-shattering entrance long ago. She immediately became anxious and shrieked, "Where is he?" In the distant forest behind the dilapidated temple, a burly man who was more than 10 feet tall and held 2 axes was looking at the green-robed little boy a dozen steps away. The boy was grinning at him, revealing a comical expression of drooling over delicious food. After swallowing his saliva, the mountain spirit and great demon turned around and ran. He ran all the way, cutting down mountains and trees. In the end, he simply threw away his axes and revealed his true form. A giant bear was running away crazily on all fours. Without the terrifying bear spirit's support as expected, the woman who had miscalculated immediately panicked. In the following battle between cultivators, she was accidentally hit by the burly man's fist aura and fell to the ground. Then she was quickly nailed to her shoulder by the peachwood sword and bound by iron chains. After that, she was even protected by a series of magical items. In the end, the burly man who was proficient in fist techniques stepped on the woman's forehead several times, forcibly dispersing the circulation of the woman's chi palace, and stomped her head into the mud. In the end, the burly man took out a silver knife and completely pierced it into the woman's heart. Then he grabbed her by the neck with one hand and carried her on his shoulder, throwing her behind the horse. The burly man glanced at the green-robed little boy who was squatting on the roof of the dilapidated temple with a complicated expression. Finally, he looked at the skinny boy beside the girl in the pink dress and cupped his fists with a smile. In the future, young master, you have to be more careful when you walk the Jianghu. After all, not everyone on the mountain is like us. Chen Pingan quickly understood the meaning of the man's words. He was saying that as long as the immortals on the mountain saw through the true body of the python, they would probably attack without thinking about the consequences. They would not be like them who would not attack without seeing evil. Chen Pingan cupped his fist in return and said, "I will be careful." The burly man flipped onto his horse and turned his head to see that the woman did not show any signs of waking up. He laughed at Chen Pingan and said, "Your fist technique is not bad, keep up the good work." Chen Pingan thought that the man was teasing him and said with a blushing face, "Senior's fist technique is the real powerful one." The burly man laughed heartily and did not speak anymore. He cupped his fists towards the young man again and then turned his horse around and returned along the original path with the rest. Their demon-slaying trip this time did not go smoothly. Just luring the enemy took them more than half a month. After that, chasing them all the way here took them 2 days and 2 nights. Even he, a pure martial artist of the 5th realm, was mentally exhausted, not to mention the rest of the Chi refinement warriors in the team. They hurried back to the provincial capital to report on their mission. Not to mention the generous rewards from the imperial court of the Huangting nation, returning to their respective mountain sects and clans was also a great merit. When the burly man brushed shoulders with the young woman, he said angrily, "Good people and bad people will not carve 2 words on their foreheads for all of you to see. Don't be so rash in the future. Since you have chosen to go down the mountain for training, your courage is commendable. But don't do stupid things that require the sect to clean up your mess." Both parties then parted ways. The bearded man also went to retrieve the saber. The young man whose arm was grabbed by the woman was in the most miserable state. Even though medicine was applied to stop the bleeding, he was still wailing in pain. One of his arms was badly mutilated and it was most likely crippled. Someone's face turned pale. He could not bear to see his friend in such a miserable state. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the young man who turned around and walked towards the dilapidated temple. He stood up and scolded angrily, "What's wrong with you? Why didn't you take action earlier? If you had already seen through the demon's tricks, why didn't you even warn us? Were you waiting to watch a good show?" Very quickly, someone echoed in a trembling voice, "You are the one who harmed Brother Ma." Chen Pingan stopped in his tracks and turned around. He looked at the 2 people without saying a word. One of them was so frightened that he took a few steps back. The other plucked up his courage and glared at him. "Why? You are in the wrong and still want to harm others." Chen Pingan still did not say a word. However, he pointed at his head and his chest. Only then did he turn around and walk towards the fire. He squatted there and looked at the small pot that was cooking rice. That person still did not give up. He muttered about the officers and soldiers of the county, lawlessness, and the cavalry of the general. In the end, he was stopped by the young man with the silver sword tassel. Only then did he stop muttering. The group of people got on their horses. One of them rode with the injured person. They tied the 2 people with ropes to prevent the latter from falling off the horse due to the pain. The little boy in green standing at the entrance of the temple looked at the group of people leaving. His eyes were glistening with green light. He asked, "Master, why didn't you let me teach those ingrates a lesson? I'm about to explode from anger. I'm so angry. No, I have to calm down." The little boy in green used a magical power to condense water vapor. A large water ball appeared above his head. He poured it down and tormented himself like a drowned rat. The little girl in pink who was squatting beside Chen Pingan agreed for the first time. "It's very infuriating." Chen Pingan said softly, "Others can't be unreasonable. It's not a reason for us to be unreasonable. It's fine as long as we have a clear conscience." Chen Pingan suddenly laughed. "We won't meet in the future anyway. Furthermore, we're not their parents. There's no need to explain everything clearly. I've just understood a lot of principles. It wasn't easy for me to read them from books. Why should I teach them?" The little girl in pink covered her mouth and laughed. The little boy in green snapped his fingers. His wet green clothes instantly became dry. He turned around and walked back into the temple. He stretched out his hand to warm himself by the fire. "Master, I didn't say that I wanted to reason with them. I wanted to eat them up. Seeing Chin Pingan raise his head and look at him, he quickly changed his tone. Of course not. Sai, master, I just wanted to teach them a lesson. For example, I wanted to beat them up so badly that their parents wouldn't be able to recognize them. Forget about the girl with long legs. I'll leave her for you to deal with. Chin Pingan opened the lid of the pot. The aroma of rice filled the air. The little girl in pink had already obediently handed over a spoon and 3 small white bowls stacked together. The 3 of them squatted down and ate with pickled vegetables. Chin Pingan suddenly thought of a person who often used chopsticks to knock on bowls and shouted for meat. He also remembered what he said. Hence, he said to the little boy in green, a true powerhouse is willing to use the freedom of the weak as the boundary. The little boy in green dug into the rice in his bowl. He looked enthusiastic and made crackling sounds. In fact, he had only taken a small bite from beginning to end. He blinked and then said with a sincere face, "Wow, master's breadth of mind is even wider than Yu Zhang's. I'm impressed. It's a good thing that master is not a scholar. Otherwise, you would have been a gentleman appointed by the academy." Although he could hear the sarcasm in the little boy's words, Chin Pingan still sighed. He thought about his own matters and said slowly, "I didn't say that." The little boy in green did not dare to push his luck. His following flattery was much more sincere. He laughed and said, "I'll take it that master said it. Master's noble character and unquestionable integrity are completely worthy of those words." Chin Pingan smiled and said, "Where did you learn so much flattery? Don't you usually cultivate?" "Cultivate? When I cultivate seriously, even I feel afraid." The little boy in green snorted and said, "I'm so hard-working. Actually, I only come out occasionally to take a breather and drink and eat meat with Brother Water God. That's what the people below say about me. I'm just borrowing it." The little boy in green looked at Chin Pingan and shook his head. He said, "In the past, I still had a little doubt that those little fellows were purely asking for rewards. That's why they were so mushy. But now that I know master, I feel that they must be sincere. Because I can't be any more sincere to master. Sai, if I had known, I would have rewarded more good things. Even if it was on credit with Brother Water God. Sai, I've disappointed the hearts of the soldiers. Isn't that right, master? The people below are sincere. The people above need to cherish them." So after beating around the bush and going in such a big circle, he came to Chin Pingan to ask for a reward? Chin Pingan laughed and said, "You want the snake gall stone? I do have it in my hometown and more than one. But I'm not giving it to you." The little boy in green immediately knelt down and held the bowl above his head. "The heavens are my witness. Master, please take pity on me. Along the way, I have worked hard even if I didn't contribute. Every day I resisted the urge to eat that silly girl. It's very hard." The girl in pink hid beside Chin Pingan. Chin Pingan said slowly, "All right, when we reach my hometown, each of you will have a snake gall stone." The little boy in green suddenly raised his head and looked indignant. "Why should she have one? Master, if you must give it to her, then I have to have 2. She didn't dare to refute. She just looked aggrieved and was about to cry. Chin Pingan stretched out 2 fingers to the little boy in green. 2, right? The latter was like a chicken pecking at rice. Chin Pingan retracted his fingers. "They're all gone." The little boy in green put down the bowl by his feet and pounced forward. He hugged Chin Pingan's calf and rolled around. "Master, I know my mistake. One then." Chin Pingan ignored the little boy in green and looked at the sky outside the small temple. He muttered, "It's going to snow soon, right?" (173) Life was a series of twists and turns. In the long river of time, there seemed to be many ferries where the willows swayed gently. In every period of time, there would be people leaving the boat, and some would board the boat to accompany them. Then there would be a new gathering and departure at the next ferry. Just like the hard-working young man from Clay Bottle Alley, he had already left the group at the last ferry. At dawn, Li Huai's family of 3 had already prepared their luggage and said goodbye to the group at the foot of Donghua Mountain. Compared to the first time he was separated from his family in his hometown town, Li Huai was no longer heartless this time. He didn't just feel free to eat candied haws and drumsticks all day long. Instead, he felt a little sad. His child had grown up after all. Li Baoping, Lin Shui, Yu Lu, Xie, and the handsome young man Chui Dongshan all came to see him off. The woman's eyes were red and she didn't want to let go of Li Huai's hand. She talked about the cold weather and the trivial things like eating and drinking. Li Huai listened quietly. Li Er stood by the side in a silly manner. After Li Lu tidied up Li Huai's clothes, which were already brand new and neat enough, she turned around and looked at the horizontal board of the Cliff Academy. The young girl was indifferent to Xie Xie and Yu Lu, who were her peers, who were sizing her up. The woman was finally willing to leave. Once she walked out, she made up her mind and didn't look back. Li Er patted Li Huai's head and followed his wife's footsteps with a smile. Li Lu patted her brother's shoulder, and then curtsied to the group and left slowly. Li Huai kicked Lin Shuyi gently. The latter was holding a letter with sweaty palms. The cold young man shook his head and looked at the girl's back. He murmured, "Next time." Li Huai didn't want to show his sadness in front of them. He suppressed his sadness and found an interesting topic. He laughed and said, "Chui Dongshan, if you're Qin Pingan's student and we're all Mr. Chi's disciples, and Baoping calls Qin Pingan junior uncle, what's the seniority between you and us?" Chui Dongshan put his hands behind his back and said proudly, "I'm the first disciple of my master. My seniority is very high, much higher than Donghua Mountain." Li Huai was stunned. "Do we have to call you senior brother?" "Senior brother?" Chui Dongshan immediately became anxious. "Your whole family are eldest senior brothers. I don't want to be called senior brother. You can call me whatever you want." Li Huai was a little confused. "Then I'll call you little senior brother? That's a bit hard to pronounce." Chui Dongshan's eyes lit up. "Nice to meet you, little senior brother. You respect your elder brother, but you also have a sense of closeness. You can call me little senior brother from now on." "Yu Lu, thank you. From today onwards, you will be no exception. You don't have to call me young master, it's too distant." Li Baoping snorted. "I didn't agree." The girl in the red jacket rushed out of the archway. Li Huai shouted, "Li Baoping, you still have class later." "I've already finished copying the essay last night. What's there to be afraid of? I'm going to walk around here alone so that I can take junior uncle shopping in the future." Li Baoping held her head high and ran all the way. She chased after a flock of pigeons flying across the blue sky. The pigeons whistled one after another, melodious and clear in the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom. Li Huai raised his voice and shouted, "Then bring me along." Li Baoping turned a deaf ear. Compared to her slender figure who was far away from the archway of the academy, the little girl's thoughts were thousands of miles away. They had reached a mountain ridge at the border of Huangting Kingdom. Qin Pingan washed his face by a mountain stream. Unlike the girl in the pink dress who only carried her own bookcase, the boy in green carried a square-inch item with him. He always had a lot of strange things. At first, he didn't want to show off in front of his master. Later he became interested in the snake gall stone. He missed it so much that he started to take it out and beg Qin Pingan to give him the snake gall stone to exchange for treasures. Just like this time, the boy in green took out a bunch of small bottles and squatted beside Qin Pingan. He explained the interesting things about these bottles to his master. He pulled out the cork of a pink-green porcelain bottle and poured it into the stream. Soon, a large piece of soft moonlight flowed out of the porcelain bottle and sprinkled on the stream. It was like a dream. The boy in green smiled and said, "Master, it's beautiful, isn't it? This is the moonlight bottle that cultivators like. In addition, there are cloud bottle, sunlight bottle, and so on. They are specially collected from the 5 mountains. The spiritual qi contained in them is not much. Naturally, it can't be compared with the rich and abundant water in the blessed enclave. But it can't be compared with the beautiful scenery poured out of these bottles. What do you think, master?" Qin Pingan was indeed a little shocked. In the lush mountain forest, it was still slightly dark during the day. At this time, looking at the moonlight flowing slowly on the stream, he really felt that the world was really full of wonders. The boy in green patiently said, "A small bottle in exchange for master's snake gall stone is definitely not generous. I have 3 bottles here that are collectively known as the lingering beam bottle. The name comes from, the lingering sound lingers in the beam for 3 days. They are all filled with all kinds of beautiful sounds of nature between heaven and earth. For example, the frog in this bottle, the sound of the tide in this bottle, and the sound of the pine waves in this bottle. Master, think about it. When you sleep, open one of the bottles and you hear the sound of the tide next to your pillow. How comfortable is that? I have so many precious bottles in exchange for a snake gall stone. Only 1 stone. As long as you nod your head, these 7 or 8 bottles will immediately belong to you. If you don't do this kind of business, you will be struck by lightning." Qin Pingan silently calculated the family's wealth in the small town. There were still many snake gall stones of excellent quality. He nodded and smiled, "Okay." The girl in pink waved her hand vigorously at the side and gave her master a look, wanting to dissuade Qin Pingan from agreeing to this business. The boy in green pushed all the bottles to Chin Pingon and jumped around happily. He stretched out 2 fingers at the girl in pink and said arrogantly, "I have one more than you. Now that I am 1 realm higher than you, when we reach Master's hometown, I will eat the stone and I will be 2 realms higher than you, silly girl. When that time comes, you should know your place and don't stay by Master's side and embarrass Master. Master only has me as his little attendant, why would he need a silly maid?" The girl in pink pouted and wrinkled her pink little face. The storm was coming. Chin Pingon said helplessly, "If you bully her again, I will go back on my word." The boy in green immediately coughed and said to her seriously, "In the future, when you take care of Master's basic needs, you have to be more attentive, do you understand? For example, after eating that snake gall stone, quickly turn into a virgin girl's figure and appearance. When Master is young and full of vigor, he will feel that the night is long and you have to take the initiative to warm his bed." Chin Pingon put away those rare bottles made of different materials and hit the boy's head with a chestnut. "Don't talk nonsense here." The boy in green put on an act and bowed. "Master is right to teach me a lesson." Chin Pingon squatted on the rock by the stream again and took out a dry biscuit to chew. He asked casually, "Do you know what the Dragon King's basket is?" The 2 little fellows turned pale at the same time. The boy in green's body stiffened. He could not even walk, let alone make jokes. The girl in pink said carefully, "I have read about it in ancient books. As long as Chi refinement warriors throw it into the river, they can capture a flood dragon. The most terrifying thing is that flood dragons have a geographical advantage in the water. Even if they are facing Chi refinement warriors who are 1 or 2 realms higher than them, they will definitely not be at a disadvantage. However, if the other party has the Dragon King's basket, even if they are 1 or 2 realms lower than us, we can still be captured." The boy in green instinctively took a few steps away from Chin Pingon and squatted far away. "It's not that easy. Once you are caught in the Dragon King's basket, it will not be any better than being in a pot of oil. You will have to suffer the pain of being cut into pieces at all times. This is the secret of the largest sect in the ancient Shu kingdom. They specially weave the Dragon King's basket and sell it to Chi refinement warriors who come from afar and try to capture our kind." His voice trembled as he clenched his fists and shook them. "A Dragon King's basket of this size will be able to capture me." Chin Pingon stretched out his hands and gestured in front of himself. "What if it's this big?" This time, even the girl in pink was so scared that she did not dare to speak, let alone the boy in green who knew the power of the Dragon King's basket. The boy in green said with a long face, "Old Master, I have not even heard of such a big Dragon King's basket, let alone seeing it. Don't tell me you have one?" He resisted the urge to take the second snake gall stone and said tentatively, "If there really is such an exaggerated Dragon King's basket, even if you are an ancestor who has transformed into a flood dragon for thousands of years, you will have to accept your fate obediently. Old Master, do you think that the pile of bottles is actually not very nice? Don't worry, Old Master can keep them and play with them. If you really don't like them, you can return them to me when we reach Old Master's hometown. As for the snake gall stone, Old Master will decide if you are in the mood to give it to me." Chin Pingon did not know whether to laugh or cry. "I don't have a Dragon King's basket. Even if I did, you don't have to be afraid of anything." It was no wonder that the prince of the Great Sui Kingdom, Gao Xian, felt bad after buying the golden carp and the Dragon King's basket. Other than giving him a bag of gold and copper coins, this time in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, he also wanted to express his gratitude. When he met the man who was carrying a basket and selling fish in the small town, Chin Pingon saw that there was something unusual about him at first glance. How could the carp still be alive after being out of the sea for so long? But first, he really did not have money. In a precarious life, how could he dare to spend money as he liked? After working as a kiln worker, he could more or less save some copper coins. Chin Pingon had never had any extra expenses. It was already extremely difficult to deal with the daily necessities. Second, he was intercepted by Gao Xian and the old man halfway. Chin Pingon threw a stone into the stream. The young man was a little sad at the moment. It was not that he lost a big fortune, but that he felt that several mountains of gold and silver had passed by him. So in the end he was still worried about the money. In fact, Chin Pingon did not know that the man was Li Huai's father, Li Er, one of old Yang's apprentices. At that time, Li Er was already a martial artist at the peak of the 9 realms of martial arts. Different from the gatekeeper who was responsible for receiving the gold and copper coins, Li Er had a good impression of Chin Pingon. As for why Li Er did not directly give Chin Pingon a gift, there was a big reason. The people on the path of his master, Old Yang, had always valued fairness. So Li Er casually gave a price at that time to bargain with the young man in the mud bottle alley, which seemed more realistic. Unfortunately, the prince of the Great Sui Kingdom came out of nowhere. Li Er, who had broken the rules first, was immediately alerted and did not dare to give Qin Pingan this great fortune. After that, Old Yang also reprimanded Li Er and told him the cruel truth. If Qin Pingan really took the fish basket and carp, he was not sure if he could leave the town alive. Qin Pingan still did not know all of these undercurrents in the town. On the path of cultivation, fortune and misfortune always came hand in hand. No one could say for sure in a short time if a friend was in trouble or an enemy was helping him when he was in trouble. The three of them resumed their journey and spent the night at the top of the mountain. Although Qin Pingan was no longer needed to keep watch at night, Qin Pingan still had the habit of going to bed late after the practice. He would stay by the bonfire for a while before going to sleep. Late at night, the top of the mountain was silent. Beside the bonfire, the little boy in green added some firewood to the fire and hooked his finger at the girl in pink. "Silly girl, come here." The girl leaned against the book box left by Cui Dongshan in the distance and shook her head vigorously. "No." The little boy in green smiled and said, "I won't eat you." The girl would not go near him even if she was beaten to death. The little boy in green said angrily, "If you don't come over, I will really eat you." "What's wrong with you? You won't listen to good words and must be beaten?" The girl in pink could only pluck up her courage and sit opposite the bonfire. He asked, "You said that master is a very ordinary and boring person. How can he have such a ferocious and terrifying disciple?" She thought for a while. "Master is kind. Good people will be rewarded." The little boy in green sneered. "Can a good person feed you?" She shrank her neck. He said sarcastically, "You are a demon of the fifth realm and have some special abilities. Can't you have some backbone?" This time she really did have some backbone. She retorted softly, "You chased after the Grand Supreme Elder of the Ling Yun sect for 2,000 miles on a sword. Why don't I see you having some backbone?" For the first time the green-robed child did not get angry. He patiently explained, "I'm not afraid of that old witch. She's really shameless. She's already so old, yet she still smears a few pounds of rouge on her face. I'm a hero who can't defeat two fists. If I eat that old witch, I'll offend the entire Ling Yun sect. When that time comes, I'll implicate my water god brother and I'll feel bad." The girl in pink quietly turned her head and secretly rolled her eyes. She only dared to do so. The little boy in green said angrily, "Silly girl, are you trying to rebel? If you don't get beaten up for 3 days, you will become a troublemaker. Just because you have the support of my master, you don't care about me, right?" She was so frightened that she wanted to shout for Qin Pingan. The little boy in green hurriedly waved his hand, indicating that she should not act rashly. He sighed and changed the topic. "Our master is only a second-realm martial artist. Although he is not much worse than an ordinary third-realm martial artist, you and I both know that he is still very weak. Moreover, looking at his clothes, food, housing, transportation, speech and actions, he does not look like a child from a big family. Does he really have 5 mountains in his hometown? How can he have so many snake gall stones? Could it be that the savage fellow is deliberately lying to us? Is he trying to bring us to a small ravine?" The girl in pink curled up and looked at the flames that she was naturally close to. She felt warm all over. She muttered, "I don't care. The 2 generations of the Chow family in Jilan Manor have bad intentions. They have let down the scholarly family that their ancestors worked so hard to build. I have never liked them. It is quite good to follow Master back to his hometown. If it were anyone else they would have done the same. To be able to become an immortal, who would be willing to stupidly study and obtain scholarly honors. All that talk about doing good for oneself and the world is just a lie from the saints of Confucianism. I have stayed in Yujiang for so many years and have seen the misfortunes of scholars. Not to mention anything else, just the provincial governors and county governors who met my water god brother were more lackeys than meeting the officials in the capital. As long as a cultivator commits a crime, they would immediately seek my brother's help. If my brother was in a bad mood, he would even leave them outside the ancestral temple for a few days. Those officials did not even dare to let out a fart. How boring. The girl in pink wanted to say something but stopped. In the end she remained silent. The little boy in green giggled. Master is already asleep, but Master still has a long night ahead and is not in the mood to sleep. Every moment of the night is worth 1,000 gold. Silly girl, why don't you become my wife? The girl in pink's eyes instantly turned red. She scolded, "Stinky hooligan." The little boy in green stared. What are you talking about? This is a great blessing. Your ancestors' graves are smoking, do you know that? Do you think I really like you? If I wasn't greedy for that snake gall stone that you have yet to obtain. She stood up. I will speak to Master. He could only give in again. He waved his hand with all his might. Don't be like this, don't be like this. How about we become siblings? After we become sworn brothers, your things will be mine and mine will still be mine. She simply carried the book box and ran off. The little boy in green stood up and laughed with his hands on his waist. After he stopped laughing, he curled his lips and muttered in a dispirited manner, "What a silly girl." The little boy in green ran all the way to the cliff and suddenly shouted, "Between heaven and earth, you and I are both going against the flow. Master will bring the silly girl and follow Master home." In the distance, Chin Pingon, who was supposed to be sleeping soundly, smirked. Only then did he stop circulating the 18 halting sword aura and truly fall asleep. (174) One of the rivers originated from the Huangting country in Dali. Chin Pingon caught an unexpectedly large black carp and the girl in pink cooked a pot of delicious fish soup. The three of them, one human and two demons, began chatting after eating and drinking their fill. Chin Pingon asked them if it was really useful to absorb the essence of the sun and moon by eating the clouds and drinking the dew of immortals. The girl in pink, whose true body was a fire python, nodded vigorously. It's better than nothing, it's not very useful. The little boy in green bent down to play with the water and shook his head. We flood dragons still need to rely on the mountains to survive. Fusing with the mountains and swallowing the rivers is the foundation of the great Tao. The other superficial things are meaningless. Chin Pingon asked with a smile, since it's still useful, why don't you make use of it? Both of you want to transform into flood dragons. In the future you have to choose a great flood dragon that's more than 10,000 miles long. You have to walk the water and enter the sea to finally become a true dragon. Shouldn't you be cultivating diligently? The boy in green threw the last stone gently and clapped his hands. Cultivation depends on talent, not hard work. Chin Pingon asked again, if you have talent, shouldn't you be working harder? The boy in green was stunned for a moment and then played dead. Master, I suddenly have a headache. I might have caught a cold. I'm going to sleep. Chin Pingon smiled. You're just a water snake. The little boy in green jumped into the river and disappeared in the blink of an eye. A huge water snake wandered freely in the murky river like a king patrolling his territory. The girl in pink whispered, Master, he's just lazy. However, his talent and background are better than mine. His Khanate body is stronger. Even if I cultivate for 200 or 300 years, I won't be able to beat him. Chin Pingon consoled her. Then don't compete with him. Compete with yourself first. Strive to be stronger today than yesterday and tomorrow than today. Her fighting spirit immediately rose. Master is right. The girl in the pink dress said sincerely, no wonder old Master is so diligent in his training even though he's only at the second realm of martial arts. He's not willing to slack off at all. So it's because the clumsy bird flies first? At this point, the girl in pink quickly covered her mouth. The more one speaks, the more mistakes one will make. Chin Pingon was amused. You're right. I'm stupid, so I have to work harder. Then Chin Pingon began to walk along the riverbank. Even the girl in the pink dress, who had a calm temperament, found it a little boring after watching it so many times. A few days later, Chin Pingon slowly climbed up the mountain with the help of a bamboo cane. During this time, he solemnly grabbed a handful of soil and carefully put it into a small cotton bag that he had prepared beforehand. The bags of soil of various colors gradually became the heaviest weight in the basket. The little boy in green and the girl in pink tacitly did not ask about it. They only thought that it was some unspeakable secret of cultivation. At first, the little boy in green felt that it was very leisurely since he did not have to use his real body to lead the way. However, after walking so slowly for so long, he could not help but feel a little annoyed. However, he did not dare to criticize his master's itinerary and could only try to find something to talk about. Old Master, why don't we spend more money when we passed by that county city? Old Master doesn't have much money on him, but I have money. Don't be afraid of being extravagant. Even if I spend all the money I have now, I just have to find a random river and I'll be able to fish out some treasures quickly. Those are all money. Chin Pingon said, I've heard people say that cultivation is the most expensive thing. The little boy in green immediately changed his words. Old Master, I'm a pauper. I was just bragging to you. In order to not listen to Chin Pingan's country bumpkin logic, he could be considered unscrupulous. The little boy in green was someone who could not stand loneliness. After Chin Pingan fell silent, he took the initiative to persuade him. "Old master, it's not that I want to nag you, but we cultivate for the sake of coming back after spending all our money. If there's a disagreement, we'll kill in all directions. Isn't it heroic and extraordinary? It's not for the sake of personal gain, cowardly and petty." Chin Pingan did not refute him. He just walked slowly on the mountain path. It was different. Even if they were walking on the same path, there would definitely be a fork in the road one day. This was one of the greatest insights that Chin Pingan had from escorting Li Baoping and the others on their journey to study. At the border between Huangting country and Dali country, Chin Pingan encountered a great anomaly that caused the mountains to tremble and the earth to quake. At the peak of a mountain he saw dust rising from a place in the distance. For this reason Chin Pingan specially pulled them to rush over there. In the end, in this small city of Huangting country, they saw a tragedy in the human world. Countless city walls, houses and ancestral temples had collapsed. Almost half of the citizens in the city were dressed in mourning clothes. Every household was grieving, and there were constantly old and young Taoists entering and leaving in a hurry. There were the expressions of the young Taoists who bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind, and there were also the joyful expressions of the old Taoists who received money and had bulging pockets. Fortunately, the order in the city wasn't too chaotic. Chin Pingan only bumped into a group of local ruffians who wanted to humiliate a young brother and sister whose parents had just died due to a strange phenomenon. Chin Pingan stopped them and didn't let them kidnap the young girl to sell her body. That group of ruffians was taking advantage of the situation and didn't have any reason at all. After Chin Pingan beat them back with a punch and a kick, they slipped away resentfully. Chin Pingan left 20 taels of silver to the poor brother and sister and left. Finally, he rested at a martial saint temple that no one cared about. He found that this small temple that gave people a feeling of frailness was actually standing tall and not damaged at all in the earthquake. A painted clay statue of the martial saint was high up and looked at the world angrily with its long beard. The little boy in green only glanced at the statue of the martial saint and saw through the mystery. The incense here is not clean and the place is small. The incense here is obviously not enough. If you don't have enough food, you will starve to death. Humans and gods are like this, so the god who was in charge of this place has long been gone. Naturally, he can't protect the county and can only barely maintain the peace of this small piece of land. The little girl in pink did not have the eyesight and experience of the little boy in green. Her heart was more pure and flawless. Instead, she bowed respectfully to the statue of the martial saint. After that, she saw that Chin Pingan had already started to clean the ground, so she helped to wipe the dust on the altar. The little boy in green did not dare to ridicule his master, so he could only sneer at her and say, "You are just a fire python who has read some lousy books. Why are you getting close to this kind of god? Besides, the great war that affected the whole world that year changed the world greatly. As the descendants of the flood dragon, we are real traitors. Fortunately, this little god is not here. Otherwise, your worship will definitely be regarded as a provocation. Maybe the god will come out of his body and travel to the human world in the form of a golden body. Then he will smash your head with one punch. Bang. Wow, I will definitely clap my hands and cheer at that time." Chin Pingan asked curiously, "Why are you flood dragons traitors?" The little boy in green knew that he had said something wrong. He quickly shut his mouth and shook his head hard. The little girl in pink covered her mouth with both hands and looked at Chin Pingan pitifully. She had a cute look that said, "Master, please don't ask me. Even if I know, I won't dare to say it." The sky was filled with burning clouds. Chin Pingan and the little girl in pink started a fire in the temple to cook. The little boy in green was bored to death as he waited for the meal to start. He was pacing back and forth on the high threshold. Suddenly he jumped down and walked down the steps quickly. He walked in front of the siblings and moistened his throat. He put on airs and said, "Are you looking for my master? Tell me, what is it? If you want my master to help you more, I advise you to go home quickly." The green-robed child smiled mischievously as he sized up the young girl. She was dressed shabbily just like his master. Her complexion was only average, but she had a good figure. At such a young age, she already had the charm of a well-developed married woman. How rare was that? The green-robed little boy stopped smiling and continued to talk nonsense with a serious face. "If you feel that it is difficult to repay the kindness of saving your life, and if someone wants to recommend themselves to my master, I will help you to report to him." The older boy's face was gloomy. He was about to turn around angrily when the girl gently pulled his sleeve. Only then did he realize that his benefactor had already walked out of the Martial Saint Temple. He gave the little boy in green a chestnut and said apologetically, "Don't take it seriously. He likes to joke and scare people." The girl said shyly, "It's okay, brother, and I won't take it seriously." It turned out that it was the brother and sister who brought some food. After Chin Pingan received it, both of them were not good with words, so the young man quickly went back. The young girl awkwardly curtsied and then bid farewell to her benefactor whom she had met by chance. Chin Pingan sighed and walked back to the Martial Saint Temple. He saw the little boy in green jumping on the doorstep and said softly, "I know you don't have any bad intentions, but in the future, don't talk to everyone in an improper manner. Some unintentional words can hurt people. Some people will remember it for many years." The little boy in green's dark green eyes that were filled with treachery showed some impatience. However, he concealed it very well. He lowered his head and said, "Oh," and didn't say anything else. Chin Pingan also didn't say anything else. He sat in the Martial Saint Temple and practiced the sword furnace stance. Gu Kan, who lived at the end of the mud bottle alley, remembered many enemies at a young age. When he talked with Chin Pingan in private, Gu Kan would always grit his teeth and be filled with killing intent. Such a young child already had the thought of secretly digging up other people's ancestral tombs. It was very difficult to say what was right or wrong in this. However, according to the words of the sage of literature, if it was according to the order, many of the knots in Gu Kan's heart actually originated from the ridicule that didn't even add up to 1 or 2 layers. The little boy in green looked at the girl in pink who was busy in the room, as well as Chin Pingan who was concentrating his chi. He wanted to say something but stopped. In the end he swallowed the words back into his stomach. It was just that he seemed to have accumulated some grievances that couldn't be dispelled. His pace on the doorstep became a little more hurried. In the end he really felt that he needed to get it all out. His feet were nailed to the doorstep, and his short body swayed greatly like a swing. He fell into the temple and then fell back out of the temple. He said to Chin Pingan, "That poor youth didn't know what was good for him. He couldn't even take a joke or two. He didn't have any ability, but his heart was higher than the heavens. He deserved to suffer a lifetime of suffering." Chin Pingan still sat on the ground and practiced the sword furnace stance with his eyes closed. He didn't say anything. The little boy in green was silent for a moment. His voice was low, and a pair of deep eyes that were suffused with a cold mist stared fixedly at Chin Pingan. He tried to use a joking tone to say, "Master, when we come out to mingle in the Jianghu, we have to help those who are close to us and not those who are right. Only then can we live well. Furthermore, I don't do anything to the brother and sister. Master has shown such great kindness. They are both brother and sister, and the sister is a reasonable person." As for why the youth showed such anger on his face, one reason was because he felt that I had taken liberties with his sister and caused him to lose face. In reality, it was more because of the inferiority in his bones. Because he knew in his heart that he was trash. Even if he wasn't in a chaotic world, he still wouldn't be able to protect his sister. If this kind of person is still so stubborn in the future, unwilling to lower his head in the slightest, he will only suffer greater losses in the future. So, Master, I am doing this for the good of the brother and sister. Chin Pingan opened his eyes. After thinking seriously in his heart, he nodded. Then he slowly said, "You are not wrong. But right and wrong are separated by order. You cannot use the right at the back to deny the right at the front. Wrong is even more so." The green-clothed child clenched his fists tightly in his sleeves. His eyebrows were lowered, as if he was afraid that his will would be revealed and Chin Pingan would be able to see through the well, that he was stirring up trouble in his heart. This water demon that was second only to Yu Jiang and above tens of thousands could only feel the anger burning in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to punch that boring master to death, and then eat that fire python to nourish his cultivation, and become a stepping stone for his own path to the heavens. The green-clothed child turned around and jumped down from the doorstep. He chuckled and said, "Young master, then I will go and apologize." The laughter had already spread into the Martial Saint Temple. However, the green-clothed child, whose back was facing the temple, had a face full of ruthless killing intent. After the green-clothed child had left, the girl in the pink dress said timidly, "Master, he is really angry. If he was at Yujiang, according to his personality, he might have flooded both sides of the river. According to the records of the county, in the past few hundred years, there have been many natural disasters of flooding. Not only did Yujiang water god not suppress them, he even added fuel to the fire. Chin Pingan patted her head. Since he is not willing to listen, then I will not reason with him in the future. Chin Pingan said that he would not reason with the green-clothed child. That meant that he really did not want to talk about these boring reasons with the green-clothed child. Originally, he thought that Chin Pingan would be willing to talk a little because they had accompanied each other all the way and their relationship had become closer. Since he did not like to listen, then Chin Pingan would definitely not ask for trouble and return to the starting point. After that, as long as the green-clothed child did not do anything that went beyond Chin Pingan's background, he would let him do as he pleased. Just like today's small matter, if Chin Pingan had just met him, he would definitely have looked on coldly from the side and would not have said these words. Chin Pingan and Cui Dongshan had walked such a long distance. How much had they talked about? The girl in the pink dress had a face full of innocence. Master, then you can talk to me. I like to listen to these things. Chin Pingan smiled knowingly. If there is anything wrong with what I said, you must tell me. At this moment she suddenly had an epiphany and blurted out, Master's order has opened up the cottage. You're absolutely right. She quickly blushed and hurriedly declared, Master, I am not imitating him. I am not flattering you. Chin Pingan looked at the fire and saw that the rice was about to be cooked. The girl in the pink dress said angrily, Master, let's not leave any food for him and let him starve. Master is doing this for his own good and yet he is still angry. If his real body was not imprisoned in that inkstone, he would have really attacked you today. I was almost scared to death just now. Chin Pingan shook his head and smiled, that won't do. We still have to leave some food for him. The girl in the pink dress smiled brightly, I will listen to you, Master. Chin Pingan rubbed her little head. Of course, the little boy in green was not going to apologize to an ant. He was already magnanimous enough to not slap the siblings into meat paste. The little boy in green put his hands behind his back and left the Marshal Saint Temple. With a tap of his toes, he leaped onto the ridge of a roof. His short figure turned into a faint green smoke and flew out of the city. With one last burst of speed, he rushed into the clouds and drew a huge arc in the sky before landing behind a deep mountain. The water snake that had returned to its real body smashed into the ground with a loud bang. The impact was so great that even the county could feel the tremors clearly. The water snake twisted its huge body all the way. Wherever it passed, trees collapsed and rocks tumbled. After that, it followed a stream upstream, splashing water everywhere. Finally, it came to a gray cliff that was like a unique branch. Its body circled around the cliff and spiraled upwards. When its head reached the peak of the cliff, its tail was still at the bottom of the cliff. The few trees on the cliff were all smashed and tumbled down. The water snake that was covered in a ruthless aura continued to increase the strength of its body. In the end, it actually crushed the entire cliff. Only then did he return to his real body amidst the dust that covered the sky and slowly descended the mountain. He walked as if he was flying and as fast as lightning. The little boy in green did not know that all of his actions were in the eyes of the two people. On a mountain 100 miles away, an old man in a scholarly robe stood in the wind. In his hand, he held an inkstone with an old dragon sleeping soundly. He was the old assistant minister of the Huangting Kingdom, or rather, the only remaining dragon of the ancient Shu Kingdom. After the old dragon obtained the golden words from the sage of literature's palm, he made a secret agreement with the Dali imperial tutor. After sending the young man's body, Cui Dong, to the Great Sui Kingdom, the old man began to return to the Huangting Kingdom. He secretly captured all the dragon bastards and kept them all in the inkstone. He really used his great supernatural power to scour the ground 3 feet deep and dive 1,000 feet into the water. Other than the little boy in green and the little girl in pink that were captured by Cui Dong, there were now more than 10 small creatures swimming in the inkstone. At this moment, there was an old woman with a hunchback standing beside the old man. Her real body was a red snake that grew up in the wilderness. After obtaining a cultivation opportunity, she cultivated hard for 500 years to reach her current state. She had just reached the 7th level of cultivation. This time the old man found her hiding place. He directly dug a hole 1,000 feet deep into the mountain and caught the old woman's real body. She had no choice but to live under someone else's roof. However, the old woman only felt that she was not happy enough to serve the famous old man in a scholarly robe. She did not feel wronged and cowardly. The old man asked indifferently, "What do you think?" The old woman replied respectfully, "Ancestor, this water snake is still stubborn in the end. However, even I am a little envious of his roots and bloodline." The old man nodded and said, "His origin is not bad. It's a pity that his aptitude is dull and his temperament is unstable. He is useless and squandered a hidden opportunity to molt. The old woman was stunned. She did not know why the old man said that. Previously, the two of them were high up in the clouds in the abandoned Marshal Saint Temple. The old dragon used the technique of cupping water to observe the heavens and earth to see everything clearly. If the green-clothed child dared to attack Qin Pingan, even if it was just a provocation, he would die instantly. The old dragon would definitely not be merciful. In fact, the old dragon had an innate dislike for the green-clothed child. It had nothing to do with his temperament, but was purely a conflict of bloodline. Among the many descendants of the flood dragons in the world, the green-clothed child's bloodline usually cultivated rapidly and was blessed by nature. However, he was the most rejected by the true flood dragons. It was like the first illegitimate child that emerged from a middle-class aristocratic family. Unfortunately, he was neither high nor low in status and was an eyesore. The old woman's cultivation was low and her vision was narrow. She did not see anything. As for the water snake's violent temper, the old woman did not think it was a big mistake. The reason why she had a bulging back was that she was still weak after her initial enlightenment. She was once caught by a snake catcher in the mountains. During the fight, her pneuma foundation was damaged by the snake catcher. That was why she had a natural hunchback even when she was in human form. Later, she found the descendant of the snake catcher and took her bloody revenge, which was more than 200 years late. A medium-sized family in the county city was killed overnight, regardless of whether they were women or children. None of them could escape the disaster and the family line was completely cut off. After the incident, the old woman still felt unsatisfied. She only hated that the snake catcher was not a cultivator. Otherwise, she would have let him taste the feeling of living a life worse than death. Therefore, the water snake could endure from beginning to end. When facing the fussy and poor young man, the green-clothed child did not say a word of malice. Only when they went deep into the wilderness did she start to release her murderous intent. In the old woman's eyes, this was a good cultivation of mind and character. It was quite good. The old man shook his head. Your foundation is worse than that little water snake. Compared to that little python, you are even worse in comprehension and wisdom. You are too far behind. The old woman turned pale in panic. She was afraid that the old man would kill her if he was unhappy. After all, along the way it was not that there were no blind people who did not want to be restrained. Without exception they were all killed by the old man. After death, their spirit and soul had nowhere to hide. They were all plundered into the ancient inkstone and reduced to a thin layer of light ink. The old man sighed with emotion. On the great Tao, everyone strives to be the first. But if you are one step behind, you will always be behind. Perhaps others are always dozing off and slacking off, but their realms are still rapid progress. You cultivate day and night, but in the end you are still trash. Cultivation is so helpless. The old woman hurriedly said, "Old ancestor, is that young master really so amazing?" The old man laughed in spite of himself. It is not that the young man is amazing, but that the young man's guide is too amazing. If the young man is only a young man, no matter how hard he works, his martial arts realm will still not be too high. He will probably be 6th or 7th realm at most. That is all. Walking the river to become a flood dragon and entering the sea to become a dragon. These were the two great trials that the flood dragons yearned for even in their dreams. During this process, it would be extremely bumpy and difficult. Not only would it be a bloody mess, it would also have to endure the torment of being reborn. The molting that happened when one's realm rose was called a small molting. It happened many times. The last 2 times would be called a large molting. The old man rode the wind and walked out of the mountain top step by step. The old woman could only follow him in her true form. A 70 to 80 feet long crimson snake was wagging its tail beside the old man. Old Flood Dragon smiled and said, "I'm not saying that the young man's path is definitely right. It might be a path that leads to the top of the world, or it might be a dead end with no future. But then again, even if it's a dead end, it's definitely enough for the little water snake to transform into a flood dragon. It's a pity that he doesn't know how lucky he is and cut off his own path. No wonder the heavens didn't reward him with food." The crimson snake spoke in human language. Old Ancestor's cultivation is profound and has already seen the changes of the world. Naturally, your vision is far-reaching. We only need to follow Old Ancestor's orders and we will be satisfied. To us, this is already a great fortune. The old man smiled but did not say anything. Actually, there were still many things that the old dragon did not reveal to this crimson snake. He even deliberately said some words that went against his identity. The young man's martial talent was indeed not outstanding. However, the young man named Chin Pingon was definitely not as unremarkable as the old dragon described him to be. Back then, when the old dragon first saw the group of traveling students in his own house, the old dragon used his divine ability to look at them for the first time. Chin Pingon was the last person that entered his eyes. However, as he looked, the old dragon discovered that everyone was circling around Chin Pingon. It was not just their words and actions. Instead, it was a kind of mysterious aura. On that rainy night, there was a spirited young man in white, a little girl in a red cotton-padded jacket who carried a small bookcase, a cold young man who was already on the path of cultivation, a slender young woman with a wonderful bone structure, a tall young man whose cultivation was hidden and whose dragon chi was even more obscure, and a strong and dignified child. Clearly, the last one was the young man in straw sandals who held a hatchet and led the way. At first glance, he was the most unremarkable existence. However, as the old dragon looked over and over again, he discovered that there was something very unusual about him. Like the stars surrounding the moon, like the mountains worshipping the great mountain. That young man took the lead as if he was saying, "Don't worry, just follow behind me. Because the heavens are big and the earth is big, I can already shoulder it." After the green-clothed child returned to the Martial Saint Temple, he resumed his mischievous attitude. Chin Pingon still treated him with a normal attitude. At first, the little boy in green was still a little worried that Chin Pingon would go back on his word and ignore the 2 snake gallstones that he had promised him. After probing twice and getting an accurate answer, the little boy in green was somewhat relieved. However, in the process of getting along with Chin Pingon after that, even if Chin Pingon did not have the slightest bit of abnormality, he continued to let him feed his fists when he needed to practice martial arts, and continued to let him show his true form when he needed to ride on the road. Regarding his unreasonable behavior, Chin Pingon was still helpless and did not feel the slightest bit annoyed. However, the green-clothed child always felt that something was missing. As for what it was, he could not tell. As they got closer to the old master's hometown, the green-clothed child only knew that the girl in pink was getting happier and happier. This made him more and more unhappy. Therefore, after he crossed the mountains and officially entered the borders of Dali, the green-clothed child used his trump card. In the evening, on a cliff-plank road that had been abandoned for countless years, the 3 of them started a fire and rested in a slightly spacious concave cave. He carefully took out a large porcelain bowl from the square-inch object. The bowl was half filled with clear water and was filled with spiritual energy. It was different from the ordinary rootless water in the world. The girl in pink blinked her watery eyes and immediately understood the trick. However, she was too embarrassed to take a closer look. Fortunately, the green-clothed child was already holding the bowl with both hands and sat down beside Chin Pingon. He said mysteriously, "Old master, let me show you something good. It's almost done. There's only 15 minutes left." The green-clothed child turned his head and grinned at the girl in pink. He stretched out his palm and said, "I still have 5 bowls of water like this from 5 different immortal residences. There's also a bucket of water from the Rolling Thunder Pond on Xinjiang Mountain. Do you know how much it cost me? Even if I sold you, silly girl, it wouldn't be enough. At most, I have 7 big bowls. Of course, you're a fire python. Similar items should be a special piece of firewood or an incense stick. However, I'm sure you don't have any of them, right?" Chin Pingon looked at the arrogant green-clothed child and the embarrassed girl in pink. He asked, "What can you see through this small bowl of water?" The green-clothed child only grinned, deliberately keeping them in suspense. The girl in pink explained softly, "Old master, I've read in the notes of some predecessors in the library that cultivating in the mountains requires a lot of money. Many immortal sects are good at making money. They open up some interesting scenes to the public at appropriate times. For example, some of the wonders of the sects that can only be encountered by chance, the daily lives of some famous cultivation geniuses, or the flying elegance of some cultivation seniors. Outsiders can see everything from thousands of miles away without going to the mountains of those sections. It saves them time and effort. Yes, it doesn't save money at all." Although the girl in pink was mumbling, she had been secretly looking at the bowl of water. Her eyes were filled with envy. She counted with her fingers and said softly, "Old master, this kind of thing is really magical. Those immortals have to take out some trinkets that connect the fate of the mountains and rivers. For example, a small piece of stone that is chiseled out of the image wall, a beautiful tree that is cut down from the mountain gate, or the water from the deep pool of Xinjiang Mountain contained in this white bowl. Before the wonders are open to the public, a line of text will appear to remind the buyer. As for whether the buyer is willing to consume the spiritual energy of the object to view it from afar, it's up to the buyer. If they are willing, they only need to inject a little spiritual energy. Through the spells and abilities of the other sects, the buyer can see the various scenes displayed in the text. It's very interesting. The girl in pink became more and more disappointed as she spoke. In my early years, after I saw it in the notes, I once begged the Chao clan of Jilan to help me find a piece of wood like this. However, after I gave them benefits as promised, the Chao clan kept beating around the bush with all sorts of excuses to delay the matter. In the end, I was too embarrassed to ask again and just pretended that it didn't happen. The green-robed child said gleefully, "That's because you're weak. If it were me, do you think the Chao clan of Jilan would dare to take the money and not do the work?" Her expression dimmed. Qin Pingan patted her maidservant's hair bun and consoled her gently, "It's a blessing to be taken advantage of. Take advantage of it first and trust that you won't always be taken advantage of in the future." The girl in pink raised her head and nodded with a smile. The green-robed child rolled his eyes. "These two fools, one big and one small." A moment later, he exclaimed in surprise, "Here comes the show." Ripples appeared in the clear water in the bowl. The green-robed child snapped his fingers and the clear water rose into the air slowly like a fountain. Eventually, it turned into a water screen that was as large as a painting of mountains and rivers. First, a towering mountain peak appeared on the water screen that was surrounded by other peaks. Then, a white-robed woman tore through the air on her sword and appeared in the painting without any warning. The woman had an ancient gourd hanging by her waist as she rode on her flying sword and soared towards the peak of the mountain. In the water screen, the tiny figure that was initially the size of a grain of rice gradually grew to the size of a palm. Her face was cold and she had an otherworldly aura. She was still a short distance away from the peak of the mountain. The sword chi had condensed into a substance that resembled clouds and mist. It was strange, magical, and indescribable. The female immortal no longer rode on her flying sword to ascend the mountain. Instead, she stood on her flying sword and began to look at the abundant sword will that was contained in the sword chi. Even though they were thousands of miles apart and separated by the water screen painting, the sword will on the peak of the mountain still carried various meanings. They were either ancient, vigorous, like a rising sun rising into the sea, or dense like a torrential downpour. The green-robed child did not care about the messy sword will chi. He only drooled at the woman who was riding the sword and stared at her without blinking. He said with a sneaky smile, "This fairy Su Jia of Xinjiang Mountain is my favorite. She is only ranked after a fairy. Look, her figure and her aura. My brother, the water god, is unbearably vulgar. Although he admires fairy Su Jia, he still prefers fairies with more plump figures." Carnivorous people are despicable. The words of a sage hit the nail on the head. He turned his finger and slightly changed the direction of the image to the back of Su Jia of Xinjiang Mountain. Then he grabbed lightly and the fairy's back suddenly enlarged. The green-robed child laughed foolishly and wiped his mouth. He wished he could stick his entire face on Su Jia's back. If there were no outsiders present, he would have done so. The green-robed child said with exultation, "But my number one sweetheart is still the Taoist nun He Xiaoyang. She is a fairy among fairies, a fairy among fairies. If she would let me touch her little hand, I would be willing to sacrifice 100 years of my life. I would never lie. If anyone could help me introduce her to me and let me speak to her, I would even be willing to be his son or grandson." Qin Pingan looked at the sword will chi that had turned into clouds. No matter how hard he looked, he only felt that there was a myriad of phenomena. However, he could not see the real clue. Qin Pingan quickly collected his thoughts and hoped to find a figure in the water screen. It was the mountain-moving ape that had committed violence in his hometown town. Unfortunately, there was only Su Jia in the picture. If he remembered correctly, the guy called Lu Baqiao from the Wind and Thunder Garden had always been secretly in love with Su Jia. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, the water screen faded and became blurry. It condensed and fell and finally became a small bowl of clear water again. However, the water level in the bowl had obviously dropped a little. The green-robed child put away the white bowl and clear water. He rubbed his hands and paced back and forth. He laughed and said, "Because of the sword chi seen at the peak of Xinjiang Mountain, the viewing this time was quite costly. However, it was definitely not a loss. Previously, when I looked at the various sceneries of Xinjiang Mountain from afar, fairy Su Jia only appeared a few times. This time, Diske, I never thought that fairy Su Jia was so fertile. How could I have seen it before?" Qin Pingan silently stood up and walked to the plank road outside the cave. The mountain wind whistled past, blowing his clothes to one side. However, now that he had a solid cultivation of the second realm, coupled with his repeated mountain climbing and harvest, Chin Pingan's body was as still as a mountain. Vaguely, he seemed to have become one with the steep mountain wall behind him. Chin Pingan suddenly said in surprise, "It's snowing." He stretched out his hand and waited for the snow to fall on his palm. He maintained this posture, but suddenly turned his head and reported the good news to the green-robed child and the girl in pink. "Come and see, it's snowing." A heavy snowfall came unexpectedly. At the end of the year, the 24 solar terms of the year had passed one after another. Even on the road back home, there was only wind and rain during the light snow season. However, today was the heavy snowfall season. There was really heavy snow. After Chin Pingan greeted them, he continued to stretch out his hand to catch the snowflakes. He raised his head and murmured happily, "It's snowing, it's snowing." The girl in pink had never seen her master so happy. She happily skipped over. The green-robed child had never seen such a childish fellow. He stayed where he was and mumbled, feeling that life was meaningless. 175. Chin Pingan received 2 handfuls of snow, rubbed his hands together and returned to the small cave with a smile. After warming himself up by the fire, he took out a book from the basket on his back and began to read by the light of the fire. It was a Confucian classic given to him by the sage of literature. Chin Pingan's memory was very good, and he had diligently flipped through the book along the way. He had already memorized the contents by heart, but Chin Pingan still liked to flip through the book like he was doing now, softly reading. Li Baoping once said, "Reading 100 times will reveal its meaning." Chin Pingan felt that this sentence was too well said. Therefore, every time he followed the records of Hanshan repertoire, he would use this sentence before and after Zhanshan's stance. He told himself in his heart, "Reading is like this, boxing is also like this. Maybe after practicing for 1,000,000 times, the fist will come naturally." After all, he had been practicing martial arts diligently day and night. Every day he would spend 14 to 16 hours sewing and mending his body that was originally like a broken house and broken windows. The results were obvious, especially with the breathing method taught by Old Man Yang, coupled with the 18 stops of qi circulation. Chin Pingan could clearly feel his body gradually becoming stronger. Therefore, survival was no longer his only goal. Chin Pingan wanted more. For example, if he had the chance to meet again, he would show Zhanshan's stance to a girl. She would not be as dumb as she was in the ancestral house in Mud Bottle Alley, as if saying how could there be such an idiot in the world. Instead, she would give him a thumbs up and say the word, "handsome," again. The book in Chin Pingan's hand was slowly flipped page by page. He was reading very seriously. The flickering bonfire shone on the young man's dark face. If others looked at him for a long time, they would have a different expression. Although the girl in the pink dress was the real body of a fire python, she had a child's heart. In Jilan Chao's library, she lived in seclusion and did not dare to show her face for fear of disaster. This time she followed Chin Pingan back home and became more and more lively. At this time she was busy building a snowman on the plank road. She only hated that God did not reward her with more snow. Although the green-clothed little boy was a water snake and was naturally attracted to water, he was not interested in such an ordinary winter snow. He curled up next to the bonfire listlessly, feeling sad that he had met an unworthy person and that his life was full of misfortune. The girl in the pink dress made a lifelike snowman of her master. Just as she was about to ask Chin Pingan for praise, she suddenly changed her expression and ran back to the cliff cave. She looked panicked and said, "Master, master, there is a man and a woman on the plank road. I can't see anything about the man, but the woman has a strong demonic aura. What should we do?" "Master, master, let me tell you, there are many beautiful demonic foxes in the world. Look, master. A fox, 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 fox. Hey." Chin Pingan closed the book and said, "If they are just passing by, we will make way for them. If they want to hurt someone, it will not be too late for us to make a move." The enthusiastic little boy in green sighed and sat back down obediently. He said regretfully, "Master, you have given me a chance to make a name for myself." Chin Pingan smiled and said, "If you can return to your hometown safely, it will be a great achievement." The little boy in green felt wronged and said, "We have already entered Dolly's territory. It has always been so safe. How long will it take for me to turn 2 into 3? On the ancient plank road carved out of the cliff, a man and a woman walked in the wind and snow. The woman was wearing a brocade palace dress. She was graceful and graceful. She wore a veiled hat that covered her face. The man had an elegant face and a slender figure. He wore a snow-white marten fur coat and a red wine gourd on his waist. His whole person seemed to have blended into the wind and snow of the night. When the two of them passed by the cliff cave, the woman turned her head and looked at the three people in the cave. She did not look at them anymore. This casual glance made the little boy in green, who was eager to try, feel as if he had been struck by lightning. He sat even more upright than Chin Pingan. On the other hand, the girl in pink, who was slightly inferior in terms of cultivation, could not help but take another look at the man and woman before she knew the severity of the situation. Chin Pingan put the book on his lap and reached out to warm himself by the fire. He looked calm and did not look sideways. When the man passed by the snowman, he squinted his eyes and smiled. He found it interesting. He hesitated for a moment and turned to the cliff cave. However, he did not ask for a yard after taking an inch. He stopped outside the door and looked directly at Chin Pingan. He asked in fluent Eastern Aquarius continent's official language, "My maid and I are really tired. Mister, can you let us rest for a while?" Chin Pingan turned his head and looked. It was a man with a gentle temperament. Chin Pingan knew that this unavoidable encounter was a blessing or a curse. If the other party had bad intentions, it did not make a difference whether he nodded or not. So he simply smiled and said, "Sure." The man entered. The woman in the veiled hat, who he called his maid, did not follow. She stood at the entrance of the cliff cave and straightened her back. The man sat cross-legged with his back to the cliff cave. He took off the wine gourd and was ready to drink. Before drinking, he said frankly, "My maid is a fox demon. She sensed the existence of the three of you before, so I let her release some demon aura as a greeting to avoid unnecessary conflicts. We have no bad intentions." After Chin Pingan found that the little boy in green was nervous, he knew that things were not good. However, since things had come to this point, Chin Pingan did not think much about it. He just held his breath and focused his mind, ready to deal with the man and his maid at any time. Whether it was immortals or demons on the mountain, it was hard to tell whether they were good or bad. Once the enemy was in front of them, life and death were usually decided. Chin Pingan was no stranger to this. He confronted Kai Chinxian and Fu Nanhua in the alley, then fought with the mountain-moving ape, fought with Ma Kushuan in the immortal tomb, fought with the white python on Chiduan Mountain, faced the assassination of Zhu Lu at the Pillow Inn, and so on. After a series of storms, Chin Pingan was able to live until now because of the two words, mental stability, which was very important. The man drank a mouthful of wine. His eyes were as clear as the moonlight. He looked at Chin Pingan and said with a smile, "Young master, your martial arts realm is not high, but your fist intent is very solid. It is not easy. If you can persevere, you can reach the next realm." The little boy in green swallowed his saliva and did not dare to move. Big demon, it was really F***king big, bigger than the sky. The reason was very simple. The reason why the fox demon was famous in the world was not only because it was good at bewitching people, but also because it was more difficult for fox demons to hide their demon aura compared to other mountain demons. Therefore, the widely popular slay demons and devils cultivators often targeted the fox demons who were not very powerful. It was reasonable to say that the closer the fox demon outside the cliff cave was, the stronger her demon aura should be. However, when she passed by the entrance of the cave, she was already full of vitality. The little boy in green felt that she was even more ordinary than ordinary people. It was as if he could break her graceful waist with a finger. The little boy in green was one of the monsters in the world. Transforming into human form was only the first step for a mountain and swamp monster to achieve Taoism. There was still a long way to go from the Great Sui Kingdom to Dali to truly become a human. To be able to make him, a Realm 6 cultivator and a Realm 7 cultivator, unable to sense anything out of the ordinary, the child in green thought for a moment and felt that it was most appropriate to pretend to be a grandson. If this seemingly amiable person felt that being a grandson was not enough, he could even be a great-grandson. The little boy in green judged that the woman in the palace dress was at least a 9th level, and could even be a 10th level heavenly master. Fortunately, this possibility was not high. Whether the monsters in the world could reach the 10th level was a huge challenge. It was no less difficult than breaking through the 10th level bottleneck of a human cultivator. This meant that they had already been recognized by the great Tao of the world. How difficult was that? One could only imagine how much opportunity and training was needed. Therefore, the old dragon with a hidden identity, the father of the Hanshi River god, had a 10th level cultivation, which was enough to match a 11th level cultivator. Chin Pingan did not know the knack of it, but in the face of danger, it did not delay his preparation. After hearing the man's praise, he did not let down his guard. He only replied politely, "Thank you for your kind words." The man sipped his wine and said, "Young master, it's a pity that your longevity bridge was broken. If you want to repair it, it's as difficult as ascending to heaven. Why don't you find another way and just rebuild it?" At this point, the man made a sound of surprise. He thought for a moment and glanced at the book on the youth's lap. He smiled and said, "All right, there really is no story without coincidences." The man slowly got up and left. When he walked out of the cave, the woman in the palace dress was already silently leading the way. The man turned his head and looked at the snowman in the inn. He smiled and sighed, "There really is no story without coincidences." In the wind and snow, the man and woman continued on their way. The woman in the palace dress did not turn her head. She said respectfully, "Master Bai, could this coincidental encounter be the conspiracy of the saints on both sides?" The man shook his head and said, "This trip is far away to relax. I have no desires and I have hidden my traces very carefully. I did not disturb any forces. If they still want to scheme against me, then The woman in the palace dress's face under the veil hat was devastating. Her eyes were burning. Unexpectedly, the man sighed, "What can I do?" A heavy snow fell. The heavens and earth were white and clean. After walking 3 to 4 miles on the plank road, the man who was respectfully called Master Bai stopped. He looked up at the sky with a lonely expression. The woman in the palace dress could only follow and stop. She found that the man did not show any signs of moving. She carefully called, "Master Bai?" The man kept looking at the sky. He said softly, "The tree wants to be still, but the wind will not stop. You said that you grew up in the vast world. Why do you want to walk through the inverted mountain? If you are homesick and want to return to your roots, this is very reasonable. But your roots are here. What do you want? The world is in a catastrophe and 9 out of 10 houses are empty. Is it fun?" The woman in the palace dress was scared out of her wits. She turned around and knelt on the ground. If one looked down from above, her enchanting figure was like a mountain. She said in a trembling voice, "Master Bai, please spare my life." The man turned a deaf ear and answered his own question, "I don't think it's fun. It's not interesting at all." The woman in the palace dress was extremely frightened. She gritted her teeth and instantly exploded with a majestic aura that could move mountains and overturn seas. The next moment, an 8-tailed giant fox as big as a mountain appeared on the plank road. It was snow-white all over. It clung to the cliff and crazily climbed to the top of the mountain, trying to get away from the man. The man was indifferent. He softly called out a name, "Qingying." With a bang, a mass of blood spilled down the cliff like a rainstorm. It was a foxtail that exploded on the spot. Countless snowflakes were soaked in blood. The area around the plank road where the man stood turned into a strange and terrifying scarlet snow. It was said that there were once countless monsters that wreaked havoc in the world. Everywhere in the world there was chaos. Mortals did not know their names and were helpless. Later on, there was a sage of virtue who cast a cauldron to inscribe the names of the monsters and record their origins. Later on, he ordered people to make more than 1,000 cauldrons and place them on the peaks of various mountains in various continents for the people at the foot of the mountain to remember. Mortal masters did not hesitate to take risks to climb the mountain. After this experience, it was the beginning of the cultivators on the mountain. Most of those mountains became the 5 sacred mountains of later countries, enjoying the worship of countless monarchs and mortals. The colossal monster on the cliff fell into the cliff like a comet. Obviously, it was not as simple as losing one of its tails and severely damaging its cultivation. With the innate violent nature of monsters, the ferocity that erupted when they were on the verge of death or heavily injured was often even more terrifying. All the mysteries lay in the name of Qingying and the person who announced this name. The fox demon fell heavily to the bottom of the cliff, sending countless snowflakes flying. It looked like it was on the verge of death, and the bloody mist it breathed out caused the surrounding snow to melt away, revealing a large patch of muddy ground that looked like a scar. The man stood in front of the fox demon unknowingly, holding a red wine gourd and drinking a mouthful of wine. Compared to the giant fox demon that was curled up together, he was no different from an ant standing in front of a human, incomparably insignificant. Before you cultivate the 8th tail again, stay by my side obediently. There are some things that you can't meddle in for the time being. The man said slowly, "If it wasn't for the incense back then, you would already be dead. Since you are still alive now, cherish it well. Let's go, let's continue our journey." The man waved his sleeve and removed the secret restriction of heaven and earth, returning the small world that he had casually cut out to the big world. The fox demon gradually changed back to human form. It struggled to get up and staggered behind the man. The woman in the palace dress looked desolate. The difference of one tale was like heaven and earth. In the past it was enough for it to look down on its own kind. But now it was nothing. However, it did not have any thoughts of revenge. To them that were born and raised in this world, old Master Bai's joy and anger were the might of the heavens. In the cave, the green-robed child wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with lingering fear, "It's too scary, too scary." The girl in pink was ignorant. "Is that senior's wife very powerful?" The green-robed child stomped his feet and scolded, "Silly girl, you're really a silly girl. If a fox demon that's at least at the 9th realm isn't scary, what else is? Furthermore, if a maidservant is so powerful, wouldn't the man who is the master of the fox demon be even more perverted?" The girl in pink said meekly, "Our master isn't as powerful as us." Chin Pingon could not help but chuckle. The green-robed child's eyes lit up. "That's right." The green-robed child laughed out loud. Then he coughed a few times and said bitterly, "I've lost my composure, I've lost my composure. I've embarrassed myself in front of you, master. Everyone makes mistakes. Let this flaw go with the wind and forget about it." Chin Pingon continued reading. However, he could not calm down and could only put away the Confucian classic. After thinking for a moment, he found the few prescriptions of the young Taoist Master Lu. They were all written in small, square script. Then, he picked up a thin branch and squatted on the snow-covered ground at the entrance of the cave to copy the words. In order to prevent the prescriptions from getting wet from the snow, he had to protect them carefully and could only copy one word at a time. The green-robed child who had embarrassed himself tonight wanted to sleep. The girl in pink walked around Chin Pingon and continued to perfect the snowman. At the end of the last prescription, Taoist Master Lu had taken out a green jade seal from his sleeve and stamped it on the paper. Hence, there were 4 words written in red, Lu Chen's edict. Chin Pingon copied the entire prescription from beginning to end during his calligraphy practice tonight. He did not even miss the last 4 words. On the other side of the cave, Chin Pingon meticulously used a tree branch to write the words Lu Chen. At the bottom of the cliff, which was already very far away, the man who was following behind the woman in palace attire suddenly turned his head. When Chin Pingon finally finished writing the 2 words edict, in an instant, it was as if the world had been turned upside down. The man remained motionless with a grave expression. However, the woman in palace attire was already pale with fright. She could barely stand. The fox demon was uneasy. An instinctive fear seeped through her body. She subconsciously approached the man and called out softly, "Master Bai?" The man retracted his gaze and walked forward. "It's fine. We'll just mind our own business." Who was the small well and who was the vast river? Only the heavens knew. "176. That's all for today." Early in the morning, the 3 of them set off on their journey. Facing the wind and snow, Chin Pingon, who was leading the way in front, suddenly stopped after he finished practicing a boxing stance. The girl in pink asked softly, "Who is the master thinking of?" Languid, the boy in green said, "In this damn weather, the master may want to find a beautiful place to take a dump. At least his butt won't be cold." The girl in pink said angrily, "Disgusting." The boy in green sighed, "Good advice is unpleasant to the ears." The Southern Stream Kingdom, which was full of Taoists and famous scholars, was particularly lively this year. A grand ceremony had just come to an end. At the border of the Southern Stream Kingdom, behind a towering mountain, there was a deep path between the mountains and forests. A young Taoist nun was walking slowly, holding an emerald bamboo branch in her hand. Her fingers were gently twisting it, and behind her was a smart and magical white elk. A man in white with a long sword was walking side by side with her, looking lonely. She said helplessly, "I've told you more than once. It's not that I don't like you just because you're in the lower 5 states, but it's also not that I'll like you just because you're in the upper 5 states. Wei Jin, it's really impossible between us. Why are you still unwilling to give up? Otherwise tell me, how can I give up?" To ask a Taoist nun who was devoted to Taoism to speak so bluntly? It seemed that the man was really entangled with her, which made her a little annoyed. The man was Wei Jin, the genius sword practitioner of the immortal level of the Wind Snow Temple. The so-called geniuses of the cultivators on the mountain were actually divided into 3, 6, and 9 classes. Wei Jin was worthy of being the first class of such a young swordsman of the 11th state. His speed of breaking through the state was far faster than his peers. Wei Jin looked dispirited. He didn't look like a man who had just broken through the threshold of the 10th state. He said with a wry smile, "Is it because you have someone you like? For example, the martial uncle in your sect?" The young Taoist nun stopped in her tracks and turned around to look at the sword cultivator of the Wind Snow Temple, whose name shook the whole continent. She was so angry that she laughed and said, "Wei Jin, why are you so unreasonable?" Although Wei Jin was expressionless, he felt somewhat wronged in his heart. He did not know how to explain or redeem himself, so he remained silent for a moment. Even though Wei Jin was so disheartened, his clothes wrinkled in the eyes of outsiders no matter where he stood, he was still the most vigorous sword in the world. Unfortunately, this outsider did not include the young Taoist nun in front of Wei Jin. The heart of the sword was as clear as glass, but it did not necessarily mean that one was well versed in the ways of the world. Especially in matters of love, which was the most unreasonable thing in the world, it was even more vexing. Wei Jin whispered, "He Xiaoyang, I only have one last question for you." She nodded and said, "Just ask." Wei Jin hesitated for a moment, and then he turned his gaze away and said with a hoarse voice, "You value fate the most. Then if one day you finally encounter someone who's fated with you, then even if you don't like him in your heart, would you still choose to become Tao companions with him for the sake of the so-called Grand Tao?" All was silent. It was as if even the invisible wisps of wind between heaven and earth had frozen at this moment. The young Taoist nun smiled and said, "Yes." Wei Jin's eyes were completely dim, and he still did not look at the woman who had fallen in love at first sight. His eyes were red. "Even if you and he become immortal companions in the eyes of the world, you will still be unhappy. He Xiaoyang, I won't lie to you, I don't want to see you unhappy." The young Taoist nun sighed softly. Although there was a trace of sadness, her Tao heart was still as firm as a rock. "Wei Jin, even if there really is such a day and I don't live a good life, I will never go back on my words, and I will never turn around and like you, Wei Jin." Wei Jin murmured, "Is that so?" The young Taoist nun turned and left. Wei Jin was unwilling to move for a long time. She did not regret it, but he already regretted it. He regretted asking such a stupid question that hurt others and hurt himself. A young Taoist walked out from the depths of the dense forest, and beside him were two big fish, one green and one red, swimming in the air. Wei Jin retracted his gaze. After the Taoist nun He Xiaoyang had walked far away, he dared to stare at her back that was getting farther and farther away. He did not look at the golden boy in the eastern bottle continent and said coldly, "If you dare to say a word, I will dare to draw my sword and kill you." Although the young Taoist was somewhat afraid of this 11th state sword cultivator, this forest was located at the back of the mountain of the sect. He believed that Wei Jin would dare to draw his sword and kill him if he did not agree with him. But the Taoist did not believe that he would die, so he sneered and said, "An 11th state sword cultivator of the Wind Snow Temple can be violent in our Shinho sect?" The young Taoist emphasized the word, sect. There were 3 Taoist sects in the Aquarius continent, and among them, the Shinho sect of the Southern Stream country was the most respected. The last time he went down the mountain with He Xiaoyang, they went to the Dali dynasty's Pearl Grotto heaven. Along the way up north, everywhere they went, whether it was the secular emperors, monarchs, or immortals of various countries, they all treated him and He Xiaoyang with respect, and did not dare to slight them. The Shinho sect was located at the border of the Southern Stream country, and it monopolized one of the 72 blessed lands, Qingtan Blessed Land. The sect leader, Qi Zhen, held the title of Immortal of the 4 countries, and his Taoist skills reached the heavens. He was one of the few true immortals in the eastern bottle continent. Although the Shinho sect was a lower sect of their sect, Qi Zhen was still an important figure even if he went to the Orthodox sect in the central divine continent. And this golden boy was coincidentally the last disciple of the sect leader, Qi Zhen. As for his senior sister, He Xiaoyang, her master was the Taoist Dark Talisman. This Taoist Dark Talisman was different from the sect leader's junior brother, Qi Zhen, as he only took in He Xiaoyang as his disciple. When He Xiaoyang first entered the Shinho sect, she was not famous, her talent was not obvious, and her background was unknown. Only the Taoist Dark Talisman took a liking to her at first sight. Later on, it was proven that everyone was wrong. The Taoist Dark Talisman was the only one who caught a peerless jade. He did not even need to do anything as the blessed He Xiaoyang rose rapidly. The Golden Boy and Jade Girl of the Eastern Bottle Continent had a high possibility of becoming Taoist companions, even if they were not in the same sect. Their respective sects were always happy to see this happen. In the history of the Eastern Aquarius continent, including the two of them, there had only been 3 Golden Boy and Jade Girl who came from the same master like him and He Xiaoyang. All of them had become Dao companions who ascended to the upper 5 realms together. Therefore he did not want to be the first exception. Wei Jin turned to look at the young Taoist. Suddenly he was a little dispirited. "You are not qualified for me to draw my sword. Your master Qi Zhen is." It was common knowledge that an 11th realm sword cultivator's combat power was equal to a 12th realm Qi cultivator outside of the military school. Moreover, the sect leader of the Shinho sect had been stuck at the peak of the 11th realm for many years. The reason why he held a celebration this year was to celebrate his breakthrough. Therefore Wei Jin and the sect leader, Qi Zhen, were both Qi cultivators who had broken through not long ago. If the two of them fought in another place, it was hard to say who would win. However, this was the territory of the Shinho sect, where there were all kinds of formations. It was also the territory of a perfected cultivator. Qi Zhen, who had all the advantages, could not be seen as an ordinary 12th realm cultivator. The young Taoist smiled. "So what if I am not qualified?" This sentence to Wei Jin, who was once again poured cold water on the head by the Taoist nun, He Xiaoyang, was extremely hurtful. Therefore Wei Jin said indifferently, "Take it." The young Taoist could not see Wei Jin draw his sword at all. A wisp of sword qi less than an inch long slashed down on his head. The young Taoist, who was about to lose a life-saving talisman, saw a gentle palm as fair as jade reach out to his head and catch the terrifying sword qi that split the air. Then the air was filled with the smell of blood, which was out of place in this quiet and peaceful forest. Wei Jin glanced at the uninvited guest, released the hilt of his sword and left slowly. He only left a sentence. "Take care." A Taoist priest with a face as white as jade stood in front of the Golden Boy of the Shinho sect. He withdrew the palm that blocked Wei Jin's sword qi. The wound on his palm was so deep that the bone could be seen. The Taoist priest said gently, "Those who seek Tao do not have enough time to cultivate their hearts. Why are you so quick with your words?" The Golden Boy of the Orthodoxy said respectfully, "Uncle Master, I know I was wrong." The handsome Taoist priest smiled and lectured, "If you know you were wrong, then correct it. Don't just admit it." The young Taoist priest with 2 big fish swimming beside him blushed and said, "Uncle Master, I really know I was wrong. I will definitely change." The Taoist priest who was called Uncle Master was actually quite young. He looked like he was not even 30 years old. He smiled and said, "If you don't want to change, I can't do anything about it. After all, your master is my senior brother." The Golden Boy felt a headache coming. He was afraid that his Uncle Master would talk to someone like this. In fact, even sect master Qi Zhen would be afraid. He immediately said with a bitter face, "Uncle Master, I'll go and copy a poem." The Taoist priest nodded. "You can copy the Fanlu chapter. Give it to me in 3 days." The Golden Boy left quickly, looking pitiful. It was obviously going to be 3 days and 3 nights. How miserable. The Taoist priest took a step forward and instantly arrived at a lotus pond. He stood beside the Taoist nun He Xiaoyang and asked directly, "The great Tao often goes against the customs of the world. After all, this is the vast world. Have you thought it through?" He Xiaoyang reached out and gently patted the white deer's soft back. She nodded and said, "Uncle Master, I have." The young Taoist nun's face dimmed. The Taoist priest looked at the pond full of green lotus leaves. In the cold winter, countless lotus leaves had been frozen outside the mountain. Here the plants were still slender and elegant, like the midsummer scene. He said softly, "If it really comes to that, I will stand by your side." He Xiaoyang not only did not shed any tears of gratitude but also sighed, "The great Tao is really ruthless." The Taoist priest nodded. "Indeed. It's good for your cultivation that you can think this way." The reason why he stood on He Xiaoyang's side and chose to stand opposite his senior brother Taoist master Xian Fu was not that he felt pity for He Xiaoyang, but that he stood on the great Tao. It just so happened that He Xiaoyang was on this great Tao. If one day this pair of master and disciple were reversed, he would also make the same choice. He Xiaoyang put away her thoughts and asked with a smile, "Uncle Master, that guy we jokingly call Little Uncle Master Lu, who is he?" "He has been stranded at the border of Southern Stream Kingdom for nearly a year." The Taoist priest shook his head and said, "I can't divine that person's origin. Since he is willing to call me senior brother and I lost to him in chess, I can only let him be." I can only divine that he is in Liju Cave Heaven, the dead end of the deadlock. But Qi Jingxuan's actions were unexpected, so he still had no chance to make a move in the end. And he has some relations with the orthodox sect of the Divine Grandeur sect. That's all, I can't divine anything more. Even He Xiaoyang felt a little creeped out. Although Qi Jingxuan's last attack was quickly concealed by the various sages, He Xiaoyang had not only seen the beginning of the great battle with her own eyes, but also felt the aftershocks of the great battle. Even if she had comprehended it, it was already the end of the great waves crashing onto the shore. The ripples on the shore had already shocked He Xiaoyang. At the same time, He Xiaoyang was even more determined to pursue the Tao. The world is so vast and the masters are so lofty. Why don't I, He Xiaoyang, go there and have a look? The Taoist priest smiled and said, "Don't think too much. When the water falls, the stone will come out." After that, the Taoist priest, who was considered to be of high seniority in the continent, slowly walked by the lotus pond, thinking leisurely. The Taoist priest thought about some of the most natural things in the world, such as why it rained, why people were respected, why there were waxing and waning, why there were grotto heavens and blessed lands, and so on. These things that everyone was used to were boring. The reason why it was boring was that if you talked about these things with others, there would be nothing to talk about. He Xiaoyang looked from afar and felt inferior. It had nothing to do with the difference in cultivation level or seniority. It was the young uncle master who had already walked far away from the great Tao. It was difficult for people to look up to him, so they felt inferior. They bought a pot of wine from a wine shop on the street and Wei Jin poured some into his palm. The white donkey lowered its head and drank very quickly. Fortunately, the people here had seen the world. Not to mention the donkey drinking. Even if the donkey opened its mouth to speak, they wouldn't even frown. Wei Jin retracted his hand and began to drink by himself. He left the tavern and walked aimlessly. The donkey followed him eagerly. After walking out of the town at the foot of the mountain of the Divine Grandeur sect, Wei Jin, who had always regarded himself as a man of Jianghu, was still unwilling to fly on the sword. He drank himself drunk and sat on the back of the donkey, letting it carry him around freely. Mountains and rivers repeated one after another. Finally, they came to the capital of the Southern Stream Kingdom, Fengyang. Wei Jin, like ordinary people, handed in a customs document at the city gate and was allowed to lead the donkey into the city. Wei Jin, who was reeking of alcohol, thought hard. He remembered that he had a Jianghu friend in Fengyang. 7 or 8 years ago they traveled together. That person seemed to have said that he was the son of the head of a big sect in Fengyang City. Wei Jin asked for directions to the sect called the Mighty Wind sect. Wei Jin remembered that person mocking himself at that time, saying that his ancestor was really ignorant and chose such a careless name for the sect. Wei Jin comforted him, saying that in the south of the Aquarius continent, there was a very large immortal mansion. It had been passed down for thousands of years and its foundation was deep. It dominated a region and its power was comparable to a country. But it was named by the founder of the sect, the Invincible Divine Fist sect. That was really pitiful. Every time there was a gathering of immortals, the disciples of the sect all felt bored. Wei Jin slowly walked forward. There was a fortune-telling stall by the side of the street. A young Taoist priest wearing a Taoist robe and a Taoist crown was lying on the table. He was preaching to a child with a runny nose and a candied hawthorn in his hand. This world is terrible, but you can't think that those who are kind and willing to suffer losses are fools just because of this. The Taoist priest emphasized, "Actually, you are the fools, do you know that?" The expressionless child sniffled. The 2 streams of mucus that had been flowing out of his nose returned to his cave abode. Then he licked the candied hawthorn. The Taoist priest was a little anxious. "I'm talking business with you. Why are you eating candied hawthorn?" The child remained indifferent. He tilted his head and ate the candied hawthorn. The young Taoist priest said earnestly, "Sai, you really don't have any wisdom. This penniless priest helped you with your divination out of goodwill. This penniless priest clearly divined that you and the young lady next door were a match made in heaven. This penniless priest didn't even take your copper coins. Isn't this righteous enough? Why don't you know how to be grateful? It's just a stick of candied hawthorn. How much is it worth? Can't it even compare to a future wife?" The child who had been in a daze suddenly chuckled. "Do you think I'm stupid?" Then the child turned around and skipped away shouting, "Time to eat candied hawthorn." The young Taoist priest slammed the table bitterly. Public morals are degenerating with each passing day. People's hearts are no longer what they used to be. Wei Jin smiled and walked away. Suddenly he stopped in his tracks, but he did not turn his head. Recalling the Taoist priest's attire, Wei Jin was a little hesitant. The Taoist priest had already opened his mouth and said with a smile, "Since it's fated, why not meet?" Wei Jin led the donkey away. The young Taoist priest said pitifully, "The days are hard to bear. Why are the people of Southern Stream Kingdom so smart? The customs of their people are too unsophisticated." He angrily sat back down on the stool and guarded the bamboo pot on the table. His hands hugged the back of his head as he basked in the sun. His neck swayed back and forth and the Taoist crown on his head swayed with it. He said to himself, "Boring, really boring?" A pretty girl timidly walked over. Gathering her courage, she asked, "Taoist priest, can you divine the fate of marriage?" The young Taoist priest quickly straightened his sitting posture. "Absolutely. If it's not a good fortune, this poor Taoist priest will not accept money." The young girl was stunned for a moment and then turned her head to leave. She thought to herself that this was obviously a scam. He must be a shameless Jianghu swindler. Thinking about it, how could the Taoist priests of our Southern Stream Kingdom be so down and out? She should not be greedy for small gains. Marriage was such a big matter. She should go to Screen Alley and find a real Taoist priest to divine her fortune. If the price was expensive, then it was expensive. It was better than being cheated. She then became a little depressed. That swindler was actually quite good looking. How could he be such an indecent person? The young Taoist priest rubbed his face hard with both hands and said dejectedly, "I can't live like this. When the time comes, the heavens and earth work together. When it comes, the hero is not free. Retribution is not good." Finally, the young Taoist priest sighed. "What a good saying. A gentleman can be deceived. Since you have been so open and honest, this poor Taoist will naturally not be too overbearing." The young Taoist priest packed up his stall and started to get busy. He thought to himself, "Then the mountains are high and the rivers are long, may we meet again someday?" But he quickly shook his head and rejected the idea. Difficult. At the southern border of Dali, the wind and snow were howling. An adult and two children were walking in a canyon. Chen Pingan's stance walking was difficult. In order to maintain his stance walking in one go, he found it increasingly difficult to breathe. Every time he breathed, it felt as though countless knives were stabbing into his 7 orifices, causing Chen Pingan's face to turn slightly pale. The girl in pink who was carrying a large book box asked, "Master, be careful not to backfire. The books say that more haste, less speed. Master has already taken a lot longer than usual to walk his stance today." Chen Pingan only shook his head slightly and did not say anything. Otherwise, the breath he had been accumulating would dissipate. The boy in green purposely lagged behind and shouted, "Silly girl." The girl in pink turned her head and saw him waving at her. She even secretly raised her finger and made a shushing gesture. She wanted to ignore it, but the boy in green glared at her so fiercely that she had no choice but to slow down quietly. Soon the two of them were walking side by side. The boy in green had a gloomy expression and did not say a word. The girl in pink was silent for a moment as well before whispering, "Do you want to apologize to Master?" The boy in green was furious. He did not forget to lower his voice and stomped his feet. "Apologize? Silly girl, did a river pour into the brain of a fire python?" The girl in pink was so scared that she did not dare to say anything. After hesitating, the boy in green asked, "Do you think Master will bear a grudge? Hold a grudge against me?" She shook her head. "Master won't." He had a look of disbelief. "Really? Really?" Initially the girl in pink swore solemnly. However, she quickly added, "Really?" The boy in green was so angry that he exuded a restless aura. He wanted nothing more than to reveal his true form and smash the walls on both sides of the valley. However, in the end, he grit his teeth and forced out a stiff smile. "Then I'll kowtow to Master and apologize." The girl in pink was confused. "What?" Before long, the boy in green returned looking sickly. The girl in pink asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Suppressing his anger, the boy in green said, "Don't bother." Eventually, he sat on the ground with a long face. "I don't even dare to speak. I don't even understand why. Don't you think it's infuriating?" The girl in pink looked at the back view that was moving forward slowly before turning back to look at the boy in green on the ground. She squatted down. "I have a rough idea of Master's thoughts. Do you want to hear it? If you don't, I won't say it. However, if you want to hear it, you have to promise that you're not allowed to get angry or eat me up." The boy in green replied weakly, "I promise. I promise everything. Just say it." With a stern expression, the girl in pink secretly told the boy in green, "If your original intention was to let that young man know that the world isn't easy, you're right. Perhaps Master might even be willing to apologize to you. However, if your original intention was to hurt him casually for fun, even if what you did turned out to be good in the end, Master might still feel that something isn't right. That's just my imagination running wild and I can't be sure. They might not be Master's true thoughts. Actually, I think it's best if you talk to Master himself." The boy in green was stunned when he heard that. Then he muttered, "Of course I thought it was fun. Whether that young man lives or dies in the future has nothing to do with me." The girl in pink was exasperated. "Then I can't help you." Suddenly the boy in green asked, "Do you think that I'm wrong?" She wanted to say something but stopped. He harumphed coldly. "Tell me the truth." She changed her direction and faced her master with the small book box. She hid under the book box as though that way she could speak without worry. "I think that Master is definitely not wrong. However, you don't have to care too much about his opinion. Actually, Master doesn't care if you care about his opinion. If you can think that way, things will be much simpler." The boy in green was deep in thought as he nodded. "Continue." The girl in pink whispered even more softly, "Furthermore, we're all cultivating and our realms are much higher than Master's. If you cultivate better and faster, Master might realize that he's wrong one day. After all, Master once told me personally that I have to tell him directly if there's anything wrong with him. Master doesn't think that his logic will always be right. That's what I like about Master the most." At the end, the girl in pink was in high spirits and her face was filled with joy. The boy in green rolled his eyes. "I told you a long time ago that cultivation depends on talent and not hard work. Again. No wonder Master doesn't like you." The girl in pink stood up and quickened her pace to chase after Chin Pingon. The boy in green extended his hand and quickly formed a snowball. He stuffed it into his mouth and chewed viciously. He thought as he walked. He wanted to kill that extremely boring young master with a single punch and end everything once and for all. However, at the same time he wanted to pinch his nose and admit his mistake against his will. However, he could not bring himself to say it as he did not want to be as boring as that bumpkin. He could not help but turn back. The boy in green missed his hometown. Here, including himself, there were only 3 of them. He did not have anyone who shared the same path. Back in his hometown there were big bowls of wine and big chunks of meat. There were many distinguished guests there and they were happy to settle grudges. There was no right or wrong that haunted one's heart. There was no **T logic that spoiled one's appetite. There was no master that made him so unhappy. (177) The Aquarius continent had always liked to divide the North and South with the Lakeview Academy. The North was full of barbarians, the South was full of civilization. Southerners looking down on Northerners was a matter of course. Even if it was the Great Sui dynasty of the North, when faced with the refined scholars of the Southern Stream Kingdom, they would still have to admit that they were inferior by a head. Therefore, the noble families of the South were ashamed of marrying into the North. Near the end of the year, in a bustling market in the South, there was a barefoot middle-aged monk carrying an alms bowl. His face was firm and resolute, walking slowly. A juggler used all his skills to win cheers. The monk saw a small monkey tied to a wooden stake, thin and skinny, which made its eyes look big. The monk squatted down, took out half of a hard biscuit, broke it a little, placed it in the palm of his hand and extended it to the skinny monkey. However, it was frightened by the monk's kindness and fled back in panic. The iron chain was straightened in an instant, and with a rebound, the little monkey covered in whip marks fell to the ground. Its body curled up and it whimpered softly. The monk gently placed the broken biscuit near the wooden stake, broke the remaining half of the biscuit in half, and scattered them on the ground. He then put down the iron alms bowl, got up and retreated, and finally sat cross-legged 3 or 4 steps away from the wooden stake. He closed his eyes, moved his lips slightly and silently recited the scriptures. He cultivated when he walked, he cultivated when he sat, he cultivated when he walked, he cultivated when he sat. After the monk sat down, the little monkey looked at him timidly for a long time, and finally plucked up the courage to grab a piece of biscuit, returned to its original position and ate it. Seeing that the monk was indifferent, it became bolder and stole another piece. After repeating this, it found that there was some clear water in the iron alms bowl and drank it. In the middle of winter, the clear water in the alms bowl was warm, which made the little monkey feel comfortable, and was even less afraid of the monk. Its big eyes stared blankly at the barefoot and bald guy, as if it was full of puzzlement. After the monk finished reciting the scriptures, he opened his eyes and got up. The little monkey hid again, and the monk just bent down to take back the iron alms bowl and left. The little monkey held onto the wooden stake, looked at the monk's back and soon disappeared into the crowd. For the first time, it let out a light burp, scratched its skinny and fleshless cheeks and blinked its big eyes. The barefoot monk walked with his head down in the crowd, and even if a passerby bumped into his shoulder, he did not raise his head, but bowed with his right hand in front of his chest, nodded slightly and continued to walk. There was a crazy old man in the market. His hair and eyebrows were in knots and his clothes were ragged. Whenever he met children he would ask them the same question, regardless of whether their parents were rich or poor. Most of the people were not surprised by this. Most of them took their children's hands and walked away quickly. Some of them laughed and scolded him. Some of the young men with bad tempers would even push the old man. From the beginning to the end, the old man just repeated the same strange question. A group of young prodigals who knew the old man well blocked him. One of them asked with a smirk, "I have a child who hasn't been named yet. What do you want?" Off. Off. Damn you. The old man was kicked in the stomach by the young man and fell to the ground. The old man held his stomach and rolled on the ground. A monk crouched down and helped the old man up. The group of wanderers laughed and left. After the old man was helped up, he grabbed the monk's arm tightly and asked the monk the very disrespectful question again, "Have you named your child?" The middle-aged monk looked at the old man, shook his head, and patted the old man's dust before continuing to walk. The old man was still asking for trouble in the market, and he was looked down upon and scolded by countless people. Pedestrians. The monk walked with his head down. If he saw small insects he would pick them up and put them on the side of the road. Finally he saw an old temple that had been abandoned for a long time. The monk saluted with one hand outside the door and slowly walked in. In the corridor under the eaves outside the main hall, the monk began to sit cross-legged and continue to practice after eating the food in the bowl. In the twilight, Crazy Ole staggered back. He did not look at the monk and went straight to the main hall. He fell on a pile of straw, rolled up a piece of broken quilt, and tried to cover his hands and feet as much as possible. Then he fell asleep. Nothing happened that night. The old man liked to give people random names. He woke up at noon. After waking up, he left the temple and went to the city to gather with the people. As for the middle-aged monk, the old man did not see him at all. At first, people had guessed that Crazy Ole might be an eccentric person, but later they found out that he was just an old piece of trash. He didn't fight back when you hit him, he didn't talk back when you scolded him, he would cry when you hit him, and if you hit him hard he would bleed. In the end, only some idlers were willing to make fun of him. The old man had lived in this abandoned temple for many years. In the next half-year, day after day, the monk lived here temporarily. Occasionally he would go to the city with the old man to beg alms. Occasionally he would go out of the city with the old man and return to his residence. The two did not talk to each other. They even rarely looked at each other. Every time the old man saw the monk, he was at a loss and could not remember anything. That night it was raining heavily. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Amidst the storm, it was likely that even the shouts that were close at hand could not be heard clearly. The old man huddled in the straw shop would tremble with fear every time the thunder roared. The sleeping old man clenched his fists and kept murmuring, "It's Grandpa's fault for giving you a bad name. It's Grandpa's fault. It's Grandpa's fault. It's Grandpa's fault." There were no tears left on the old man's dry face, but it seemed particularly heart-wrenching. As the rapid thunder became intermittent, the old man's murmuring faded away although the rain was still dense and frightening. But just as the old man fell into a deep sleep, the monk bent his finger and gently knocked. Dong. The sound of a wooden fish echoed in the ancient temple. It sounded like thunder in the corridor. The old man shuddered and suddenly sat up. He looked around. At first he was at a loss, then relieved and finally sorrowful. He stood up and walked out of the hall. The short old man in ragged clothes walked with a fierce momentum, like a tiger coming down from the mountain and a dragon crossing the river. But although the momentum was amazing, the old man's body was still very weak. He was just a tiger that refused to fall. The old man walked out of the temple and looked up. He was speechless for a long time. In the end, there was only disappointment left. The monk said softly, "All sentiments are bitter." The old man did not even look at the monk. He sneered, "What bitter? I'm happy. How can being a heartless immortal be carefree? What bullsh *t immortality? All of them are high and mighty. They only remember immortals and forget people. Haha, ordinary people who forget their roots will be struck by lightning. Immortals who forget their roots are real immortals. What a joke. The middle-aged monk said again, all sentient beings are bitter. The old man was silent. He sat cross-legged and clenched his fists on his knees. He mocked himself, it feels like a lifetime has passed. At dawn, the old man who had fallen asleep suddenly woke up. His eyes turned cloudy again, and then he continued his day in a daze. Just like that, a month passed. On a full moon night in mid-autumn, the old man finally woke up. But this time, his spirit was not as good as before. He looked old. He and the monk sat in the corridor under the eaves and looked at the bright moon. The old man muttered to himself, "My grandson is very smart, the smartest scholar in the world. It is a pity that his surname is Chui. It is unfortunate that he met a grandfather like me. He is even more unfortunate. It should not be like this, it should not be like this." The middle-aged monk was silent. There was a saying in Aquarius Continent's Chui clan, there is a temple but no monk. The wind sweeps the floor. There is incense but no fire. The moon lights the lamp. When winter came, the snow fell. The old man slept in the temple. His teeth were chattering and his face was ashen. It was as if he could not survive the winter. The monk entered with an alms bowl and gave the old man a warm dry biscuit. The old man received it in a daze and threw it on the ground. His eyes regained some clarity. He looked at the monk who picked up the dry biscuit and handed it over again. The old man shook his head, "I only want to see my grandson once. If not, I will not be able to rest in peace. I cannot swallow this anger. I want to apologize to him. It is grandfather who has let him down. I cannot go crazy. I need to wake up. Monk, save me." The old man gripped the monk's arm tightly. "Monk, as long as you let me see my grandson with a clear mind, I'm willing to do anything for you. I'll kowtow to you right now and become your disciple. Yes, yes, yes. Monk, you are very resourceful. You will definitely be able to help me escape from the sea of bitterness." The old man who woke up this time had his spirit and chi withered like rotten wood. He showed signs of dying and his consciousness was no longer clear. The monk said indifferently, "Why can't you let go of your obsession? Even if you see him, what can you do now that things have come to this?" The old man looked sad. "How can I let it go? It is not just my problem. I can't let it go. I can't let it go for the rest of my life." The middle-aged monk thought for a moment. "Since you can't let it go, then take it up first." The old man asked in a daze, "How?" The monk answered, "Go to Dali." The old man nodded, "Yes, my grandson is in Dali." The monk shook his head, "Your grandson is in the Great Sui Kingdom. But your grandson's teacher is in Dali Longquan County." The old man fell into a panic. He retreated and leaned against the wall. He shook his head vigorously, "I don't want to see the sage of literature." After a moment, the old man suddenly became furious. "If you want to harm me, just kill me. If you want to harm my grandson, I will shatter your golden body with one punch. Even if your Buddha comes, I will still punch." After saying that, the old man struggled to stand up. His aura was so strong that it did not lose to the two pure martial artists who fought in Liju Grotto Heaven. However, all that was left of him was a bluff. The monk's face was calm. He lowered his head and stared at the iron bowl in his hand. There was clear water rippling in the bowl, a bowl of water from Buddhism, 84,000 worms. The old man frowned, "Bald donkey, don't play games with me." The monk turned his head and gently lifted the iron bowl. "This is the most interesting thing about your grandson." He saw the word, small. "I think I can talk to his teacher." The old man's eyes were resolute. "Monk, your plan is too big. I will never agree to it." The monk sighed, "Rootless grass." The monk got up and left just like that. The old man took the time to sit cross-legged and began to breathe. His originally withered skin slowly glowed with a golden light. Then he carved the words Dali Longquan County on his palm with his finger. It was a bloody mess. He kept telling himself, "Go here, you must go here. Just look, don't talk, don't ask, don't do." His heart was surging and engraved in his heart. The old man returned to the temple and fell asleep immediately. The snow outside the temple was getting heavier. But just as the cold air approached the temple door, it automatically melted. (178) This time, Chin Pingon did not pass through Yefu Pass to enter Dali's border. After walking out of the plank road in the valley, Chin Pingon and the other two encountered a group of elite cavalry. In the vast wind and snow, the two sides faced each other. Most of the Dali elite troops had already turned their horses around silently, but suddenly, one of them charged out and galloped to Qin Pingan's side. It was a young and determined face, full of vigilance and scrutiny. In the depths of the Dali scout's eyes, there was also a hint of determination that Qin Pingan did not understand at that time. When this rider suddenly charged out, the rest of his comrades also gritted their teeth and followed. For a moment, snow flew everywhere and hit them in the face. Qin Pingan shouted in Dali's official language, "We are from Longquan County. We returned from Huangting Country and entered the pass through Niuli." At the same time, Qin Pingan took out the customs clearance document issued by the Longquan County government from his bosom. He had traveled thousands of miles and was covered with the official seals of various countries and passes. Seeing that the horseman was about to get off his horse, Qin Pingan jogged forward in 3 steps and extended his hand high up. The horseman's body became even more tense, and the pupils of the entire group of scouts constricted as if they were facing a great enemy. The scout bent over and took the customs clearance document. After carefully reading it, his smile suddenly brightened. The hand that was originally tightly holding the hilt of his sword secretly made a safe troop gesture behind his back. The rider still insisted on dismounting and returning the document. After Qin Pingan carefully put it away, the young rider smiled and said, "In such terrible weather, if you run into trouble, you can temporarily rest at our beacon and prepare food. It won't be too late to continue your journey when the wind and snow lessens." Qin Pingan felt the rider's sincerity from the bottom of his heart. He immediately saluted with a smile and said, "It's fine. I can use this opportunity to practice my boxing stance. It's hard to endure, but I can still bear it." Dali valued martial arts and its people were valiant. Its name shook the entire continent. The young man in straw sandals was so tenacious that he quickly won the favor of this pair of elite scouts. Even an old sergeant with a rough face and a serious face at the border also smiled knowingly. Both sides then parted. The scouts continued south to investigate while Qin Pingan continued north to return to his hometown. The sergeant looked back at the backs of the 3 people returning north. He restrained his smile and turned to reprimand the rider under his command. "Why are you acting like a hero? Do you want to die?" Let's not talk about the young man's depth. The 2 maidservants and attendants in thin clothes beside him are obviously cultivators with cultivation. Otherwise, how could they withstand the training of this weather? Otherwise, how could they bear the hardships of this weather? We were in close proximity just now, can't you see that they look well? If the 3 of them are really spies from the enemy, your rash questioning will not only cause our entire team to be wiped out, but will also delay the transmission of the spy report. The young cavalryman stammered. He was still somewhat unconvinced. "Corporal, as B-class scouts at the border, we are still within the borders of the Li dynasty. No matter where the Qi refinement warriors are from, they have to follow the rules of the border army, right? If they really dare to kill us, we will definitely make them suffer after the investigation." Taking 10,000 steps back, isn't the prince still around? I believe that no one has the ability to arm wrestle with the prince. The old sergeant who had been in the military for half his life was so angry that he lashed out with his whip. However, it only hit the empty space outside the young rider's shoulder. It was all bark and no bite. He laughed angrily. "If it was when I first joined the army, your behavior would be provoking the Qi refinement warriors. Do you know that? You won't even know how you died. If you meet a righteous general, he will at most help you to ask for a few dozen taels of silver as compensation. If he is not righteous, it's none of your business." Being able to become a B-grade scout in the border army of Great Li, he was undoubtedly one of the best soldiers in Great Li's army, and not many of them were fools. The young cavalryman quickly tried to make up for it by saying, "Please calm down, Senior Sergeant. When we reach the lair of the Gao clan of Great Sui, I'll use my military merit to exchange you a tender and beautiful woman from a wealthy family, so that you can cool down." The old sergeant laughed and scolded, "Get lost. With your little military merit, it's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Don't talk nonsense, continue to patrol. The higher-ups have spoken. Be careful of the Huangting kingdom. We have to be more careful in this kind of weather. We are not afraid that they will rush in and seek death. However, after so many years of war, it is always our horse hooves that trample on other people's homes. There is no reason for others to trample on our homes." The young rider smiled mischievously. I know. I will go first. I guarantee that not even a fly can fly into the Oxback Valley ahead." The young rider took a deep breath, pulled on his slightly stiff and thick mink hat, shook off some ice shards and slowly ran forward. A middle-aged scout couldn't help but ask, "Squad leader, there was such a huge commotion at the border between the two kingdoms earlier. I heard that the Huangting kingdom's territory had collapsed and many people died, but we didn't suffer any losses here. Is there a reason behind this? Sergeant, you have a lot of gossip. Many of your old comrades are now lieutenants. I know that you have specially looked for people to drink. Is there anything you can say?" The old sergeant looked dignified and did not reveal the secret. He just grinned, his eyes were burning and his tone was gloomy. "There is nothing to say. It's just that we will have meat to eat soon. It's a good thing." On the other side, Qin Pingan, who was moving forward against the wind and snow, slowly said, "I have seen the cavalry of the Great Sui Kingdom before. They escorted us from the border to the capital. Compared with our Dali cavalry, I always feel that there is something different. I can't pinpoint it specifically." The little boy in green said lazily, "Master, this is a simple matter. The cavalry of the Great Sui Kingdom is a watchdog raised in a big house. They only look powerful. Of course, when it comes to a real fight, they are probably just passable. But your Dali cavalry, especially the cavalry of the border, are a bunch of wild dogs. They bite people everywhere and their teeth have long been sharpened. If it were the soldiers of the Huangting country, they would have run far away when they see the three of us. How would they have the guts to come forward and ask?" The little boy in green yawned and said casually, "In the past, when I was at Yujiang, I heard my brother, the water god, tell me a secret. More than 10 years ago, there was a border army in the north of the Great Sui Kingdom. They had a conflict with a group of Qi refinement warriors on the mountain. In a fit of anger, the main general mobilized 6,000 elites. Together with him and his subordinate secretary Wu, together with the Qi refinement warriors who were borrowed from their fellow soldiers, they chased after them for more than 800 miles. Out of the 4 Qi refinement warriors who committed the crime, they killed 3 of them." The girl in pink said in surprise, "In the Huangting country, no matter if it is the local army or the martial arts world at the foot of the mountain, no one dares to squabble with the Qi refinement warriors on the mountain. The reason why the Chao family of Jilan spared no effort in nurturing their young son is that they do not need to rely on others for survival. The Hong family of the Huangting country is rotten to the core from top to bottom. How would they be a match for the barbarians of Dali in future wars?" Bored to death, the boy in green stretched out his hands and condensed crystal-clear snowballs again and again. Then he threw them into the distance again and again. The border army of the Great Li dynasty was also in a mess. More than half of the Secretary Wu died in the battle. In short, it caused a huge commotion. His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Li dynasty was enraged. He recalled the general back to the capital and demoted him to a low-level soldier. Only then did the sect behind the 4 Qi refinement warriors calm down. However, I heard that within a few years, the warrior who guarded the northern pass appeared at Yefu Pass in the south. He regained his original official position very quickly. The border army that he was in previously even received the honorary title of one of Dali's newly promoted Iron Cavalry. Not only did the border army recover to full strength rapidly, many A-class horses and A-class soldiers were also added into the army. They are very prosperous now. Qin Pingan thought of the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom and muttered to himself, "Please don't go to war." The azure-robed child quickly tossed a snowball into the air, and then used a second snowball to shoot out. Both sides shattered with a loud bang. The arrow has already been knocked, but it has to be released. I don't think we can escape from this war of annihilation. The key is whether the Great Sui Kingdom can live up to expectations or not. However, if the Baek-ok-kyung building of Dali is really as powerful as the rumors say, I think most of the dominant forces in the Great Sui Kingdom will choose to protect themselves. After all, no one is willing to be killed by a flying sword from the Baek-ok-kyung building in an instant in the cave residence protected by the formation. Then they will die with grievances. Who is willing to try the killing power of the flying sword of the Baek-ok-kyung building? The higher the realm, the more the Qi refinement warriors cherish their lives and fear death. Anyway, my water god brother said that as long as the flying sword of the Baek-ok-kyung building is half as powerful as the rumors say, he will take the initiative to surrender. Based on the style of the Dali Imperial Palace, they might even keep his deity position as the Imperial River Water God. The girl in pink looked confused. What is the Baek-ok-kyung building? Can a flying sword come out? The green-robed child laughed out loud and flicked his finger gently. A snowball hit the pink-dressed girl's forehead. With a whoosh, a flying sword will fly out from the white jade capital of Dali's capital city. With the speed of a land sword immortal of the 5 realms, it will fly across thousands of mountains and rivers in the blink of an eye and pierce through your head. Is it fun? The girl in pink covered her forehead with both hands. She was scared out of her wits. The little boy in green sneered and said, "With your insignificant skills, do we need to use the flying sword of the Baek-Okyekyung building to kill you? It's true that you are a silly girl, but the Dali Imperial Court is not stupid. The dozens of flying swords of the Baek-Okyekyung building are now targeting the Chi refinement warriors. They are all those old tortoise bastards hiding under the water in the Great Sui Kingdom. I'm guessing that some of the Great Sui Kingdom Chi refinement warriors who are qualified to be on the list must have secretly left the territory of the Great Sui Kingdom in order to avoid the sharpness." Although Chen Pingan did not interrupt, he felt that most of the arguments and guesses of the Imperial River Water Snake were reasonable and well-founded. Therefore he listened to all of them silently and remembered them in his heart. Therefore Chen Pingan could not understand why such a smart guy who could see through the problem would be willing to be the scapegoat of the water god who had ulterior motives in his hometown of the Imperial River. Could it be that he was hiding under the light? Chen Pingan did not open his mouth to ask. After all, this was the matter of the little boy in green. Chen Pingan began to walk silently against the wind and snow, over and over again. In the knee-deep snow, the movement of the mountain-shaking fist manual had to be extremely slow. The longer Chen Pingan walked from the cliff plank path to here, the more energy and mental energy he spent. The further he went, the more it would be 10 times or even 100 times more than usual. From the outside to the inside, Chen Pingan was almost frozen into a block of ice. In the later stage, Chen Pingan did not even need to deliberately circulate the 18 halting sword aura. The mysterious chi that was like a fire dragon patrolling the pass would automatically move quickly on its own and help Chen Pingan to barely maintain a breath of vital chi. Every time he breathed in and out, it was a pain that penetrated to the bone marrow. The mischievous little boy in green felt a headache coming on. He felt that it was unreasonable. Was it not good to accept one's fate if one's talent was poor? Other people made rapid progress on the path of cultivation, but Chen Pingan was here every day to achieve half the results with twice the effort. How embarrassing. The girl in the pink dress was about to die of heartache. After half an hour, the wind and snow gradually subsided. The journey after that was not too difficult. The 3 of them bypassed 2 passes and dozens of towering beacons of various sizes. Chen Pingan was still looking for trouble. Every day, after practicing his boxing stance, he took the initiative to spar with the little boy in green. He was often punched by the little boy into the deep snow and could not be seen. However, the second level was still a pitiful second level. Chen Pingan's advancement in martial arts was really unshakable. It was unknown whether the little boy in green was lamenting his misfortune or angry at his failure to strive. There were a few times when he hit his master hard, causing him to fly out like a kite with a broken string. He had to struggle for a long time before he could stand up. The girl in the pink dress who was watching from the side turned her head away, unable to bear to watch. On this monotonous journey home, the first snow of the year came to an end. The 3 of them finally arrived at a town marked on the map as Fengya County. Because Chen Pingan had chosen a path that led to his hometown, the West Mountain, they would not pass by the Xihua River, Red Candle Town, and Chiduan Mountain. Chen Pingan wanted to visit more unfamiliar places. Reading a few books, learning more than 1,000 words, traveling thousands of miles, and practicing millions of punches. This was Chen Pingan's current wish. After all, he had to walk step by step. Chen Pingan's journey home this time was very fulfilling every day. Of course he suffered a lot. Compared to rushing to the Great Sui Kingdom's academy to study, he could spare more time to strengthen his body by practicing punches and temper his spirit with chi. Dripping water could penetrate stone and swallows could carry mud. Every little thing was nourishing. The little boy in cyan would think that he was wasting time, but Chen Pingan could clearly feel the accumulation of benefits. This feeling was like a young man in Clay Bottle Alley who worked hard every day. It was equivalent to a few more copper coins coming into his account. His family's wealth was quietly increasing. Outsiders might find it boring, but Chen Pingan himself felt very good. As the end of the year approached, they entered the bustling county market. Fengya town was different from other towns at the border of Dali. It was more scholarly because there were obviously more bookstores. Of course, it was not an extravagant hope to have a unique good book. Most of them were coarse and cheap private block-printed books with many mistakes and omissions. The little boy in cyan and the girl in pink both had high standards. One was rich and used to seeing good things, while the other had been dealing with books of sages since childhood. As a result, only Chen Pingan strolled around the bookstore seriously, admiring the long row of 12 complete sets on the bookshelves. Unfortunately, there wasn't much space in his basket, and it couldn't fit such a large set. Moreover, the price was too high, so he had no choice but to settle for the next best thing, and buy a book signed by Qing Shuidong. The old bookstore owner sincerely praised the young master's good taste. He then explained that the book of the old assistant minister of Huangting Kingdom was now in his pocket and he would definitely make a profit. This was because there were rumors in the market that the man would soon come out of seclusion and be invited to be the deputy headmaster of a new academy in Dali. In the night, Qin Pingan, who had returned from a rewarding journey, chose a simple inn and asked for 2 adjacent rooms. The girl in pink slept in one room alone. The little boy in green followed Qin Pingan over the threshold and immediately wrinkled his nose with a look of disgust. He vigorously shook his hand in front of his nose to disperse the sour smell that had been there for a long time, as expected of a water snake that had cultivated into a spirit. The smell that was difficult to get rid of no matter how hard he wiped it was all expelled out of the window by the little boy in green. After Qin Pingan closed the door, he spread out the map of the southern province of Dali on the table. This was because these geographical maps that could not be shown to others had always been exclusive to the government. It was a big crime for the people to privately possess them. Qin Pingan looked at the distance between Fengya County and Longquan County. The distance between them was less than 600 miles. Half of it was the official road that was convenient for traveling merchants and the other half was the relatively difficult waterway of the Chongdan River. Compared to the long journey back and forth, 600 miles could be considered close at hand. After Qin Pingan ate his food, he began to practice the sword furnace. From time to time, he would hear the curses of a woman and the begging of the innkeeper. It was so similar to the scene in his hometown, Apricot Blossom Lane. It was just that at that time, Gu Ken's mother was still alive, and the vicious Granny Ma was not dead yet. Every day there would be the sound of reading in the school, which spread far to the Iron Lock Well. When he went back this time, the old locust tree was gone, and the gatekeeper was no longer there. On the eve of the new year, the door of the neighbor's courtyard in Mud Bottle Lane was destined not to be posted with a brand new festive couplet. Qin Pingan sighed and put away the sword furnace. He went to the window and took out the small silver sword embryo from the small pocket that was specially sewn in his sleeve. He gently held it in his palm and slowly rubbed it. The little boy in green shouted angrily for no reason, "You're courting death." Qin Pingan heard the sound and turned his head to look. He saw the little boy in green pinching a cloud of gray smoke with 2 fingers. He suddenly clamped it and there was a slight crackling sound. The gray smoke gradually dissipated, and there was a faint wailing sound. Seeing Qin Pingan's puzzled expression, the little boy in green took the credit happily and said, "Master, this little demon that doesn't know life from death has been crushed by me. It still dares to behave atrociously in your territory. It's really tired of living." The little boy in green pointed to the scattered fog. "It's called Pillow Evil Spirit. It doesn't have a physical body. Wherever this little thing goes, the wind it brings is one of the many evil winds in the world. It likes to chase those vicious shrews on the street. Every time they talk, this kind of evil spirit will secretly appear and collect that atmosphere. It's the best way to alienate relatives, especially the relationship between husband and wife. The so-called pillow talk in the market is its specialty." Qin Pingan sighed and smiled. "If you encounter this kind of evil spirit in the future, just drive it away. There's no need to fight." The little boy in green nodded and tilted his head, asking, "Master, aren't you a bodhisattva? Why don't you enforce justice on behalf of the heavens when you encounter such evil spirits?" Qin Pingan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What do you mean by enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens? I don't have such great ability." Qin Pingan quickly stopped talking and didn't say anything else. The little boy in green felt a little disappointed for no reason. Because he didn't hear the good man's great principles. In the past he always felt that listening to it was boring and annoying. After that time at the Martial Saint Temple, Qin Pingan never said it again. He actually felt that it was even more boring. The little boy in green lay on the table for a while and felt that he was seriously ill. He simply climbed onto the table and lay down on all fours. He stared at the ceiling lifelessly and saw a small spider web that no longer had an owner. After staring at it for a long time, the little boy in green began to toss and turn on the table. The girl in pink tidied up the bedding and mattress over there and then ran over here to help her master tidy up. She didn't forget to carry Cui Dongshan's book box properly. Throughout the journey she protected the book box at all times. From this, It could be seen that the white-clothed youth's display of his remarkable ability in the library of the Jilanchao family had left a deep psychological shadow on her. Chen Pingan put away the silver ingot again and walked towards the table. The little boy in green hurriedly sat back down on the stool. Chen Pingan took out the book that still had a rich ink scent from the basket on his back. The little boy in green hurriedly brought over the oil lamp attentively and helped to light the wick. The master and servants sat on 3 sides. The little boy in green did not dare to disturb Chen Pingan, who was reading the book. He smiled and asked the girl in pink sitting opposite him, "You're about to eat a snake gallstone and enter the middle 5 realms. Are you happy?" With Chen Pingan beside her, the girl in pink was much more courageous. "Don't you dare have any ideas about my snake gallstone." The green-clothed child chuckled and said, "Master told me in private that the snake gallstones are divided into different sizes and ranks. Silly girl, you didn't make any contributions or hard work along the way, so you were the most useless. Therefore, I only gave you the smallest and worst one. I accompanied Master to feed him so many times, so the 2 that I got were the biggest and best ones. One is as big as 10 of yours." The girl in pink immediately turned to look at Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan flipped a page of the book and smiled. "Don't listen to his nonsense." The girl in pink glared at the little boy in green who was lying about the military situation. The little boy in green slammed the table. "Rebellion?" The girl in pink sat beside Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan was used to this and did not deliberately support the little fire python. He continued to read quietly. With the dim light of the oil lamp, Chen Pingan flipped through the book page by page. He even took out a bamboo slip left over from Chiduan Mountain and a small carving knife given to him by the shop owner when he bought the jade hairpin. When he read some good sentences that lit up his eyes, he would carve them stroke by stroke on the bamboo slip. The little boy in green put his cheek on the table and rolled his eyes, pretending to be mysterious. The girl in pink did not dare to look him in the eyes. She moved closer to her master and watched Chen Pingan read or carve words. Chen Pingan suddenly frowned. After a moment of hesitation he asked, "The book says that after you become rich you have to build roads and bridges. You can't build mansions and tombs." The little boy in green snorted at this but did not say anything. He maintained his half-dead posture. The girl in pink nodded and said softly, "Master, some scholars are particular about this. They hope that after they become rich, they will do good deeds and bring benefits to the village." Chen Pingan felt a little helpless. He had originally planned to immediately spend money to build a large tomb for his parents before the end of the year. It would be grand and stylish and there wouldn't even be a decent tombstone. The little boy in green could not help but say, "Master, you are no longer a scholar. Why are you so particular about this? Besides, if you are really worried about something you can just build roads and bridges. When the time comes I will personally help. Not only will we spend money but we will also do the work ourselves. The heavens will definitely have nothing to say." Chen Pingan was enlightened. The knot in his heart was quickly untied. He turned to look at the little boy in green and gave him a thumbs up. He said happily, "Well done. Well said." The girl in pink was happy with her master. The little boy in green was stunned. He quickly lowered his head and almost cried. As they walked past the official roads and waterways. The atmosphere was harmonious. Finally they saw the silhouette of a lonely mountain. Chen Pingan stopped in his tracks. He reached out and patted the heads of the little boy in green and the girl in pink. Then he pointed at the mountain. He smiled and looked at the mountain called Luapa Mountain. This time Chen Pingan did not hold back. "We're home. My home." The second volume ended. 179. After seeing his own mountain, Chen Pingan began to run wildly. He no longer cared about walking or setting up piles. He did not have the slightest bit of melancholy due to his homesickness. Chen Pingan only focused on running. The bags of soil that occupied more than half of the basket were stacked layer by layer. They rustled as his shoulders moved up and down. The little boy in green and the girl in pink followed behind him. The former looked around. In fact, after approaching the border of Dali Longquan County, the two had already noticed the strange spiritual aura. They felt comfortable all over. At this moment, the big mountain that fell into their eyes made the water snake swallow constantly. It was simply drooling as if it saw the most sumptuous meal on the table. The little boy in green had once unintentionally mentioned that for flood dragons like them, eating clouds and drinking dew was only a low-level cultivation method, and their progress was slow. Only by fusing with the roots of the mountain and swallowing water would they be able to advance bravely and vigorously. It was a pity that the famous mountains and rivers full of spiritual aura were either divided by immortals and regarded as exclusive property, or they had already built god temples that were conferred by the imperial court. Even the little boy in green, who was a powerful demon with good cultivation, did not dare to touch them easily. Once it involved immortality, especially ghosts and demons, not to mention friends and confidants on the path of cultivation, they might not even recognize their parents. On the contrary, the fire python, who had been immersed in a scholarly aura since childhood, was much more reserved than the little boy in green. Obviously, they were both branches of the flood dragon, but their opportunities to attain immortality were very different. Approaching the foot of Luapa Mountain, Chin Pingon slowed down. With his excellent eyesight, he found that there were a lot of dust flying on the mountain, which made Chin Pingon nervous. Logically speaking, Luapa Mountain had the help of the sage Master Ruan, so there should not be any accidents. The lord of the land of Chiduan Mountain, Wei Pai, had promised to build a bamboo house on this mountain. However, a small bamboo house should have been built. Then Wei Pai should have returned home and would not stay for a long time. Why was there still a strange scene of construction on Luapa Mountain at this moment? Could it be that the black python did not change its bad habit of choosing people to eat on his mountain and angered the county government to send people into the mountain to encircle and suppress it? Chin Pingon was about to hurriedly let the little boy in green transform into his real body so that he could climb the mountain quickly. Suddenly he remembered a sentence that he had recently read in a book. It was about the principle of not panic in the face of trouble. The words were very beautiful. Just by reading it twice, Chin Pingon felt that it was less tacky. He had specially engraved it on the bamboo slips before. Chin Pingon immediately took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm, and silently told himself, "Don't rush, don't rush. What the book said is the principle of burning porcelain." The book? Just as he was about to start climbing the mountain, Chin Pingon saw a blur in front of his eyes. He looked carefully and found an acquaintance in white standing at the foot of the mountain with a smile. He blurted out, "Wei Pai." The little girl in pink could not help but exclaim. The silly girl was amazed. This was the second immortal she had seen in her life after the young Chui Dong. He was so handsome that it was unreasonable. She immediately felt a little embarrassed and hid behind her master Chin Pingon. The little boy in green was stunned on the spot, and then turned his head aggressively and asked, "Master, is this guy here to snatch the territory?" "Of course not." Chin Pingon shook his head and smiled. He looked at the lord of the land, who was more outstanding than when he was in Chiduan Mountain, and asked curiously, "Why are you still in Luapa Mountain? You gods of mountains and rivers, aren't you not good to leave your territory for too long?" Wei Pai smiled and said, "What a coincidence. Now I have moved to Mount Biyun and become your neighbor. Chin Pingon, you must take care of me in the future." Speaking of this, the god of the north peak of Shishui country, who had fallen from the altar in the past, was now about to become the honorable god of the north peak of Dali. He even jokingly bowed to Chin Pingon. Chin Pingon was too embarrassed to accept this bow, so he turned sideways to avoid it and asked with a smile, "Is the bamboo house finished?" Wei Pai straightened his back and nodded, "It's done. I guarantee that there are no shortcuts. It's on Luapa Mountain. Shall I show you?" Originally, I chose the best place for it to take root, but it was occupied by the mountain god temple of Luapa Mountain, so I had to change the site. But it's not bad. The view is wide, the sky is high, and the ground is far away. The scenery is very beautiful. I have been staying there for the past year. You are not allowed to burn the bridge after crossing the river and drive me away. The girl in pink thought that the guy in front of her was good looking, but she didn't expect that he had a good temper. Then the little girl was a little proud. Her master was so powerful that even his good friends were so handsome. The more the blue-clothed boy looked, the more guilty he felt. Suddenly, without warning, the white-clothed Wei Ba bared his fangs and brandished his claws, making a threatening gesture towards him. The blue-clothed boy was so scared that he retreated hundreds of feet. Wei Ba laughed heartily, "With that black python on the mountain, our Luopa Mountain will be lively." Chin Pingon corrected him, "Luapa Mountain is not yours." Wei Pai said helplessly, Yes, you Chin Pingon are the master. I'm just a guest, okay?" The group began to climb the mountain. Wei Pai explained to Chin Pingon considerately, "Now the big and small mountains to the west of the town are all owned. They are all breaking ground and busy with the mountain opening. In addition to opening up the mountain roads, they are also building pavilions and so on. Luapa Mountain has a mountain god temple, so it is even busier. The Ministry of Works of the Dali Imperial Court is in charge of spending a lot of money. In addition to the tens of thousands of convicts of the Liu dynasty who can be ordered around for free, the Longquan Commandery Office and the county government have also hired many of your local youths to help build immortal mansions. It seems like they won't stop until they have created a paradise on Earth. It's a bit of a waste of money and manpower. Wei Pai pointed to the wide yellow ground. In the future this place will be paved with stone slabs transported from other places. Anyway, it's not worse than the bluestone ground of Peach Leaf Alley on Fulu Street. Qin Pingan asked cautiously, I don't need to pay for it myself? Wei Pai smiled and pointed to the sky. As long as you don't want to build a cable bridge in the air and connect it to other mountains, then you don't need to spend a single copper coin. Qin Pingan said in shock, could it be that someone has done that? Wei Pai nodded and said, yes, there are more than one or two families. Between several mountains in the north, they have already mobilized their families' consecrators or hired chi refinement warriors who specialize in building grotto heavens and blessed lands. They have started to build long bridges. One of them is not an iron cable bridge but a stone bridge. I heard that the stones were all fished out from the lake. I estimate that from the beginning to the end, it will cost at least 1,000,000 taels of silver. But the effect is definitely great. Walking on the stone bridge, surrounded by smoke, I feel like an immortal. Looking at the sunrise and sunset and the clouds rolling, even I am tempted. Qin Pingan clicked his tongue and said, Tisk, they are so rich. Wei Pai joked, if you are willing to sell a Rosy Clouds Peak or Immortal Grass Mountain, you will immediately become a rich man. You will also be able to be so extravagant. Qin Pingan said in annoyance, what are you thinking about? Why would I want those flowery shells? The mountains are the foundation of my life. Wei Pai laughed loudly. A money grubber was still a money grubber. The second realm was still the second realm. He had changed his straw sandals, but the young man was still the same young man. The little boy in green found Wei Pai annoying no matter how he looked at him. He could not wait to kick that guy's ass and kick him until he fell flat on his face. On the way up the mountain he saw several groups of prisoners and survivors of the Liu dynasty. There were old and young and strong and women. Most of them were haggard and looked haggard. However, the Dali soldiers supervising them on the side should have received the orders of the imperial court. They did not purposely make things difficult for these prisoners of the fallen country. Some of the old and weak who had fainted were supported by their friends and family to the side of the blazing stove, where they were fed a few mouthfuls of food and a mouthful of hot water. Wei Pai said casually, it was not so good in the beginning. The prisoners of the Liu dynasty died from exhaustion, freezing, and falling. Of course, there were also those who were beaten to death or committed suicide because they could not bear the humiliation. In the short span of 2 months, there were as many as 600 people. Later, it was Wu Yuan who was promoted to governor of Longquan on the spot, who submitted a memorial to the imperial court at the risk of losing his official position. Only then was the sudden decline in the number of refugees stopped. Qin Pingan asked in confusion, Governor? Wei Pai drew a large circle with his hand. The vast territory of the Dragon Pearl Cave originally had a radius of 1,000 miles. Even though the borderlands are now being fought over by the neighboring provinces and counties, each of them asking someone in the imperial court to plead for leniency and then dividing some of the land, if Longquan is still just a county, it still can't manage everything. Even if it is promoted to Longquan County, it is still a bit far-fetched. Qin Pingan nodded. Along the way, he had already gained a clear understanding of the size of the territories of the provinces and counties. After all, it was measured step by step. He asked, the black python on the Chiduan mountain did not cause any trouble when it came here, did it? Wei Pai shook his head. It has been cultivating obediently in the Luapa mountain and has never hurt anyone. Now, even if it went out to look for water and was bumped into by someone on the way, it would not be strange and would be fine. Some bold local youths even dared to throw stones at it from afar, but it still endured it. Qin Pingan frowned. This won't do. I have to find someone to make it clear. Wei Pai, do you know who is in charge of this place? No matter the result, I have to make it clear that there is no reason to bully people like this. How is it bullying people? That is just a wild python that has just been enlightened. Wei Pai laughed involuntarily at first, but then he teased, besides, the black python has rough skin and thick flesh. Even if it was slashed a few times, it would not hurt or itch. Qin Pingan, you don't have to make a fuss. Besides, if I remember correctly, you don't have a good impression of the black python. Why are you favoring it now that you have just returned to the Luapa mountain? If the black python dares to hurt people first, I will ask someone to kill it this time. I am willing to spend money to do so. Chin Pingan shook his head. But if it doesn't, then it has nothing to do with whether it is in the Luapa mountain or not. If it is in any other place, as long as the black python goes up and down the mountain obediently and someone provokes it, it is not fun at all. It is called courting death. If I dared to do so, I would have died 100 times in the mountains. That makes sense. Wei Bian narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, I'll help you talk to them about this matter later. I'm very familiar with the relationship between these mountains. The girl in pink put her hands on the rope of the bamboo box in front of her, full of curiosity. Such a big mountain, and after walking for so long, they had not even reached the halfway point. It was all her master's. Master was not bragging. He was really rich. The blue-clothed boy listened to the long-lost truth and felt refreshed. Of course, it was not that he felt that Chin Pingan's words were reasonable, but that he had refuted the white-clothed immortal who he could not see through. It made the blue-clothed boy feel very excited. Chin Pingan seemed to ask casually, Wei Pai, do you know Ruan Xiao? She is a girl in the blacksmith shop by the Dragon Whisker River. Wei Pai pretended to be deep in thought, then came to a realization. You are talking about the daughter of Saint Ruan Jiao. I have seen her a few times from afar. Her family's Shinxiu mountain was built with the greatest effort by the Dali imperial court. She went into the mountains a few times to check on the progress and would come to visit the Treasure Book Mountain, Rosy Clouds Peak and other mountains. Before the bamboo building was built, she also came to Luapa Mountain once. With her hands behind her back, she watched me work on the top of the bamboo building. She even asked me if I wanted to help. I did not agree and the girl just looked up for a long time, making me feel very embarrassed. Finally, she quietly left without me knowing. Chin Pingan turned to the girl in pink and the boy in green and smiled. Miss Ruan is a very good friend of mine. I have 2 shops in the town and she helps me take care of them. When you see her, call her Sister Ruan. The girl in pink immediately nodded. Eh. The boy in green was a little reluctant. With my age, I can even be her ancestor. Why should I call her sister? That would be a waste of 18 generations. Chin Pingan glanced at him indifferently, and the green-robed little boy immediately beat his chest with both hands like beating a drum. He sternly declared, Since Master has spoken, I can even call her mother. Chin Pingan was happy. It was rare that he was not stingy. He said in a rich and imposing manner, I will give you 2 an ordinary snake gallstone later. The girl in pink cheered and jumped on the spot. The boy in green asked in a daze, Master, if I call her madam, can I get an extra snake gallstone? Chin Pingan rubbed his forehead. When the time comes, if Miss Ruan wants to kill you, I will not stop her. The boy in green was shocked. He suddenly remembered that Wei Pai had casually mentioned Saint Ruan Qiong's daughter. Regarding the saint of Martial Mountain, Ruan Qiong's style of doing things, Huangting country's Yujiang had long heard of it. He was extremely domineering and unreasonable. How could there be a saint who would drag someone into his own territory and kill them on the spot? The little boy in green immediately laughed dryly and said, I will definitely be courteous and respectful to Big Sister Ruan. I will also help Master keep an eye on the silly girl so that she will not accidentally say something wrong and annoy Sister Ruan. If that happens, she will be killed and it will be difficult for you, Master. Chin Pingan tried hard to hold back his laughter. He deliberately did not introduce the girl's gentle temperament. Instead, he kept a straight face and nodded. When you see her, you must be polite. After going through many twists and turns, Wei Pai finally led them to a bluestone path. He said self-deprecatingly, the path under our feet was temporarily paved by me. I casually collected some stones from the mountain stream. Chin Pingan, you can change it later. Chin Pingan walked on the solid and neat stone path and smiled. No change, no change. This is very good. Everyone's field of vision suddenly opened up. They saw a 2-story bamboo building. It was verdant and looked exquisite. The key was that the bamboo building faced the mountains and rivers. At the bottom of the bamboo building, there were a few exquisite and cute bamboo chairs with small straw cushions on them. Chin Pingan's eyes were dull and his mouth was wide open. He was shocked beyond words. He thought that when Wei Pai promised to build him a bamboo building, it would be good if it was not crooked. Who would have thought that it would be so good? After Chin Pingan came back to his senses, he asked softly, It's mine? Wei Pai said with a smile, Of course. Chin Pingan clasped his fist and said, Wei Pai, in the future Luopa Mountain will be half your home. You can live there as long as you want. Wei Pai said with a smile, Oh, you've changed your mind? Who was the one who said that Luopa Mountain was not ours? Chin Pingon laughed and said, Wei Pai, you are the lord of the land of Chiduan Mountain. It's degrading to lower yourself to my level. Wei Pai laughed and pointed at the youth. After all, there are still some changes. This trip to study was not in vain. After that, Wei Pai looked at the one big and two small ones who ran to the second floor of the bamboo building. Then they leaned on the railing side by side and looked into the distance. From Wei Pai's point of view, one big head and two small heads looked like a small mountain. Master, the scenery here is so good. Can we live here in the future? Of course. Master, give this place to me. I can ask for less of an ordinary snake gall stone. How about that? No. As if infected by their cheerful mood, Wei Pai, who was no longer the lord of the land of Chiduan Mountain, turned and looked at the mountains and rivers in the distance with a smile. Living with good people is like entering a room of orchids. After a long time, one will become fragrant. Chin Pingon took them down the mountain and went to the town. Wei Pai appeared and disappeared mysteriously, and his figure had already disappeared. The boy in green reminded in a low voice, Sneaky. One look and you can tell that he's not a good person. Master, don't deal with that guy in the future. I'm just saying that because I'm old and prudent. Chin Pingon ignored him. Along the way they climbed the mountains and crossed the ridges. When the three of them saw the houses in the west of the town, Chin Pingon sighed softly. Previously they climbed up the inconspicuous Jinju Mountain. Chin Pingon had looked at his hometown and pointed out the approximate locations of many places to the two guys beside him. For example, the Clay Bottle Alley where his ancestral home was, the school where Mr. Chi used to teach, the Dragon Riding Alley with 2 shops, the Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Alley where the most letters were delivered, the blacksmith shop outside the town, the Immortal's Tomb in the east and the old Porcelain Mountain in the north, and so on. The only exception was the stone bridge that had been restored to its original appearance. Chin Pingon only glanced at it from the corner of his eyes when he looked at the blacksmith's shop. Not only did he not introduce any details, his gaze did not even pause. Having seen with his own eyes the dangers and oddities of the outside world, he must be very careful. The boy in green swaggered and said, Master, shall we go to the Dragon Riding Alley first and look at the straw shop and the New Year's shop? Chin Pingon said softly, Let's go to my parents' graves first. The three of them did not go through the town. Instead they walked downstream along the river. Silently, Chin Pingon walked across the stone bridge where the old sword had disappeared. He passed by the blacksmith's shop where the low thatched cottages and the tall sword furnaces stood. Finally he came to the small grave. Chin Pingon took off the basket on his back and took out the cotton bags that were smaller than his fist to add soil to the grave. The young man's tanned face did not look sad, nor did he look like he was returning home in glory. The young man who had walked through mountains and rivers for thousands of miles, the first thing he did after returning home was to silently open the bags and add soil to his parents' graves. "180, there is one more chapter today, so it will be a little late." One adult and 2 children walked down the mountain and returned to the small town. After seeing the rich atmosphere of Luapa Mountain and Bamboo House, the boy in green felt that it was good to do as the Romans did. At the same time his nostalgia for his hometown faded a little. He said happily, Master, where are we going next? Our ancestral house in Mud Bottle Alley? Master, why don't we buy the whole Mud Bottle Alley? If you are short of money, it's okay, I have money. I don't dare to boast about money, but if the family property is converted into gold and silver, it's a vast amount. Master, you can exchange it with snake gall stones. Ordinary ones will do. Chin Pingon smiled and said, Why buy the whole Mud Bottle Alley? Don't waste money like that. The little boy in green was not convinced, but he did not dare to talk back to Chin Pingon. He always felt that his little abacus was crackling and very shrewd. Wasn't he aiming for the snake gall stone? Seeing the boy in green being defeated, the girl in pink was a little happy. She also had her own little abacus. She thought that when they arrived at Mud Bottle Alley, she would help her master clean up the ancestral house and feel refreshed. When they arrived at the bank of the Dragon Whisker River, Chin Pingon told them some stories about the river. The little boy in green was absent-minded. He suddenly opened his eyes and glared at a certain place in the river. He leaped over. Although the little boy in green did not reveal his fierce true form, his water-controlling supernatural power was executed in a rather methodical manner. Every time he punched the surface of the river, it was as if he was digging a well, creating a huge whirlpool that stirred up the river water. The originally slow and peaceful river water was tossed and turned. The little boy in green walked on the surface of the river as if he was walking on flat ground, as if he was chasing something hidden at the bottom of the river. He shouted, "You blind shrimp soldiers and crab generals, how dare you covet my beauty?" Chin Pingon did not stop him. First, the boy in green attacked without warning, so it was too late. Second, before leaving the town, Chin Pingon did find that something in the river seemed to be staring at him when he was walking on the bank. It made him feel a chill down his spine with a gloomy breath that made him uncomfortable. However, at that time Chin Pingon had just started practicing boxing, so he did not dare to ask the root of the matter. He could only stay away from it. Witnessing the green-robed child's violent temper again, the pink-dressed girl felt a headache coming on. She reminded Chin Pingon softly, "Old master, did the imperial court of the Li dynasty confer the title of a god to this dragon whisker river? For example, if it is a river god with a higher rank, we should not be so persistent." Chin Pingon did not know what to say. He looked around and thought seriously, if it is a river god, there should be an ancestral temple. Along the way, I don't think I have seen one. Chin Pingon sighed slightly in his heart. He thought of a bamboo slip in his basket that he had carved with his own hands, more haste, less speed. He decided to give up this kind of brainless beating around the bush. He shouted to the little boy in green who was getting braver and braver, "Come back." On the surface of the distant river, the green-clothed little boy, who was fighting fiercely, shot out waves of magical treasures from his sleeves. He laughed loudly and said, "Master, just wait for a moment. Just a moment. I'll be able to catch this slippery little loach right away. Competing with me in water combat, it's really... you still have a bit of family property." The quality of this artifact isn't bad, but it's a pity that as long as I come into contact with water, I'm born with an invincible physique. Stinky bitch, your little ability isn't enough at all. Waha, after I catch you, I'll throw you onto my master's bed. I guarantee that I'll get the snake gall stone. The boy in green and the otherworldly item at the bottom of the river fought back and forth. Both sides took out their magic weapons and the dragon whisker river glittered. Of course, this was because the boy in green wanted to play tricks. Otherwise, with his strong body and good cultivation, even if he did not show his real body, he could still injure the opponent with brute force. After a while, the boy in green turned around and jogged all the way to Chin Pingon. In his hand he was holding a bunch of long black hair. When he reached the shore near Chin Pingon and the girl in pink, the boy in green let go of his hand and said proudly, "Master, this woman looks good. Her butt is round and can be twice as big as this silly girl. Why don't you take her as a maid?" The girl in pink blushed. She was ashamed and angry. A head and a fair neck appeared on the surface of the river beside the little boy's feet. This was a woman-like riverine spirit. Her face was plump and her expression was delicate and pitiful. Her black hair was like a waterfall. It spread out on the surface of the water and swayed with the violent waves of the river. When she saw Chin Pingon, he seemed to be slightly taller and still as poor as before. However, for some unknown reason, he had recruited such a powerful underling like the boy in green. The woman's eyes were gloomy and unclear. She quickly collected her complicated thoughts and lowered her head slightly. She was about to cry and said, "I am the new river god of the Dragon Whisker River. According to the rules, I need to inspect all the passers-by who pass by the river. This is my duty. If I have unintentionally offended you, please show mercy and don't lower yourself to my level." Chin Pingon asked the boy in green to go ashore quickly. He clasped his fist and apologized to the unfamiliar river god of the Dragon Whisker River. "We have offended the river god's wife. My name is Chin Pingon, I am a local of Dragon Spring. May I know where you are from?" A strange look flashed across the woman's eyes. She quickly said timidly, "Since I have become a god of the mountains and rivers, I have to cut off all ties with the secular world. This is the same principle as how monks don't talk about their names and Taoists don't talk about their lifespans. Therefore, young master, please don't ask about my background. In short, not only do I not have the intention to harm others, I will also protect the water of this Dragon Whisker River." The boy in green was furious. "You are shameless, aren't you? Are you bullying my master for being easy to talk to?" Chin Pingon reached out and pressed the boy's head. He did not let him return to the water and fall out with a river god. He nodded and smiled at the woman. "Thank you for your trouble, river god's wife." The woman hurriedly raised her lotus-like arm and waved it. "You flatter me, you flatter me. No discord, no concord. Young Master Chin, you don't have to worry. If you have any problems in the future, you can send someone to the riverside to inform me. I will definitely not refuse. Chin Pingan did not continue to exchange polite greetings with the river god. This was not his strong point. Moreover, the other party kept calling him young Master Chin Pingan, which made Chin Pingan feel uncomfortable. He quickly left with the boy in green and the girl in pink. Soon they approached the blacksmith shop by the riverside. Chin Pingan hesitated whether to greet Saint Ruan Jiao and Miss Ruan or return to the small town of Mud Bottle Alley first. The woman, who had been promoted from a river woman to a river god but had no temple to burn incense, slowly dived into the bottom of the river. Her eyes were gloomy and her face was full of anger. She stepped on an old tortoise in the mud at the bottom of the river. She did not stop until the tortoise's shell was smashed. The unstable woman regretted it immediately. The old tortoise, which was as big as a millstone, had lived for almost 200 years. Now that the Liju cave was overflowing with water, flowers, trees, birds and animals, the old tortoise had a trace of spirituality. Perhaps in 200 or 300 years, as long as it succeeded in enlightening its apertures, it would become a useful soldier under the woman. The woman sighed and bent down to the pile of broken tortoise shells. If you want to blame someone, blame that little bumpkin surnamed Chin. He is the one who got you into trouble. He is the chief culprit. Young Master Chin Ba. The little bastard who caused the death of his parents is the same as you. Why didn't he just die on the way and be trampled to pieces? The woman hated the young man from the clay bottle alley very much. She cursed and walked gracefully under the water. Her black hair, which was more than 3 meters long, was trailing behind her, like the long skirt of a rich woman. She wandered down unconsciously. When she came back to her senses, she had already come to the junction of the Dragon Whisker River and the Tiefu River. Under her feet was the rapid waterfall. She was so scared that she turned around and ran away. During this year, Longquan County was very lively. Countless monsters and spirits poured in from all directions, hoping to cultivate here and absorb Reiki. If it was said that she, the Dragon Whisker River god, was only taking advantage of the situation at most, asking for some toll from the monsters and helping her grandson accumulate some wealth, then the fiend in the Tiefu River below, the true and proper god of the river, really had a huge killing intent and a heavy killing nature. The number of wild and rogue cultivators who died under her hands could not be counted with 2 hands. The strange thing was that the Dali Imperial Court in Longquan County never asked about it at all, which made the woman very envious. As a result, she became more and more concerned about the river god temple that had not come yet. Over at the blacksmith's shop, Chin Pingan was hesitating whether he should pay them a visit or not. However, he saw the figure of a girl in green appear in the direction of the stone arch bridge. She saw him. After confirming that it was indeed him, she stopped for a moment, then she quickened her pace. Chin Pingan brought the 2 little fellows to welcome her. He smiled and greeted her from afar. Miss Ruan. Ruan Xiao responded with a sigh and jogged to Chin Pingan. After standing still, she said softly, "You're back." Chin Pingan nodded and said, "Yes, I'm back." For a moment they were speechless. The little boy in green widened his eyes. Wow, she deserves to be the daughter of the Saint of the Wind Snow Temple. She is really handsome. Unfortunately, you can't judge a book by its cover. It seems that she has a bad temper and is very likely to beat me to death. Otherwise, I would definitely call her madam. The girl in pink blinked her eyes, full of curiosity and admiration. She thought that when she grew up, she would also look like the gentle and weak sister in green in front of her. Ruan Xiao was the first to break the silence. She said with a smile, "Let's go to the shop and drink some hot water first. Then I'll help you carry the things you put in my house back to the Mud Bottle Alley." Chin Pingan nodded. After that, Ruan Xiao talked about the trivial things in the town. She said that she had helped to repair the house of the unknown owner in the Mud Bottle Alley. However, the business of the straw shop and the New Year shop was not very good. When she said that, she felt a little guilty and embarrassed. She also took the initiative to bring the cage of hens and chicks in Chin Pingan's neighbor's house back to the blacksmith shop to raise them. However, 2 of them were accidentally eaten by wild cats. When Ruan Xiao talked about that, she was even more disappointed. Chin Pingan was so happy that he quickly comforted her. It was not a big deal. There was no need to worry about it. He could kill the hens and make a pot of chicken soup tomorrow. Now that his cooking skills had improved greatly, it would definitely be delicious. Ruan Xiao was so anxious that she said that she could not kill them. They were very obedient. They were big and small and now they all had names. Chin Pingan couldn't stop smiling. Only then did she know that Chin Pingan deliberately did bad things. The gentle girl, Xiao Xiao, glared at him gently. It was only then that the little boy in green realized that the master had dug a big hole for him from the beginning. How was this sister bad-tempered? The little boy in green felt that he had suffered a great loss. Even if he had to steal the snake gall stone that he had missed, he would not be able to calm down, let alone make a scene and throw himself into the water. When they walked into the orderly blacksmith shop, the little boy in green, who was walking unsteadily, immediately turned pale with fright. The girl in pink hid behind Qin Pingan. There were 7 wells. They were scattered all over the place. Sword chi shot up into the sky from every well. Even if it was just one more look, it made the eyes of the little boy in green and the girl in pink hurt. They almost couldn't help but cry. They wished that they could show their true forms to resist the invisible pressure and the majestic sword intent. The 2 little fellows shivered. The excitement and agitation they had when they arrived at Dragon Spring vanished immediately. They only felt that this place was filled with danger and was like a lightning pool in the mortal world. It was the best place to suppress remnant beasts of the WRM lineage like them. It was only when Qin Pingan got the 2 of them to sit on bamboo chairs in front of a straw hut while he and Ruan Xiao went to the yellow mud hut not far away to move things that the 2 little fellows heaved a sigh of relief. Exchanging glances, they realized that the other party's foreheads were covered in sweat. The little boy in green crossed his legs and pretended to be relaxed, mocking, "Silly girl, coward. Useless." The girl in pink whispered, "How are you any better?" The little boy in green crossed his arms and said calmly, "This is called showing weakness to the enemy. What do you know?" When the girl in pink saw a middle-aged man striding over, she stood up out of politeness. "Hello, uncle. I'm the maidservant of the master, Qin Pingan." The man nodded and moved a chair to sit not far away. He looked at the mud hut with an unpleasant expression. The little boy in green sized him up but could not see through him. He only thought that he was a strong young laborer from the blacksmith shop. "What are you looking at? I'm warning you. Miss Xiao Xiao is the old lover of my master. If you dare to have any thoughts, I'll kill you with one punch. Forget it. Master told me to be kind to others. I'll let you off easy. I'll just kill you with one punch." The man's expression turned even uglier and he did not speak. The little boy in green thought that he had seen through something. Because there was an eyesore in pink between them, he leaned out and turned his head to look at the man. "Do you really have thoughts about my master's fiancée? Damn it, how old are you? You're really pissing me off. I've been in the pugilistic world for so many years but I've never seen such a shameless and dirty man like you. Come, let's spar. I'll allow you to bully the weak." Qin Pingan's half-empty basket was now filled with a heavy cotton bag. He walked side by side with Ruan Xiao. After seeing the middle-aged man, Qin Pingan respectfully called out to Master Ruan. The man did not respond at all. Ruan Xiao smiled and called out to her father. Only then did the man nod his head unhappily. "Father?" The little boy in green looked as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. Without saying anything, he jumped up and ran to the ground in front of the middle-aged man. He knelt down and kowtowed. "Master Saint, please accept my kowtow." This royal river water snake kowtowed without hesitation. He was full of bitterness and cursed in his heart. "You're a high and mighty military saint. Can't you at least have the demeanor of a saint? You should be swallowing the sun and the moon at the peak of the mountain. Otherwise, why are you punching like thunder by the river? In the end, you didn't say anything and came to sit beside me like a piece of wood. What are you trying to do? You're a big shot of the 11th realm of the Wind Snow Temple, a military saint who oversees the Liju Grotto Heaven, and a famous swordsmith in the Eastern Treasure Bottle continent. It's fine if you don't engrave the 2 words Ruan Tian on your forehead, but why do you look so ordinary? Even if you take 10,000 steps back, shouldn't you at least walk like a dragon or a tiger? Shouldn't you have the aura of a deep pool and a high mountain by sitting down?" After the little boy in green who felt that he was blind finished kowtowing, he still did not dare to get up. He looked as if he was going to die for a righteous cause. He just had a sad face and tears flowed down his face. He glanced at his master from the corner of his eye, hoping that his master would speak up for him. This time he really had the thought of drowning himself. Ruan Xiao was a little puzzled by the strange behavior of the little boy in green. She did not know the reason and did not want to ask more. "Father, I'll accompany Qin Pingan to the town." Ruan Tian held back for a long time and only said, "Come back early to forge." Ruan Xiao asked, "Father, the time to forge the sword is wrong. What's going on?" The man stood up. "I have the final say. Don't ask too much." Ruan Xiao nodded. It was only when Ruan Tian's figure disappeared from sight that the little boy in green had the courage to stand up. He swayed, wiping away the tears and cold sweat on his face. His heart was still beating fast. He silently muttered, "Those who survive a great disaster are bound to have good fortune in the future." The group walked out of the mysterious blacksmith shop and walked across the stone arch bridge that had spanned the river for thousands of years. Qin Pingan suddenly thanked the girl in green beside him. Ruan Xiao turned her head and smiled. "You've become so polite." Qin Pingan sincerely said, "I only learned some things when I was outside, so I really wasn't being polite." Ruan Xiao smiled and asked, "Are you praising me?" Qin Pingan's smile was brilliant. "Of course." Ruan Xiao stared at the youth's smiling face. She retracted her gaze and looked towards the town. She said something that confused everyone. "You haven't changed." "That's good." Perhaps only the sage Ruan Xiong knew the weight and deep meaning of this sentence. Perhaps the previous sage Qi Jingchen knew everything. Perhaps some old man also vaguely saw some clues, but they wouldn't say anything. Ruan Tian's daughter, Ruan Xiao, had been gifted since she was young. It was truly a once-in-a-lifetime talent. She was definitely not comparable to ordinary cultivation geniuses. As a result, Ruan Tian had no choice but to set up his own sect and leave the Wind Snow Temple. He ran to Liju Grotto Heaven to suffer. He wanted to use the prohibition of spells in this world to hide Ruan Xiao's excellence. Or rather, he was trying to delay his daughter's time of the tallest tree in the forest. This girl in green who had a bracelet formed by a fire dragon around her wrist was not as simple as the body of the fire god. Because in the eyes of the girl, the world and people she saw were very different from everyone else. She could directly see the black and white of a person's heart, see the good and evil of karma, and see the depth of fate. In the eyes of the girl, the world was colorful. This meant that Ruan Xiao's path of Taoism would be even more difficult. Of course, once Taoism was confirmed, Ruan Xiao's achievements and the greatness of the Great Tao would be immeasurable. Therefore, when Ruan Xiao first saw the young man on the shore on the back of the green ox, the reason why she didn't retreat and disappear was that she saw Qin Pingan's cleanliness. In the huge Liju Grotto Heaven, there were all kinds of things in the world. Only this Qin Pingan was alone and untainted, like a brand new mirror. Therefore Ruan Xiao liked to stay with him. She liked to secretly observe the subtle ups and downs of Qin Pingan's heart lake and secretly feel his emotions. For this foodie girl. The young man was like the most delicious pastry. She liked him so much that she couldn't bear to eat him. She was very worried that Qin Pingan's heart would change after this trip. His heart lake would become turbid and muddy, and he would be contaminated with bad habits and chaotic karma. Now it seemed that Qin Pingan had indeed changed a little, but he was still very good. While Ruan Xiao felt relieved, she liked Qin Pingan even more. "See, I knew he wouldn't disappoint me." They walked all the way to the mud bottle alley and walked into the narrow and dark alley. Even though the little boy in green was mentally prepared, he was still dumbfounded. His master grew up in this shabby alley? Ruan Xiao skillfully unlocked the door and opened the door behind the courtyard door. Together with Lu Xianyang's and Song Jisin's house, there were a total of 3 bundles of keys. She handed them all to Qin Pingan. After Qin Pingan put them away, he stepped over the threshold and looked at the familiar house. It was very clean and tidy. There was even a pot of unknown small plants on the windowsill. In the cold winter it was green and lush. It was an unexpected surprise. Qin Pingan was about to speak when Ruan Xiao smiled and said, "Don't say thank you again." Qin Pingan was a little embarrassed. He put the basket on the ground and took out the heavy luggage on the table. He squatted on the ground and felt around. Finally he took out a small bamboo slip. He stood up and handed it to Ruan Xiao. He blushed and said, "I don't know what to give you. There are a lot of things to eat in the towns outside, but I'm afraid it will be crushed. It's not good to leave it for too long." Ruan Xiao was stunned. She took the palm-sized green bamboo slip. It was cool to the touch and she lowered her head to look at it. She found that there was a line of small characters engraved on it, "Mountains and rivers may meet again." The writing was neat and earnest. Ruan Xiao smiled and squinted her eyes. She gently rubbed the engraved words with the pad of her finger. She lowered her head and said, "I like it very much." The little boy in green was dumbfounded. How could this be? The only daughter of a saint liked such a shabby bamboo slip and a line of shabby words? Did I spend hundreds of years in the pugilistic world in the past for nothing? He remembered that in the past, the water god brothers had taken a fancy to an arrogant auntie on the mountain. They had given her piles of treasures and borrowed many dharma treasures of good quality from him. However, he had never seen that woman grin and accept everything with a smile. She did not have a good expression on her face. He opened the cloth bag in front of Yuan Xiao and revealed a large pile of stones. There were at least 80 to 90 of them. There was also a slightly smaller cotton bag inside. After opening it, there were still stones. However, they were of different colors and sizes. There were only about 10 of them. The girl in pink looked as if she had been struck by lightning. The eyes of the little boy in green lit up and he swallowed his saliva. He wanted to pounce on the stones and swallow them all. Perhaps when he walked out of this shabby alley he would be a real master. With such a small mountain of snake gall stones, there was hope for him to reach the 9th or 10th realm, let alone the 8th realm. However, when he thought of the girl standing beside him whose father was a saint, the little boy in green resisted the urge to kill and rob. Chen Pingan picked out 2 snake gall stones that had never faded after coming ashore. One was peach red and crystal clear while the other was dark green and thick. He handed them to the girl in pink and the little boy in green respectively. Then he took out 4 ordinary snake gall stones and gave them to the 2 little fellows who treated them like treasures. The girl in pink was still carrying the book box. When she held the 3 snake gall stones in one hand, she burst into tears and wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. The little boy in green stared at the snake gall stones in his hand with an intoxicated and infatuated expression. Chen Pingan patted his head and smiled as he took out a pair of top-grade snake gall stones that were almost the same in appearance and color. They were fresh and tender yellow in color, and their texture was as fine as frozen mutton fat. He still gave one each to the little boy in green and the little girl in pink. Only then did the little boy in green remember that he should have 2. After receiving them, he chuckled foolishly. The girl in pink did not dare to reach out to receive them. "Master, we've agreed that I only have 1 good snake gall stone." Chen Pingan patted her little head. "Who am I? I'm your master. Do I need a reason to give you something? Keep it well." After the girl in pink carefully received it, she cried even harder. The little boy in green had a conflicted expression on his face. He was ecstatic but also resentful. He asked tentatively, "Master, can you give me 1 more?" Chen Pingan smiled. "If you don't bully her in the future, I'll give it to you." The little boy in green nodded vigorously. "I definitely won't bully the silly girl today. Can you give it to me tomorrow? The day after tomorrow or the day after tomorrow at the latest? Master, can you give it to me?" Chen Pingan asked in return, "What do you think?" The little boy in green gritted his teeth and turned to the girl in pink. He said solemnly, "Silly girl, I won't bully you for the next month." Chen Pingan laughed angrily and slapped him on the head. "At least a year." The little boy in green pretended to be aggrieved but he was secretly delighted. To flood dragons like us, a year is nothing. Even 100 years is not considered long. Chen Pingan was not really stupid. He was just too lazy to care about the little boy in green's guts. After all, with them accompanying him on this journey, he did not feel lonely at all. Chen Pingan was actually very grateful to the 2 of them. After turning around and putting away the big and small cloth bags, Yuan Xiao had also put away the gift. In the room, 2 adults and 2 children sat around the table. Yuan Xiao suggested, "Shall we take a look at the shop?" Chen Pingan nodded. "After looking at the shop, I'll make a trip to the Li Baoping's mansion on Falu Street. I have something to give to Li Baoping's brother." It was the golden mountain coaster carp. After locking the door, they left the yard together. The lively mountain coaster carp was placed in a small clay pot. The pot was filled with well water that Yuan Xiao had brought from the Iron Lock well. The mountain coaster carp was finally like a fish in water. It swam freely in the pot and was very happy, constantly splashing water. The little boy in cyan had just swallowed an ordinary snake gall stone. He wanted to show himself well, so he took the initiative to hold the clay pot. After the water splashed on him, he suddenly said in shock, "This well water is special." Yuan Xiao nodded. "It's a pity that the Iron Lock well has been bought by a foreigner. The commoners can no longer carry water. They can't even get close." Of course, it was not a problem for her to carry water. After the scare in the blacksmith shop, the little boy in green was already jittery and did not dare to run wild. When he heard the bad news, he almost beat his chest and stamped his feet. He could only grumble about why Chen Pingan did not buy the well earlier. Yuan Xiao asked softly, "Why don't I talk to someone? If you're willing, you might be able to buy the Iron Lock well." Chen Pingan quickly shook his head. "No need. Besides, I don't have any money now." Yuan Xiao wanted to say something but stopped. Seeing Qin Pingan's determined expression, she could only dispel the idea in her heart. As they approached the dragon-riding alley, Qin Pingan said, "There's a little girl called Shi Chuanjia. She seems to be the shopkeeper's daughter." Yuan Xiu was a little confused. "I don't know." There were actually many things that the girl did not care about. When the shopkeepers of the two shops heard that the real owner of the shops had appeared, they all came to join in the fun. Most of them were honest women and girls. After seeing Qin Pingan, they were inevitably a little disappointed and returned to work in the shops one after another. However, they called Yuan Xiu shopkeeper, which made the girl feel a little embarrassed. Qin Pingan sat for a while in the shop and drank some hot tea. He felt a little ashamed because he did not know what to do or say. Instead, it was Yuan Xiu who methodically asked about the relevant matters, how much money was in the account and how much profit was made. Qin Pingan looked at the girl in green who had a serious expression. He scratched his head and began to feel that his gift had been too careless and careless. Before leaving for Fulu Street, Yuan Xiu glanced at the little boy in green and the girl in pink. She whispered to Qin Pingan, "Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Alley have changed greatly. Many outsiders have moved in. Among them, the Li family is a little special. Their elder has successfully reached the 10th realm. According to the reward order issued by the late Emperor of Dali, the current emperor has bestowed 2 positions to the Li family. The descendants of the Li family can directly obtain 2 clean official positions. For some reason, one of them became an official in the capital, while the one who stayed at home refused. Therefore, the atmosphere in Fulu Street has been a little strange recently." Qin Pingan thought for a while and had the 2 children stay in the shop. He took the clay pot and went to Fulu Street. He did not let Yuan Xiu lead the way. Yuan Xiu did not insist and returned to the blacksmith shop. The girl left the small town and walked towards the stone arch bridge that she had walked on countless times. The covered bridge had already been taken down, and the old sword strips had already vanished. There had once been busybodies who had attempted to search for it, hoping that it would be an opportunity that was better than nothing. However, it was all in vain. For the busy Longquan prefecture where undercurrents surged, far too many strange things had happened. There were also layers upon layers of great undertakings that needed to be planned, so how could they possibly have the time to care about such a small matter? Yuan Xiu walked on the stone bridge. She could not help but take out the bamboo slip and raise it high into the air. She would never tire of looking at it 100 times. She suddenly felt that if she could carve another line of words on the back, that would be even better. For example, Qin Pingan presents this to Yuan Xiu? In the small town. Qin Pingan stepped onto the limestone road once more. Tall gates and mansions stretched out like a mountain range. Compared to sending letters time and time again, Qin Pingan could naturally see more of the meaning behind it now that he looked back. Qin Pingan had just walked to the entrance of the Li family when he saw a man in a green robe standing there and looking at him with a smile. For some reason, when he saw this young man with a scholarly aura, Qin Pingan would think of the time when he went to the school to deliver a letter. When he looked back, he saw Mr. Qi standing at the entrance of the school at that time. They had the same elegant demeanor. He was like a god. "181. Good. There were always some people that you would have a good impression of at first sight. They were unreasonable." After Qin Pingan saw the scholar, the heavy mood he had accumulated after walking through half of Fulu Street was swept away. He quickly walked forward with the jar in his hand. The young scholar smiled warmly. He did not stand in the same place but walked towards Qin Pingan. He took the initiative to speak. "You must be Qin Pingan. I am Li Shixing, Bao Ping's older brother. I've already received the latest letter that Bao Ping sent from Cliff Academy. As her brother, I really don't know how to repay her. I heard that you've been studying. Why don't you come to my house more often? I have a collection of books. Please help yourself." Not only that, the young man took the jar from Qin Pingan's hand and bowed. "I can only thank you for your kindness." This made Qin Pingan somewhat at a loss. He could only point at the clay pot and said with a reserved expression, "Young Master Li, there is a mountain coaster carp in the clay pot. I found it on the mountain on the way back and came to give it to Bao Ping." Li Shixing looked down at the golden fish in the jar. It was swimming leisurely in the small space. He raised his head and looked at Qin Pingan. He sighed, "I once saw a magical description of the mountain coaster carp in the writings of the ancestors. The golden mountain coaster carp is 1 in a million. I did not expect to have the opportunity to see it with my own eyes. Don't worry, I will take care of it. When Bao Ping comes home in the future, she will be very happy." The sincerity and enthusiasm of Li Shixing, the son of an aristocratic family, made Qin Pingan completely speechless. Although at that time he dragged Cui Dongshan along and stared at the mighty group of mountain coaster carps until his eyes were sore, he finally caught this one with great difficulty. But no matter what was written in the book, no matter how mysterious Cui Dongshan's description was, to Qin Pingan, it really couldn't be considered precious. As long as it was someone close to Qin Pingan's heart, he was willing to give his heart. Qin Pingan was really not good at chatting. He scratched his head, said goodbye and turned to leave. Li Shixing hurriedly called out to Qin Pingan, "Why don't you come to my house and sit for a while? I'll show you around today. Next time you can come and read by yourself. I'll inform the concierge later." Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "Next time." Li Shixing smiled helplessly. "At least let me put down the mountain coaster carp and return the jar to you." This time Qin Pingan did not stand on ceremony. He nodded and said, "Then I'll wait here." Li Shixing smiled and said, "Wait a moment, I'll be back soon." He turned and trotted away with the pot in his hands. At this moment, the young man no longer looked like a sage who talked about the principles in the books. He really looked like the big brother of the red cotton-padded jacket girl. Not long after, Li Shixing ran back with the pot in his hands. There were a few books under his armpits. After Qin Pingan took the pot, he bent down and put it on the ground. He wiped his hands and took the books. He followed Li Shixing's example and put them under his armpits. Finally he picked up the pot in a funny way. "I'll return the books after I'm done reading." Li Shixing smiled and waved his hand. "You don't have to rush to return the books. Take your time to read them. They're much more obedient than Bao Ping. They won't run around by themselves." Li Shixing put away his joking expression and said slowly, "Qin Pingan, don't think that I'm just being polite by inviting you over to read. I really hope that you'll come more often. Although Bao Ping is smart, she's still young. She has a childish temperament. It's harder to get her to read at home quietly than to reach the sky. So all these years I feel like I'm the only one reading books at home. Thinking about it, it's actually quite boring." Li Shixing said a lot of things in one breath. If there were people from the Li family present, they would think that the sun rose from the west. Because this young master of the Li family, who was not well known, was too old-fashioned and boring compared to his brother Li Baozhen. Although he was polite to everyone, he rarely spoke. He was dull and boring. Every day, if he wasn't hiding in the study room to study, he would be walking alone in the mansion. He would look at the sunrise and sunset, the wind, the snow, the moon and everything else. Who knows what he would be able to learn from this? Fortunately, Li Shixing was the eldest grandson of the Li family. He was popular. No one in the mansion would hate an easygoing future head of the family. It's just that compared to his brother Li Baozhen, he wasn't likable. Qin Pingan nodded. "I'll come." Li Shixing nodded and waved goodbye to the young man. Looking at Qin Pingan's back, Li Shixing murmured, "I see how charming Qingshan is." He smiled. "You expect Qingshan to be like that?" Li Shixing turned and walked to the door. Stepping over the threshold, he smiled and said to himself, "Another beautiful day." But when Li Shixing thought of the news from the capital, he sighed. There was nothing he could do. Every family had its own difficulties. As he walked, passing through corridors and buildings, the young man smiled to himself again. It won't delay today's beauty. In the corridor, a young maid met him face to face. She slowed down her pace, turned sideways and curtsied. She said softly, "Eldest young master." Li Shixing habitually slowed down and nodded with a smile. He didn't say anything and just walked past her. The beautiful maid turned her head and looked. She couldn't help but feel sorry for herself. She sighed in her heart. The young master was a good person, but he didn't understand the customs. If it was the second young master, he would definitely stop and chat with her. He would even praise her new beautiful head ornament. She naturally didn't know. This eldest grandson of the Li family indeed didn't understand the customs here, but he understood the customs of other places. Like the rain hitting the withered lotus, the spring wind blowing on the iron horse, a beauty looking in the bronze mirror, a general wearing a sword and snow covering Qingshan. It was the beauty of the world in that person's eyes. Li Shixing returned to his courtyard. There was a small pool made of pebbles of various colors in the courtyard. Li Shixing squatted beside the pool and looked down at the clear water. There was a golden carp in the pool, shaking its head and wagging its tail, carefree and forgetting its worries. It was hard to imagine that this decent pool was all the work of Li Baoping alone. Every time the little girl sneaked out, she would go to the Longshu Creek to pick up stones. Over time she would carry them piece by piece to the house. Then one day Li Baoping suddenly had an idea. Looking at the stones piled up in the corner, she wanted to build a pool for her brother that could raise fish and crabs. Li Shixing couldn't stop her, so he could only help to come up with ideas. But from the beginning to the end, Li Baoping was the only one who did all the work. Li Shixing, as her brother, wanted to help, but she was unwilling. Li Shixing saw a little guy peeking out from under a bluestone slab. He smiled and said, "You two get along well. Don't fight." Li Shixing stood up and went to the small study room with the plaque, "Building a hut." He began to lay down paper and grind it. It was an ancient painting of snow pressing down on pine trees. After putting down the brush, Li Shixing shook his wrist and began to look down at the painting. The ink was not dry and the smell of the ink assailed his nostrils. Finally he blew gently at the painting. The pine trees in the painting rustled as if they were hit by a strong wind. The snow on the branches instantly dissipated. Ruan Xiao happily returned to the blacksmith shop. She didn't find her father forging in the sword furnace. She looked around and found him drinking wine on the bamboo chair under the eaves. Ruan Xiao asked curiously, "Father, don't you forge?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "Forging iron, my ass. It was not suitable to forge a sword today. But if it was to fight Qin Pingan, the man would be willing to do it." Ruan Xiao sat at the side and said, "Father, I forgot to bring you a pot of wine today. When we go to town tomorrow, I will definitely buy you a good pot." Adding insult to injury. The girl naturally did not know that when she said this, it was no different from sprinkling salt on her father's wound. Ruan Xiong sighed and drank a large mouthful of wine. He stared blankly at the distant Dragon Whisker River and asked in a low voice, "Xiao, do you like Qin Pingan?" Ruan Xiao smiled and said, "I like him." Hearing his daughter answer so cleanly, Ruan Xiong heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that there was still a chance to salvage the situation. The military saint asked, "Do you know why I did not agree to take Qin Pingan as my disciple?" Ruan Xiao was stunned and said in a puzzled tone, "Father, didn't you say before that you had a good impression of Qin Pingan? Unfortunately, you are not the same kind of person. The two of you are not suitable to be master and disciple. I know this, and Qin Pingan is not the same. So father is worried that if I get too close to him, I will attract the attention of many forces behind the scenes. So when you see me and Qin Pingan become friends, you are not very happy. I can understand." Feeling that his daughter had already explained all the reasons, Ruan Xiong was speechless. He held back the words that were about to come out of his mouth and drank a large mouthful of wine. The man drowned his sorrows in alcohol and became even more sorrowful. He thought to himself that since he understood the reason, he should not hang out with Qin Pingan in the future. "Silly girl, you don't lack that *T opportunity. Besides, Qin Pingan has lost the ability to lure people into a trap like a moth to a flame. Moreover, my daughter is the biggest opportunity." What was the result? As soon as she heard that he had returned to his hometown, she rushed all the way from Dragon Rider Alley to the Stone Arch Bridge. Afterwards, she pretended to be taking a stroll in the courtyard, slowly and leisurely making her way to her own shop. "Just who were you trying to fool?" Ruan Xiong put down the wine pot and said indifferently, "With Qi Jingchun gone, it's basically the end of the matter. However, although this Longquan commandery no longer has any great dangers, a large piece of meat like Dragon Pro Paradise has fallen from the sky. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is surrounded by jackals and wolves. Many things are not as simple as you think. Father still says the same thing. The trouble that Qin Pingan caused himself is easy to deal with, but once you get involved it will be very difficult to deal with." Ruan Xiao stretched out her legs and leaned back against the bamboo chair. She said with a lazy gaze, "I know. In short, I will cultivate properly. When the time comes, I'll see if anyone dares to be dishonest. I won't even need your help. I can deal with them myself." Another large handful of salt landed on the man's wound like snow. It almost caused Ruan Xiong to vomit blood. The military saint stood up angrily. When he passed by his daughter, he gave her a chestnut. "You're always siding with outsiders." The young girl turned her head and looked at her father's back. The corners of her mouth curled up. Since she didn't need to forge or take care of the shop, the young girl had nothing to do. She gently shook her wrist. The bracelet came to life. The little fire dragon that woke up from its sleep began to slowly circle around the young girl's white and tender arm. Ruan Xiong walked towards a newly built sword furnace. Currently, other than the numerous young and strong laborers, he had taken in 3 new disciples this year. For the time being, They were only registered disciples and were not considered inner disciples. One of the long-browed youths who was comprehending sword intent by the well suddenly opened his eyes. He jogged to Ruan Xiong's side and asked softly, "Master, do you want to forge?" Ruan Xiong shook his head and changed his mind. He did not go to the sword furnace and walk towards the Dragon Whisker River. He wanted to personally measure the weight of the gloomy river water. If it was enough, he could start forging the sword according to the agreement. The youth with extremely long eyebrows followed closely behind. Although there was a difference in seniority between master and disciple, the two of them walked the same path. Qin Pingan returned to the shop in Dragon Rider Alley. He gave the clay pot to the little boy in green and the key and book to the girl in pink. He told them to return to the ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley first. He walked alone to the Yang family medicine shop. Regardless of wind and rain year after year, the spring couplets hanging on both sides of the shop would change every year. However, the content written had never changed. It was always, "I hope that no one in the world is sick. I would rather turn the shelf into ashes." Qin Pingan asked a young shop assistant with a new face and learned that old Yang was in the backyard. He walked through the side door and saw the old man sitting on a small bench in the yard. He bent over and crossed his legs, puffing out a cloud of smoke. Qin Pingan did not speak. There was a rare uneasiness in him. Old Yang went straight to the point and said, "Do you want to ask about your parents? Is it possible that they can be like Gukan's father, that their souls can remain in the town after death?" Qin Pingan's breathing instantly became heavy. "No." The old man exhaled a large mouthful of smoke and straightforwardly gave the answer in reason. "Because it is not worth it." The youth lowered his head and did not speak. There was only a pair of worn straw sandals on the ground that could not be seen clearly. "182. It was close to the end of the year and the ground was freezing. The narrow mud road of Clay Bottle Alley became very hard. Qin Pingan took a deep breath and looked at the tall figure. He called softly, "Brother Li." Li Shixing did not turn around. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I can handle it. Even if I'm not his opponent, the town has its rules. I won't let him do whatever he wants." The young swordsman who called himself Chao Jun laughed and said, "Are you talking about the Dali Imperial Court or Ruan Fei from the military school? If it's the former, I advise you to give up. If the Song clan really has a backbone, they won't be cowards. If it's Ruan Fei, haha, let me keep you in suspense. You can wait and see." Chao Jun looked at the blue-robed scholar with a jade-like appearance. Compared to his youth, the other party was truly young. This made Chao Jun a little unhappy. He pressed his thumb against the hilt of the short sword at his waist. "Do you really want to fight? It's a bit of a loss. I'll admit it. Maybe I'll find that it's a blessing in disguise." Li Shixing smiled and said, "Since you said that your principles are all in the scabbard, I'll listen to them. I heard that Liju Wonderland used to be forbidden to use spells. Now that the Wonderland is broken and falling, you've reached the middle 5 states in just 1 year. That's very good." Chao Jun's eyes were full of admiration, but he soon shook his head and said, "What a pity." Li Shixing stretched out a hand and said, "Please." Chao Jun could not help laughing and said, "A frog at the bottom of the well doesn't know the immensity of the sky. Since we're not fighting to the death, I'll suppress my state so that you won't be too unwilling to lose the first battle of your life." Li Shixing smiled and said nothing. "When you get out of the well in the future, you'll realize that someone like me is worthy of." Chao Jun pushed against the ground with the tip of his foot, bent his back and charged forward while laughing loudly. Once he chose to attack, the young swordsman's aura changed abruptly, and his subsequent words echoed in the narrow and oppressive alley. "You're kind?" A dazzling white light exploded, and sword chi scattered wildly in all directions, instantly filling the entire alley. In addition, Chao Jun's figure was too fast, so his blurry figure blended into it and was difficult to detect. It made people mistakenly think that it was a mountain stream flood after a rainstorm, using the alley as the riverbed, crazily rushing towards Li Shixing and the others downstream. In the vast expanse of whiteness, a wisp of snow-white brilliance that was even more condensed could be vaguely seen, like a white fish quietly swimming in the stream. The water stopped flowing. Li Shixing didn't seem to be in a hurry. He turned sideways, raised his hand and waved his sleeve, reaching for the snow-white short sword that looked like a white fish. Then he gently and accurately grabbed Chao Jun's sword-wielding wrist. Chao Jun smiled faintly and loosened his fingers. The short sword, which was still 2 to 3 feet away from Li Shixing's chest, pierced straight towards Li Shixing's heart. Li Shixing's expression was calm as he clasped 2 fingers of his left hand in front of him. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, he caught the white fish. Whitefish rolled over. The blade of the sword twisted. Li Shixing could only retreat. Chao Jun closed in, his sword-wielding hand already punching towards Li Shixing's neck. At the same time that Li Shixing used his elbow to block Chao Jun's fist, the white fish had already shot towards him. Li Shixing shook the wrist of his other hand and waved his sleeve. That white fish had walked right into the trap. Chao Jun sneered and kicked Li Shixing's abdomen, causing the blue-robed scholar to retreat 4 or 5 steps. He didn't take advantage of the situation to pursue and attack. Instead, he stood where he was, with one hand behind his back and the other hand unrestrained. Li Shixing stopped his backward momentum, his face slightly pale. Although Chao Jun was a sword cultivator, his kick was powerful and heavy, not at all inferior to a pure martial artist at the peak of the 5th realm. This was the terrifying aspect of sword cultivators and military cultivators. They practiced qi and tempered the body at the same time. Therefore, Li Shixing didn't feel good after taking such a blow. The flow of qi in his body was inevitably affected to a certain extent. Within Li Shixing's sleeve that caught Chao Jun's flying sword, there were continuous bangs. Then there was the faint sound of silk tearing. Afterwards, threads of snow-white sword light seeped out from the cracks. Li Shixing's 5 fingers were either bent like a bow or straight like a halberd. He quickly formed a Taoist spell and silently chanted a word in his heart: suppress. The sleeve that had been tight and abnormally disorderly immediately calmed down. The sound of the flying sword striking the sleeve quickly became a slightly trembling hum. Chao Jun wasn't surprised at all. He smiled and said, 7. Li Shixing's entire sleeve, from his elbow down, instantly shattered. Near his wrist the sword light shook. It was like a beautiful scenery filled with moonlight, but it contained great danger and killing intent. Li Shixing's 5 fingers that formed the spell changed accordingly, becoming a true gripping spell. In the palm of his hand that no one could see, the lines on his palm swayed slightly like water and changed their trajectory. Li Shixing's arm instantly glowed with a misty greenish-purple light. The sword edge crazily encircled the white swimming fish on Li Shixing's arm. The sword qi that it brought along and the greenish-purple qi that Li Shixing emitted knocked against each other, creating a clear sound of metal and stone. It was concentrated and ear-splitting. As a result, dust and mud continuously fell from the high wall on one side of the clay bottle alley and the low wall of the old house on the other side. Chao Jun's phoenix eyes, which were originally narrowed into slits, opened a little and teased, "Interesting. There are thousands of Taoist spells and I've seen no less than 200 of them. I've never seen one as simple and useful as yours. Surnamed Li, your 6th realm cultivation is a little too strong. It's always been 6th realm sword cultivators bullying 7th realm qi refinement warriors. There's never been a 6th realm qi refinement warrior like you who can take on a 7th realm sword cultivator head-on. If word gets out, I, Chao Jun, will be laughed at by all the sword cultivators in the world." After experiencing the initial unfamiliarity, Li Shixing seemed to have some strength left. He could even open his mouth and laugh. "Maybe your logic isn't high enough?" Chao Jun nodded in deep agreement. Hence, he said one word with a face full of smiles: 8. The flying sword that was as agile as a white fish swooped back to its owner, Chao Jun. Then it stopped hovering. The flying sword instantly dimmed. The short sword was just a short sword. There was no trace of sword qi overflowing. It no longer had the brilliant aura from before. The gloomy and cold sword intent that gave people a treacherous feeling earlier suddenly changed and became open and aboveboard. The flying sword disappeared into thin air in an instant. On a courtyard wall in the alley between the two of them, extremely fine traces appeared. It was just a little bit of powder and debris that floated down. Li Shixing stretched out 2 fingers on his right hand, trying to grasp the curved short sword again. Li Shixing suddenly turned his head. In the next moment, the flying sword drilled a hole in the high wall on Li Shixing's left. Net first. The flying sword disappeared again. However, a drop of blood began to appear on Li Shixing's left cheek. Then it gradually expanded into an inch-long blood mark. It was indeed as the rumors said. When fighting with sword cultivators, there was only a fine line between life and death. Li Shixing muttered in his heart, "So this is 8. It is indeed powerful." The combat power of sword cultivators could be recognized as the best among the 100 chi refinement warriors because of a well-nourished flying sword. Its fierceness lay in its point, and at most a line. No matter how lofty and majestic a mountain was, if one wanted to drive a nail into the cliff or chisel a ravine, it would not be difficult at all. They were both different types of chi refinement warriors. Even the military cultivators who cultivated both the body and the soul could not be compared to sword cultivators. They were more direct and efficient when fighting with others. No matter how many Dharma treasures one had, no matter how powerful one was, sword cultivators pursued a fatal blow and a sword to break all techniques. Chao Jun maintained a conceited posture with one hand behind his back. His other hand patted the hilt of the long sword. A cultivation genius like you must be the existence that your family has placed high hopes on. Don't you have a few defensive treasures? I don't believe it. Let me say this first. No matter what your purpose is, if you continue to hide it and are unwilling to disclose it to the public, someone will really die. This is because I am afraid that I will accidentally hit too hard and not be able to hold back. By then you will definitely die with grievances. In the face of the enemy's sarcasm, Li Shixing was not angry. His voice was still warm and gentle. Qin Pingan, I may need to trouble you to step back a little. It would be best if you could step back 4 to 5 feet away. Chao Jun raised his hand and patted his forehead hard. He said with an aggrieved expression, You still have the leisure to talk nonsense in front of a powerful enemy. I'm very angry. There was a hidden killing intent in the young sword cultivator's words. At the same time when Chao Jun patted his forehead and made a sound, the flying sword had already been concealed by the sound. It had truly reached Li Shixing's back silently. Ding. An ethereal and melodious sound resounded throughout the clay bottle alley. Chao Jun was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed and said, This works too? Then I won't stand on ceremony. A green bamboo leaf appeared behind Li Shixing's back and blocked the flying sword's assassination. Ding 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 ding. In the alley, a series of similar sounds rang around Li Shixing. Apart from the bamboo leaves, there were also peach leaves, willow leaves, locust tree leaves. All the leaves were green. Chao Jun narrowed his eyes and stared at the battlefield. Li Shixing remained motionless. All around him were leaves of different heights and were floating up and down. The short sword named by you shuttled among them, constantly breaking the formation. However, it returned empty-handed every time. Although there were green leaves falling to the ground constantly and turning yellow in an instant, Chao Jun felt somewhat helpless. This was because he roughly estimated that the scholar should have at least 100 leaves. Therefore Chao Jun was not in a good mood. Did this fellow's family sell leaves? Even if they sold them, would anyone buy them? Chao Jun was unwilling to back down. He did not believe that a mere Realm 6 Chi refinement warrior could last till the end. It was not easy to control so many leaves at the same time. A Chi refinement warrior would need to expend a considerable amount of energy. Therefore, Chao Jun secretly told himself that although it was an unfair victory, he could reluctantly take it as a stupid exercise to sharpen his sword. He wanted to see how long this person could last. That short but sharp flying sword began to rampage without any restraint. In the alley, the fallen leaves turned from green to yellow after falling to the ground. Li Shixing suddenly reminded, If we continue to fight like this, we can fight until next year. Why don't you talk about the other sword after you've explained the logic of this sword? If possible, use your intrinsic flying sword at the same time. No matter what, we have to determine the winner first. Because my friend still has to hurry. Chao Jun suddenly widened his eyes and finally stopped smiling. Will you die if you don't brag? Li Shixing sighed and said no more. He only shook his remaining sleeve and a bunch of unimaginable things fell out from it. There were not many spring leaves left. However, apart from that, there were also pieces of summer lightning the size of a fingernail, wisps of autumn wind that were not longer than a finger, and pieces of winter snow the size of goose feathers. The opponent had a sword that could break all techniques. What should I do? Does this mean that I can save up to 10,001 spells? Therefore this young scholar named Li Shixing already had spring leaves, summer lightning, autumn wind, and winter snow even though he had just ascended to the middle 5 realms. Moreover, he had many others. (183). It was close to the end of the year and the weather was cold. The narrow muddy road of Mud Bottle Alley became very hard. Qin Pingan took a deep breath and looked at the tall figure. He called out softly, Brother Li. Li Shixing did not turn around. He said with a smile, Don't worry, I can handle it. Even if I am not his match, the small town has its rules. I will not let him do as he pleases." The young swordsman called Chao Jun laughed. "Are you talking about the Dali Imperial Court or the military Ruanqiong? If it is the former, I advise you to give up. If the Song clan has a backbone, they will not be cowards. If it is Ruanqiong, haha, let me keep you in suspense. You can wait and see." Chao Jun looked at the handsome scholar in green robes. Compared to his appearance, the other was truly young. This made Chao Jun unhappy. He pressed his thumb against the hilt of the short sword at his waist. "You really want to fight? If you lose, just admit it. Maybe you will find it a blessing in disguise." Li Shixing smiled. "Since you say your reasoning is all in your scabbard, I will listen. I heard that Li Zhu Grotto Heaven forbade all sorcery. Now that the Grotto Heaven has shattered and fallen, you have reached the middle 5 realm in just 1 year. Not bad." Chao Jun's eyes were full of praise. But he quickly shook his head. "What a pity." Li Shixing stretched out a palm. "Please." Chao Jun could not help but laugh. A frog at the bottom of a well does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Since we are not fighting to the death, I will suppress my realm so that you will not lose unwillingly in the first battle of your life." Li Shixing smiled and did not speak. "When you come out of the well, you will find that a person like me is worthy of." Chao Jun pushed off with his toes, bent his waist and charged forward, laughing loudly. Once he chose to attack, the aura of this smiling young swordsman changed. His words echoed in the narrow alley. "Honest?" A beam of dazzling white light exploded, and the sword chi scattered wildly in all directions, instantly filling the entire alley. In addition, Chao Jun's figure was too fast, so his blurry figure blended into the crowd and was hard to detect. It made people think that he was a mountain stream after a storm, using the alley as the riverbed, crazily surging towards Li Shixing and the others who were downstream. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. Amidst the ferocious stream of sword chi, one could vaguely see an even more condensed snow-white brilliance, like a white fish quietly swimming in the stream. The water stopped flowing. Li Shixing did not seem to be in a hurry. He turned sideways, raised his hand and waved his sleeve, reaching for the snow-white fish-like short sword. Then he grasped Chao Jun's sword-wielding wrist lightly and precisely. Chao Jun smiled faintly and released his fingers. The short sword that was 2 to 3 feet away from Li Shixing's chest swooshed towards Li Shixing's heart. Li Shixing's expression was calm as he placed 2 fingers on his left hand in front of him. In the nick of time, he managed to catch the white fish. The white fish turned over and rolled. The blade twisted. Li Shixing could only retreat. Chao Jun closed in, his sword-wielding hand already punching towards Li Shixing's neck. As Li Shixing used his elbow to block Chao Jun's fist, the white fish had already shot towards him. Li Shixing shook the wrist of his other hand and waved his large sleeve. That white fish had walked right into the trap. Chao Jun sneered and kicked Li Shixing's abdomen, causing the green-robed scholar to retreat 4 or 5 steps. He did not take advantage of the situation to pursue. He stood where he was, one hand behind his back, the other hand elegant. Li Shixing stopped retreating, his face slightly pale. Chao Jun was a swordsman, but his kick was powerful and heavy. It was not inferior to a pure martial artist at the peak of Realm 5. This was the terrifying aspect of swordsmen and military cultivators. They cultivated chi and tempered the body at the same time. So when Li Shixing took this blow, he did not feel good. The flow of chi in his body must have been affected to a certain extent. Li Shixing's large sleeve that had caught Chao Jun's flying sword rang out continuously. Then there was the faint sound of silk tearing. Then, threads of snow-white sword light seeped out from the cracks. Li Shixing's hand that had a whorl in the sleeve curved like a bow or straight like a halberd. He quickly formed a Taoist spell and said a word in his heart, "Suppress." His fluttering and abnormally messy sleeves instantly calmed down. The sound of flying swords colliding against sleeves turned into a slightly trembling hum. Chao Jun was not surprised and said with a smile, 7. Li Shixing's entire sleeve, from the elbow down, instantly shattered. Near his wrist the sword light shook. It was like a beautiful scene filled with moonlight, but contained great danger and murderous intent. Li Shixing's 5 fingers changed as he formed a true hand seal. In his palm that no one could see, the lines on his palm swayed like water and changed their trajectory. Li Shixing's arm immediately glowed with a misty green-purple light. The sword edge circled around the white fish on Li Shixing's arm. The sword energy it carried and the green-purple energy that Li Shixing emitted struck each other, creating a clear metallic sound that shook one's eardrums. As a result, Dust and mud kept falling from the high wall on one side of Mud Bottle Alley and the low wall of the old house on the other side. Chao Jun's phoenix eyes that were originally squinted opened a little. He said teasingly, "Interesting. Daoist spells are said to have thousands of them. I have seen no less than 200 of them, but I have never seen one as simple and useful as yours. Li, your Realm 6 cultivation is too solid. It has always been a Realm 6 sword cultivator bullying a Realm 7 Chi refinement warrior. There is no such thing as a Realm 6 Chi refinement warrior fighting against a Realm 7 sword cultivator. If this gets out, I, Chao Jun, will be the laughingstock of all the sword cultivators in the world." After the initial rusty experience, Li Shixing now seemed to have energy to spare. He could even open his mouth and say with a smile, "Maybe your reasoning is not high enough?" Chao Jun nodded in deep agreement, so he said a single word with a face full of smiles, 8. The flying sword that was like a nimble white fish flew back to its owner, Chao Jun, and then stopped. The flying sword instantly dimmed. The short sword was just a short sword. There was no sword energy at all, and it no longer had the previous brilliant aura. The sinister and cold sword intent that gave people a strange feeling changed, and became open and aboveboard. The flying sword disappeared into thin air in an instant. An extremely fine mark appeared on a wall in the alley between the two of them. It was just some powder and debris falling. Li Shixing stretched out 2 fingers of his right hand, trying to hold the short sword that had made an arc again. Li Shixing suddenly turned his head. In the next moment, the flying sword drilled a hole in the high wall on Li Shixing's left. Starting on the net, the flying sword disappeared again. But a bead of blood appeared on Li Shixing's left cheek, and then it gradually expanded into a bloody mark that was more than an inch long. It was as the rumors said. When fighting with a sword cultivator, life and death was a fine line. Li Shixing thought to himself, so this is 8. Is really powerful. The reason why the combat power of a sword cultivator could be recognized as the best among the Chi refinement warriors was because of a well-nurtured flying sword. The sharpness was in the point, and at most it was a line. No matter how lofty or majestic a mountain was, it wasn't difficult to hammer a nail into the cliff or carve out a ravine. They were both different among the Chi refinement warriors. Even the military cultivators who cultivated their physique and soul were not as straightforward as a sword cultivator when fighting with others. No matter how many Dharma treasures you have, no matter how powerful you are, I, a sword cultivator, pursue a fatal strike and a sword to break all techniques. Chao Jun maintained an arrogant posture with one hand behind his back, and the other patting the hilt of the long sword. A cultivation genius like you must be someone that the family has high hopes for. Don't you have a few treasures for self-defense? I don't believe it. Let me make this clear. No matter what your motive is, if you continue to hide it and are unwilling to make it public, you will really die. Because I'm afraid that if I get too excited, I won't be able to hold back. By then you will definitely die with regrets. Li Shixing was not angry in the face of the enemy's sarcasm. His voice was still warm and gentle. Qin Pingan, I might need to trouble you to retreat a little more. It would be best if you can retreat to 40 to 50 feet away. Chao Jun raised his hand and patted his forehead with force, saying with an aggrieved expression, "You still have the mood to talk nonsense in front of a formidable enemy. I'm very angry." There was a hidden killing intent in the young sword cultivator's laughter. At the same time that Chao Jun slapped his forehead, the flying sword had already reached Li Shixing's back under the cover of that sound, truly achieving noiselessness. Ding! An ethereal and melodious sound reverberated throughout the Mud Bottle Alley. Chao Jun was stunned for a moment before laughing. That works too? Then I won't stand on ceremony. A verdant bamboo leaf appeared behind Li Shixing, blocking the flying sword's attack. Ding 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 ding, in the alley, a series of similar sounds rang out around Li Shixing. Other than bamboo leaves there were also peach leaves, willow leaves, locust leaves. All sorts of leaves were green. Chao Jun narrowed his eyes and stared at the battlefield. Li Shixing did not move an inch. All around him were leaves of varying heights and undulating in the wind. The short sword named by you shuttled among them, breaking the array continuously but to no avail every time. Although green leaves fell to the ground continuously and withered instantly, Chao Jun felt somewhat helpless. This was because he roughly estimated that the scholar had at least over 100 leaves. Hence, Chao Jun was not in a good mood. Did this fellow's family sell leaves? Even if they did, would anyone buy them? Chao Jun was unwilling to give up just like that. He did not believe that a mere level 6 Chi refinement warrior could last till the end. It was not easy to control so many leaves at the same time. The mental energy that Qi refinement warriors had to expend was extremely significant. Hence, Chao Jun secretly told himself that although it was not an honorable victory, he could reluctantly treat it as a stupid battle to sharpen his sword edge. He did not know how long this person could last. That short but sharp flying sword began to rampage unscrupulously. In the alley, leaves fell one after another. After falling to the ground, they turned from green to yellow. Li Shixing suddenly reminded him, if we continue fighting like this, we can last till next year. Otherwise, why don't you talk about the other sword after talking about the theory of this sword? If it's possible, you can use your natal flying sword as well. No matter what, at least we have to determine the winner first. Because my friend has to hurry on with his journey. Chao Jun suddenly widened his eyes and finally stopped smiling. Will you die if you don't brag? Li Shixing sighed and did not speak any more. He merely shook his one remaining sleeve, and out of it came a great deal of unthinkable things. There were a few spring leaves left, but other than that there were summer thunder the size of a fingernail, autumn wind that was no longer than a finger, and winter snow the size of goose feathers. The opponent had a sword that could break all techniques. What should I do? Will I be able to accumulate 10,001 Dharma stones? (184) Chao Jun looked at the messy gadgets. They were like heavy armored infantry on the battlefield, encircling Li Shixing like an iron bucket. Chao Jun saw some clues and said in admiration, "You must be very good at playing chess, and you must be proficient in yin-yang divination. With the cultivation of a sixth realm Qi refinement warrior, unless the scholar in green was the reincarnation of a banished immortal, he would not be able to control so many items at once." However, the scholar in front of him was obviously opportunistic. Every time he defended against the piercing of the white fish flying sword, he could roughly calculate the trajectory and the breakthrough point of the flying sword. Therefore, other than maintaining the spring leaves and autumn wind, the area where the scholar really needed to inject his aura was not too big. This was like a battle of attacking and defending a city. Chao Jun's side had strong combat power, but they did not have enough manpower. They could only focus on one side of the city wall. The scholar seemed to have filled the four sides of the city wall with guards, but in fact, three sides were empty. He only needed to predict the future and predict the direction of Chao Jun's attack. Then he could defend with ease. Chao Jun's mind moved, and the snow-white flying sword withdrew from the battlefield and returned to its owner. Chao Jun glanced at it. The sword tip and the blade were a little worn, and the loss was more than expected. Fortunately, the sword intent in the white fish short sword had improved after hundreds of times of polishing. In the end, it was a profitable business. Chao Jun was a little conflicted. Emperor Dali did not dare to fight against the forces behind the three sects for a Qi Jingchen. However, for a Qi refinement warrior of his own family who had a chance to reach the upper five realms, he was most likely willing to fall out with the Chao family who had taken root in another continent. Chao Jun was a little hesitant. He put the white fish back into the scabbard, and at the same time held the hilt of another sword, which was called Mo Zhao. He pretended to be annoyed and said, "Don't be a coward if you have the ability." Li Shixing smiled and asked, "Do you have the ability to be a coward?" Chao Jun was at a loss for words. He was once a genius sword practitioner who had high hopes placed on him by a continent of sword immortals. What he pursued was unparalleled sharpness and lethality. Of course, he had neither the ability nor the interest to be like the green-robed scholar in front of him, who neither fought back nor scolded back. Relying on a large pile of strange junk, he defended the city wall and refused to take the initiative to attack. There were once people who described sword cultivators as light cavalry, coming and going like the wind, as fast as lightning. Flying swords were like crossbows, meeting people on narrow roads and engaging in small-scale battles. Often the enemy would die in a single exchange. As for the flying sword of a sword immortal of the upper five realms, its lethality on the battlefield was like an arqueballista. Even if it was just placed quietly on the city wall, it was a huge deterrent to the enemy. Military cultivators were heavy cavalry. Once they raised their momentum and spirit to the peak, they were equivalent to charging heavy cavalry. They had both offensive and defensive capabilities and were invincible in breaking formations. As for the pure martial artists who were regarded as hopeless by the mountain, they were just heavy armored infantry with average lethality. Even if it was a grandmaster of the eighth realms who could travel with the wind, if they did not succeed in killing the enemy in a short distance, once the distance between them and the Qi cultivators widened, they would fall into a protracted battle. They were far from being comparable to the Qi cultivators. Seeing that Chao Jun did not speak, Li Shixing reached out and gently moved some small thunders and autumn winds in front of him slowly moved, making his vision clear. Li Shixing took the initiative to speak. The logic of your sword is not clear. In other words, he was willing to listen to the logic of the ink. Chao Jun gently rubbed his cheeks with both hands. Your words are really unpleasant, but I admit that you have the qualifications. I have a suggestion that you can consider. Let's have a battle of life and death. All the consequences have nothing to do with the country. How about it? Do you dare to bet with me? Li Shixing shook his head and said, You have already seen that I am not good at attacking. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, you are actually in an invincible position. He did not mind revealing his background at all. Chao Jun said helplessly, Are you being honest or stupid? Chao Jun looked at the young scholar and suddenly thought of the most impressive scholar in the South Sa continent. He was the family head of the Mellow Qin family. It was rumored that the old man of the Qin family, who was extremely knowledgeable, hid the wind in his sleeves, carried the bright moon on one shoulder and the red sun on the other. Chao Jun collected his thoughts and turned his head to look. He saw a bright red little fox standing on its two legs on the eaves of an old house in the clay bottle alley. It said to Chao Jun, The old ancestor asked me to tell you to stop before going too far. If you are killed by Yuan Cheng, he will find a place here and bury you. After all, you are returning to your roots. Chao Jun looked disgusted. What? Say that again. The little fox coughed, instantly turning from a cultured and refined appearance to a fiendish one. It put its hands on its hips and cursed, Chao Shi, that old bastard told you, you son of a bitch, to hurry up and stop. If you offend the blacksmith surnamed Yuan and get beaten to a pulp, he won't help you take revenge. He has several hundred direct descendants and can't help all of them. He even said that it was a pity that you haven't married that wife of yours, otherwise he wouldn't have asked me to persuade you to stop. It's best if you are beaten to death so that he can take advantage of the situation. Chao Jun's face was calm. He nodded, That's right. That's the tone of an old bastard. Li Shixing did not care about this. If you don't want to fight, then please make way. I don't want to fight, I don't want to fight. I can't beat you to death and you can't beat me to death. How boring. Chao Jun smiled. Let's go take a look at the blacksmith's shop and pay our respects to the saint. Chao Jun's figure rose from the ground, shooting straight into the clouds before rapidly descending towards the blacksmith's shop. As for the dog's hit rule of not flying in the air without permission within the Longquan prefecture, Chao Jun really did not care about it. In the end, there was a loud bang. Chao Jun immediately shot out like a shooting star. In the end, when he finally stopped with great difficulty, he was already several hundred kilometers away. Previously, he had already tumbled countless times in the sea of clouds. He sat cross-legged in the air, vomiting blood non-stop. Chao Jun's face was like gold paper. He did not fly into a rage out of humiliation or become flustered and exasperated. Instead, a habitual smile appeared on his face. As expected, the fellows who came out of the Wind Snow Temple all have bad tempers. I wonder if the divine immortal platform Wei Jin will give people a pleasant surprise? The fox with bright red fur circled around Chao Jun, taking pleasure in his misfortune. You've suffered, haven't you? Chao Jun smiled. It's not like I'm dead. The fox clicked its tongue. The ability to bully the weak and fear the strong, you do take after Chao Shi. Chao Jun said, If I don't bully the weak and fear the strong, then should I bully the strong and fear the weak? Is there something wrong with your head? The fox did not take it to heart. It raised a paw to scratch its chin, stood on its tiptoes and looked at the small town. What about that strange sword embryo that you failed to snatch? Chao Jun said with a dark face, You still have the nerve to say that? If it wasn't for you encouraging me to kill and snatch the treasure, I would have at most made a fair trade with that young man. The fiery red fox scolded with a stern face, As a person you have to stick to your heart. You can do whatever you want outside, but when you're in the small Longquan County, you should continue to maintain it. It's just that there's an 11th level military saint, but aren't you also followed by an 11th level sword cultivator ancestor? One has the right time and place while the other has a handy divine weapon. They're both unreasonable trash among chi cultivators, and they're on par with each other. If they fight and you watch from the side, you might even be able to understand something. Why not? Chao Jun sneered, With Chao Shi's temper, if I scheme against him, he'll get back at me by a foot. The fiery red fox touched on his sore spot, repeating the same old tune, At most, I'll let him sleep with your wife a few times in the future. What's there to be afraid of? Chao Jun remained silent, maintaining his smile as he stared at the fox. The young swordsman's smile did not waver at all. The fox pretended to be surprised. Wow, you're really angry. The Chao Jun who's been sloppy for 100 years actually has a time when he's serious? Chao Jun smiled. When I'm free, I suddenly have the desire to kill all mosquitoes and flies. The white fish was unsheathed and a rainbow light flashed. The fiery red fox's head was tossed high up, but there was no splatter of blood. The head was still talking. Oh my, the speed of your sword is as slow as a tortoise-moving house. You call yourself a genius swordsman, what a disgrace. The headless body swaggered, shaking its buttocks, completely ignoring the white fish flying sword that pierced through its body time and time again. The head in the air continued to provoke. Your embroidery needle is just scratching an itch. In the air, sword lights splashed and a white rainbow flashed. Not to mention the body that was cut into 17 or 18 pieces, even the head had turned into 8 pieces. However, when the white fish flying sword showed a trace of stagnation, the fox was restored to a complete body in an instant. The cycle repeated. Finally, Chao Jun sighed and sheathed his sword. The fox twisted its neck, walked to Chao Jun's side and sat down. Young man, you should speak with confidence based on your capabilities. Chao Jun nodded. Makes sense. I'll listen to you. If that's the case, after you marry your wife, can you let me sleep with her? Anyway, she's a girl and I'm a girl. It's hard to say who's taking advantage of who. The fox began to be mischievous again and said sarcastically, wow, the #1 sword immortal of the South Saw continent 100 years ago, and now a 9th-tier great swordsman, is suddenly so obedient today. Young Chao Jun turned out to be 100 years old. At this time he looked into the distance, pursed his lips and turned a deaf ear to the fox's sarcasm. Qin Pingan quickly ran to Li Shixing's side and asked worriedly, are you okay? Li Shixing smiled, it's my first time fighting so I encountered a swordsman. In fact, I was quite nervous but the result was not bad. Qin Pingan felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. The silver sword embryo in his sleeve had already returned to silence. After Chao Jun left, it was no longer boiling and trembling. The little boy in green suddenly flew straight and hugged Qin Pingan's waist. It's too scary, too scary. I guessed right. If I accidentally walked on the road, I would be beaten to death. I can't stay in this town, I can't stay. Master, please do me a favor and let me go to Luopa Mountain to cultivate. I promise, I swear that from today onwards, I will cultivate diligently day and night. Not to mention drinking dew, even if I have to eat grass and mud in Luopa Mountain, I will do it. Li Shixing couldn't help but laugh and hurriedly comforted, Chao Jun's kind is very rare after all. Although I have never walked out of the town, I can be sure that there are only a few people with high cultivation and strange tempers like Chao Jun. You don't have to be too nervous. The little boy in green ignored Li Shixing, and only cared about begging Qin Pingan. After his head was pushed away by Qin Pingan, he turned and hugged one of Qin Pingan's arms tightly. His body leaned back and he refused to let Qin Pingan continue to move forward. Master, have mercy please. At most I'll return you an ordinary snake gallstone, okay? Master, it's not like you don't know that I've always been a timid person. Even walking at night will make my legs tremble. How long has it been since we arrived in the town? We just went out and the sword chi is whooshing everywhere. I'm really scared. Qin Pingan could only stop and said helplessly, do you know the way to Luopa Mountain? The little boy in green was crying. It was rare for him to recognize a grandson. Master, it's already like this. Even if I don't know, I'll pretend to know. The girl in pink said softly, Master, I know the way. Qin Pingan thought for a moment, then the two of you can go to Luopa Mountain. Stay at the bamboo house for the time being, but you must promise me that you won't cause trouble. I'll see you as soon as I'm done here. I'll try to go to Luopa Mountain before the new year. The little boy in green bowed and said, Master is wise and mighty. The girl in pink said softly, Master, I'll come back after I send him there. Qin Pingan said with a smile, no need. The bamboo house is suitable for cultivation. You can stay on the mountain with him. Don't be afraid of him. If he dares to go back on his word and secretly bully you, I'll take care of him. The little boy in green stomped his feet and said, Master, silly girl, can't the two of you remember me? Am I the kind of person who goes back on his word? Who in the Huangting nation doesn't know that the sword-controlling water god has a brother who keeps his word? If he says he'll eliminate the root of the problem, he won't leave anyone behind. If he says he'll kill his ancestors, he won't kill his grandson. Qin Pingan chuckled, so powerful. The little boy in green immediately turned his head with a bashful expression. He stretched out a hand and shook it gently. "Master, I'm just boasting to boost my courage. Don't take it seriously." Chin Pingon pressed his head with one hand and stretched out the other. "Give it to me." The little boy in green was a little dazed and raised his head. "What?" The girl in pink reminded him softly. "You promised Master that you would hand over an ordinary snake gallstone if he let you return to Luopa Mountain." The little boy in green squeezed out a smile. "Master, you have a big family business. Don't be like this." Chin Pingon didn't retract his hand. The little boy in green could only obediently take out the smallest snake gallstone and place it in Chin Pingon's palm. Chin Pingon handed the snake gallstone to the girl in pink and said with a smile, "As long as he doesn't bully you on the mountain, you can give it to him as a reward." The girl in pink carefully put away the snake gallstone. The little boy in green grabbed the girl in pink's arm and said anxiously, "Let's hurry to Luopa Mountain. We can't stay here for long." The two little fellows had just turned out of Mud Bottle Alley when the little boy in green suddenly stopped. Without waiting for him to speak, the girl in pink threw the snake gallstone to him at lightning speed. The little boy in green put away the snake gallstone that he had just recovered and nodded with a smile. "Silly girl, aren't you tired? Let me help you carry your bookcase." The girl in pink shook her head vigorously. The little boy in green sighed. "You have a hard life. Fortunately, fortune favors fools." The girl in pink grinned. The little boy in green puffed out his chest. "Let's go. Lead the way. Let's go home." Since there was no need to go to Lu Xianyang's house at Mud Bottle Alley, Chin Pingon sent Li Shixing to the entrance of the alley. Li Shixing stopped and hesitated for a moment before saying, "It might be too early to say what I'm going to say next. However, just like the annotations on the books that I gave you, you only need to read them. In that case, you only need to hear what I'm going to say." Chin Pingon nodded. "Go on, brother Li," Li Shixing said slowly. "Have you heard of the case of a white horse that is not a horse?" Chin Pingon scratched his head. "On the way to school, Bao Ping and Li Huai once quarreled about this. The more I listened, the more confused I became." Li Shixing smiled and thought for a moment. "Then let's not think too deeply about it. Let me put it another way. 1 grain of sand plus 1 grain of sand, how many grains are there?" Chin Pingon was puzzled. "Isn't it 2 grains?" Li Shixing smiled. "Of course it is. Then how many piles of sand are there when 1 pile of sand plus 1 pile of sand?" Chin Pingon asked tentatively. "It's still 1 pile, right?" Li Shixing patted Chin Pingon's shoulder. "Rumor has it that when the ancient saints invented words, the ghosts and gods of the world cried in fear. Of course this is a great merit. However, you have to understand that words are sometimes an invisible barrier to our understanding of the world. So when you study in the future, don't always chew on words. If you encounter a bottleneck, you might as well take a step back first and then take a few steps forward. Try to walk as high as possible. If you don't climb the mountain, you won't see the flat ground." Chin Pingon was confused and had a headache. It was similar to when he flipped through the book, Primary School. In a daze, he felt that there was no way forward and there was no way back. Li Shixing comforted him. "Take it slow. Don't rush." Chin Pingon nodded. "Understood." Li Shixing, who had lost a sleeve, walked back to the mansion on Fulu Street alone. When the servants and maids saw the young master's predicament, they were somewhat puzzled. The young master had grown up. Other than following the elders to visit the tombs, he almost never went out. Why was he so bumpy when he finally went out for a walk? He couldn't have gotten into a fight with someone, right? Li Shixing returned to his courtyard. He first saw the crabs and the mountain coaster carp living in peace. Then he changed into a new set of clothes. Then he huddled in the study room to read for a while. Finally he went to a room that was often locked. He unlocked the door and pushed it open. When Li Shixing, the owner of the room, raised his eyes and looked around, all he could see were tall 100 treasures standing against the wall. On top of the 100 treasures, there were no antiques or exquisite porcelain that Longquan County produced. Instead, there were square seals of different heights, sizes, and materials. Other than the 100 treasures that were piled high with seals, there was only a table and a chair in the room. There were 3 unfinished seals on the table. They were made of wood, topaz, and bronze. There was also a large box of well-made carving knives and a few ancient books made of rare materials. Li Shixing gently closed the door and sat on the chair behind the table. The 3 seals on the table were all missing a character. The bronze seal was engraved with "Subdue," and missing a character at the end. The topaz seal was engraved with "Lord Du Tian," and missing a character in the middle. The wooden seal was engraved with chi transformation, and missing a character at the very beginning. Carving was like drawing a talisman. It was particular about finishing in one go. Li Shixing was clearly not like this. Not only did he not draw a knife to carve, he instead closed his eyes and began to sleep. His breathing was continuous, like the gurgling of a stream. The small room was a completely different world. When Qin Pingan returned to the ancestral mansion, he discovered that the scholar wood sword on the table was slightly slanted. Although Qin Pingan's heart was shaken, he still sat at the table without revealing anything. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.